Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had Multi-Fire Manipulation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The train ride was rather calm to start. Izuku and Ms. Joke made light conversation about whatever came to mind, but internally, Izuku's brain was on other matters. He had tried to check in on Iida, but his friend read the message and didn't respond. That was highly unusual for him, and it made Izuku anxious. Peering out of the window and seeing that they were passing through Hosu only exacerbated his worry. Something wrong? Ms. Joke asked from beside him with concern of her own dressing her face. I'm worried about my friend, Izuku revealed. His brother was attacked and crippled by the hero killer, and he's been shutting us out recently. Her concerned frown became a sympathetic one, and she patted his shoulder. I get that. People grieve in their own ways, and pain like that takes time to heal. He'll come around when he's ready, so be there for him as best as you can in the interim. Whoa, that building just exploded, a passenger muttered. I'm really trying, Izuku sighed, though he paid attention to what was going on in his periphery. I'm worried that he's going to do something stupid and dangerous, though. Like personally seek revenge? She asked. Yeah, he confirmed. He's interning in Hosu and I strongly suspect that it was for that reason alone. Yo, the F is that flying out there? The same passenger muttered again. Well, as morbid as it is to admit, we'll be avoiding Hosu as much as we can, she revealed, keeping aware of what was happening in her periphery as well. The place is on high alert with the hero killer around, so general crime will be pretty non-existent, but I'm not comfortable taking you there with the hero killer present despite that. Personally, I don't think any interns should be there right now. That's understandable, Izuku nodded, but their attention was refocused when an announcement came over the train car. Attention passengers, please hold on to your seats dash. The announcement was interrupted when a pro-hero in a white parka was slammed into the train car by a tall, grotesque, sickly gray creature. Closer inspection revealed the creature to have 4 eyes poking out of an exposed brain, and Izuku went pale. Nomu, he cried. Nomu? Ms. Joke asked. A creature that helped attack the USJ, he quickly explained. Sick, dangerous science experiment. Stay back and protect the passengers. Ms. Joke ordered before rushing to the aid of the pro-hero that the Nomu had accosted. She got in between them and batted the creature's arm away from him before it could squeeze his head, and she punched it right in its exposed brain. The creature, while momentarily stunned, was otherwise unaffected, but it was more than enough time for Izuku to slam a green fist of his own into the Nomu before it could retaliate, blasting it out of the train entirely and through a brand new hole in the guard wall beside the track. There was no moment to rest or celebrate, though, as the Nomu got up with an angry screech and set its sights back on the train. You too, go on and take that monster down, the downed pro coughed to the mentor-intern duo. I'll hold down the fort here. Before Ms. Joke could protest and order Izuku to stay, he bounded through the hole in the train and met the Nomu's charge. Ms. Joke huffed and followed suit, clicking a hidden trigger in her gloves that protruded spikes from her already reinforced knuckles. She got down to the ground in time to see her student knock the creature away again with a hard right hook. Are these things sentient? She asked as she got into a stance beside him. Not really, he denied. I don't even know if they're human. Then outburst won't work here, she sighed in agitation. Guess it's the hard way from here on out. Such a brazen villain attack? Manuel gaped before motioning to Iida beside him. This isn't good. Come on, we're rolling. As Manuel ran, he took in the sounds of chaos and distress around him. It was only when they were nearing the blaze of an explosion in a cluster of buildings did he notice the lack of footsteps behind him. When he turned around, his intern was nowhere to be seen. God damn it, he cursed. I'd hoped he'd at least think a little harder about it. Manuel looked back at the fire, and the screams of terror and panic emanating from the area echoed in his ears. He spared a final glance back in the direction he came from, and he cursed again. You'd better pull through, kid. Please don't make me have to bring that news to your family. With that, Manuel darted in the direction of the fire and chaos, readying his quirk to put out any and all flames. Izuku, blanketed in yellow fire, bounced around from wall to wall while the Nomu swung wildly at him from the street. He was glad that the area they were in was relatively isolated, and anyone that had been there initially had long since fled. Ms. Joke, meanwhile, attacked the rampaging monster in its blind spots while its attention was focused on Izuku. Having an extra set of eyes slightly towards the back of its head made that prospect a little more difficult, though. "Beacon, any way you can hold him still for a sec?" she shouted. "I'll try my best," he responded as he bounced off the wall of a building and bulleted toward the awaiting Nomu. The Nomu opened its maw, and its tongue grew and sprouted a myriad of tentacles that ensnared the yellow blur before he could reach it. Izuku struggled to free himself, but the hold was incredibly constricting, and he could feel it tightening while the Nomu made to take another swing at him. His yellow flames flickered to crimson, and he quickly heated himself up, severely burning the tongue's tentacles and forcing the Nomu to release him in the process. Ms. Joke wasted no time appearing beside the Nomu, and she drove her spiked glove into the Nomu's kidney, where a kidney would be on a regular person at least, puncturing its tough skin and digging into the side of the creature. She wasn't done, though, and she activated another SWH within her glove to unleash a very potent electric shock, about 500,000 volts. It only succeeded in stunning the Nomu for a brief moment, as the creature appeared to absorb the electricity entirely. Ms. Joke only had a second to jump backward before the Nomu unleashed that same electric shock onto the surrounding area, and she thanked her lucky stars that a blanket of orange fire covered her from head to toe just before the electricity reached her. She shot her intern a quick thumbs up with a grin before flicking her wrist and shooting a retractable baton from her thick, metal wrist guard. With a quick point upwards and a slam of her fist into her palm directed towards Izuku, she re-engaged the Nomu. Izuku immediately understood his instructions and leaped onto the sides of the buildings, bouncing from one to another in another yellow blur until he was nearing the top of one of them. Deciding he had more than enough height, he flickered back to green and plummeted toward the ground with his fist ready to slam into the creature's exposed brain, and slam he did. Just as the Nomu slapped the baton away and grabbed a hold of Ms. Joke's wrist, Izuku pounded down onto the unholy creation with the force of a missile, cratering it into the street and out of commission. Izuku stared down at the creature for a considerable amount of time as the adrenaline was beginning to wear off, but a faint twitch and from the Nomu indicated to him that he had not killed it, and he released the breath that he didn't realize that he was holding. Ms. Joke stepped into the crater and placed a hand on his shoulder, and she offered him a bright grin with a proud thumbs up. Izuku couldn't fight the smile that came to him in response. "I didn't know you had so much support gear in your gloves," he remarked as they stepped out of the crater. "Like I said before, outburst isn't impossible to escape, and there will be times where it's wholly ineffective," she explained with a cheeky smirk. "Gotta have ways to incapacitate the target without it so that I don't get caught with my breathes down. No decent pro is a one-trick pony, after all." "You know, I heard that from Eraserhead once," Izuku reminisced. "Who do you think I picked it up from?" she answered with a wink. "Nicely done," approached a deep voice from further down the street. The two looked up and were surprised to see Endeavor surveying the scene. He was flanked by his sidekicks and, surprisingly to Izuku, his own son, Todoroki, Shoto. That was technically his hero name as well, and he probably preferred to be called by that name anyway. His sidekicks sprang into action and restrained the Nomu that had begun to squirm, and the large man looked over Izuku for a moment before turning to Ms. Joke and the others. "I will deal with the other villains," he firmly declared. "Come, Shoto. You have much to learn." The teen in question only sighed and followed his father after sending Izuku a nod. Izuku turned to his mentor to say something, but she beat him to the punch. "If anyone asks, I granted you full permission to use your quirk in defense of the city and safety of those in harm," she told him in no uncertain terms. "I will handle any potential fallout from this, but I don't really foresee any. Still, better safe than sorry. Let's go assist the rescue efforts." "About that," Izuku began, and Ms. Joke quirked an eyebrow, "I need to find my friend. I have a very bad feeling that he's going after the hero killer." Absolutely not dash. I'm not going with the goal of fighting him, just to prevent my friend from doing something stupid. Then I'll go with you. I'd be much faster going alone. I'll send you my location right away if I land in any trouble. Ms. Joke was clearly not on board with the plan, but Izuku did not have time to waste. He lit up in a yellow flame and offered her an apologetic grimace. I'm gonna grab him and be right out. Give me any punishment you see fit. On that note, he bounded off into the city towards the back alleys, leaving an angry and worried Ms. Joke behind. Izuku frantically made a mad dash through the city in search of his friend. He could only wish to himself on repeat that he wouldn't end up being late. Sweeping through the labyrinth of dirty, dingy alleys of Hosu, Izuku eventually happened upon the exact scene he was looking for, but not the one he wanted. Before him, the hero killer himself was standing above Iida with his bloody sword poised to end the teen's life. Izuku momentarily saw red, and he closed the distance between them and leveled Stain with a hard punch to the jaw, saving Iida from certain death. Don't you effing dare lay a finger on him. Izuku snarled. Iida gasped in his paralyzed state on the ground. He couldn't really see who had arrived, but he recognized that voice. Midoriya? I will properly yell at you about this when we're not in mortal peril, Izuku scolded. For now, we need to get to the street and get help from the pros. But I can't move my body, Iida strained. It must be his quirk. Since he cut me, I've been paralyzed. Sheet, Izuku cursed. So, cutting must activate his quirk. That tracks with what his survivors have said about him. Only then did Izuku notice that they were not alone with Stain in the alley. He saw another pro-hero, Native, laying prone against the wall past where Stain was standing. That truly complicated matters. Getting Iida out of there was one thing, but getting them both out while avoiding Stain's attacks was another thing entirely, and he wasn't sure that he could protect both of them while also protecting himself enough to escape with them. It wasn't like he could sacrifice himself for them to escape. They clearly couldn't move, so they literally relied on his mobility in order to survive. He couldn't cut any corners or be needlessly self-sacrificial, otherwise they would all die. Midoriya, please, Iida ground out. Don't get involved. This has nothing to do with you. Out of the FING question, Izuku almost snarled back, much to Iida's consternation. So, you came to your friend's rescue, Stain began. You even made a big entrance. Unfortunately, I have a duty to kill him and this fake masquerading as a hero. When your friend chose to fight me, it guaranteed that the weaker of us would be called. Stain's eyes narrowed at Izuku. So, he who seeks to rescue the Dmed, what will you do? Izuku gritted his teeth, and he covertly fished his phone from his suit to send his location to Ms. Joke. For added measure, he sent it alongside a haphazardly typed message to Shoto on the possibility that he'd bring his father with him. Loath as he was to admit it, Endeavor was exceptionally powerful, and taking Stain down would be all but guaranteed with his inclusion. Until then, I need to kill time. Every quirk has a weakness, and every ability has a limit. Maybe I can find out what his is if I get him talking. You know of me? Izuku asked in reference to the he who seeks to rescue the Dmed comment. Of course, Stain rasped. You're the boy who wants to extend a hand to those left behind by society, the ones that not even All Might could save. An admirable sentiment, but why? Someone has to be there for them, especially if no one ever has been. If I can do that, then why not? Why not succeed All Might? Why not be there for everybody? We're only here right now because All Might can't be there for everyone himself. He may be inhumanly powerful, but he's not omnipotent. And who's to say that I'd do any better of a job at it than him? After a brief moment of silence, Stain nodded. Good. As blasphemous as part of your premise is, it's certainly an admirable one, one befitting a true hero. Stain's gaze narrowed even more, and his bloodthirsty smile returned. That is if you truly are one, he finished with a flick of a knife to the downed native. Izuku flashed yellow and was in front of the knife in less than a second, snatching it out of the air and throwing it back at Stain. Unfortunately, Stain wasn't there any longer, as the attack on native was a distraction to get him away from Iida. Before Stain could gleefully impale the boy with his sword, Izuku flashed a bright orange, and a wall appeared between the murderer and the hero in training. Izuku seized control of the barrier before Stain could make sense of it, and he made it curl around the man before slamming it into the wall of the alley. Quickly returning to Yellow, he grabbed Native and deposited him on the ground next to Iida, and he protectively stood over the two as Stain moved to attack once more. Izuku met his charge head-on and ducked the swipe of his sword before springing onto his hands and mule-kicking Stain in the head before he could turn to face him. Stain weaponized the force of the kick to quickly grab one of his holstered blades and swipe again at Izuku, but the boy twisted in the air to avoid the blade's edge and gave Stain another kick to the head for his troubles, sending the man to the ground. Stain's foot narrowly sailed past Izuku's face in a last-ditch effort to get some offense in. On his way to the ground, and Izuku ignited in an emerald blaze before grabbing Stain's leg and slamming him into the other wall of the alley. Izuku went for a final punch to knock the man out, but he just barely escaped the blow and created space between them. Izuku shook off the fist-sized dent he created in the building, and he caught Stain's eye just in time to see him slide the spikes in his boot and lick his finger. Immediately, Izuku froze, and he collapsed to the ground full of panic. "Sheet!" Izuku growled out as the man slowly meandered past him. "That was a stellar effort, kid," Stain complimented with a keen eye on the boy. "Your instincts and technique are solid, but you were at a major disadvantage in experience. That'll be fixed with time, though, but it won't be enough today. There are countless false heroes around here that are all talk, but you're different," he continued as he stepped toward the down duo at the other end of the alley. "You stuck your neck out to save the lives of these two potentially at the cost of your own, and you didn't prioritize the life of your friend over the life of a stranger. You're worthy of staying alive, unlike these two." Stain leveled his blade at the head of the petrified Iida, and Izuku's heart sank further and further with every second. He slipped up and got nicked. He was stuck and Iida was going to die. Iida was going to die. He couldn't save him. Just as Stain lifted his sword to end the boy, a powerful stream of fire blasted in his direction, forcing him to move out of the way to avoid becoming a human-sized piece of toast. The sight of fire shocked all three paralyzed bodies, but the recognition that came afterward filled Izuku with unbridled glee. "Sorry if I was a little late, Midoriya, but I got here as quickly as I could," came the aloof voice of Izuku's newest friend. "Shoto!" Izuku cheered. "Holy shit, dude. Perfect timing." "You too, Todoroki?" Iida asked in further dismay. His classmates and comrades were involving themselves in his battle, and they would get hurt or worse in the process. "Just sending the location would have been cryptic enough to tell me that something was wrong since you don't do cryptic," Shoto began, "but the message you attached was pretty concise, if only poorly spelled. Iida in trouble, being a dumb send help." Native snorted at the message while still paralyzed on the ground, and even Stain almost cracked a smirk despite himself. Iida, meanwhile, could only silently grumble. Shoto stomped on the ground, and a large ramp of ice developed in front of him. Stain leaped into the air to get away from it, but the real goal was to get Izuku away from the hero killer and slide him back to their position. "Shoto, don't let him cut you," Izuku warned. "He paralyzes his opponents with a taste of their blood. So, he ingests blood to keep them from moving," Shoto confirmed as he readied for battle. "All I've got to do is keep my D-dash." He was interrupted by a blade slicing through the air and cutting him on his left cheekbone. "Much easier said than done," Izuku shouted. "Save the commentary," Shoto shouted back as a wall of ice sprouted up to block Stain's sudden advance. Stain leaped over the ice to lick the cut on Shoto's cheek, but he flared his flames to force Stain to back away. Meanwhile, Izuku began to regain feeling in his limbs. "Just stop it," Iida ground out. "Why are you both doing this? His fight is with me. I inherited my brother's name. I'm the one that should stop him. The hero killer is mine. You're ingenium now? Strange." Shoto remarked a bit sardonically while creating sharp, jagged walls of ice to keep Stain at bay. The ingenium I knew before never had such a hateful, vengeful look about him. Reminds me of myself. Don't block your own field of vision against a superior opponent. Stain scolded, and he threw two blades at Shoto's left arm to prevent him from using his fire. Taking advantage of the momentary lapse, Stain made to impale the prone native, but he was intercepted by a speeding Izuku and dragged across the wall further down the alley. Midoriya! Shoto exclaimed. Izuku grabbed Stain by the scarf and threw him to the ground in line for Shoto to attempt to freeze him with his ice, but the elusive murderer escaped the line of fire just in the nick of time. God damn it, he's too fast, Shoto bitterly grunted. How did you break out of his quirk, anyway? Is there a time limit? I have a few theories, but it's irrelevant for right now, Izuku replied in a crouch beside him. You're right that he's too fast and too slippery. Getting those two out of here unscathed is next to impossible. Not if I provide a distraction for you to go, Shoto proposed. You're fast enough to get them both out to safety while I keep him busy. I'm not leaving you behind, Shoto, Izuku immediately shot down with deadly seriousness. It might just be our only option, Shoto stood firm. Then we'll make another, Izuku stated with finality. If we have to wait it out for his quirk to wear off so that those two can escape on their own power, so be it, but I'm not leaving you to go down alone. If we go down, we're going down as friends. This isn't the time for a demon's speech, Midoriya, Shoto countered, but the faintest smile showed itself on his face. Why are you two doing this? Iida practically bawled. This is my crusade. Don't kill yourselves for my sake. Doing stupid things for the right reasons is the essence of being a hero. Izuku argued to his downed friend. It's what we're all training to be, and I'm for demon sure not going to go back on that when someone I care about is in danger. He glanced up at Shoto. You've lost a lot of blood as it is, so I'm gonna distract him up close while you support me from behind. Sound good? It's pretty risky, but we can do it, Shoto acquiesced. We can protect them. Your dedication to saving lives is appealing, Stain commended in a bittersweet tone. The future may just be in capable hands if the both of you are any indication. But my mission still must be carried out, and those fakes will be purged. Iida could only watch in utter dismay as Izuku went up in yellow flames once again and began bouncing around Stain like a pinball. The boy dodged a symphony of blades in his efforts to keep Stain occupied, but the man would dodge the surprise attacks of Shoto just the same, and the effective stalemate drew on. I can't watch this. Iida nearly sobbed. You want to make your brother proud, Iida? Shoto intensely regarded the inconsolable boy while he blasted the alley with an inferno that Stain still weaseled his way out of. Then stand up and be ingenium. Be the hero he wants you to be. Iida choked back his tears once again. How pathetic. Can I even call myself a hero? My friends are risking their lives to protect me. The tears finally began to fall. Manuel was right. I lost myself in my vengeance and almost lost everything. I refuse. Iida began to stir. I refuse to let my friends suffer for my mistakes. I will do right by them and my brother. Meanwhile, the exhaustion was starting to hit both Izuku and Shoto. Izuku was moving non-stop to keep out of Stain's range, and he couldn't afford to stop for even a moment to let the orange barriers rise because it would leave Shoto exposed should he miss with his ice or fire. Shoto, meanwhile, was pouring his energy into these attacks that mostly ended up being fruitless. He was running out of steam, and he had greatly underestimated just how long it would take help to arrive. When Izuku was just a half step too slow, the butt of a blade slammed into his chest, and he was sent tumbling to the floor and away from Stain. Stain used that moment to make for Shoto, expertly weaving through the ice and fire as if with practiced ease. Izuku scrambled to his feet to chase after him, but Stain had already gotten into Shoto's guard with his sword ready to draw the boy's blood. Recipro burst. All Stain saw was a suit of armor literally blast into his field of vision and slam into him, launching him backward and breaking his sword in the process. Hell yeah, Iida! Izuku cheered as he launched himself over Stain and landed beside his two friends with a breathe. Todoroki Midoriya, this has nothing to do with either of you, and I apologize for all of this, he began. Iida, don't dash, Izuku started but was cut off. No, I'm okay, he assured. I won't let the two of you shed any more blood for me. Stain only scoffed. There's no use trying to pretend you're a hero now. A person's true nature doesn't change in only a few minutes. Genuine question. Have you ever actually given people the chance to change? Izuku cut in. The question seemed to rattle Stain a bit, and he took a moment to collect his thoughts with a scowl. What's the point? Frauds that prioritize their own desires are rotten to the core. They are who they are, and that is immutable. They're the sickness that's infected our society and tarnished the name of heroes. I suppose I can understand that rationale for grown adults, Izuku carefully phrased, but you're condemning a teenager with room to grow and develop to the same sort of judgment. What difference does it make? Stain hotly retorted. A fake in youth is a fake as an adult. The only difference is that the fake can do more damage as an adult. Culling the fake when he's young prevents that damage from happening in the future. But you don't know that. Izuku argued back. You're not Sir Night-Eye, you can't see the future. You don't know how a teenager will end up only with knowledge of where they are currently. I've personally seen the results of teenagers taking long looks at their choices and making changes for the better. People have the capacity to change for the better if you just let them. Stain. Meanwhile, Native, who was still paralyzed in Stain's quirk, was gawking at the scene in bemusement and incredulity, and that only grew when he saw that neither of the other two teens were batting an eye or lifting a finger. What the F is that kid doing? He asked the other two in a semi-hushed tone to avoid drawing the attention of the hero killer, but it was unnecessary since the man's attention was solely focused on Izuku. Why is he arguing philosophy with the FING hero killer? Why haven't you three just left already? He's buying us time to recover, Shoto responded. He knows that a recipro burst like that takes a lot out of Iida's engines, and both he and I are nearing our limits. We were able to grasp that Stain enjoys monologuing, so drawing him into a frivolous debate is his way of letting us regain ourselves and kill time for help to arrive. Just as he finished, a bright yellow blur tackled the two out of the way of several swords, and the three, with Native literally in tow, jumped backward to create more space. I might have agitated him a little bit, Izuku sheepishly admitted. I've entertained this for far too long, the murderer practically seethed. I will slaughter those two fakes and that is final. The hero killer launched himself at the trio with a vicious sort of reckless abandon, and it made him more dangerous while also more predictable. The desperation he was feeling to kill Iida and Native before help arrived was mounting alongside the impotent rage he felt at having his ideals challenged so blatantly by someone he refused to kill. Shoto bathed the alley in fire while freezing Iida's leg to cool down his engines for another go, and Izuku met Stain blow for blow to keep him busy all the while. The mixture of red-hot fire from Shoto and a colorful ignition from Izuku chased Stain up a wall to escape the onslaught. Recipro extend. Iida shouted once his engines were back online, and he rocketed up the wall with Izuku on the other side to pincer the cornered villain. A boosted kick from the armored boy and an iridescent fist wreathed in emerald fire slammed into either side of Stain's face, sandwiching the man between two thunderous blows and ripping consciousness away from him. A well-timed blast of ice from Shoto created a safe slide to the ground for the two boys and an icy prison for the defeated hero killer. The three teens were silent as they looked up at the captured villain. Izuku sidled over to stand in between the two, and he simultaneously offered the two a fist. It was an awkward moment at first, but Shoto quickly met Izuku's fist with his own. Iida, meanwhile, stared down at the offered fist, and he couldn't help but feel unworthy of the boy's friendship. His turmoil must have shown on his face, though, and he soon felt a firm, gloved hand pat him on the back. Iida met Izuku's eyes, and the kind, friendly smile free of any judgment invaded his will and brought his fist to meet Izuku's. We go down as friends, right? Izuku asked. We go down as friends, Shoto answered. To the depths of hell, Iida added. Ms. Joke was not the least bit happy. When she got Izuku's message with his location, she made a mad dash for whatever back alley he may have potentially found trouble in. Then she found herself getting smacked into a building by a hulking monster with scarred, black skin and an exposed brain. That wasn't very fun. Climbing her way out of the wreckage left by the new, stronger Nomu was a task, as she could certainly feel that at least one rib was broken. She got to her feet in time to see Endeavor make it to the scene and incinerate the creature's head, But the situation only marginally improved since there was also a winged Nomo flying around with a hostage. While Endeavor went to take care of the creature, she slipped away from the crowd and hobbled through the alleys of Hosu as best as she could. City on fire or not, she was going to find her in turn. Not only had he truly grown on her, but he was brimming with potential that she wholeheartedly refused to see be wasted by some idealistic lunatic. It took a good bit of time and a fair amount of willpower to fight through the pain of traversing the city on foot with a broken rib, but she eventually found her beloved in turn practically hanging off the shoulders of two other teens, one she immediately recognized as Endeavor's son and the other she slowly recognized as the Iida boy from the sports festival. Then, her gaze traveled to the smiling man next to them, who she remembered to be native. Finally, her gaze landed on the beaten, tied-up form of Is that the hero killer? The eyes of the three teens and native shot up to see a frantic and rightfully apoplectic Ms. Joke storming towards them. More specifically, she was storming toward an incredibly pale Izuku. "Hey, Ms. Joke," Izuku weakly began in an attempt to placate the angry hero. "Don't me beacon," she retorted. "Do you have any idea how worried I was? You up and ran off to go rescue someone from the hero killer himself without help. You could have been killed." Izuku could only shrink at his mentor's scolding since it wasn't at all inaccurate. "Excuse me, Ms. Joke," Native spoke up, gaining the irate woman's attention. "Had he not done so, two people would be dead, myself included. What he did was idiotic, but he definitely saved lives today." Ms. Joke stared at him, then she stared at Izuku's sheepish grin, and then she stared at the bound and defeated hero killer. She sighed, and that was a mistake because it immediately reminded her about her injured ribs. Izuku saw this and quickly made his way over to her. "Ms. Joke, are you okay?" he fretted, and a pink flame bloomed in his hands before he placed them over the area she was clearly favoring. "Here, let me." "I'm okay," she tried to assure, but he wasn't convinced and applied his flames to her regardless. Ran into another one of those Nomu on the way. So much stronger than the first. The mention of Nomu got Todoroki's attention, as the only other Nomu he knew of was the creature from the USJ that All Might fought. Could the League of Villains been behind the attack? Was Stain a part of the League as well? Iida, meanwhile, was staring wide-eyed at Izuku's pink flames. He was casually mending his mentor's ribs with apparently little issue, even though he was already exhausted. He had completely forgotten about his ability to heal. No, he could never request that of him. It's out of line, even for a friend, and there's no guarantee that he even could. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to inquire later on? Look at the pompous dweeb. Tomura cackled at the scene beside Kurogiri from atop a building. And player 2 took him down at that, even better. No idea why Spinner is so obsessed with him. Is it wise to stand so close to the heroes in your condition? Kurogiri asked. We risk being spotted if we're in view, and you're still in no condition to fight. It'll be fine, Tomura assured. You'll have us out of here before anyone that spots us could even get up here. As for my condition... His gaze lingered on Izuku's pink flames, and he seemed to be considering something. Kurogiri silently watched on as the young man cupped his chin and nodded. Well, we do need a healer after all. The two watched the other pros that were fighting the Nomu arrive at the scene, and they began tending to the roughed-up hero brats while Stain was watched like a hawk. Tomura admittedly started to get a little bored, and he was thinking about calling it quits and leaving with the remaining Nomu, but as if it was summoned with the thought, the winged Nomu flew around the corner and into the fray. It attempted to yoink a hostage, but it only succeeded in spilling some of its blood in the area without nabbing anyone. The assembled heroes tensed and ready to battle, and as a result, they took their attention away from Stain. The hero killer capitalized on this and escaped his bench with a knife that he had stashed away, and the little weirdo liked the spilled blood to paralyze the Nomu. What the hell is he doing? Tomura growled as Stain went into another monologue about purging the fakes and degenerate criminals. His eyes widened when Stain killed the Nomu, and he inexplicably turned his gaze up to the two on top of the building. It seems that he is aware of our presence, Kurogiri dryly commented. The hell was your first clue? Tomura snarked. Then, Things became interesting when Endeavor came onto the scene and locked eyes with Stain. The air around the parties on the ground completely changed, and Stain began emanating the most vicious and intense aura that anyone on the street had ever felt. Even the two atop the building were taken by surprise, as the sheer violent presence Stain permeated was only eclipsed by their sensei. A thought occurred to Tomura, and he turned to his misty companion. "How close can you get us without being seen?" Tomura asked more seriously than Kurogyari could remember him ever being. "Close enough to hear them," he answered. "Good," he responded, and the two stepped through a portal that Kurogyari spawned. On the other side, Tomura quickly fished out his phone and started recording Stain's impassioned final stand. "You false heroes. I'll make this right. These streets must run with the blood of hypocrites. I will reclaim that word. Come on. Just try and stop me, you fakes. There are only 3 that I'd let kill me, 3 true heroes. All might is worthy. And so are those too." Tomura lingered on the teens in question for a long moment before ending the recording when Stain finally succumbed to his injuries. "We've got what we needed. Let's go." "What is this for, if I may ask?" Kurogyari questioned when they returned to their place on the roof of the building overlooking the scene. "I'm sending it to Spinner and getting him to make a manifesto out of it," Tomura bitterly answered. "But don't you hate Stain? Why would you intentionally do anything to aid his cause?" Kurogyari asked with clear confusion in his voice. "We attacked Hosu with Nomus while Stain was also in the city," he lowly began. "As much as it FING kills me, people will assume that Stain and the League are allied after tonight. Might as well take advantage of that and create some strong fanatics for our own cause. And if this little display sows discord among Hero Society by giving 2 UA brats the hero killer's own stamp of approval, all the better." "That is surprisingly forward-thinking of you, Tomura," Kurogyari responded. "I'm not an idiot, Kurogyari, no matter how much Sensei seems to think I am," Tomura answered with an unreadable tone. Kurogyari did not respond to that, and the two left through a portal back to the bar. The next morning, the 3 teens were in the hospital and still processing all that had happened. They weren't terribly injured, but the heroes on scene took the precaution anyway, and Izuku didn't really have the energy to heal their injuries after doing what he could for Ms. Joke's ribs. "So, the little rascals are awake," came a voice familiar to Izuku when their door slid open. Standing in the doorway was a nonplussed Manuel in his hero suit and a slightly more joyful Ms. Joke in her own hospital gown. "Ms. Joke," Izuku welcomed with a smile that was gladly returned. "And Manuel too," Iida spoke while wilting slightly under Manuel's blank gaze. "I'm deeply sorry for the trouble I caused you, Dash." "Save it for now," Manuel interrupted. "Someone is here to see the 3 of you." In stepped a giant of a man with the head of a dog in a clean, black suit with a white, spotted tie in the style of a Dalmatian's coat. "This is Hosu's chief of police," Ms. Joke introduced, losing her smile. "Kenji Tsuragami." The 3 teens stood when he was introduced as the police chief, but he waved them off. "So, Woof, you are the UA students who brought down the hero killer?" he asked in a voice that didn't quite fit his stature. "We are," Shoto hesitantly confirmed. "Stain has some severe injuries," the man began in a serious tone. "Severe burns and many broken bones. You 3 did quite the number on him." The man's canine eyes bored into the trio as he went into a lengthy explanation about quirk use laws and the clear lines between licensed quirk use, self-defense, and vigilantism. Izuku wasn't really listening, in all honesty. The whole time, he was having a silent conversation with Ms. Joke. He could tell that she was trying to implore him to say that she authorized him to use his quirk in the defense of the lives of others so that he wouldn't get into any trouble. She was willing to take the full brunt of the punishment for him, but he wouldn't stand for that, and she could tell if the way her eye twitched was any indication. "Hold on a minute." Shoto heatedly spoke up, drawing Izuku and Ms. Joke's attention back onto the discussion at hand. If Iida hadn't stepped in, then Native would have been murdered, and had Midoriya not done the same, then both Iida and Native would be dead. No one else had been able to locate the hero killer while he was in Hosu. "Are you saying that we should have just stood by and watched people die? So, it's okay to break the law as long as it goes your way?" The chief calmly retorted. Manuel was pointedly silent at that. Iida noticed. But sir, isn't it a hero's job to protect people? Shoto argued back. This is why you're not full-fledged pros yet, the chief sighed. I see UA and Endeavor haven't been teaching you nearly enough. What a shame. Shoto practically seethed at the dismissal, and he took an angry step forward. Udimanmu dash. Gonna cut you off right there before you say something that would make Tsu upset, Shoto, Izuku interrupted, and Shoto's eyes went wide before he immediately recomposed himself and sat back down. Izuku turned his gaze back to the chief. If the alternative is lives being lost for the sake of bureaucracy, then I don't think we did anything wrong. I really don't think that's what's going on here. Ms. Joe quickly attempted to interject, but the chief decided to challenge the position. Isn't it? He questioned. Quirk use isn't only regulated situationally for a reason. I could throw your buttes in the pound for this incident. With all due respect, Izuku started, I had the power and ability to save lives, and I did so regardless of the laws. I get that these laws are in place for good reason, but if I could do it all over again, I wouldn't change a thing, and I wouldn't begrudge anyone else for doing the same. That's a really slippery slope, the chief responded. That line of thinking could easily lead to another Destro sprouting up. That, he had to admit, was a good point. Unregulated quirk use was a slippery slope, and it was the foundation of Destro's entire ideology. Still, laws that explicitly prevented unlicensed people from publicly wielding their quirks to defend themselves and others at risk of felony vigilantism charges were very often overly restrictive. However, where would that line even be drawn to determine what is and isn't suitable? It doesn't particularly matter either way. I'm not here to punish you as it is, the chief finally revealed, breaking Izuku from his thoughts. What I said is only the official stance of the police department. Any punishment would only be necessary if this went public. If it did, you'd no doubt be applauded by the populace, but there's no chance of avoiding the consequences of vigilantism. On the other hand, we could say that Endeavor saved the day, and Stain's injuries would be consistent with that, but you wouldn't get any credit. Woof. The large dog man removed his hands from his pockets and held them out like a scale. You can either take the acclaim alongside the punishment, or you can skirt the punishment at the cost of the acclaim. It's up to you. The three teens looked at each other in silent deliberation. It took them all of 5 seconds. Option 2 was the simultaneous answer of the three. Excellent, the chief said with a thumbs up. I'd rather not damage any promising careers over something like this. Iida stepped forward and bowed before Manuel. I'm sorry, sir. You were right about everything. I should have listened. I should have heeded your warning. You're right, you should have, Manuel said with a sigh. You're lucky to even be standing here right now, but I'd be a hypocrite if I begrudged you too badly. Just don't do anything like this again in the future. Allow me, on behalf of the police department, to thank you all for your efforts, the chief finished with a low bow. A vicious killer was apprehended, and it is thanks to you. Any prepared reply was halted when a figure smashed through the window and rolled into the room. What concerned them was that they were on the 5th floor of the hospital. What concerned them even more was that the figure revealed herself to be the rabbit hero, Mirko. You. She pointed at Izuku with a heated glare. You move-stealing sack of shit, I've been looking everywhere for you. That foreboding feeling he had during the sports festival and periodically afterward finally made sense. We're gonna spar since you think you're such hot shit to butcher my moves like that, and you'll get first-hand experience in what they feel like when done properly, she declared and grabbed the frightened teen by his collar, then she leveled a glare at Ms. Joke who had instinctively stepped up to defend him. He your intern? Bring his suit. With no further preamble, she jumped out of the hole she created with the frightened Izuku in her grasp. The remaining occupants, chief of police included, were positively slack-jawed at what they had just seen, and Ms. Joke only sighed in resignation before collecting his costume and leaving. Just then, a giant, reptilian eye peered through the broken window. Sorry about that, the gruff voice of Ryukyu in her dragon form intoned. I didn't expect her to literally bust through the window when she asked for a ride this morning. I'll pay for the damages. Dobby was steaming, more so than usual. A crushed phone laid discarded on the ground and burning a bright blue while the man in question stormed out of the derelict apartment he was squatting in. Stain's endorsement of heroes didn't really matter to him. That wasn't why he was upset. He believed in Stain's mission to destroy hero society and admired his conviction to see it through, but he didn't particularly care for Stain's apparent longing to build a better one in its place. What truly upset him was just who the man was endorsing. It triggered such a violent reaction in him that he annihilated the phone he was using in less than a second. He'd have to steal another one off of a fresh corpse at some point, but that could come later. He needed to blow off some steam for the moment. True heroes? He scoffed. What FING joke? Bad enough for that disingenuous little cumrag to be worthy, but that BSTRD's little masterpiece too? Dobby's flames unconsciously ignited on his body in a huff, and he spat on the ground. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'll kill them both and drag that BSE endeavor to hell with us in one glorious inferno. Dobby stopped when he turned down an alley and spotted a homeless man huddled on a makeshift cot. What specifically drew his attention was the soft, blue light enveloping the man's scraggly face. He dully gazed at the man scrolling through the device with a carefree countenance, as if that moment was one of the few moments in which he could forget the daily rigmarole and just enjoy some peace. Well, it appeared Dobby found a new phone. I gotta hand it to you, Spinner, you did some good work with this, Tomura acknowledged as he and Spinner watched the video that the Gecko Man created upon his friends. Request. The bar was empty as usual aside from Kurogiri occupying his usual spot behind the counter. The purple-haired reptilian grinned. Took me 6 hours in total to make, but I like how it came out. People seem to like it too. I don't even have to keep re-uploading it when it gets taken down anymore because so many others do it themselves. Good, Tomura declared. People are talking about it more than the government would like. The news reported that Endeavor took Stain down, but that's bullshit, and this video paints a different picture, so now millions are questioning it too. This age of suppression that society has existed in is finally coming back to bite them. Spinner smiled. It was nice to see his occasional gaming buddy be passionate about something in his own special way. It was a reprieve from the usual omnicidal nihilism that was rather unhealthy in the Gecko Man's opinion. So, what's the endgame? For right now, we wait, Tomura answered. I've got our broker on the lookout for any competent people looking to join up with something bigger. No more mooks, only mini-bosses. When the league is at full strength, then we'll move on to the next phase of the plan. So, that means, yes, you're officially part of the league. Right on. Can I be an underboss? This isn't the FING Yakuza, Spinner. All for One was listening in on the conversation in delight conflicting with uncertainty. Hearing Tomura clearly plan out his moves and firmly take action outside of his own direction brought a wicked smile to the scarred supervillain. The push he gave the young man had paid off in spades since he seemed to do a 180 from his previous childishness into a man much more befitting of succeeding his empire. However, the suddenness of the change slightly unsettled him. He had been around for 2 centuries, so he was well aware of how easily a house of cards could be knocked down, as he had been the very breeze that knocked plenty of them down in the past. He'd be sure to keep a close watch on his protégé and be there to pick him back up when he inevitably failed. Rikiya Yatsubashi truly enjoyed his office in Daika. The view of the glorious city inhabited by his loyal forces working tirelessly to prepare for their ultimate mission filled him with such indomitable pride. The wide, self-assured smile adorning his mildly wrinkled face only brightened when he received a call from one of his lieutenants out in the field. Turning away from the window, he strode to his desk and reached past the taxidermy of the teal platypus to answer the call. Curious, it's good to hear from you. I assume your mission is going well. I'd like to say so, Grand Commander, but it's unfortunately hitting a few roadblocks, some much more interesting than others. His smile dimmed somewhat. What would those be? Most notably is the hero killer. I'm certain you've heard of the news and videos surrounding him and his capture a few days ago. I have. Well, the official story is that he was apprehended by the number 2 hero, and that satisfied many who elected not to look any further. However, the sort of manifesto that was released after his capture, presumably by a devoted fan of his, included video of his final moments just before being apprehended. How they got that footage when it doesn't seem to exist anywhere else, I'm not exactly sure, but a great deal of focus was placed on our very own person of interest. I'm aware of that much. What kind of stir is this causing? Predictably, the media and police are tight-lipped about that specific detail, only deigning to dissect Stain's philosophy instead. The hornet's nest has already been kicked, though. I contacted a few of our remaining cells around the nation, and the prevailing sentiment is one of discontent. People on the dregs of society have taken note of the discrepancies in reporting and what was actually posted, and many more are feeling emboldened by Stain's tenacity and are seeking to strike it on a bigger stage. The most likely avenue for that would be the League of Villains that Stain was reportedly connected to in some capacity, but many could be swayed to our own cause as well. His countenance became a thoughtful one. That is very interesting indeed. Many people only turn to villainy as an escape due to being outcasts with few options at their disposal thanks to our current society. That discontent can be appropriately weaponized and refocused onto more conducive targets. We could certainly bolster our ranks from this, but I feel the bigger fish to keep an eye on is the League itself. Why is that, Grand Commander? Beside, even with Stain's influence, I fear that they may just end up being a group of hoodlums with no greater goal beyond wanton destruction. However, I have a plan for that. For right now, I'm assuming you already have a plan in place for how this development with the hero killer looks for the rat at UA. I certainly do, and it's already in motion. His grin returned. Excellent. Keep up the good work. We'll make contact again with any major developments. As you command, Redestro. The days since the battle with Stain and his subsequent kidnapping from the hospital were a mixed bag for Izuku. On one hand, he was ripped from safety and moved into days of seemingly non-stop battle with the rabbit hero herself, and Izuku seriously suspected that she just did not know the definition of holding back. Then again, his bones were not completely ground to dust by the end of each battle, so maybe she did? On the other hand, he got to spar with the freaking rabbit hero herself at her own insistence. Mirko was one of his favorite heroes and one of the premier active pros in pure strength and combat prowess. He relished every second that he was thrashed into the ground by the incensed pro, and he took to heart every comment, offhand suggestion, and, mostly, constructive insult she hurled at him along the way. Mirko, likewise, was having fun beating the snot out of Izuku. Not only was she getting it back in blood for him biting one of her techniques on live television, and screwing up the name at that, but he was also taking the punishment and steamrolling ahead like a champ. She would even go as far to say that he was a decent fighter. His technique was solid but could use a little work, and his kicks were woefully dismal in comparison to her own, but he had great instincts and could dodge like nobody's business. Their most recent spar proved incredibly fruitful for the both of them. Battling in one of the Ketsubutsu training grounds that was fashioned to simulate a quarry, the two had all the space they needed to unload the breadth of their power onto each other. Izuku had slowly grown more able to track her movements and read her attacks. Therefore he found himself expending less energy on dodging and instead blocking/deflecting more of her offense than he was initially. It usually came in the form of Izuku tanking her less brutal punches while bathed in green fire, and over the course of the spars they had, he found that doing so greatly improved his durability. Any strikes, usually kicks, that he couldn't safely tank were blocked with his orange barriers, not only helping him consciously draw them out and doing so quickly, but also testing and improving the strength of those barriers once he acted them. It only took a single kick from the rabbit hero to smash through them like glass at first, but with time and added concentration to make them even sturdier, they were able to withstand 2 kicks. For the most part, he used the barriers to momentarily stall her offense while he readied a quick and hard-hitting counter. Ms. Joke, meanwhile, was not having a great time. Her student had effectively been absconded by a rabid battle junkie with a bone to pick with a teenager that imitated one of her ultimate moves. She probably should have been more upset about the situation than she actually was, but the boy was getting some fantastic sparring in with an opponent that could match and exceed him in a safe setting, so she couldn't complain too much. Ryukyu was also kind enough to give them all a lift back to Ketsubutsu to use their training grounds for Mirko's retribution. She managed to escape the Hosu situation with a slap on the wrist given her intern's refusal to pass the buck on to her, which both warmed her heart and annoyed her to no end, but she suspected that her life and the life of her intern were not going to be simple going forward. The way in which the Hero Commission representative who showed up to her apartment was cagey about how the situation would affect Izuku in the future put her on guard, and she had a feeling that she needed to keep an eye out for the boy. There was something going on that she obviously wasn't privy to, and that made her anxious, especially if the Hero Commission was involved in any capacity. Presently, she was presiding over the spar between her student and Japan's current number 6 hero. She felt the ground minutely shake when the two rabid combatants collided fists and launched into a lightning-fast exchange of blows that Mirko quickly got the better of. He bore the brunt of several hard punches to his abdomen before an orange wall appeared to his side in the blink of an eye to block a kick aimed for his ribs. He capitalized with a stiff shot to her nose and tried to press the advantage until she snatched his arm and slammed him onto his back, only he kipped up right afterward just for them to leap into the same song and dance. The gulf in raw strength and experience was readily apparent, but Izuku was doing his very best to keep in the fight, and he wasn't doing a bad job for that matter. Then, Mirko turned up the intensity and really started going at him. The grin she sported was indication enough of her enjoyment, and Ms. Joke could only pray that Izuku didn't develop any kind of battle lust of his own. Mirko's strikes became even more vicious and practically had trails of fire following her fists and feet. Meanwhile, Izuku was starting to struggle mightily to dodge and defend. Any attempt to dart away in a yellow flash was in vain, as Mirko would be right back on him in a matter of moments. Eventually, she caught him with a stiff uppercut to his stomach, and in one swift motion, she pivoted and slammed him to the ground behind her. There was no reprieve to speak of for Izuku because she immediately leaped into the air and prepared an axe kick. "This is how it's done, kid," she shouted with a feral grin, and Izuku felt his breaths become slightly heavier before the area around him erupted into orange. "Luna Arc!" Mirko shouted and shattered through an orange dome with her kick. Then, she smashed through another dome under it. Then a third dome met the same fate. It was after 5 such domes that she finally cut through most of the layers to reach Izuku protected by one last barrier, but her instincts screamed at her to jump, so she did just that and nearly missed the purple spikes that shot out of the remaining dome. "The F-dash?" she called out, and she only received a shrug from Ms. Joke when she looked over to her. The last dome came down, and Izuku was wreathed in a mixture of orange and purple fire. Judging from his face, he was just as surprised as the 2 women in the training grounds with him. "You've never used that color, have you, Beacon?" Ms. Joke asked. "No," he answered, staring at the purple spikes that were slowly shrinking and losing form on his arm. "I hypothesized that I had access to it, but I've never gotten around to figuring out what it did." "Nearly skewered me, you thieving BCD," Mirko grumbled before smirking. "Let's do it again." "Not until we figure out just what it does," Ms. Joke intervened before turning back to Izuku. "Try to play around with it and see what comes out." Izuku nodded and examined the purple flames on his body that had mostly overtaken the orange by that point. He extended his arm and concentrated, and just as before, the purple flames took shape and hardened into spikes. "Holy hell," he remarked. In an attempt to see if he could will them to do anything else, he imagined the tips of the spikes dulling into rounder surfaces, and to his surprise, they did just that. "So you can control what you create," Ms. Joke commented with a thoughtful nod. "How about the range?" Izuku peered down at the rounded spikes, and his thoughts traveled back to what he saw of Shiozaki's vines during the sports festival and the way she was able to easily ensnare and subdue her opponents from a distance. Deciding it was worth a shot, he extended his arm, and the dulled spikes thinned into ropes and shot out of his arm. He kept them going until they reached roughly 20 meters, and his concentration strained enough for his control to slip and the ropes to disperse. "Oh wow!" Ms. Joke marveled, and Izuku was also preening. Izuku summoned the purple vines once again, and they wrapped themselves around his right arm and fashioned into a deep purple sword in his hand. With wide eyes, he slowly held up his left arm, and the purple flames brightened into orange before flattening out into a shield covering his forearm and hand. "A literal sword and shield," Ms. Joke observed with a proud smile. orange for defense and purple for offense, and they function very similarly as far as how I control them, Izuku commented. I don't know what the specific limits of the purple flames are as of yet, but it seems like I can create any object that I could wield or fit onto my arm. I expected something cooler, Mirko shrugged, and then her wicked grin returned with a pound of her fist into her palm. Still though, this has been fun. We'll make this a regular thing so I can WHP your butt into shape. Izuku did not know if he should have felt excitement or fear. He settled on both. At week's end, the mentor-intern duo was standing in front of the gates of Ketsubutsu to see Izuku off from his internship. Ms. Joke waded through the sea of profuse gratitude he offered for taking the time to teach him, and she silenced him with a pat on the shoulder. "You don't need to thank me, Beacon," she kindly assured. "Run-ins with serial killers and serial fighters aside, having you as an intern was a dream. You're gonna do spectacular things as a hero. I'm sure of that." Izuku's smile was blinding, and she met his with a grin and thumbs up before something occurred to her. "Oh, before I forget, some of the kids from the VRP wanted to keep in touch with you, so I gave them your number. Figured you wouldn't mind." "They did?" Izuku asked, a little flummoxed as to why they would want to. "Absolutely," she emphatically confirmed. "You sat down and took the time to actually listen to them and be there for them. That's, unfortunately, pretty rare out in the real world." Izuku was visibly perturbed upon hearing that, and he nodded with an expression that was probably more serious than necessary. "That'll change then. I'll make sure of it. I won't fail them." Ms. Joke couldn't fight the snort that left her, and she amusedly shook her head. "So serious when it comes to helping people. Hold on to that passion. The world needs more of it." "I will," he promised before setting off in the direction of the nearest train station. Ms. Joke watched him leave with a bright smile, but that smile slowly diminished as he drew further away, and a frown took form in its place. When she initially texted Aizawa about the situation, everything from the Stain debacle to Mirko potentially stealing his student for Spars Inn, the future, he responded in no time flat that Nizu would be made aware. That response did nothing to calm the restlessness she felt in her gut, as it would likely only draw her into Nizu's Cold War with the HPSC. With a sigh, she turned around to head back through her school's gates. She didn't like what was potentially on the horizon. However, she'd be ready for whatever came. The HPSC had been an unfortunate fixture in hero society for a long time, and she'd be lying if she said that society didn't rely on the Commission's existence way more than it probably should. If they truly had Izuku Midoriya in their sights, then the likelihood that Nizu would plunge the nation into chaos in order to protect him was non-zero. She knew which side she was on if that happened. Izuku leaned back into his seat on the train with a frown. He hadn't spent a ton of time online since returning to Ketsubutsu after the encounter with Stain, so he didn't see much of the news coverage of the event. He had taken the chief at his word that Endeavor was credited with Stain's capture. So, understandably, the text he received from Yui was more than a little concerning. "When were you going to tell me that you fought the hero killer, and why the hell did you fight the hero killer?" Izuku stared at that message for 5 minutes, and in that time, a few more texts came from some of his classmates. The fact that she was asking that question meant that she knew he was in Hosu with Stain, so she already somehow knew more than what was officially reported. "How did you find out about that?" "Stain himself said that you and Todoroki were worthy. It's become a whole thing." Yui proceeded to send him a deluge of memes centered around himself and Shoto, some even calling them the worthy duo and Stain's chosen ones. Izuku didn't know how to feel about his near-death experience being memed, but he supposed it was just par for the course of being a hero. "So, please explain." "Let me preface this by saying that I did not go with the intent of fighting. My friend's brother was attacked and crippled by the hero killer, and he went after him to get revenge. I wasn't going to let him die a stupid, gruesome death, so I hunted them down myself. One of the greatest human beings I've ever met once told me that doing stupid things for the right reasons was the essence of being a hero, and it's a philosophy I've abided by since then. That wasn't an endorsement to throw yourself into harm's way at every opportunity. I didn't have many options at my disposal, but I'd do it all over again if given the opportunity. I'd do the same for you too. You're a piece of shit, you know that?" It is impossible to stay mad at you. And you love me for it. Shut up. I'm glad you're okay. Smiley face. That wasn't the only conversation of that nature he would have that day. Many of his classmates bombarded him with questions and concerns about his encounter with Stain, several of whom sent him the twisted manifesto that was posted shortly after Stain's arrest. The video certainly disturbed him, if only for how easily anyone could have gone down a similar route as Stain if they were in his position. Plenty of people become disillusioned with hero society, and many of them turned to crime and villainy. It just happened to be the case that most of those people weren't as dangerous as Stain, but that wasn't the case all of the time. He idly wondered how Shoto was dealing with it all. Endeavor and his youngest son quietly approached their considerably large home after Shoto's internship had officially concluded. They didn't speak much on the ride back from the Flame Heroes agency, and since Endeavor was present for Stain's declaration and was already privy to their battle prior to that, he hadn't asked many questions beyond assuring that his son never went out on his own to apprehend a dangerous criminal again. The Todoroki duo was surprised to see a man in a crisp, black suit waiting for them at their front door with a black briefcase in hand, though. The man was clean-shaven, his dark gray hair was neatly combed back, and he had a frigid air about him. Shoto did not recognize the man, but Endeavor's eyes narrowed dangerously when he set his sights upon him. Junji Mishima, Endeavor addressed suspiciously evenly in his son's opinion. I thought everything regarding Stain was squared away with the HPSC. Ah, the commission. Shoto's eyes narrowed as well, although his eyes narrowed for different reasons. The commission was notorious for encouraging people to stop asking questions about his home life whenever concerns about himself, his siblings, and his mother came up in the past. In Shoto's opinion, the League of Villains and the HPSC were lateral entities. Good evening to you too, Mr. Todoroki, the now-named Mishima spoke in a clipped tone. The initial issue was indeed handled, however, certain developments have complicated matters. Shoto did not like the way the man's cold gaze lingered on him towards the end of his sentence one bit. Apparently, his father did not either. We will continue this discussion in my office. Endeavor firmly interposed, ending whatever line of thought that action was drumming up. You're dismissed, Shoto. The teen did not need to be told twice to vacate the area and head to his room post-haste. The first thing Izuku noticed when he walked through 1A's door with school back in session was that Bakugo looked haggard and paranoid. He cautiously approached the boy, and Bakugo's head snapped to look at him after only taking a few steps in his direction. Izuku was more than a little uneasy at the boy's wild stare, and he was about to awkwardly shuffle to his seat before the blonde finally spoke. How the hell did you survive 10 years with that devil? The two locked eyes, and in that singular moment, mutual understanding washed over them. They felt like they were really seeing each other for the first time in their lives. Izuku reached out and placed his hand on Bakugo's shoulder. Did you survive the dodge training? Izuku asked. I didn't have a choice, Bakugo muttered with a haunted expression. Every time she got me, she'd substitute whatever she was throwing with something harder or sharper for added incentive. She always got me. Izuku gave him an understanding nod. Look at it this way, your situational awareness is probably impeccable now, although it is also possible that you'll just be really paranoid for the rest of your life. I can't really make a determination on that one just yet. Midoriya? Yaoyorozu hesitantly questioned from her desk. Is that an ankle monitor? Huh, he absent-mindedly responded before the question caught up with him, and he looked to his feet. Oh yeah, after the whole thing with Stain, my mom put this on me to ensure I didn't wander into trouble again. The mention of Stain captured his classmates' attention, and they crowded around him, Shoto, and Iida to continue the third degree that had begun in the days prior. I can't believe you guys actually fought the hero killer. I'm just glad you all made it out alive, seriously? Why was Endeavor credited with his capture? Of all the questions that flew at the three, that one caught Izuku's interest. He turned to the person who asked, and he saw his tailed classmate, Ojiro, patiently waiting for an answer. I imagine that 3 hero students taking down a serial killer that had previously defeated dozens of licensed pros would hurt morale more than it would help it, Izuku replied, and the boy nodded in acceptance. And the whole unlicensed quirk use thing, Ochako supplied beside him. Oh, Ochako, how was in turning out in the sticks with the wild pussycats? Izuku asked. Ochako faced him with the blankiest expression he had ever seen on her. I'm about 60% certain that Pixie Bob is a predator. Not a soul in the classroom could think up a proper response to that, and the resulting silence remained until their homeroom teacher finally entered the room. The day went on as normal, with the only real notable events being Bakugo's explosive reintroduction into heroics classes and the shitstorm that occurred in the locker room afterward. Hey, Midoriya. Mineta called to him as everyone was changing out of their costumes and back into their uniforms. You won't believe the jackpot I just found. Someone Shawshanked a hole in this wall. A previous generation has given us a gift. It took Izuku a few seconds to grasp why Mineta was so excited about the prospect of a hole in the wall, but some of the other guys were much quicker on the uptake. Don't even think about it. Iida commanded with his signature chops. Peeping on them like that would be criminal. Quite literally, Shoji muttered from the other side of the room. The short boy seemed to hesitate for a moment at that statement, but he regained his nerve and pressed on. Come on. Aren't any of you even the slightest bit interested? Midoriya, don't you ever think about our obscenely appealing classmates? Not particularly, no, Izuku dryly answered. Well, you'll have to lock me in solitary confinement for taking this plunge alone. Mineta declared, but Iida slid his hand over the hole before he could attempt to peep through it. Absolutely not. This is not behavior becoming of a hero dash. Iida's rant stopped in its tracks when an earphone jack stabbed through his hand from the peephole, and his eyes, alongside everyone else's, went wide. Holy shit! Several of the boys collectively reacted, and Iida swiftly removed his hand from the wall as the jack retreated back through the hole, no doubt to an absolutely mortified Jiro. Izuku sprung into action and grabbed the punctured hand, lighting up in pink and bathing his friend's hand in the healing fire while the peephole was quickly filled by a foamy substance from the other side. Within seconds, the wound closed up, and Iida's hand was completely fine. Dude, your quirk is so busted, Siro commented in awe. You don't know the half of it, Izuku sighed. Iida, meanwhile, was stock still when he saw the pink flames and how they completely reversed the damage on his hand. It sent him back to his earlier thoughts about his brother's condition and if he should ask Izuku for help. So wrapped up in his thoughts was he that he completely missed Mineta being manhandled by the others and hogtied with tape over a bonfire Shoto created. Mineta, Izuku began with a light application of blue flames to get the boys' undivided fear and attention, unknowingly drawing the attention of the dark, otherworldly entity that decided to watch along. Remember what I said at the USJ? I helped you at the entrance exam. Do not make me regret that. That kid scares me, Dark Shadow muttered to Tokoyami when they briefly poked their head out to watch the unfolding mess. The kindest souls often have the darkest rage, Tokoyami nodded. The hell does that even mean? Dark Shadow replied in exasperation. Upon the conclusion of the school day, Izuku was planning to find his mom and plead with her to remove the ankle monitor when he was stopped by a firm hand on his shoulder. Midoriya, do you have a moment? Asked a trepidatious Iida. Sure, he kindly replied. What's up? Iida hesitated and Izuku could clearly see on the taller boy's face that he was warring internally with whatever was on his mind. He remained silent and allowed his friend to collect himself and gather his nerve. Your quirk, Iida began. You can heal with one aspect of it, correct? Yes, Izuku carefully confirmed. What sort of injuries have you healed in the past? Iida asked. You want me to heal your brother? It was a statement rather than a question. Iida's eyes widened and he sputtered. Iida struggled until he slumped in defeat. Can you? Izuku did not immediately respond, instead cupping his chin and looking downward. Iida, justifiably emotional, interpreted this as hesitation to accept, and he hurriedly attempted damage control. Forgive me for even proposing such a selfish request. I shouldn't have asked that of you. You have no obligation to do anything at all for me after risking your life to save me dash. Probably. Iida stopped talking and looked intently at the shorter boy. What? Probably yeah, Izuku continued with a nod. It may take a lot out of me, but, provided I have a rough idea of what injuries I'm healing in the first place, I'll do what I can. I'll probably need to have a big meal beforehand, but if I'm just reconnecting a spine by the severed discs and mending the associated nerves, then checking for and handling any grievous bruising left behind from the attack, it shouldn't be too complicated. Not as complex as fixing All Might would be dash. Izuku clamped his mouth shut when he realized that he was rambling and nearly revealed All Might's secret to Iida. Fortunately, the boy in question had completely missed everything after Izuku confirmed that he could help his brother. You can help Tensei? Iida spoke in a near whisper as his emotions were beginning to get the better of him. I don't want to make you any promises, but I'll do whatever I can, Izuku answered with a nod. Iida's tears were free-flowing, and he practically fell to the ground in a bow to Izuku with his forehead pressed against the floor. Thank you so much, Midoriya. I am forever in your debt. No need to bow, I'm just doing what friends do, Izuku bashfully tried to deflect. Iida shakily nodded and returned to his feet. We can wait until after finals. I don't want to interrupt your preparations for the exams. No, if we put this off until after finals, it will literally be the only thing you'll think about, Izuku argued, and Iida had to concede the point. We'll get this done this week so that you aren't distracted. Iida did not think that he could become any more joyful, but that comment deftly proved him wrong and sent him over the moon. Before he could launch into another barrage of gratitude, a loud, familiar laugh echoed from around the corner. Young Midoriya. All Might boomed as he approached the teens. Can we talk? Oh, Izuku stuttered and looked to Iida, and the boy quickly nodded and bid them farewell. Sure. Izuku followed the massive man into one of the teachers' lounges, and All Might deflated back into Toshinori before motioning for the boy to sit. I guess whatever it is must be important if we needed the privacy. Izuku ventured on the couch across from the gaunt man, but Toshinori merely chuckled and shook his head. Not really, he denied. I just didn't feel like blowing up for it. Oh well, what's up? I was invited to the upcoming I-Expo and wondered if you wanted to tag along. Izuku's eyes practically shot out of his skull. Seriously? The I-Expo? On I-Island? The very same, Toshinori confirmed with a soft laugh at the boy's antics. I'd be honored. I-Island is where the world's most brilliant minds converge for quirk research and support item development. It's like a quirk scientist's wet dream. He speedily went on before his near mutter. Spree halted, and he turned a curious eye to the skinny man. Why me? Don't get me wrong, I'm honored and would love to go, but I'd assume you have other choices to take with you before me. Toshinori looked away from the teen and tugged his collar. Well, funny story about that. I had a dream recently where Sensei was throttling me and ordering me to bond with her grandson. Izuku tried to hold back his laughter at the man's plight, but he failed, and the man sighed in defeat. I wouldn't be surprised if she's been cooking up a way to enter the physical realm, Toshinori joked. Well, we can ask her, Izuku offered. Toshinori looked at him quizzically until the teen's hand lit up in blue, and Izuku slowly pushed it toward the man. Izuku watched as a large, muscly hand in a black sleeve reached out of Toshinori until a yellow glove smacked the hand, and it retreated. Izuku reached for the gloved hand, and when they grabbed onto each other, the ethereal form of Nana that was only visible to Izuku slowly pulled herself from Toshinori. Something within him compelled him to intensify the flames, and when he did, Nana's gloved hand became much more vibrant, and Toshinori gasped. The man watched a painfully familiar glove manifest in the teen's hand, followed by the muscled arm, white cape, and long, black hair of his sensei. Holy hell, it worked, she exclaimed, and she slowly craned her head to look back at her former protege. Toshi! Sensei! The man whispered in utter shock. Meanwhile, Izuku was as white as a ghost and sweating bullets. He was trying to keep calm, but the frigid presence breathing down his neck and haunting whispers in his ear were making it very difficult for him. Nana's tearful half-embrace with Toshinori was interrupted when the grip on her hand became vice-like, and she turned to Izuku only to go pale herself. Hovering menacingly behind him was the horrifying visage of death itself in the form of a grinning, heterochromatic cat. Seeing the state her grandson was in, she turned back to Toshinori to confirm that he was seeing it too, but he looked at her and the boy in confusion. "We'll have to cut this short," she hastily decided. "Bond with him or I'll spawn Sorahiko in your dreams for the rest of your life." With that, she pried her hand away from Izuku's and faded back into One for All. In an instant, the deathly presence vanished and Izuku collapsed onto the couch. "Young Midoriya," he reached for the boy in concern. "What happened?" Izuku started with a shiver. "Quirk stuff? I'll take that invitation." "Well, I actually have 2+1s, Toshinori chuckled. "Perks of being the #1 hero, I guess. You can ask your mother if she wants to come along as well." "I'll ask, but she doesn't really like fly dash." The door swung open before he could finish, and the woman herself stepped into the room with narrowed eyes. "There you are," she hissed and stormed over to him to grab his ear and drag him out of the room. "You know better than to think you can hide from me. It's straight home after school, mister." Ow. "Okay." Izuku pleaded. "Can you please just take off the ankle monitor?" "Not until finals are over," she denied. Redestro sighed the long day away at his desk as he finished the last bit of Detnerat paperwork. He was ready and willing to invest in the development of a machine that would automatically file paperwork for the user. He just needed to find a new name for it. According to Trumpet, Paperworkinator wasn't a good name. "Grand Commander, Kusari has reached your office as requested," a nasally voice announced through a speaker at his desk. "Excellent. Thank you, Skeptic," he replied. "Permission to speak freely, sir?" Skeptic requested. "Of course. Why did you place Geaton in charge of so many of the indoctrination centers? You know how he is with his social Darwinism. It's no wonder they were discovered and shut down so soon." "I ask myself the same question," Redestro sighed. "At least the rest of you are doing fine work in spreading our influence and maintaining our army." "Indeed, sir. What do you require of someone of Kusari's rank, if I may ask?" "I need his touch for an important task, something Geaton would be much too heavy-handed for." When a knock came from the other side of the door, Redestro welcomed the new arrival inside and stood behind his desk with an easy smile. The man who casually meandered inside was tall, though not as tall as Redestro, and he was much younger, being in his mid-20s. The lanky man had straight, red hair that hung down to his chin, the bangs of which fell over his face to somewhat obscure his violet eyes that lazily took in his commander. He was wearing a large, dark red leather jacket with a black hood and equally black breeds and shoes. "Nagato Terumi, codename Kusari," Redestro smoothly began. "One of my most trusted enforcers behind Geaton." "At your service," Kusari lazily drawled, though he was inwardly perplexed by the grandiose introduction. "I have a very crucial mission for you," Redestro answered the unasked question, and Kusari's demeanor instantly transformed. His posture straightened, and his eyes focused into the piercing pinpricks the Grand Commander was familiar with. Redestro knew better than to be fooled by his subordinate's generally easygoing, laissez-faire attitude. Behind the lackadaisical facade was a sharply analytical mind with an equally deadly quirk to match, as well as the skills to use it with fatal efficiency. His jacket wasn't red purely because he liked the color, after all. The young man silently stood before his leader and awaited the details of his mission, and Redestro's smile deepened into a dangerous one. "How would you feel about infiltrating the League of Villains?" The atmosphere outside of Recovery Girl's office in the evening later that week was tense. Izuku had gone in with Tensei and Recovery Girl to perform the procedure 20 minutes prior, and the assortment of adults and one teenager awaited any updates whatsoever. On one side sat Iida and his parents near the nurse's door, waiting with bated breath for the procedure to end. Across from them were the stressed but hopeful trio of Eraserhead, Present Mike, and Midnight, all there in support of their friend, comrade-in-arms, and former classmate. Tensei's attempts to put them all at ease by popping several wheelies in his wheelchair and blasting down the hall with his quirk before Izuku arrived helped for a brief moment, but the worry inevitably crept back onto them. Off to the side stood Inko and Principal Nizu, both silent as well and concerned for slightly different reasons. Inko was concerned for her son since she knew how energy-intensive fixing significant injuries would be for him. She was glad that Recovery Girl was in there with them to oversee the procedure and monitor the progress of the older Iida's spine while shoveling energy-rich gummies into Izuku as needed. Nizu, meanwhile, was concerned for a myriad of reasons. The procedure on Tensei was chief among them, but he was also thinking about the fallout of Stain's declaration and what it could mean for his students, as well as the moves that the HPSC was starting to make in response. He sincerely hoped that Izuku was successful in healing Tensei's spine for the sake of bringing some amount of good news to the fold. He'd have to figure out a way to explain away Ingenium's miraculous recovery to the press, though. The door to Recovery Girl's office swung open, and everyone's breath hitched. Tensei slowly rolled himself out of the room in his wheelchair with a blank, unreadable expression. He met the eyes of each of the people in attendance and said nothing before closing his eyes and sighing heavily. The mood in the hall became completely crestfallen at the gesture, and his brother clamped down onto the hands of his parents. Then, a sly smirk appeared onto his face before he slowly moved his legs onto the ground and stepped out of his chair and onto his feet to the shock of everyone present. "Ingenium is back, beaches," he cheered. Just like that, the tension was cut through like butter by a hot knife, and he was quickly surrounded by his crying family on all sides. "As tactless as ever, elder brother," the youngest Iida present remarked through his tears. "Well, it seems I'll need a new hero name now that you've taken the actual mantle of Ingenium," Tensei joked to his younger brother. "No," he vehemently shook his head in response. "I cannot accept the title. I'm not yet worthy of bearing that name." "HM? Are you sure?" Tensei questioned. "Yes, I am sure," he emphatically confirmed. "Ingenium symbolizes a true heroic heart and a paragon of justice for all. I have not lived up to that as of yet, so I cannot accept that name. I must carve my own path to being the hero that you believe I can be." Tensei silently considered his words before shrugging in acceptance. The present teachers then stepped forward to greet their friend. "Let me know whatever you decide. Just make sure it's appropriate," Midnight assured the younger Iida brother with a warm smile. As the group gathered and Tensei gave hugs all around, a pale Izuku stumbled out of the room assisted by Recovery Girl, and he fell into the waiting arms of his mother. She softly ran her hand through his hair, and he leaned into her touch with a contented sigh. "Damage was a lot worse than I expected," Izuku muttered to his mother. "Had Stain been a touch more reckless, Ingenium would be dead." "Well, he isn't," Inko assured, "and now, he can walk again thanks to you." "Yeah, I suppose," Izuku yawned, drawing the attention of the Iida family. The barrage of gratitude he received from all four of them zoomed right past him until his friend tearfully clutched his hand between his own. "I owe you my life, Midoriya," Tenya choked out. "Don't worry about it," Izuku replied before lazily reaching into his pocket and handing him a small slip of paper. Tenya took it and curiously inspected it as the others looked over his shoulder to read what was written, including the teachers with Nizu inexplicably nestled in Aizawa's scarf. "You owe me one race," Tensei read and looked to the debatably conscious teenager. "And I'll dust both your buttes too," Izuku slurred, receiving 3 sets of snickers from the human educators and a light smack to the head from his mother. That night, a quiet, dimly lit street of a residential area was met with the soft footsteps of a blonde girl in a traditional schoolgirl outfit. Her blushed face was pensive, and in her hand was a grocery bag with a singular item inside. The girl steadily walked toward an alley that she knew very well, and she stopped at the entrance to the dark space between houses. "Stainy says you're worthy," she muttered to no one in particular before looking down at the grocery bag for a lengthy moment, and then she tossed the bag into the empty alley. "We'll see." Then, practically on a dime, her demeanor flipped and a wide smile took form before she bubbly skipped away into the darkness. The lead up to their final exams was a mixed bag for Class 1A. For those near the bottom of the class rankings, such as Ishido and Kaminari, it was a tumultuous nightmare with direct implications on their eligibility for summer training camp. For those near the top of the rankings, such as Izuku, Shoto, and Yaoyorozu, it was business as usual, although Yaoyorozu was admittedly dreading the practical exam. Ultimately, though, everyone was on a mission to prepare as best as they could for the written and practical tests in order to be allowed passage to the training camp. Izuku wasn't particularly worried about the exams. Provided the written portion wasn't designed by Nizu himself specifically to mess with him, he was confident in his ability to ace it. The practical would likely be more challenging, but he didn't anticipate anything that he wouldn't be able to handle, especially after the circus that had been their semester. Many of his classmates, on the other hand, did not share his confidence. "I'm a little worried about the practical," Toru lamented at their lunch table. "Aizawa won't tell us much about what to expect, just that it's comprehensive. That could mean robots, rescue training, or actual combat against other people," Sue added next to her while picking at her food. "Or some combination of all of them." "Did your mom give you information about the exams?" Ochako asked the absent-mindedly eating Izuku across from her. "Nah, she was pretty tight-lipped about it when I floated the topic," he shrugged, much to her dismay. He paused with his chopsticks and put the soba noodles back into his dish before looking up. "Completely off topic, but how does your invisibility work, Toru? Does all light pass through you as if you weren't actually there, and how do you see if that's the case?" Toru acknowledged before the question caught up with her, and she put her chopsticks down. "Oh, light doesn't just pass through me entirely. Otherwise, I'd be blind, like you said. I just refract almost all of the light I come into contact with at any given moment. The amount that I don't refract is so negligible that I'm pretty much invisible to anything short of heat sensors and black lights. My own eyes are immune to it, though. I can see myself below the neck, I just don't show up in mirrors or on camera." "That small fraction of light that you don't refract," Izuku began, now completely invested in the conversation upon learning about the intricacies of a quirk. "Is it a fixed percentage, or does it change?" "It can fluctuate," she answered. "Under very specific conditions and at very specific angles, I am visible to the average naked eye. That rarely ever happens though. And beyond that, you'd only be detected with an infrared or UV sensor since you don't refract those parts of the electromagnetic spectrum," Izuku concluded, and Tsu, Ochako, and Iida also found themselves invested in the conversation. Shoto, meanwhile, continued eating away at his bowl of katsudon. "Pretty much, yeah," Toru confirmed with an unseen nod. "Fascinating," Izuku remarked while scribbling away in his notebook that the 5 other occupants of the table were absolutely certain was not there mere moments prior. "If you can see yourself but don't show up in the mirror, what do you do with your hair?" Ochako posed to her invisible friend. "Who says I have any?" Toru posed in return with a glimmer of mirth in her tone. "I could tell you that I inherited the physical traits of my dad's chameleon mutation, and you'd never actually know if I'm lying or not." "That's fair," Ochako conceded. "So, your father has a chameleon mutation. What about your mother?" Iida chimed in. "She's bioluminescent, but she can turn hers on and off, unlike me," she answered. "Her dad could also go invisible, but he could only do it for minutes at a time. I guess I inherited a permanent version from him, I don't really know. Quirks are weird." Understatement of the year. Izuku chuckled before ducking his head out of the way of an errant elbow from a student walking behind him. "Oh, sorry," came the decidedly unapologetic drawl of Nito Monoma. "Your head's so big that it's hard to miss." "No worries, I've got nothing against the visually impaired," Izuku assured in a manner that the others seated couldn't accurately determine the inacuity of. Monoma's eye lightly twitched at the perceived jab as well as the light snort from the seated Todoroki. "You 3 encountered the hero killer," he stated with little fanfare, and the silence and newfound attention he received from 2 of the 3 boys in question caused his haughty smirk to return. "Class 1A really isn't content with not being the center of attention? You do realize that you're not actually in the spotlight because people think you're competent heroes, or because you're worthy, or anything that absurd, right?" Now he had the full attention of 5/6 of the table, and the sight of Ochako glowering at him only served to embolden him. "The reality is that you all are damsels in distress that keep wandering into trouble, so here's a little food for thought. What happens when the rest of us are caught up in the messes you all create and we become unwilling victims to whatever horrible villains you decide to rain down upon us?" Monoma, so wrapped up in his rant, did not notice Kendo stomping up to him with the intent of knocking him out for antagonizing the other class. However, before she could touch him, her wrist was wrapped up in soft, purple rope-like flame, and she followed it in surprise to Izuku casually extending it from his index finger. Monoma was taken out of his rant when he realized what had happened, and he looked back and forth between his bewildered classmate behind him and the seemingly unbothered Izuku in his seat. "I didn't even," Monoma quietly began, but Izuku cut him off. "You didn't notice, and that's exactly the problem, isn't it?" Izuku casually remarked from his seat as he killed the flame. "I'm right in front of you, you're looking right at me, and I still managed to catch you by surprise. That's not even to mention the fact that you didn't notice Kendo's approach at all." Monoma's look of surprise transformed into a sneer, and Izuku sighed before giving the boy a pointed glare. "If and when the day comes where we drag you all into our mess, then the hope would be that you guys can handle yourselves just as well as us. If you are really as good as you claim yourself to be, and if the perceived gulf between 1A and 1B is as overblown as you claim it is, then you shouldn't have much trouble surviving the same near-death experiences that we all did, right?" "Move it, Monoma," Kendo growled. "You've been enough of an a-hole for the year already after that display." Monoma only scoffed and walked away from the table, and Kendo sighed. "Sorry about him again," she genuinely offered. "He's been really deep into his 1B superiority shtick since internships ended." "It's all good," Izuku waved it off. "Finals are on us and tensions will inevitably run high." "Speaking of finals, I heard from one of my friends who's a third year that it'll be combat against robots like the entrance exam," Kendo revealed. "Seriously?" Ochako asked, and Tsu, Toru, and Iida were just as surprised at the coveted info. "It's only what I heard, but it's better than going in blind," Kendo shrugged. Izuku wasn't entirely convinced. Fighting more robots would be much too simple, and it wouldn't really test them on anything beyond their destructive capabilities, which the entrance exam and sports festival both already tested. He suspected that Principal Nizu had something else in mind for them, but it was ultimately pointless to speculate. They'd find out when they found out. It was then that Shoto brought his attention away from his meal, and he turned to look at Izuku. "I think I like katsudon almost as much as soba." "Really?" Izuku asked with a bright smile. "Glad to have another enlightened soul in this world." Shoto nodded, and he looked to Izuku's soba. "How was yours?" "Definitely in my top 3, Izuku confirmed, and Shoto gave his friend a small smile. The 3 days of written exams came and went, and, ready or not, the practical exam was finally upon them. Class 1A stood before the teachers of UA in their costumes, and they were mostly psyched up for whatever was to come. "Now then, let's begin the last test," Aizawa instructed to the assembled students, and only Izuku noticed that his scarf was more bulbous than usual. "Keep in mind that you can, in fact, fail this final if you make any stupid mistakes. Your attendance at training camp depends on this." Aizawa fixed them all with a firm glare. "Now, I expect that you all have tried to gather information about what you'll be facing today, but curb your expectations because they're most likely inaccurate." The bulge in his scarf moved, and out popped their principal. "This year's test will have a new focus, hero work, of course, but also teamwork, critical thinking, and combat against actual humans. You all will be working together in pairs against one of our esteemed UA teachers." That caught the class completely by surprise. Not only were robots not on the menu, but they'd be facing their very own instructors who were actual pro heroes with loads of actual experience. Those who were previously eased into a robot-induced false sense of security were swiftly snatched out of it, and it only heightened when Aizawa revealed that their partners and opponents had already been selected for them. "First up, Midoriya will be paired with Bakugo," Aizawa announced, and Izuku's eyes widened a fraction whereas Bakugo didn't quite know how to feel. "Your opponent." Aizawa trailed off, and a loud, boisterous laughter erupted from above the building they were all standing in front of. "I am here!" All Might shouted as he vaulted over the building and landed in front of the shocked students. Izuku and Bakugo had very different reactions to the prospect of battling the number 1 hero. Bakugo was grinning madly at the idea of doing direct battle with the greatest hero of all time and proving himself once and for all. Izuku, meanwhile, was both unnerved that arguably the most powerful man alive would be attacking them and somewhat excited to be able to cut loose against an opponent that could most certainly take it. Sitting at her desk in an office at Ketsubutsu, Ms. Joke was nearing the end of grading her students' final exams. Suddenly, her hand froze in the middle of a question, and her eye began to twitch. "I'm gonna skin that bunny for corrupting my intern. To introduce your opponent." All Might finished with his signature grin. Just like that, Bakugo's own grin vanished and irritation took over. Izuku, while a mixture of relieved and mildly disappointed, looked on curiously for who their opponent would actually be. He took stock of the assembled teachers, and just about everyone short of Recovery Girl was present. It wouldn't make sense for All Might to show up just to introduce someone who was already standing there and could have just introduced themselves, and he doubted that they would fight Recovery Girl. That only left. Oh no. On cue, as if Matatabi was playing a cruel prank on him, a slender form in a black unitard stepped out from the shadows and around All Might. The dark green boots, utility belt, gloves, and hair came into view, and one thought simultaneously ran through the heads of both boys. Sheet. "That would be me," Verdant announced to the pale duo of Izuku and Bakugo. "Come on, can we get All Might instead?" Izuku almost pleaded to his homeroom teacher. "No," he succinctly denied with a smirk. "Think of this as the conclusion to your training," Verdant offered to Izuku with a smile that was neither warm nor comforting. "You've been on excursion since the entrance exam. Show me what you've learned." Then she turned to Bakugo, and the smile became even more dangerous. "And you, let's see if you've learned anything at all since the start of the year." "You'll all have 30 minutes to complete the exam," Nizu explained. "Your objective is to lock one of these pairs of HNDCFFS onto your adversary or escape from the combat zone entirely. This exam will be very similar to a real battle scenario," All Might continued. "You must think of your teachers as real villains, or else you will be crushed. But, in an ordinary situation, the experience gap would be too much to surmount, so we called on our support department to WHP us up an equalizer in the form of ultra-compressed weights. You think we need a handicap in order to beat you?" An offended Bakugo growled. Verdant only smirked and got right into Bakugo's face. "Yeah, you do. Got a problem with that? Prove us wrong." The blonde practically snarled, but quickly paused and took a breath to calm himself. He sent a smoldering glare back at the retired pro. "Demon right, I will. The tests will take place simultaneously, so here are each of your stages." Aizawa spoke up with a stack of papers for the 10 teams. "The designated training grounds shouldn't be hard for you all to find, but for those of you with off-campus stages like the USJ, buses are already prepared. Don't waste time." With that informal dismissal, the paired students scrambled away towards their designated stages. Verdant shot the two a final look before walking away. "Don't keep me waiting," she called out to the two as she departed. Izuku and Bakugo stared after her retreating form, and they briefly shared a look before Bakugo huffed and walked away towards their exam stage. Izuku noted that the blonde looked like he wanted to say something, but he put it out of his mind for the coming exam. It certainly wasn't going to be as easy as he expected. Shoto, meanwhile, stared at the retreating duo of Izuku and Bakugo. He had only briefly seen Verdant in action at the USJ, and he figured that even with the destructive power both boys possessed, they probably had their work cut out for them. Stain showed them all that one doesn't necessarily need excessive firepower to be dangerous. He turned to his partner for the exam, Yaoyorozu, and he noticed that she looked rather uneasy. "Is something wrong?" Shoto seemingly surprised the girl with the question since she quickly shot up straight. "Oh no, everything's fine," she shakily tried to assure, but even she doubted that she sounded very convincing. Shoto blankly observed the girl for a lengthy moment, and she began to lightly fidget under his two-tone scrutiny. Externally, he gave nothing away to her, but internally he was carefully considering how to go about the situation he found himself in. Yaoyorozu was clearly unnerved about something regarding the exam. Ordinarily, he would elect not to think about it and focus on the task at hand, but he couldn't help but think about how Midoriya cut through his defenses to reach out to him for no other reason than because he wanted to help him, and he really needed help at that time. So, Looking at the girl experiencing some sort of emotional turmoil, what would Midoriya do? It might be good to talk about whatever is troubling you so that it doesn't bog you down during the exam, he reasoned. We can talk on the way there. Yaoyorozu was taken aback at the proposal from the usually stoic and reserved teen. More than that, he raised a pretty valid point. Okay, sure. As the two began their trek, an awkward silence fell over them as Yaoyorozu worked up the nerve to say what was on her mind. Shoto stayed silent, struggling at winging his attempt to be helpful but refusing to back down after already committing to the action. Do I deserve to be here? She finally spoke. Do I deserve to be here at UA in the hero program amongst so many other exceptionally talented people? People like you, Midoriya, or even Bakugo? Shoto was initially silent as he considered what she said. He didn't quite understand what she was getting at. She was at the top of their class and had a powerful quirk, as well as the know-how to wield it efficiently and dangerously. Why wouldn't she consider herself to be among the people she named? Then again, she named Midoriya, and he would firmly place his new friend in the category of what Natsuo deemed bullshit personified, a designation for things that shouldn't exist or are too good to be true and just exist anyway in spite of all logic. All Might was the premier example to point to. As a rule of thumb, Midoriya probably isn't the best person to compare yourself to, Shoto responded. In anything. But aren't you two practically rivals? She questioned. You're basically each other's equal in strength and skill, as well as foils to each other's quirks. Even the hero killer acknowledged you both. Shoto was about to comment on that, but she continued. Meanwhile, I got in on a recommendation that I truly didn't even deserve just because my family had the connections, and I've done nothing of note outside of academics since then. I was useless in the sports festival once I was on my own, and Uwabami only selected me for an internship for my looks, not for my lacking ability. I've never been able to meet anyone's expectations for me, and I'm painfully mediocre at the one thing I've legitimately wanted to do in my life. The tears pricking at her eyes ramped up their attempts to escape. Maybe they were right all along. I should have just stuck to being the heiress instead of chasing a childish fancy. Once again, Shoto was silent. While he may not have agreed with her summation of herself, and he didn't know who they were, he was beginning to understand the situation he was dealing with. Again, he had absolutely no idea how to approach consoling someone, so he was left with one thought. WWMD? He tentatively reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder, and she looked at him through puffy eyes in confusion. You're not alone, he assured. You never are. Yaoyorozu sniffled, and Shoto felt a wave of déjà vu before pressing onward. I know a bit about meeting insurmountable expectations. Our situations aren't exactly 1:1, but my old man wanted me to be something I wasn't meant to be, and I had to let go of basing my existence around him, even if it was based purely around spiting him. Yaoyorozu did not wake up that morning expecting to get a bit of insight into her classmate's backstory and his rocky relationship with his father, the number 2 hero, but she was certainly captivated by everything he was saying. Now, I live and exist for myself and myself alone, Shoto continued. I want to be a hero and I'm going to do it my own way. I'll be the kind of hero I want to be, not what anyone else expects of me. You want to be a hero too, and you're already well on your way, regardless of what anyone has to say or think about it. He mentally noted that they were approaching the exam stage before continuing. You may not be as strong or have the raw power that Midoriya or I have, but you're far superior in other areas. You're smarter than I am, and you're probably a lot better at planning than I am too. He paused again, and he racked his brain for anything else to say. Then, something came to him. You got 2 votes for class rep at the beginning of the semester, right? One of them was from me. I believed that you'd be good at the job, and I still do. I believe that you're a much better leader and hero than you give yourself credit for, and I believe that you'll lead our team to a decisive victory in this exam. The two stopped their trek only partially because they had arrived at the exam location. Yaoyorozu was floored. Nothing could have prepared her for hearing something like that from her generally stoic classmate. The only person who spoke less than him was Koda, and the animal whisperer was functionally mute. To receive such heartfelt encouragement from him when she was practically at her lowest made her both want to cry and march into the exam with a fire she had never realized she possessed. It didn't hurt that the implication in his last remark was as clear as day. He was letting her take the reins and plan their strategy because he truly believed in her. Honestly, the way he spoke sounded a little alien coming from him. She knew that he meant it, but it would have felt much more fitting coming from. Well, that made much more sense to her. Midoriya was impacting lives without even being present. Now, let's go past this exam, her partner encouraged with a nod. Yaoyorozu closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and steeled her newfound resolve. Thank you, Todoroki. You're a good friend. A great friend. Let's pass this exam. The exam stage that Izuku and Bakugo found themselves in was a surprise to both. They didn't quite know what to expect when they were instructed to head underground, but a series of massive sewer tunnels wasn't on the list. The most spacious area was a dimly lit redwood forest of cement support beams that provided ample cover and shadows to skulk around in. Where the hell does Yue get the money for this? Izuku thought out loud. A low grunt from his partner for the exam drew his attention to him, and he took stock of Bakugo's pensive demeanor. You've got something on your mind, Izuku stated to his partner. It wasn't a question, and Bakugo knew that. Whatever beef you and Icy Hot had is settled, the ornery blonde snorted. He got his rematch, but I never did. We're settling it after this exam. Izuku blinked, and then he shrugged. He could certainly understand the frustration a de facto victory in the sports festival would generate. He had no problem obliging his request. So, got a plan in mind for this? Izuku asked. The hell do you think? Bakugo scoffed. We find Auntie and blow her up. The blank stare Bakugo received in response made him huff in frustration. Yeah, I know, not that simple. And why the hell are you asking me? You're the nerd with plans for every situation. Besides, you should know a lot more about her skills and fighting style than me. Izuku cupped his hand around his chin and hummed. Well, it's safe to say that she doesn't have the same firepower that we possess, so taking us both head-on wouldn't be wise. She'll likely stick to the shadows and employ hit-and-run tactics to wear us down before taking us out. All she really has to do is incapacitate us in the span of half an hour in order to win. We're the ones who need to defeat her or escape. And there ain't no FING way we're running, Bakugo growled. Right? Izuku shrugged. The question becomes how we go about fighting her. Close quarters would be difficult. That's one way of phrasing it, the blonde remarked while rubbing a phantom pain in his ribs. And I can't go all out with my quirk with all the support beams around. Izuku blinked, and his head snapped up to gawk at Bakugo. Do my ears deceive me? Is that character development? The nerd. Jokes aside, we could use your explosions and my flames to light up the immediate area and expose her position when she slinks off. Now there's just the matter of what tricks she'll have up her sleeve that I don't know about. You think she's holding out on you? I'm certain of it. Attention! All students have reached their testing areas. The practical exam will begin in 30 seconds. The voice of All Might bellowed through an intercom somewhere in the massive room. The two teens nodded to each other and stepped forward into the darker expanse of the room. Begin! Izuku and Bakugo were not given any time to think before they were hit with a flashbang and smoke bomb combo to disorient them, and Bakugo was immediately met with a stiff kick to the jaw while his vision was obscured that sent him sprawling to the ground. Izuku engulfed his arm in green fire and swung it to blow the offending smoke away just in time to narrowly dodge a kick aimed right at his head. He brought his strengthened arm up to block the punch that followed, and he snatched her arm into his grasp and threw her over his shoulder towards a support beam. Verdant recovered from the throw and kicked off of the beam just before Izuku's fist impacted the structure and knocked a few large chunks of concrete off of it. Irresponsible, she chided while extending her arm. Izuku, immediately realizing his error, ignited a bright yellow and ducked out of the path of the chunks of concrete that zoomed from behind him right through where he once stood, but he wasn't able to dodge the vicious punt to his chin that sent him to the ground with his partner. Said partner blasted himself back into the fray with a furious cry, and he unleashed a decent-sized explosion at the woman, but she was already gone. Effing hell! Bakugo cursed. She really isn't holding back, Izuku mused as he climbed to his feet. No sheet, Bakugo responded. We can't let her control the pace. She can't take us both on at once, so let's find her and overwhelm her. Izuku nodded and his yellow flames intensified while Bakugo blasted into the air and zigzagged around the columns. The smaller explosions he was setting off illuminated the area enough to expose Verdon's hiding spot, and Izuku zoomed into action once they spotted her. He bounced from pillar to pillar toward her while Bakugo came down on her position from above. Verdon shot them both an unsettling grin that practically beckoned them to attack, and attack they did. Izuku was first, launching himself at her with a yellow fist to her guarded abdomen. Verdon grabbed him and used some of his momentum to pivot and toss him into the air toward the approaching Bakugo. The explosive blonde snarled and snatched him with his left hand without missing a beat, and he unleashed a powerful explosion at the ground she was standing on, creating even more rubble. As expected, she dodged the blast, but she was very quickly met with the form of her son flying at her courtesy of Bakugo. Izuku and Verdon met in combat once again, this time launching into a heated exchange of blows that the woman was swiftly getting the better of. Having taught the boy just about everything she could, she was easily able to read his movements and counter his attacks because they were so familiar to her. The ease in which she was keeping him at bay was almost disappointing to her until a fist wreathed in green fire seemingly cut through the air next to her face, slicing through some of her hair in the process. Then, all she saw was her son's smirk before Bakugo practically materialized from the darkness and propelled himself around a pillar to hit her in the back with an explosion that both sent her flying and knocked the wind out of her. Quickly recovering, she instinctively grasped the discarded rubble from the explosion with her quirk and pulled it towards her with the two teens in the line of fire. They had seemingly been expecting that, as a wall of orange formed behind them to block the rubble and Bakugo launched for her unimpeded with more explosions at the ready. It became clear to her as the blonde peppered her with his quirk that the two had deliberately led her into a trap, with her son acting as a distraction and support while Bakugo unleashed hellfire on her. She was genuinely proud of the two for the quick thinking, and she'd definitely make them a big meal after it was all said and done. However, it was not all said and done just yet. It was about time that she introduced the two heroes in training to the silent, green assassin. As Bakugo was bombarding her with small explosions to wear her down, she reached to her utility belt and grabbed a large capsule of powdered sugar that she prepared specifically for the battle. She whipped the powdery substance between herself and her attacker, and she stuck her left hand out, practically strafing out of the line of fire of the much larger explosion than Bakugo intended to release due to the ignition of the sugar, the backfire of which sent him sprawling back to the ground with light burns on his upper body. Her open palm landed on the nearest pillar, but her focus shifted when that arm was then ensnared in a collection of violet ropes courtesy of her son, followed by her waist and midsection becoming tightly coiled with even more of the ropes. She turned to see her son readying a green flame-enhanced haymaker while he had her locked within his clutches. With a simple flick of her wrist, the teen stopped dead in his tracks with a gasp and crumpled to the floor like a severed marionette. The F-? Bakugo questioned before a flick of her other wrist sent a wave of pain through his ribs, sending him crashing to the ground as well. The two boys writhed in blinding pain on the cold concrete, struggling with all their might to figure out what the hell was going on. All the while, the retired pro hero stood over them with an appraising smile that just bordered on sadistic. Funny thing about my quirk is that it isn't just a derivative of basic telekinesis. She began with a much bubblier tone than anyone should have in her situation. I can attract anything that could feasibly fit in my hand, and that includes tugging at your bones and internal organs. I wonder how you'll get out of this jam. I wasn't aware that her quirk could do that, a deflated Toshinori said in mild horror as he watched the screens showcasing the concurrent exams beside Recovery Girl. His hand unconsciously traveled to his scarred side with a grimace. To manipulate someone's internals like that? She needs some way to incapacitate people with strong mutations and superpowered oafs like you, Recovery Girl answered. Quirks can do a lot to make your body as solid as can be, especially externally. Most people can't do much for their internal organs, though. You can't just make them rock solid. It's an easy thing to exploit when you need an edge against an opponent that outclasses you physically. Toshinori hummed in acceptance, though it didn't make him feel any less queasy about it. Recovery Girl, meanwhile, watched the screen with a bit of worry for her friend. They had gotten to know each other a good bit since she started working at UA, and the old medic learned a little bit about why the mother retired in the first place. It wasn't pretty, and she just hoped that the woman didn't lose herself in the battle, especially with her own son involved. Verdant watched the two boys squirm in front of her as they tried their hardest to soldier through the excruciating pain and make it back to their feet, but each time they made a push, they were unceremoniously brought back to the unforgiving floor. The pain was otherworldly, and it only grew as the seconds ticked on. It truly felt as though several of their bones, muscles, and internal organs were practically fighting to shoot out of their body. It's a strange feeling to have your life literally rest in someone's grasp, isn't it? Verdant spoke to the two, not that they were really listening very hard with the torment they were enduring. That feeling of hopelessness when the situation looks so completely bleak, when you feel that there's absolutely nothing you can do to survive. Rock bottom is either a grave or a turning point. Are you a survivor, or is this the end of your road? Now, Izuku was listening. He got the gist of what his mother was saying, and it dawned on him that their current situation was quite literally another test within the test. She was testing their mental fortitude to soldier on at their lowest, literally against all odds. He craned his neck over to Bakugo, and he was met with a shaky yet determined nod. The two had a conversation with only their eyes, and they were in agreement on a plan. Izuku fought through his mother's quirk and reached into his costume for the HNDCFFS, and he brandished them with a weak grip once he got a hold of them. In a flash, though, the HNDCFFS were swiped out of his grasp and into Verdant's awaiting hand. I don't think so, she practically cooed with malice, and it started to unnerve the two teens. Bakugo stared up at his pseudo-aunt before them, and he noticed that her eyes became a little vacant, a 1,000-yard stare occupying its place before the pain ramped up even more, and he curled in on himself with a howl. How does it feel, Musha? She began in a strangely dead tone. To be the one with your life in my hands? To be at my mercy? To be certain that you'll die a horrible death, alone and forgotten? She knelt down and leaned closer to Bakugo, her usually weary, emerald eyes now dull and unfocused. Do you feel what I felt now? Before Bakugo could gasp and Verdant could utter another word, she was kicked in the side of the head by a newly mobile Izuku who snatched the HNDCFFS from her grasp. While she was temporarily disoriented, he quickly latched them onto her wrist and connected her to himself, ending the exam right then. A buzzer sounded once the cuffs were applied, and All Might's voice bellowed over the hidden intercom once more. Midoriya and Bakugo have passed their exam. Izuku would have been able to pick up on how strained All Might's voice was in that announcement had he been paying any attention whatsoever, but his focus was instead on his mother who was sloppily trying to compose herself. Needless to say, he was highly unsettled by what he had witnessed and heard from his mother. More than that, though, he was livid. It didn't take a genius to surmise that his mother wasn't seeing Bakugo in those last few moments, rather someone else who had apparently left her for dead in the past. The utterance of Musha narrowed it down to who that could have been, and Izuku could feel the blackness that he had been trying to run away from spark back up with a fiery vengeance. If his suspicions were correct, he was going to kill a top 10 hero. I am so sorry, the hushed whisper from his mother shook him out of his rage, and he laid eyes on the quivering form of the woman who raised him. She was staring down at her hands in utter horror, and tears were practically pouring down her cheeks. I'm so sorry. Without a moment's hesitation, Izuku wrapped himself around his mother and nestled her into himself with his free arm, and she practically melted into her son's comfort as she broke. It's okay, Izuku assured. You're here and you're safe. You're alive and you have me. You'll always have me. While Inko slowly composed herself from within the comfort of her son's hold, Izuku met eyes with Bakugo. The blonde's typically angry gaze was nowhere to be found, and all that remained was a look of genuine concern. As if silently asking for permission, Bakugo ignored the residual pain from her last attack and tentatively reached for the woman he saw as an aunt. Izuku nodded, and Bakugo placed a gloved hand on her shoulder, bringing her out of her quiet sobs and focusing her attention onto the son of her best friend. Then she looked up at her own son sporting a mixture of concern and distress that was far too aged for her liking. She took the deepest breath she could muster, and she offered the two boys a grateful, watery smile. "I'm okay. Thank you both." "You sure?" Bakugo asked with a raised eyebrow. "Yes, I'm sure," she replied, and she brought her son into the biggest hug that being handcuffed to him would allow. "I love you so much, Izu." "I love you too, Mom," Izuku lowly responded to hide the emotion in his voice from Bakugo, but it was unsuccessful. That didn't matter, though, as Inko looked to the blonde and motioned for him to join the hug. He begrudgingly did so. "And I love you too, Katsuki," the mother said warmly. "Whatever, likewise, Auntie," Bakugo grumbled. When the trio broke the group hug, she fixed the two with a proud, beaming smile. "You boys were absolutely stellar. I am so unbelievably proud of how far you both have come. At points, it felt like you were practically strafing around to avoid hits," Izuku commented as they walked through the massive tunnel towards a smaller tunnel that presumably led to the exit. "I knew you were really agile and quick on your feet, but that was ridiculous." "It's part of my quirk," she explained with a giggle, much to the surprise of both teens. "Attraction of small objects works twofold. I can attract small things, and I can also attract myself to larger things. In the second instance, I am the small object." "How the hell does that work?" Bakugo questioned. "It's partially that my quirk was mislabeled when I was a child. Back then, I could attract pencils, dolls, and other things, and we all just kind of thought that was the extent of it. When I started training to be a pro, I experimented with the limits of my quirk and discovered a few other aspects to it. With objects that are too big for me to attract, I can sort of flip a SW and send myself toward them instead. I do it in battle by attracting myself to walls or the floor to give myself a non-negligible boost in speed and mobility." "So, that's why you're always so hard to hit," Izuku grumbled while scribbling away in his notebook that Bakugo had half a mind to destroy for popping out of literally nowhere. "Yep," she cheerily confirmed as they exited the larger tunnel and strolled closer to the exit of the exam stage entirely. None of the three mentioned the hiccup at the end of the mash. The two boys were left with several thoughts whizzing about their minds, but each boy had one thought present itself to the forefront ahead of all the others. For one of them, it was added confirmation that Inko was a truly terrifying individual and a kernel of information about a pro that he'd have to look into. For the other, it was a bit of a wake-up call. He never wanted to force his mother to talk about anything, but he felt that he'd eventually have to. Tashinori and Recovery Girl watched the screens in silence. "What was that all about?" Tashinori asked in concern, and he could even feel one for all buzzing within. Recovery Girl sighed. "She has some unresolved baggage from her time as an active pro. I don't know the full story and I can't make her talk to anyone, but maybe her son will have some luck." Tashinori turned back to the screen with a frown. Luckily, Midoriya and Bakugo were one of the first teams to finish, so he could ease his mind with the rest of the students' exams. Tomura slumped into his seat in one of the booths of the bar with a glass of whiskey in hand. A short huff escaped him before he downed his drink in one go. It had been a few weeks since the release of the Stain video, and the recruitment effort for the league had been slow going. The bulk of the interested parties were either low-level weaklings looking to move up in the criminal underworld or unstable psychopaths just out to murder indiscriminately. The second category wouldn't have bothered him much before, but he constantly found himself thinking back to the things Stain had said to him. Sensei didn't like him questioning who he was or what he even wanted to accomplish, but Tomura was nearing a point where he didn't care how Sensei felt. Sensei wouldn't even tell him why Player 2 was so important to the man beyond his belief that he was connected to All Might, as dubious as that connection felt to Tomura. He hated not being in the loop, and he especially hated being underestimated and talked down to. On the subject of All Might, the symbol of peace was becoming muddied in his mind as well. He wanted to destroy All Might because he loathed everything the man represented for their broken society, that much he felt in his bones. However, did he actually hate All Might as a person as well, or was Sensei just projecting his own personal disdain for All Might onto him? And that just tied back to the crux of the issue. Who even was he? Was Tomura Shigaraki even a real person? Was he just a puppet for his sensei, a successor when it was convenient, and a pissy child when it wasn't? Going even further, what did he even want to do with society after tearing it down? Did he want to build a better one in its place, or did he just want to play in the ashes? His inner struggles had bled into his selections for recruits. Even when parsing through the decent candidates, he wasn't satisfied with the motivations he came across. The best recruit Jiren had been able to bring them thus far was some whiny brat with an axe to grind against UA, and he was only memorable because he had a rather useful quirk. "Shiggy, how's it going?" came the smooth call of the league's info broker as he entered the bar. "Call me that again and I'll make a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle out of you," Tomura growled. Jiren's smile widened, putting the gap in his teeth on full display. "Ah, don't be like that, you know you love me too much to kill me. I'm also much too valuable to get rid of." "Why the hell are you here?" Tomura begged the man to get to the point. "I come bearing gifts," he started before beckoning in 3 new arrivals. "I know you've been iffy on the last few batches, but I'm feeling good about these 3. In stepped a unique collection of individuals. One was a tall, slender man who looked a little older than Tomura. His red hair somewhat hung over his eyes, but he could see the boredom in his gaze that complemented his slouch. They were already starting off on the wrong foot if one of them looked like he wished he was literally anywhere else but there. The second one was an equally tall, slender man covered in a myriad of burns and staples with a bored yet piercing turquoise gaze to round it out. "So, it's really you," the second arrival spoke. "I saw a picture of you, but you look gross in person." "You're one to talk, patchwork," Tomura shot back before assessing the final arrival. She was a short, teenage girl with an unsettling smile and what looked like a knife hidden in her sleeve. He'd have to help her hide those better in the future. "It's the hand guy," the girl excitedly cheered. "You're friends with Mr. Staney, right? Please let me join the league." Tomura's eye twitched, but he kept a lid on his emotions. "Who are you, and why do you want to join the league?" The girl's bright smile dimmed, and her eyes minutely started to sag as if a lifetime of exhaustion had just caught up with her in that moment. Tomura could relate. "Because existence is pain when it doesn't have to be," the girl bluntly stated before her smile returned and the mania in her eyes was back. "Himiko Toga. The world is a hard place to live in and I want to make it better." Tomura was mildly taken aback by the mood whiplash, but he supposed that he could empathize with that longing, which was news to him because he wasn't even aware that he had the capacity for empathy. "What about him?" Tomura pointed to the burned man. "Unlike her, this guy doesn't have a serious rap sheet as of yet, but he holds true to the hero killer's ideology," Jiren supplied. "More or less," the man shrugged. "Society is fundamentally broken and someone has to step up to do something about it. Since Stain is out for the count, might as well be me." "And your name?" Tomura groused. "I go by Dabi," was his simple reply. "Real emo," Tomura muttered before turning to the last arrival. "And you?" "Names are power. Call me Kusari," he flippantly answered. "And why are you here?" Tomura gritted out. The too edgy for me shtick from the 2 men was really starting to grate on him. The redhead raised his head at the question and locked eyes with Tomura through the villain's mask. Something seemed to change within the man, and that put Tomura on edge. This superhuman society has been forced into a bronze straitjacket by needless and discriminatory regulation of our very birthrights. Burn it down and start anew where people can wield their natural abilities as they please. Everyone, even Kurojiri, stopped and stared at the man. Jiren wasn't super knowledgeable about him, which made the broker nervous, and he only brought the redhead with him because he could sense the predator under the calm facade and figured that Tomura would enjoy having a reliable mercenary. Toga and Dabi gave him long looks, one curious and one calculating. The smoky barman considered him carefully before looking to Tomura. The man's answer felt adjacent to popular rhetoric he had encountered before, and he wondered if Sensei was listening. All for One was indeed listening, and if he had eyes, they would have been narrowed at Kusari's declaration. It appeared that Destro's nth times removed brat was trying to make a play. He could only smile at the development. Things really were becoming so amusing. Then, without another word, Kusari slid his hands into his pockets and resumed his slouch before looking to Kurogiri. "Got any Yamazaki?" Kurogiri nodded and retrieved a bottle of the requested whiskey as well as a freshly cleaned glass. Tomura silently watched the man meander to a stool at the bar and sit down with his drink as if nothing had happened. Yeah, that man was dangerous. More than that, he had conviction. All three of them seemed to have it in their own special ways. Conviction and an identity. They all had it. Hell, even Spinner and Kurogiri had it. It was what the league needed. It was what he needed. Tomura could not sit still. The recruitment effort had been an undeniable success with the introduction of Toga, Dabi, and Kusari into the fold. With those three, himself, Kurogiri, and Spinner, they were already at 6. A few more heavies and a Nomu to round out the party were all they needed before taking any action, and Tomura would admit to being excited at the prospect. With that said, excitement wasn't all he was feeling. The young man had an itch that begged to be scratched, one that his sensei wouldn't help with. In fact, his sensei would rather him scratch the itch by reducing it to bloody dust. The cause of Tomura's itch was Player 2, otherwise known as Izuku Midoriya. There had to have been a reason for sensei's fixation on the boy alongside All Might, and Tomura was fed up with being kept in the dark. If sensei wouldn't tell him, then he'd have to figure it out himself, and he was prepared to flip the world on its butt to get the answer. Luckily, sensei was out taking care of an important errand, and Tomura knew just the person to help him with his task. It was time for some networking. That led him to his current station at his computer. He contacted an acquaintance that he met on an old gaming forum years prior when the forum hadn't yet been taken over by 6-6 deniers and the CRC. He only knew her by her screen name, PW of Love, but he had gotten to know the clingy poster enough to learn that she was a very capable hacker. When he sent her a name alongside a picture of a bloody, freckled teen with fluffy, green hair from the UA Sports Festival, finding his Quirk registration and family tree was child's play for her. Why she already had backdoors into the networks of several government agencies, he didn't know, and he felt that it wasn't his business, anyway. He thought about extending her an invitation to the league, but she was apparently preoccupied with some weirdo vlogger she had an obsession with. Expecting them to be a package deal should he extend any invites, he held off for the moment and decided to keep it to being business partners. Having a hacker on retainer would be pretty useful down the line even if she wouldn't be an official member of the league. Parsing through the records she sent him was the next step. The first thing he noticed was a note that the HPSC attached to his Quirk registration labeling the teen as a mid-level priority to be monitored. That definitely surprised him. It seemed a little excessive for just being a kid that Stain respected. Maybe there was more going on there? Opting to make a mental note of that and move right along, he looked through the boy's family tree and found that his only living relative was his mother, Izuku Midoriya, whose maiden name was Akatani via adoption. Said Akatani parents died of natural causes, but beyond having been decently wealthy, they were not very remarkable otherwise. They certainly weren't remarkable enough to be on Sensei's radar, and he hadn't remembered the man ever mentioning anyone of that name. That meant that unless the connection came from the father's side, Tomura had to look a little deeper into Izuku Midoriya. Luckily, PWR of Love was very thorough with her search, and she dug up the woman's adoption records, as well as any other pertinent information from the foster home the woman was at. As it happened, her true maiden name was Shimura. Tomura wasn't exactly sure why the name bothered him as much as it did. Wasn't that the name of All Might's old mentor that Sensei killed? Nana Shimura, or something like that? That would explain why the surname was familiar to him, but it didn't explain why the name resonated with him so deeply. Deciding to look a little further into the records he was sent, he discovered that she wasn't there alone. She had an older brother named... What the F? Tomura's breath hitched, and his hands instinctively traveled to his neck at the picture of the young boy on the screen beside the name Kotaro Shimura. He was struck by a sudden wave of anxiety and fear, and he couldn't rip his eyes away from the pictured boys. Own eyes. He had no earthly idea why he felt that way until a stabbing pain shot through his head, and he was inundated with bleary flashes of days long forgotten. The one consolation for those who failed the practical portion of their final exams would be the I-Expo set to take place just before training camp, provided they received invitations to go. Unfortunately, Ashido, Kaminari, Sato, Kirishima, and Siro did not receive invitations to go, so they were effectively sheet out of luck on both fronts. It was a logical ruse. You're all attending training camp. Well, perhaps not. Aizawa flared his quirk to quiet down the predictable storm of chatter that his announcement brewed. Fortunately, you all passed the written tests, and failing those was the only way you would have been barred from training camp. Unfortunately, for the 2 teams who didn't pass and the 1 student that was incapacitated while your partner escaped, you'll be receiving supplementary education during what would normally be your downtime between your regular training sessions at camp. The mentioned students completely deflated at that, but they took solace in the fact that they at least still got to go. Now, as some of you may be aware, the I-Expo at I-Island is happening very soon, and Principal Nizu was made aware that the winner of the UA Sports Festival was extended an invitation. Several eyes in class widened, and Bakugo looked to be a mixture of intrigued and annoyed. As such, training camp will be held immediately after the I-Expo, so you'll all have at least a week to prepare as best as you can, Aizawa continued. Bakugo, if you plan on going, be on your best behavior. Not only are you representing UA, but you're representing yourself as a future pro hero. Do not act out of character just because you're in a new and unfamiliar environment. Bakugo grunted in response, not really seeing why he was hammering in the point so hard. The hell was so special about Island, anyway? It was just a bunch of eggheads on a floating city. What trouble was there to cause? I don't believe I heard you, Aizawa followed up with narrowed eyes that were glowing red. Yes, sir. Bakugo finally relented. Good, the teacher nodded. That goes for any of you that find yourself attending. Don't find any trouble, don't make any trouble, and don't hurt yourself too badly before training camp. You're free to do whatever before your first class begins. At the dismissal, the class broke into their own pockets of conversation until Aizawa spoke up once again. Oh, one last thing. Midoriya, Iida, Principal Nizu wants to see you too during lunch, he said before turning away once again and leaving the room with his sleeping bag in hand. With that, the class resumed their chatter. Izuku was left wondering what his mentor could want with him and Iida, but he assumed it had to do with the I-Expo. Had it anything to do with Stain, Shoto surely would have been called as well. Whatever it may have been, he welcomed the distraction. He hadn't been able to think about anything other than his mother's episode during the practical exam. Someone hurt his mother, and he WOLDFUCKINGKILD him. He couldn't do that. He wouldn't do that. That was the blackness speaking. He was not a killer. He was a hero. Hey, nerd, you're heating up. Izuku was so thankful for Bakugo's interruption, and he was even more thankful that the blonde had the presence of mind to speak in a hushed tone, though it likely didn't escape the notice of Jiro and Shoji. He'd deal with that another time. Thanks, he muttered with a sigh. She tell you anything? No. She avoided the subject completely after you left the apartment, and I didn't know how to push the issue. That was another thing. His mother insisted that Bakugo have dinner with them so that she could cook them a celebratory meal, and he obliged, but there was clearly an elephant in the room the entire evening that the 3 did their very best to ignore. After Bakugo left, Izuku wanted to broach the subject to his mother, but he didn't know how, and she didn't seem inclined to bring it up herself despite the somewhat awkward tension in the apartment. He was just glad that the exams all happened simultaneously, so none of his classmates aside from Bakugo were aware that it even happened, and it would stay that way for as long as he lived. He was grateful for the new distraction that came along in the form of Ochako's encroaching hand, which he aptly dodged and grasped. You got me once already, and it will not happen again. We'll see about that, the brunette giggled. How did your practical go? I doubt your mom went easy on you too. No, she certainly didn't, he answered with a rub of his kidney. She treated it as my final assessment from her training. I am officially a graduate of the Midoriya Hellspawn Academy. Izuku took great pleasure in the simultaneous, stop trying to make that a thing, and the F kind of name is that, from his fellow Academy students. Well, now former fellow Academy students. Tomura shook in a crouch amongst the destruction in his room. Everything, save for his computer, was reduced to dust or smashed in some way. His fingernails were stained with blood from the scratches on his neck, and his beady, red eyes were wide and unfocused. Mother, Hannah. The image of his father's snarl before striking him flashed once more, and it was followed by the man's horror upon seeing Tomura's quirk activation. The image of the young Kotaro overlaid atop adult Kotaro's panic as he wielded the weed clipper. I remember. Tomura dry heaved. He remembered his family. He remembered the picture of his grandmother. He remembered his father's hatred. He remembered the itching. He remembered desperately reaching out for his sister and mother for help. He remembered his mother still trying to comfort him as she decayed into chunks. He remembered killing his father and enjoying every second of it because in that brief moment, the itching finally stopped. He remembered everything. Cousin. He had a cousin. He had a living cousin and a living aunt. His cousin wanted to be a hero. Heroes were scum and deserved to die with everything else. Was his cousin the same? Sensei was still out handling that errand. Tomura would find the boy himself. When Izuku and Iida approached Nizu's office during lunch, Izuku stepped aside and allowed his friend to knock. Not thinking anything of it, Iida reached for the door, but it swung open before his hand could make contact, and they were met with the smiling visage of their animal principal. Izuku had to stifle his laughter at the surprised sputtering from his friend. Excellent, you're right on time, the principal chirped. Please, come in and have a seat. The two students did so, and the Chimera sat behind his desk and offered the two boys tea that Iida knew for certain didn't exist prior to him sitting down. He turned his confused gaze to the other student with him, but he was just calmly sipping the offered beverage as if nothing was amiss. I'm certain you're both wondering why I requested the two of you to see me, Nizu began, and they nodded. It's regarding the upcoming I-Expo. I had a feeling, Izuku commented after another sip of his tea. He had to give it to the rodent marsupial sign. The blend in his hands was fantastic. What about the I-Expo, sir? Iida questioned. I'd be remiss if I didn't inform you that I didn't receive an invitation to attend. Not officially, the principal amended the boy's statement, much to Iida's surprise. Your brother has been invited on the basis of receiving an experimental treatment to heal his condition, and you have the option of attending as his +1. Iida practically gawked at the information. But Midoriya already healed him, right? He can move just fine again. He beat both of us in a race, quite handily, I might add. You don't have to bring that up, Izuku muttered with a pout. Indeed, but the details of his healing were never released to the public, Principal Nizu responded. The fact that he was healed at all was never released to the public. In fact, there's a reason he hasn't returned to active duty yet despite being perfectly healthy. I had just assumed he wanted to spend time with us before heading back into danger, Iida commented somewhat downcast. That's probably the biggest part of it, Izuku interjected, not wanting his friend to take the situation negatively. But if I'm reading between the lines correctly, you and Ingenium kept the whole procedure under wraps to keep my role in his recovery a secret. The Chimera nodded with a smile, glad that his student was able to determine that on his own. It would make the following discussion after Iida was to be dismissed much less taxing. Why keep that a secret if you don't mind me asking? Iida questioned with a raised eyebrow. Don't you want the credit for such a great feat, Midoriya? Nizu chose to answer the boy's question in place of Izuku. Healing quirks in general are rare, and quirks that can repair damage on that level are even rarer. A quirk like that would be a hot commodity on its own, but combined with all of the other facets of young Izuku's quirk, it would be much safer for him to stay out of the spotlight. Experimental treatment at I-Island is believable enough to not raise much of a fuss since such procedures do already exist at an extremely exorbitant cost. Iida nodded at that explanation, and Izuku sipped his tea in acceptance. He idly wondered if there was more to it than what the principal was saying. He wouldn't put it past the Chimera. Now, then, am I correct to assume that you will be attending alongside your brother for the procedure? Nizu asked Iida. Do not worry about the situation seeming underhanded. It has already been squared away with all parties on I-Island. Yes, I shall certainly attend. Iida was practically vibrating with excitement. Thank you so much, sir. Excellent, you are dismissed. Stay behind, young Izuku, Nizu instructed, and the taller boy gratefully bowed before leaving. How did you manage to set that little ruse up on Island of all places? Izuku questioned with a smirk. Nothing too taxing, just a little bit of blackmail, Nizu waved off. Would I also be correct to assume that All Might extended you an invitation as well? Yes, he confirmed. He has 2+1 invites, though. I was gonna ask my mom, but she hates flying, so I'm not expecting a yes from her. It wouldn't be the best time for her to be traveling anyway, Nizu nodded, causing Izuku's brow to furrow. Yes, I'm well aware of what happened during your practical exam. You did a splendid job with helping calm her down. Izuku hesitantly nodded, and the principal continued. I will need her here on campus for an important meeting while you'll be on Island, and it concerns why I asked for you to stay behind. I had an inkling that the explanation you gave Iida wasn't your only reason. Things are never that simple with you, Izuku commented, and the principal nodded. Indeed. Keeping the specifics of your quirk out of public knowledge is only part of it. There are undoubtedly people who would come for you if they knew about that aspect of your quirk, though I'm confident that you could handle yourself just fine against most of them. Most? Izuku questioned. We'll circle back to that, Nizu responded before taking a sip of his tea. The real party we are keeping it from is the HPSC. Izuku furrowed his brow and put his cup down. He knew that the commission wasn't particularly ecstatic about the stain video, and he was already giving the bare minimum on his quirk registration to keep their eyes away from him at his mother's request. They've begun sniffing, Nizu continued. The commission taking a closer interest in you and young Todoroki will only make your lives much more difficult. This trip to Island and the following training camp gets you away for a bit while also throwing the scent off your trail. Meanwhile, I will be making preparations for the road to come. What exactly does that entail? Izuku hesitantly questioned, and the Chimera gave him a chilling smile. If all goes well, a very difficult road ahead for the HPSC's continued existence, he answered cryptically. Izuku sighed with a chuckle. Sometimes I feel like you're always prepping for war. Like, the entrance exam is just an excuse to manufacture an army of giant deathbots, and the stage for my final exam was just one part of a massive network of tunnels under the building in case of an invasion. Izuku looked up at his principal to laugh along with him at the comical thought, but Nizu's smile did not falter for a second. He merely continued smiling and gazing at the teen, and Izuku slowly began to pale. Right? Izuku coughed into his hand and nervously tried to move on to another subject. You said that I'd be able to handle most people who came after my healing abilities. Why only most? I'm certain you've heard of the Quirk Thief, Nizu answered, his smile disappearing. He's pretty much an urban legend, Izuku responded with his face set into the same frown that Nizu's was. Are you saying that he's real? He was the one responsible for All Might's current condition, Nizu answered, and any blood that hadn't left Izuku's face when he accidentally stumbled on Nizu's war plans made a swift exit. Face? Izuku stammered, and his eyes slowly traveled down to the desk, but he wasn't really seeing anything in particular. He killed Grandma Nana. He tore my mother's family apart. Izuku's eyes hardened, and Nizu didn't miss the brief spark of black in the boy's green pupils. What happened to him? Nizu did not respond immediately, instead taking a sip of his tea. Izuku knew what that meant, but he waited for the creature's reply, nonetheless. We have our suspicions that he may be the puppet emissary behind the League of Villains, Nizu answered. Izuku's face set into a scowl. Can All Might put him down for good? For all of our sakes, I sincerely hope so. The rest of the day proceeded on as normal. His classmates all decided that they'd go to the mall together that weekend to shop for all the stuff they needed to prepare for a week out in the forest, with the exceptions of Shoto, who visited his mom on his off days, and Bakugo, who decided to do literally anything else. Izuku agreed to tag along since he needed to get a suit for the I-Expo, anyway, and he was struck with an idea at the thought of the event. At the end of the day, he directly went to the development studio. To his surprise, the person he was looking for was being wheeled out of the lab in a restraint chair right as he got there. Come on, just 15 minutes. Mei whined from the chair that wouldn't budge no matter how hard she fought. No, handsome, power loader sighed. If I let you in there, you will spend the entirety of your summer break in the lab. Go home. You can't hinder ingenuity, she shouted before noticing Izuku. Oh muscles. Are you here to make some more babies? Power loader rubbed his temples at the speed in which she leaped into conversation with a client as if she wasn't completely restrained. Not this time, he chuckled. I actually came to ask if you were busy next week. Mei would have placed her hand on her chin had the appendage not been firmly secured to the chair. Well, Power loader forbade me from spending summer break in the lab, so I don't have any plans to my knowledge. Why? I got an invite to the I-Expo as a +1, and I wanted to know if you wanted the other spot, Izuku answered, and he had to dodge the stars that shot out of her eyes. He certainly wasn't prepared for her to burst out of the restraint chair and demon near tackle him. The I-Expo? On I-Island? Absolutely, she shouted while practically bouncing around him. Meanwhile, Power Loader's eyes were glued to the remains of the restraint chair, and he was racking the furthest corners of his brain to figure out just how the a short, teenage girl with an ocular quirk tore through a chair that was meant to be able to securely hold even Hound Dog in place. Awesome! Let's go find Mr. Yagi. He's the one with the tickets, Izuku excitedly declared, and the two scampered away from the dumbstruck teacher. After a few silent minutes, he gave up and shook his head. He was about to head back into the lab until it occurred to him just what the boy had asked her, and he became as pale as a sheet of paper. Hatsumet Island? He shouted. The two teens, meanwhile, were bounding through the hallways on a hunt for a skinny blonde that smelled like blood. Mei had never met the man before, so she was relying on Izuku to find him. As luck would have it, they encountered the man in question just as he was exiting one of the offices. Mr. Yagi, just the man I was looking for, Izuku spoke with an attempt at a disarming smile. It was not effective, as Toshinori was immediately on guard. He could already feel in his gut that he wanted nothing to do with the chaos that the next few decisions would inevitably cause the world in the future. Young Midoriya, he hazarded. What can I do for you? I've got our other +1 for the expo, Izuku answered while motioning to the support course student beside him. While this was happening, Mei was carefully examining the tall, blonde man. She had never seen him before, yet something about him was profoundly familiar. Her memory when it came to names, faces, and most things not involving technology was admittedly not great, but something about the man staring quizzically at her rang way too many bells for her to ignore. She zoomed in on his face to get a better look at him. Toshinori, on the other hand, was a little uncomfortable with the prolonged silence. He recognized the girl from the sports festival. It was hard to forget someone who hijacked a match to showcase her support equipment for 10 uninterrupted minutes. He would grant her that she was a very capable inventor, and he could certainly see why the young man would extend the invite to her, but all might. Mei finally broke the silence. Any teachers and students still milling about the building would not be blamed for thinking that Vlad King had unleashed his quirk with the amount of blood Toshinori hacked up. The Aoyama family was a proud one. The trio of French immigrants could boast a comfortable wealth and decent social standing, and it was only strengthened by the glamour of the family's scion, Yuga, attending the most prestigious hero school in the nation, UA High School. Not only was their son on path to graduate from one of the premier hero institutions on the planet, but he would also go on to become the most magnifique pro-hero to ever grace the shores of the land of the rising sun. It was his destiny. There was just one little hiccup to their picturesque image, though. It came in the form of a towering man in a black suit and frightening mask with a presence about him that would make the devil himself sweat. You see, their son Yuga was not born with a quirk. If being a foreigner didn't already make him different enough, being a quirkless foreigner was essentially putting him into a natural isolation chamber. Fitting in was never going to be an option for him no matter how well off he was, and his parents were very worried about what would become of their son's mental health as he grew older. That led them to a decision that they would very quickly end up regretting, and they'd do so for the rest of their lives. A perverse mixture of love and desperation led them to make a deal with the devil. Not since the infamous English villain of old, Murder Boner, who brutally slaughtered the famous paragon of justice, Napoleon Bonaparte. In single combat did one man incur so much fear in the hearts of the Aoyama parents. The facade of granting their boy a quirk with no strings attached was shattered into thousands of jagged pieces and mixed into their dinner when he returned to collect on the debt, and they had no choice but to swallow the tainted meal without complaint since the alternative was death. Yuga was to be all-for-one spy in UA after hearing whispers of All Might being set to become a teacher at the school. He was to provide all-for-one's agents with information about his classmates and their activities. He was to expose exploitable security risks to them. He was to loyally serve all-for-one and assist the League of Villains in bringing about the death of the symbol of peace, or else his family would be slaughtered. That led them to the current situation at the Aoyama home. Two loving parents were tightly clutching their petrified son while keeping him behind them at all times, valiantly trying to protect their progeny despite them shaking in fear themselves. It would have been heartwarming to the centuries-old supervillain if it weren't so hilarious. They could put the entire population of Hong Kong between himself and their son, and it still wouldn't save him when it was time to collect. However, now wasn't the time for amusement. All for One was there on important business. The pathetic family had served him very well to that point, but the situation was transforming into something he wasn't a fan of. Tomura was beginning to question him and his goals, and while he could certainly kidnap the young man and forcefully pull his loyalties back onto the correct path through reconditioning, he did not wish to resort to that just yet. His chosen successor was not yet lost, but he did want to prepare for such an eventuality if it were to come to pass. Thus, here he was in the Aoyama home placing a few contingencies on the parents and sufficiently acquainting himself with the young boy to ensure that he would never escape warping if, when it was time to put Plan B into action. "So, I heard from the grapevine that you all have a training camp coming up," he said with a chilling smile. The symbol of evil's voice felt like acid in the ears of the family, but Yuga could do little more than shakily nod. All for One's smile grew, not that they could see it, and the Aoyama family felt any hope they might have had before that day vanish into the wind. "Tell me more." The class excursion to the mall the next day was supposed to help keep Izuku's brain busy so that he didn't obsess over his mother. It wasn't working by any stretch. Not even the mysterious absence of Aoyama from the group was enough to keep his mind occupied. After everyone agreed to split up and meet back up later, Izuku got everything he needed within a few minutes and offered to get some food while Ochako kept shopping, partially just to be alone with his thoughts to keep her from worrying about him. He knew that he needed to sit down and ask her about it straight up, and he resolved to do that when he returned home from the mall. However, there was also the issue of his mounting rage surrounding what little he gleaned from the situation. She mentioned someone named Musha in her haze, and while he didn't want to jump to conclusions, the only Musha he knew of was Yoroi Musha, the current number 10 pro hero. He knew why she hated Endeavor since she told him the whole story after Shoto implored him to ask during their talk at the sports festival. While her reasons for hating the man were very valid, Endeavor never did anything to her specifically, certainly not enough to scar her mentally. That meant that a hero in the top 10 had potentially hurt his mother badly enough in the past to leave a violent imprint on her psyche, and the piece of FING sheet was still WLKNGFE. Izuku silenced that train of thought before it could devolve any further. Exhausted from where his thoughts were taking him, he decided to sit down. He hung his arms over the back of the bench he chose to rest on, and he let loose a long, weary exhale. He didn't move a muscle when someone sat down beside him, not even looking up at the new arrival. He did, however, extend purple flames from his fingertips down the back of the bench to the floor and pointed them upward into spikes underneath. The two sat in uninterrupted silence for half a minute until Izuku rolled his shoulders and stretched the kangas out of his neck. "So, you're clearly here to talk, otherwise you would have attacked or at least made a halfway threatening gesture by now." Izuku finally addressed the man sitting beside him. "What's on your mind that led you to seek out a hero student in a very public setting, Tomura Shigaraki?" Tomura did not immediately respond, instead looking down at the floor between his feet. The rough skin of his clasped hands ground together as he slightly shifted and met eyes with the team through his shaggy hair and hood, and only then did Izuku fully notice the size of the bags under the man's eyes. The young adult looked even more worn emotionally than his already haggard skin would have you believe. "Why do you want to be a hero?" he asked the student. Izuku shuffled and leaned his head back in thought while bringing his own hands together. He noted that his voice sounded markedly less gravelly than he remembered from the USA. It felt more matured. He could ponder that later, though. "There's a lot of suffering in this world, and most of it happens in silence," Izuku responded. "With such an abundance of heroes in our country, so many people still feel so alone, abused, and forgotten. Doesn't that kinda piss you off?" "A bit of an understatement," Tomura growled. "Well, it doesn't have to be that way. So many people out there feel like they have no one to rely on, no one to reach out to, and no one looking out for or even thinking about them. So many people are being hurt in silence with no resolution. So many people are exploited by the system and then promptly forgotten about or disposed of entirely. So many people are in need with seemingly no one willing to do anything about it. At the end of the day, I just want to help people. It doesn't matter who those people are, so long as they can be helped and want to be helped, I want to be there for them. Those people who have been lost in the darkness for so long that they've all but abandoned hope of there ever being a brighter tomorrow, I want to help create that brighter tomorrow for them. I want to help them back into the light and away from their suffering. There are so many people at this very moment that heroes aren't helping, either by lack of ability or just straight up lack of longing." The teen sighed. "Sorry if I'm rambling. Your presence understandably makes me nervous." The last point really got Tomura's attention. The longing to help people was all well and good, but anyone with a cape and spandex could parrot a nice-sounding sentiment. This, however, was beginning to sound like the teen had reached the root of the issue. "What do you mean by that? About you making me nervous? Have you looked in the mirror? No, you a-hole, about heroes having a lack of longing to help people in need." Izuku closed his eyes and bitterly sighed. He had been toying with these thoughts for a while, especially after the vestiges of One for All relayed the information about the dangers of passing on the quirk. We, as a society, have become a little too reliant on All Might. I respect the man and all of the unequivocal good that he has done, but he isn't a god, no matter how obscenely powerful he is. He's just one man, and people have forgotten that. There are so many people that All Might can't do anything for because he just can't be everywhere at once, and hero society is stagnating and failing to pick up that slack because we've gotten way too comfortable. I'm so certain that people who are truly in need are overlooked every day by anyone with even the smallest ability to help because they're confident that someone more suited to handle the situation will be there eventually." Tomura silently soaked in everything the boy said. This conversation had only reaffirmed everything he previously thought about the hero student. "You're not it," Tomura finally declared after the brief silence. All Might's successor. You're not it. Your philosophies are way too different. Any successor to All Might would spout some bullshit about holding up society on their shoulders and maintaining peace with a dumbass smile, like the dumbass smiles that all these people have without even realizing how much danger they're in. Tomura cracked a dark smile. "You're right about society being way too comfortable, you know. Even right now, I could crumble 20 or 30 of them before you're able to stop me. Hell, any one of these people could just snap and unleash their quirk on these unsuspecting targets, and so many people could die. And yet, any successor to All Might would still go on about being able to save everyone as if they're omnipotent, and it would only end up prolonging and exacerbating the suffering of those in the cracks that the new symbol of peace would still be blind to." That was a lot for Izuku to take in. He took a minute to gather his thoughts before responding. "You're not wrong, though I probably wouldn't have phrased it that way. I would also hope people don't see me as All Might's successor after I explicitly denied that I wanted to be. You'd be surprised. Sensei is convinced that all your attempts to deny it are some elaborate red herring to throw people off your scent." "Sensei?" Tomura gave the teen a long look. He knew that he shouldn't be giving the enemy any details about his MSTR and benefactor, but, honestly, was the brat even an enemy at this point? If this kid, his apparent cousin, was who Sensei wanted him to kill, then was Sensei even an ally? Izuku didn't interrupt the man's musings. While he was exceptionally tense during the entire encounter, so tense that purple spikes were lying in wait to strike the villain down at the slightest aggressive movement, He wasn't unwilling to hear whatever he had to say. Honestly, as long as no one got hurt, he was content to talk with him as long as he wanted, but he wouldn't push his luck by pressing for details that the man was clearly hesitant to expand on. There's a spot in the league for you, you know. Izuku was caught completely unawares by that curveball. What? Are you seriously offering me a place in the League of Villains? Figured I'd try it the easy way first, Tomura shrugged. Deciding to put that ominous statement aside for the moment, Izuku took some time to gather the words necessary to carefully phrase his response. Sometimes, you'll end up cracking a few eggs to make an omelet. I get that, and I accept that as a fact of life. That said, I don't know how much good I can do through villainy. I still only want to help people after all. You don't need to be a hero to help people, Tomura challenged. Vigilantes exist. The only difference between a hero and a vigilante is the issue of a license, Izuku argued. And isn't that exactly the problem? A bunch of corrupt suits pulling the strings of hero society get to arbitrarily determine who helps people and who doesn't. They determine who gets a license to kill and who's a criminal masquerading as a good Samaritan. I wonder if those suits know about the kill that you already have under your belt. Izuku had no answer to that. I'll let you mull it over for a little while, he said before standing up and fixing him with a stern glare. Don't take too long. Before he turned around to leave, he gave the boy a final appraisal. Smart idea with the spikes, by the way. You're not so much of an idiot to leave yourself defenseless. With that he turned and walked away. Izuku watched him vanish into the sea of civilians with a frown, and the purple spikes dispersed. He really didn't think that letting him walk away unhindered was a good idea, but attempting to apprehend him in the middle of a crowded shopping mall would have resulted in many preventable casualties. He was glad that the man genuinely only wanted to talk, and he would admit that their conversation felt at least somewhat productive, even if he didn't necessarily know what Tomura sought out of it. What worried him the most was the mention of sensei. He could reason that the identity of the sensei was All for One, and that meant that All for One believed him to be the successor of his arch-nemesis. That wasn't good. It inherently made him a target for one of the most dangerous supervillains of all time. On top of that, All for One's direct subordinate was offering him a spot in the League of Villains where the man would have direct access to him. However, maybe that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. A white flame bloomed in his hair as he began to think. Tomura Shigaraki revealed that All for One believed him to be All Might's successor, meaning that he likely believed him to be the next bearer of One for All. However, Tomura himself clearly didn't believe that to be the case, and he offered him a spot in the League of Villains despite the boy's longing to be a hero. That could either mean that he was laying a trap for the boy to be right in his MSDR's clutches, or there was a genuine disconnect between All for One's desires and Tomura's desires. That disconnect could potentially be exploited. If All for One's desires and Tomura's desires did not align, and Tomura's desires laid much closer to Izuku's, then Izuku could attempt to build much more common ground between the two. If that was possible, perhaps he could sway him away from the evil mastermind entirely, at least long enough for All Might to take the supervillain down for good. A little bold to be using your quirk so blatantly in public like this, came a bored voice from behind him. Izuku near yelped in surprise, and the white flame died as he turned around to face the new arrival. He idly noted the slight headache he had, which was odd considering that he hadn't used his white flames for very long, but he focused on the man before him. The tall, lanky man peered down at him with violet eyes filled with as much boredom as his voice possessed, but Izuku could see the flicker of mirth mixed within as well. Taking in the man's appearance, he was met with a dark red leather jacket over a black shirt and breathes with chin-length crimson hair to match his jacket. His appearance wasn't what put him on edge, though. It was the fact that the man managed to sneak up on him that made him nervous. Not even Tomura had gone undetected when he approached. He offered the man a sheepish smile when he remembered that the man had said something to kick off the interaction, and the mirth in the man's lackadaisical gaze grew more pronounced. "Don't fret, I won't report it," the man lightly assured before meandering around the bench to take the empty spot. Izuku noted that his footsteps were totally soundless. The redhead gave Izuku a considering gaze before closing his eyes and slouching in his spot on the bench. "Frankly, I don't particularly care for how stringent quirk use laws in Japan are. I much prefer the Western model where they're a little more liberal about our natural gifts. I get that, Izuku non-committally replied while keeping a wary eye on the man. It would be a lot more convenient at times. You don't have to be so vigilant, little hero, the man nonchalantly commented with a wave of his hand. That did not assuage Izuku's wariness at all. How do you know I'm a hero student? I recognized you from the UA Sports Festival, he yawned. I'm sure a lot of people here have for other reasons as well. But he was famous. Triply so, given the interview and the stain video. Can I ask you a question? The man inquired, and Izuku nodded. I'd like to hear your opinion on a hypothetical situation involving a villain, heroes, and civilians. Let's say someone like the sludge villain attacks and takes a hostage for their quirk. I wonder what happened to him, by the way. Izuku did his best not to visibly tense up at the mention of the sludge villain, and the lack of notice from the man somewhat eased his mind that he was successful. Anyway, let's say the civilian had a destructive quirk that allowed the sludge villain to cause widespread damage on his rampage. Meanwhile, the civilian is alive and suffocating, but the pro-heroes on scene can't get to them for one reason or another. Maybe their quirks just aren't conducive to the situation, maybe it's incompetence, maybe it's just laziness. The point is that an innocent is dying and nothing is being done about it. This was a very specific hypothetical, and it did nothing to ease Izuku's nerves about him. Now, say a particularly brave or stupid civilian decided to step in since no one else would, and it just so happened that his quirk or specific set of skills allowed him to rescue the hostage himself. Or, at the very least, he made it much easier for the heroes to do so. Do you, as a pro-hero, punish that man for his actions? That was such a needlessly long way around asking for my opinions on vigilantism, Izuku thought with a deadpan expression. I mean, what he did is technically vigilantism, and that is illegal, Izuku carefully began. On the same token, I wouldn't begrudge him for doing it, and I wouldn't make much of an effort to apprehend him for it. Granted, I wouldn't be the only hero on scene, so it would fall out of my hands at some point, but if I couldn't take down the sludge villain to rescue a hostage, I'm not that great of a hero. The man hummed and nodded slightly. I suppose you do have experience with that. Izuku was taken aback by that statement, and now he was really on edge. That comment could have been an innocuous observation based on his rather public interaction with the hero killer, but it could have also been a subtle nod to what happened at the USJ. The latter wasn't likely because how the hell would he have known about that? At the same time, why was the hypothetical so focused on the sludge villain if he wasn't aware of what happened? It was just too unsettling to be a coincidence. Izuku's intense gaze bore into the half-lidded, violet eyes slightly obscured by the red hair of the man beside him, and he could swear that he saw even more mirth dancing behind the boredom. It was as if the man was reveling in plausible deniability, and he knew that Izuku knew it. Just who the hell was this guy? Your friend is here, he spoke again, and Izuku turned to see Ochako approaching them with a few bags in her hand and curiosity written across her face. Izuku? Who's this? She inquired, none the wiser to their conversation and Izuku's anxiety. Just someone who recognized us from the sports festival, he quickly answered before standing up and wrapping a stiff arm around her. Let's go meet up with the others. Okay, she stammered as he led her away from the bench. A small smirk found purchase on Kusari's face as he watched the two teens depart. He could practically taste the boy's discomfort. It wasn't quite fear, but he could feel that the boy knew that he was prey, and his quirk nearly unleashed itself in a frenzy to chase after them. Izuku Midoriya, Kusari hummed. I somewhat see why Curious is so enamored with you. When the time comes, I wonder if you'll be liberated of your shackles or liberated of your life. A hero to help those that hero society has failed, huh? Tomura mused to himself after stepping through the entrance of the bar. A genuinely noble conviction, who would have thought? It's too bad that they'll be calling him a villain sympathizer when shit inevitably hits the fan. What is it, Tomura? Kurogiri asked the man. Just thinking about our person of interest, Tomura lightly replied. Anything from Jiren? He mentioned that he had an acquaintance with a powerful cloning quirk that's willing to work, the misty man answered. I would expect him to be back sometime this week. Might I make a suggestion, Tomura? Came the voice of their sensei from the monitor. Tomura turned a hesitant eye to the screen in question before nodding. He had a considerable bone to pick with him about what the man knew of his past, but he could swallow it for the moment if only for the sake of self-preservation. What is it, sensei? You've done a splendid job at fielding recruits, but I believe you are leaving money on the table, so to speak, the man stated. How so? Tomura slowly questioned, trying to figure out just where his sensei was going. You have collected a few that are clearly competent, but they, for the most part, either lack true experience or the raw power to properly capitalize on that experience. Until you can mold them into reliable dragons, it would be prudent to find already battle-tested pawns to hold down the fort. Who do you have in mind? I'm so glad you asked, Tomura. I have had my eye on a few that have successfully fought and defeated pro-heroes in the past, one even killing a duo of them with relative ease. You don't have I-. Yes, I am well aware of that, Tomura Shigaraki. The point remains that battle-tested acumen would do wonders for the efficacy of the group, even if they stray a little far into wanton violence without reason for your updated sensibilities. Tomura would not lash out at the obvious jab. He would not. He probably earned it after the attempted crack at Sensei's lack of eyes. He also had to concede that the man made a good point. If they were going to make a proper impression as an organization, then proper, destructive firepower was exactly what they needed. Some pointless murder and destruction was a small price to pay for the end of all might society. Gotta crack a few eggs to make an omelette, Tomura muttered, echoing the words he had heard earlier that day. Precisely, Tomura, All for One commented with an unseen grin. And, courtesy of our ever-loyal informant, I know just where to begin making the omelette. Izuku closed the front door of the apartment behind him. He promised himself that he would address the subject with his mother when he returned home, and he would do so. His mother was in pain, and not a goddamn soul would stop him from rectifying that. He stepped into the living room and found his mother watching TV with a cup of tea in hand. She sent him a warm smile when she noticed him, and he gave her a shaky one in return. Her smile somewhat dimmed at that, and she moved over and beckoned for him to sit down beside her. How was your trip to the mall? She asked him while softly running her hand through his hair, and he instinctively slumped and leaned into her touch despite being taller than her. It was. He began before pausing to consider how eventful the simple mall trip ended up being. Enlightening, I suppose. Oh, his mother replied with curiosity brimming in her gaze. How so? I'll tell you later, he deflected, deciding to get right to the meat and potatoes. Inko's brow furrowed, and she curiously regarded her son who was looking anywhere but at her for a few moments. Mom, he softly began, and he finally brought his gaze up to meet hers. What happened? Inko's eyes briefly widened, and then she deflated with a sigh before looking back at her son with the most tired gaze that he had ever seen her sport. I knew this was coming eventually. I just hoped that I could continue ignoring it for a little while longer. Izuku remained silent while she continued rubbing circles on his scalp with a small, sad smile. I never told you why I lost hope in heroics, she remarked softly, and another silence followed in which she continued her ministrations and the energy continued to leave her. Izuku did not like seeing his mother so defeated. When I was still a student, I interned with Yoroi Musha. She began in a sullen tone that betrayed the smile she tried to maintain for her son. He taught me quite a bit. He refined my fighting style with a decent repertoire of martial arts that he helped me make my own and create a personalized style out of. Afterward, I did work study with his agency whenever I could. Her sad smile became a bit wistful. He showed a bright-eyed teenage girl who just wanted to help people the glamorous bits of hero society, and he trained me to take on the world and serve the people the best I could. I really enjoyed my time with him. Then, her smile vanished. And then I didn't. When she didn't elaborate, Izuku tried to rein in his bubbling rage. He could feel the ever-so-familiar heat shoot through his soul and fight to overtake his being. He was then drawn into a warm, firm hug from his mother, and the rage slowly drained away in her embrace. I'll spare you the details, she finally said, neither party breaking the embrace. Just know that he wasn't unique in that regard, and neither was I. When I graduated and started interacting with heroes a lot more, I very quickly learned that he and so many others are only in it for the fame and wealth. She paused to amend her thought and shifted without breaking the hug. Well, those that survive in the business long enough to afford to indulge are in it for those things. Anyway, it's why I decided to go underground. People are usually on the up and up down there, although you do have the few who use it to get into the drag and trigger trades. The two sat in the embrace for another lengthy silence. Inko resumed her rubbing of her son's scalp, and he returned the affection by rubbing her back. Did you ever report it? Izuku asked after another minute in the hug. She sighed again, and Izuku already didn't like what the answer would be. That's the thing about making accusations against someone in a position of power when the government agency that it inevitably falls to has an implicit stake in maintaining the status quo. So, nothing was ever done about it, then. Like I said, I'm not a unique case. That doesn't make it okay. Izuku actually shouted, pulling away from the hug. He hurt you and who knows how many others. He hurt you. He shouldn't just get to continue life with impunity. No, it's not okay, Inko calmly answered without backing down from her incensed son. But it isn't your revenge to take. Whatever reply Izuku would have uttered died in his throat when he processed what she said. Inko watched the sparks of black that had briefly returned when he shouted fade away once more. I know that look, Izuku, she began, and he couldn't meet her gaze anymore. I had it for years. It was all I could think about. It bled into my work. I vented all of that hatred, that rage, that disgust, and that disappointment in myself. I poured it all out onto criminals. I pistol-whipped a mugger until he cried, Izuku. Izuku minutely perked up at the mention of that, as he remembered Jiro telling him that same story. I was so filled with hatred that it even cost me a friendship, she continued. That wasn't the person I wanted to be, but it was the person I became. I wouldn't let it be the hero I was too. So, that's why you retired? Izuku surmised. I was no longer living up to my longing to help people, she confirmed. I was just coping by hurting others. For those fleeting moments, I felt in control again. This is the reality that I wanted to shield you from. You don't deserve to have it beat you down too. Izuku remained silent, and his gaze fell away from his mother once again. The more he learned about the state of heroics, the less he enjoyed the thought of participating in the system. Besides, she continued, Musha is just one of many commission flunkies to take down. Some are much dirtier than others. They'll all get what's coming to them in due time, and I'll be right there to watch the BS duty burn. What exactly do you mean by that? Izuku hesitantly questioned. The rat works in mysterious ways, she cryptically answered with a smile, and Izuku sighed knowing that was the best answer he would get. Then, he felt his mother wrap him into another, even warmer hug. You truly are my greatest achievement, Izuku. If everything that happened over the course of my life was necessary in order to have you, I wouldn't change a thing. Izuku didn't fight the tears that welled up and trailed down his freckled cheeks at that statement, and he buried himself in her embrace with equal fervor. All the while, he was hard at work ignoring the growing sensation deep within him. It was a dark, flaming abyss that yearned for retribution. If there was one thing Izuku learned over the course of the semester, it was that sleep, like kneecaps, was a privilege and not a right. Whether it was agonizing over the littlest, least meaningful decisions in his life or waking up in a cold sweat after reliving the death of the sludge villain for the 100th time, Izuku was no stranger to losing sleep. This night was no different, as the events of the day had finally come down on him. Tomura Shigaraki had offered him a spot in the League of Villains. He was seriously offered a place in the League of FING Villains. What the f was he supposed to say to that? He felt that the two of them had come to a sort of understanding, but for the man to have extended him that kind of offer, he didn't quite know how to feel about the implications. He decided to keep it to himself for the moment. Then, there was the red-headed man who hinted at knowing the truth about the sludge villain with all the subtlety of a parade of flaccid PPS flopping in the wind. If the man was trying to play mind games with him, he very much succeeded. He needed to figure out just who the hell the man was and what the hell his angle even was. Unlike with the meeting with Tomura, he did send a warning to Nizu about that interaction. Someone had gotten their hands on classified information and felt comfortable enough to all but tell Izuku that they had it. Finally, there was the sorest of the present subjects, his mother. He got confirmation on a name, but as much as every fiber of his being quite literally burned with the longing to hunt the son of a beach down, his mother made him promise to leave it be if for no other reason than to not deprive her of her own catharsis when the time came. He would gladly do that for his mother, and he would ensure that he got a front row seat. As Hisashi Midoriya found out for himself, and all for one would certainly find out soon, you don't F with a Shimura and live to tell the tale. Unbeknownst to a snoozing Tashinori, One for All was lightly humming. Within the Quirk, Nana Shimura felt a sudden wave of unbridled vindication. "You're goddamn right, you don't," she muttered to herself, much to the confusion of the other vestiges. They shrugged it off and just assumed that she had finally lost what was left of her sanity. Needless to say, Izuku had a lot on his mind, and sleep was just not in the cards for him. He generally just browsed through his phone in situations like this, which may or may not have been counterproductive to getting back to sleep, but mindless doom scrolling was the easiest, most readily available solution. As such, that was what he found himself doing once again at 2:30 a.m. It wasn't absolutely pertinent that he got back to sleep since he didn't have school in the morning and his flight to I-Island wasn't until the day after, so he afforded himself a dive through hero forums. He hadn't been spending a ton of time on them after the Hosu incident since seeing discussions about himself in relation to Stain made him feel weird. The memes were one thing, but some users like AllBlackCat and G__C_O who were firmly in the Stain had a point camp consistently argued with those in the "a villain with valid points is still a villain" and "Stain was a ridiculous psychopath" camps about himself and Shoto. He primarily saw a lot of talk about the merit of Stain's stamp of approval in regards to his validity as a true hero. Those in the former camp argued that a man who explicitly killed heroes he deemed to be unfit for the title by his admittedly ludicrous standards, finding someone to be worthy was inherently significant. AllBlackCat in particular seemed to be rather violently in his corner, consistently arguing that his longing to help people was genuine enough that even a serial killer could see it. That made him feel good. On the other hand, he got the feeling that G__C_O just wanted to talk up Stain whenever they could. He was a little worried about that one, in all honesty. However, those in the latter two camps argued that a crazy man deeming something to meet his standards didn't make it significant, and arguing from the position that it did only gave the crazy man's ramblings more power than they actually deserved. Some even insisted that a kid who wanted to help the downtrodden being endorsed by an XPLCT hero killer says more about the kid's appeal to villains than his appeal to civilized society. He could certainly see the logic in the first point, but the second one kind of hurt. Even beyond the Stain topics, visits to those forums just didn't hit the same as they did before he started at UA. The debates he got into with Future Vision 420 over All Might's diminishing presence in the public eye weren't as satisfying once he learned about All Might's injury. There was nothing to speculate anymore, so he just found himself agreeing with the user's ravenous defense of All Might. His scrolling was interrupted when he received a text from an unfamiliar number. "Midoriya? It's Vanta." That certainly surprised him. Vanta hadn't spoken to him much during his internship, and it had been weeks since then. He got a few messages from some of the others in the VRP, but none from her. Given her hesitance to share much of her story while he was there, getting a random text from her was certainly a nice surprise. "Vanta, it's great to hear from you. How are you?" "I'm alive. You know how that goes." Izuku truly did not know how to take that statement, so he moved past it. "Fair enough. What have you been up to?" Same old, same old. We can't exactly leave the campus unsupervised. Probably for our own good." Izuku conceded that point. It only made sense that their movements were restricted until they were fully rehabilitated. They presumably didn't teach small talk classes, though, and Izuku had never been great at it, either, so he was at risk of fumbling through the rest of the conversation if it kept up like this. "I get that. How did you encounter Stain?" There it was. The username AllBlackCat started to make a lot of sense. "My friend was being an idiot and trying to get revenge for his brother." "So you did fight him, then?" It was an endeavor like the official reports say. I won't confirm or deny anything. That's basically a yes, you know? Not according to the rules of plausible deniability. I'm 99% sure that's not how that works, but alright. Izuku wouldn't say that he wasn't enjoying talking to her, but he felt like she didn't just text him out of the blue to ask him something she likely already knew the answer to. Is something on your mind? There was a pause for a few minutes, and Izuku figured that he hit the nail on the head and she was either trying to formulate a response or working up the nerve to come out and say whatever was troubling her. Do you think anyone can be a hero? Well, of all the unexpected questions to receive, that was certainly on the lighter end of the scale. He definitely didn't think that just anyone should be a hero anymore, but he could infer that wasn't what she was asking him. Anyone with the capacity to do good can be a hero. Even a mutant with a villainous quirk and a rap sheet? The sins of your past have no bearing on the lives you can save in the future. There's also no such thing as a villainous quirk, and anyone who says otherwise is a fuckwit. Another pause followed, and Izuku patiently awaited her response. I knew you were cool. A smile graced Izuku's face at her text. It took all of his willpower to opt out of asking her about her quirk since it was already really late and he knew that he'd badger her with questions about it for hours if he could. Look, it's coming into view. The world's very own bastion of research and baby making. I can already feel all the appealing babies I'm going to make. May was practically salivating with her face pressed against the window of the private jet as they made their steady approach to the vaunted island, much to the amusement of Izuku and discomfort of Toshinori. He still didn't really know how to feel about another person being let in on his biggest secret. After the girl had pretty much figured out his identity on her own within a minute of meeting him, he ushered them into the teacher's lounge and made her swear an oath of silence about the whole thing. When she did, he told her about his injury and his time limit, but nothing more than that. What surprised him, however, was how little she seemed to care, at least outwardly. She really just seemed happy to be included, not really caring about the truth behind All Might's identity one way or the other. Maybe she just didn't show it, but either way, Toshinori would be lying if he said his pride wasn't a little wounded. She seems excited, Izuku mused to the older man sitting across the aisle. Yes, she does, he sighed. I'm genuinely afraid of what a brain like hers could get up to on I-Island. I could start on something that extends your time limit, the girl in question excitedly declared to Toshinori, and the two other occupants of the jet were very much taken aback. She didn't freak out or react very strongly when she was brought into the fold, so both assumed that she just took the information in stride and didn't obsess over it because it had little to do with inventing and designing gear. In actuality, the idea of the symbol of peace being constrained by a time limit that kept him out of the picture for 21 hours out of any given day unsettled her, and she had a few thoughts about the situation that she didn't really know what to make of. Well, at least until you can find someone to pass your quirk onto, she finished in a more subdued tone, and Toshinori practically hacked up his remaining lung. How do you know about that? He demanded. You were muttering about finding a successor and passing on your quirk in your sleep earlier, she answered, and Toshinori paled while Izuku face-bombed. Real nice, All Might, Izuku muttered through his hands. Toshinori heavily sighed, and he fixed May with a serious look. You cannot tell a soul about what you heard. I figured, she shrugged. Are you close to finding one? Unfortunately, I'm not, the man denied with a downcast expression. I had a few in mind, but certain circumstances made them unfit for the role through no fault of their own. For right now, one for all will stay with me. May nodded and returned her gaze to the window. Meanwhile, Izuku had brought his head from his hands and turned his attention to Toshinori. Does that have to change? He asked him, and Toshinori's brow furrowed. What do you mean, young Midoriya? He asked with a bit of confusion. Why wouldn't he pass on one for all? Izuku mulled over his thoughts for a long moment, and even May brought her gaze from the floating city in the distance to the green-haired teen. You're the symbol of peace, the boy began. You've done so much good for our society. Your presence still does so much for keeping society stable, and without you, who knows what kind of hell we would be plunged into. Toshinori nodded. He knew that much already. It was why passing on the quirk was so important, as he wouldn't be around forever. But have you ever considered that as much good as your status does us, it also does as much harm? Izuku asked him. Before Toshinori could rebut, Izuku held his hand up and continued. I don't mean you as a hero, I mean what you represent. You're not just a symbol, you're also a pillar holding up the current order. Society needs you in order to exist, or, more accurately, society needs one for all as it's currently constructed. Exactly, Toshinori agreed. That's why it's crucial that I find a successor to be the pillar that society rests on when I can no longer be that. But there doesn't have to be. Just one pillar, don't you think? You told me that I'm going to be a great symbol in the future, and I do want to be, but I don't want to be the symbol. It's a double-edged sword. Society resting on a singular pillar is dangerous. No matter how strong that pillar is, it's just one pillar, and it'll never be infallible. It has to be, Toshinori pressed. But it won't be, Izuku stood his ground. Your injury is proof of that. Toshinori flinched, but the boy wasn't wrong and he knew it. He just barely survived that battle with All for One, and even now, he wasn't entirely convinced that he had enough power to finish the job if the supervillain truly survived having his head caved in 5 years prior. Mei, meanwhile, was silently watching the discussion unfold. The thoughts she had about All Might and his condition were being echoed on both sides of the debate. After a lengthy silence, the man resignedly sighed. What do you suggest? Before Izuku could say anything, Mei spoke up, surprising the two of them. How about more than one pillar? When the two males turned to look at her, she continued. If someone is strong enough to take down one pillar, then they're probably strong enough to take down multiple, though maybe not all at once. There's no sense in making it easier on them by just having one pillar to take down to cause the downfall of society. 4 legs make a sturdier table than 3, which make a sturdier table than 2. Seeing exactly where she was going with her analogy, Izuku's eyes brightened. And the 4 legs wouldn't have to be as thick as a single leg would have to be to support the entire weight of the table. And knocking down one leg wouldn't bring down the entire thing. Well, I suppose that depends on the shape and composition of the table. You know what, we're getting lost in the analogy. While the two teens were going on about tables, Toshinori was considering everything the youngsters said. He would readily admit that they made a good point that a singular pillar wasn't infallible, and without added help to keep society standing, removing that pillar would bring the whole thing down, and his injury was doing just that. Still, though, that's nothing that passing on the quirk won't address, right? Having multiple pillars for society would be fantastic, but how feasible was it with the power they wielded? Maybe if he plucked 2 hairs from his head and offered them to 2 different people. No. What the F dash? No. Absolutely not, Toshi. Don't do that, you goddamn bonehead. My brother is going to win at this rate. For some reason, Toshinori felt like that was a bad idea. Looking at the two teens animatedly spiraling into a conversation about combat-ready tables and something about babies that spat fire, a fond smile took form on his face. He was reminded of days gone with David by his side when he watched them interact. Still, they had an important discussion to continue. Wouldn't the issue of needing multiple pillars still be able to be addressed while having a wielder of one for all? Toshinori asked the two teens. I mean, sure, it could be, Izuku began, but you're still thinking about it in terms of one sturdy pillar holding up society with a couple of others that aren't as sturdy providing support. A villain or force of villains who want to take down society would still need to be strong enough to take down that main pillar. They'd have to be as powerful as you. That's a pretty tall order, Toshinori commented. For most, Izuku replied, and Toshinori stiffened. He didn't know that the boy was aware of All for One potentially still being alive, but the point still remained. Besides, Mei spoke up again, it's better if heroes and society at large don't have a specific get-out-of-jail-free card so that they don't rest on their laurels. Complacency is the enemy of progress, after all. Just something to think about, Izuku finished off as the two teens turned to watch the approaching floating city from their windows. The boy was right, Toshinori had quite a bit to think about. So long as All for One was still alive, One for All needed to exist, and thus a symbol of peace needed to be around. However, what about after that? His entire mission had been to save the world with a smile, be the symbol of peace that society needed, and avenge his sensei for as long as he could remember. Was he even allowed to think about what came afterward when the job hasn't even been finished yet? After making it through immigration inspection, the two costumed men and uniformed women entered the fray of festivities for the pre-opening of I-Expo. The teens' reactions to the new environment were as amusing to All Might as he expected they would be. They were gawking at the open quirk usage first and foremost. Unlike in Japan, people are allowed to use their quirks however they wish on I-Island, All Might explained. Whoa! Izuku remarked in complete wonder. Both he and his destructive companion felt like they were in a fantasy world. I much prefer the Western model where they are a little more liberal about our natural gifts. So, that's what he meant, Izuku muttered to himself quietly enough that neither would hear him, or so he thought. Quirk laws in Japan are pretty restrictive. They've always been that way, All Might responded with a light sigh. It was a whole thing for a while, even decades ago before my time. I-Island is technically international land, but the United States has the most significant influence over it, so their more lax philosophy on quirk use carried over here. Izuku ignored his slight embarrassment at being heard in favor of his intrigue at the information he was given. People can use their quirks as they please, and there's no crime to speak of? It was May who answered this time. Don't mistake correlation for causation. It's likely a cultural thing in tandem with the fact that this place has a security system that's second to none. All Might nodded with his signature grin. He maintained his grin when he was recognized and immediately swarmed by both fans and the media. Despite the grin, All Might was not having a good time. He was one of if not the most famous pro-hero on the planet, so the attention was very much expected, but that wasn't the end of it. Regardless of how easy it was for the two teens with him to figure out his identity, no one else had done the same up to that point. As far as the world was concerned, All Might was 220 centimeters and built like a brick shithouse at all times. That meant that All Might had to stay buffed up every second he was in public. It would be murder on him, but so long as he wasn't forced to do anything particularly strenuous, he'd be fine. What could possibly go wrong on I-Island, anyway? The place had better security measures than Tartarus. No one would be stupid enough to stage any attacks at the expo. Someone would have to be a complete and utter FING imbecile to think they could possibly get away with that. There you are, Uncle Might, came an excited voice from afar accompanied by the spring of a clearly modified pogo stick. Joyfully bounding over to the group was a blonde teenage girl with round glasses over her blue eyes. Izuku was confused at the way she addressed All Might so familiarly, while May's eyes immediately zeroed in on the pogo stick she was riding. When the girl finally made it to them, she and All Might leaped into a hug and started catching up. Izuku patiently stood to the side and out of the way to not interrupt the clear reconnection, and as the conversation progressed without either acknowledging him whatsoever, he looked over to May to see if she was feeling as awkward as he was. As he should have expected, she was no longer beside him. Instead, she was closely inspecting every inch of the unique pogo stick and practically salivating all the while. He could only shake his head and softly chuckle, and that finally got All Might's attention and reminded him that he had stragglers with him. "Oh, right, young Midoriya, allow me to introduce you to my friend Dave's daughter," All Might motioned to her. "It's really nice to meet you," she said with a smile. "I'm Melissa Shield." "Shield? Like David Shield?" "Meet him. He's my dad." "Holy hell, that's so cool." Izuku began before cutting off his fanboying. "It's nice to meet you too. I'm Izuku Midoriya, a first year at UA." "I knew you looked familiar," Melissa remarked with recognition blooming on her face. "You put on a show at the UA Sports Festival. I didn't recognize you in costume. Fantastic work from what I can tell, by the way. Who designed it?" Izuku fought off his blush from the momentary praise, and he pointed to his designated support technician and costume designer that was still looking over the pogo stick, though she now had a notebook in hand and was furiously scribbling down everything she took note of. Closer inspection revealed that it was one of Izuku's own notebooks. How in the world she got it, he didn't know and wouldn't ask. However, before he could introduce her to Melissa, she popped to her feet with a grin and entered the taller girl's personal space, as if sensing that it was time to sell herself. Mei Hatsum, inventor extraordinaire in UA's support course and future CEO of Hatsum Industries, she proudly declared, and she only backed off to extend a hand to her. Melissa, completely unfazed by the shorter girl's antics, excitedly took the hand. "Did you make this baby?" Mei asked, motioning to the pogo stick. "Yes, but not on the first date," the taller girl answered, and Izuku almost chortled while All Might nearly lost his buff form when he hacked up a glob of blood. "There are no springs in it at all," Mei marveled. "Yep, it's 100% plot-powered," Melissa excitedly replied. Before Izuku could question that statement, Melissa turned to him and slightly bent down to his level to closely inspect him. Had he not been accustomed to Mei already doing that whenever he entered the lab, he would have been beet red at the sudden proximity. "Your costume is really well done," she remarked while looking him over. "Could use a hood though. Costumes feel incomplete without one, in my personal opinion." She then took one of his arms in her hands. "I especially like the gauntlets doubling as bracers, presumably for the strength enhancer component of your quirk." At his nod, she continued on to inspecting his rebreather. "I feel like this is incomplete. It was supposed to double as a respirator to keep oxygen circulating within him when he's in speedster mode," Mei explained. "I haven't yet figured out a way to accomplish that without blowing him up, though." That would indeed be counterproductive," she lightly remarked as if they weren't discussing the prospect of him literally exploding. "Tell you what, we can brainstorm in my lab later today." Mei could lay claim to possessing 2 whole galaxies with the amount of stars in her eyes at the proposal, but All Might cleared his throat to get Melissa's attention before Mei could say anything. "Oh, sorry. I got distracted," she apologized before grabbing her pogo stick. Izuku and Mei were transfixed by the pogo stick quickly collapsing in on itself and becoming a chip that she stuffed into her pocket. Neither had ever seen any kind of technology like that in Japan, or anywhere else, for that matter. Whatever she said about her dad's lab was lost to the both of them as they mindlessly followed behind the 2 blondes. On an overlook at the immigration inspection, a tall, burly man with long, brown hair and a very pronounced scar covering the majority of his face put his phone away after making contact with his man on the inside. 3 p.m. at Gate Good. "Should this go as smoothly as we planned, we'll make a fortune off of that dumbass scientist." So caught up in his cliché, villainous ramblings was he that he wasn't paying attention to his surroundings. Had he been doing so, he just might have noticed a man idly slink past him without his steps making a single sound. After All Might and David Shield reunited after so many years, David noticed the faint smoke wafting off of his old friend, so he sent his daughter away to give the 2 visiting teens a tour of the island. Izuku and Mei were again struck by how fantastical the island felt. It strongly resembled a massive amusement park fused with a sprawling metropolis. "This place is really amazing," Izuku breathed out. "I can't believe the whole thing is man-made. Holy shit, that's Godzilla." "Oh yeah, we invite a lot of pro heroes here all the time to showcase support gear and test out new designs," Melissa responded with a laugh. Izuku wandered over to the massive hero/actor that was twice as tall as All Might. The reptilian pro stopped when he noticed the boy's approach, and he bent down to be closer to his level. "Excuse me, Godzilla?" he asked while holding out a notebook to an open page, and the massive pro gladly took the offered notebook and pen. "Who do I make it out to?" Godzilla asked in his soft yet booming voice. "Setsuna Tokage," he answered, and the large pro paused in confusion for a moment before reasoning that the autograph was for someone else entirely. After signing the page and then handing the notebook back, the 2 posed for a quick picture. "Could I ask you an important question?" Izuku queried after putting his phone away. "Fire away," the mini kaiju replied. "Could you beat All Might in a fight?" Amusement was the immediate reaction, not just from Godzilla, but from Mei and Melissa as well. What?" the pro questioned. "Could you beat All Might in a fight?" Izuku repeated, completely undeterred. A PRGNT silence followed, and Godzilla's expression was almost unreadable. It didn't help that the man did not have the capacity for human facial expressions, but Izuku spent enough time around Sue to pick up on pensive blankness. If you're asking who would win between All Might and Godzilla, legally I can't say, Godzilla carefully answered. NDAs were a pain when movies found themselves in development hell. Izuku deflated at the non-answer, but he accepted it nonetheless and thanked the hero for his time. Upon returning to the duo of girls, he ignored Melissa smirking amusedly at him in favor of sending the picture he took with Godzilla to Tokage with a special caption. It took less than a minute for a reply to come. I'm gonna strangle you at training camp, you rat bastard. Oh, I know exactly where we should check out next. Melissa exclaimed, and she pointed to a large building just up ahead of them. It's a showcase of the newest hero items and support tech to come out of the island. May gasped and practically started vibrating. What are we waiting for? Let's go see the newest babies. The trio were prepared to scamper off, but Izuku was frozen in place when he heard a familiar thumping in a crescendo. His instincts screamed at him to flee, but his better judgment knew that would make things worse. He dared not look behind him at his approaching doom, instead resigning to his fate and praying that it would be over quickly. I knew it was you I spotted, a mature voice declared with a frightening amount of glee. The tan, muscly arm that wrapped around his neck and put him in a headlock draped in a curtain of white hair only confirmed his fears. Hi, Mirko, Izuku lamented. I did not come prepared to be thrashed on this trip. And that's a problem, you should be ready to throw down at all times. Mirko jokingly, he hoped, reprimanded. You two go on ahead, Izuku told the inventor duo ahead of him. I'll catch up at some point. Are you sure? Melissa asked. I don't mind waiting. Yeah, it's totally fine, Izuku assured before motioning to the still vibrating May. You keep her waiting any longer and I'm afraid she'll legitimately combust. Melissa took note of the faint smoke coming from May's vibrating form, and she nodded and ushered the shorter girl away toward the showcase. So, my favorite little thief, the hell are you doing here? Mirko asked the teen after releasing him from her hold. I came with all might, Izuku answered with a shrug. The rabbit hero whistled. How the hell did you manage that? Usually +1s are reserved for family or close friends. His late sensei was apparently my grandmother, so in terms of family, my mom and I are practically the closest he's got, Izuku responded. How about you? I don't think I would have ever imagined you taking time off for anything. That's because of me, another, much more exasperated female voice called from behind them, and Izuku turned to see Ryukyu approaching them and giving the boy an apologetic grimace. There's a panel for giant, reptilian pro-heroes tomorrow. You might have seen Godzilla or Indominus around already, actually. Bringing her along was the only way I could force her to take a vacation. Vacations are for the weak, Mirko rebuked. You work non-stop across the country, Ryukyu argued. The only break you've taken in the past 6 months was to beat up this kid for imitating one of your super moves. And it was goddamn worth it. Mirko replied with a toothy grin that very much unsettled Izuku. His distress grew even more when she turned the grin onto him. Time to see how you've improved since your internship, fiery klepto. Izuku's prayers for a swift end went unanswered that day. Niza looked over the footage from the security cameras of the mall that Class 1A had visited a final time. He truly wished he had more to work with, but all he could do is stare a hole into the screen where a man with red hair and a red leather jacket casually wandered by. This was the man that his protege had informed him of, the man who knew much more than he should. The Chimera principal took every measure he could to scrub any evidence of the sludge villain even being at the USJ. There was no mention of him in any of the reports, any security footage of him was either altered or eliminated entirely, and the students who witnessed the event were sworn to silence about it. Even still, he had obtained knowledge of it, meaning he either was one of the criminals present or was working with someone capable of retrieving that evidence electronically. All of the criminals aside from Tomura Shigaraki and Kurojiri were apprehended and accounted for, so that ruled out the first option. The second option was far more worrisome, as it implied that there were parties capable of infiltrating UA's networks and leaving with sensitive information beyond his notice. That was absolutely unacceptable, and he would have anyone and everyone responsible killed. He would work tirelessly to rectify the situation. He'd have to get into contact with Ms. Iida again, it seemed. Just then he received an alert from the cameras outside of his office at the approach of Inko, and he smiled. Hopping down from his chair, he made it to the door just before Inko reached for the handle and opened it himself with his usual almost human smile on display. Inko, far too used to his antics by now, stepped inside without missing a beat and sat down in one of the two chairs in front of his desk. "So, you called me in for an important meeting," Inko began with a quirked eyebrow. "You requested I be in costume too, so I figured it was important." "Indeed it is, but let us wait on our third participant," Nizu responded, climbing back into his chair. "I will admit that even I was taken by surprise when he contacted me, but I do love a good plot twist." Inko frowned at the vagueness, but she remained silent. If Nizu was playing it up, he certainly had a reason. "While we wait for his arrival, I must ask how you've been doing these last few days," Nizu said with a much more subdued expression. Inko momentarily stilled, but she relaxed just as quickly. "I'm doing okay." Izu was worried, and I couldn't exactly blame him. "Did you talk with him about it?" "Yes." "How did he take it?" "He was angry." I didn't give him specifics, but I didn't really have to. Had I not dissuaded him, he'd be out for blood. I'm not entirely convinced that he isn't still, but I think he has enough respect for the concept of dibs to leave it be. Nizu nodded, and he poured the woman a cup of tea before retrieving his own already full cup. When he looked back at the monitors on his desk displaying the feeds from the cameras, his smile returned once more. "Ah, it seems he has arrived," the Chimera noted, and he repeated his actions from before. This time, though, his smile was much less casual than the one he offered to his longtime comrade. "I'm glad you're here. I would have never expected you to request a meeting like this. You were the only person I could risk coming to about it," came a deep voice that Inko instantly recognized, and pure hatred filled her to her very core. She slowly turned her body to face the doorway, and her gaze became utterly venomous. "Endeavor," she practically spat. The man in question became rigid upon seeing her, and he turned a narrowed gaze onto the animal. "Why is she here?" he demanded. "This involves her son just as much as it involves your own," Nizu calmly replied before returning to his chair. "Please, have a seat. She will play nice." Endeavor, despite himself, hesitantly sat down in the open seat beside the woman who was staring daggers at him. She finally ripped her glare away from him and refocused on the smiling Chimera, and Nizu offered the man a cup of tea, which he accepted. "Now, it appears that we all have a common enemy," Nizu began. "The Hero Public Safety Commission is starting to poke its bureaucratic nose into things, right, Endeavor?" The flame hero snorted, and the flames dressing his face brightened minutely. "Recently, the HPSC sent an agent to my home to discuss the ripples of the Stain video. It was less of a discussion and more of a thinly veiled threat to keep my son on a leash, or else." "Or else what?" Nizu asked while maintaining his smile, and Inko's smoldering glare would have killed a lesser man. "They threatened to no longer look the other way in regards to my family," Endeavor muttered. "It'd be about FNG time," Inko scoffed. Endeavor's gaze darkened, and he turned to address the woman with a snarl. "You've had something to get off your chest for years, so just say it." Inko was initially doing her best to hold in her vitriol while being around Endeavor, but the mention of his family and even a passing allusion to the abuse he put them through made her crack. Now, however, she was seeing red, and she shot up from her seat. "You deplorable piece of shit. How effing dare you? You snatch a woman away from her family and treat her as nothing more than a means to an end to create your perfect FING specimens, and then you spend 15 years putting her and your FING children through horrible abuse, and you don't even have the FING decency to own up to it. You stripped a woman of her humanity and viewed your children as experiments that were either successes or failures. You effing broke Ray mentally, killed your oldest son, and nearly created a ticking time bomb in your youngest, and then you have the FING gall to only admit to such when the most corrupt institution on the planet threatens to stop covering for your sick behavior." Endeavor was nearing his boiling point. He would not be shouted at and decried like some misbehaving child. He was the number 2 hero, goddammit. He worked himself to the bone to get where he was, and he demanded some FNG respect. He wouldn't stand to be belittled by some unknown underground washout, if everything she was saying wasn't the irrefutable truth. As much as he instinctively wanted to lash back, he could only stand there and take the vicious dressing down by the positively murderous-looking woman. You're a repugnant piece of FNG garbage of the highest order, and you deserve everything that you get, but your children don't deserve to be put through any more torment just because you lack the humanity to feel any modicum of remorse for the hell you put them through. Of course I do. Endeavor finally bellowed to the furious woman, stopping her rant in its tracks. A brief, startled silence followed between the two as Inko settled between added fury at being interrupted or callous dismissal of his claim. Endeavor, however, continued. I very much do. Endeavor said much more softly. Anytime I see you and the pure contempt for me in your eyes, I'm reminded of the hell I put Rei through that eventually caused her to snap. Anytime I witness your son in action, I see the great power he possesses and the skill in which he wields it, and I'm confronted with what I forced my children through, what I forced Shoto through. Inko was silent. As taken aback as she was by the sudden admittance of guilt and the genuineness she could feel from it, her face was still set in a frown, and she slowly sat back down to let the man continue confessing his sins. Natsuo won't even speak to me. Fuyumi hides it well, but the death of Toya hit her the hardest, and she tries to maintain a strong, positive front by keeping up any semblance of normalcy to keep the family together by any means. Shoto completely rejects me and wants to be his own man, one much more like your son than anything close to me. And Toya. Endeavor's gaze was fixed on the carpet of Nizu's office, and no one uttered a word. The man's flames gradually petered out until his bare face was exposed, and the dry anguish on the man's face spelled nothing but genuine regret. Endeavor had left, and in his place was a downtrodden Enji Todoroki. I failed him most of all, he remarked. I created a family just to one day have my legacy surpass All Might's, and I never even accomplished that and lost that family all the while. Inko didn't know how to feel about the admission. On one hand, it felt like too little, too late. The damage was already done. However, on the other hand, it revealed to her that the man wasn't the heartless abomination that she fervently believed him to be. Nizu, meanwhile, watched the proceedings with his smile intact, not making a move to interrupt or calm either of them. He still didn't quite understand humans, so their bouts of emotion were always amusing to him, but he certainly understood pain and could see a lot of it in both of them. That was good, particularly in Endeavor's case. His plan predicated on it. Is all of that genuine? Inko asked the flame hero, and he sullenly nodded. She sighed. If forgiveness is what you're after, then it isn't up to me. It's up to them. I don't deserve forgiveness, he replied. But perhaps I could work to atone. You can start by publicly addressing it, Nizu proposed, and both adults' gazes snapped to him. What? They asked in unison. Nizu's smile grew at a proportional rate to Inko growing unsettled. The best way to begin your path to atonement is to apologize to your family first and foremost, if they're willing to hear you, that is. Then, you must make a public statement about the situation and completely undercut the leverage that the HPSC has over you. Bear in mind that you will have to lay your soul completely bare for public scrutiny, and your reputation will take a critical hit. You will fall down the popularity rankings regardless of if you take a leave of absence or not, and you will never reach your goal of catching up to and surpassing All Might. However, it will be the first major shot fired in the war against government corruption. That's a little extreme, don't you think? Inko hesitantly questioned. I'd rather the kids and Rei not have to deal with the media circus that would cause. It's unorthodox and quite unfortunate, but we can do our best to mitigate the exposure the family at large will have and keep the spotlight on Endeavor himself, Nizu answered. It would do some good to move the conversations about young Shoto away from Stain. Besides, people have been clamoring for more transparency in heroics for decades. This would be a very poignant first step. Inko grunted in tentative acquiescence while Endeavor remained silent, mulling over the thought of coming out and exposing his transgressions to the public. The Chimera was correct that it would torpedo his image likely beyond repair. People would hate him more than many already did. There would be no chance in hell of him overcoming All Might in any capacity. However, thinking only about himself and his aspirations got him and his family to this point. It was no longer about him. It was about protecting his family. If he had to engage in a talking rat's cold war against the government, so be it. I'll do it, Endeavor finally answered, and Inko was giving him a look that he couldn't quite decipher. Excellent, Nizu said with an even sharper smile. Now, shall we begin planning? You know, as much as I love overhaul, I wish the grunt work was a little more exciting, said a thin man with straight, blonde hair and a beak-shaped mask that signified his place among the 8 bullets of the Shai Hasaikai. It's part of the job and the opportunities he gifted us, replied a large, bald man wearing a simple medical mask. Yeah, you're right, the blonde conceded as the 2 men and a third wearing a burlap sack over his head watched crates of trigger be loaded onto a truck. Just wish we saw more action these days, you know? Get the blood pumping. Careful what you wish for, you just might get it, the larger man chuckled. Right as he said that, the truck exploded in a blue fireball, and the abandoned warehouse they were behind practically erupted in a sapphire inferno before crumbling into dust. From the blue flames emerged 3 figures, Dabi, Spinner, and Tomura. I'd say I'm sorry for interrupting your haul, but I'm not, Tomura shrugged amongst the chaos. Who the F are you? The bald man demanded while a layer of hard crystal grew over his skin. Doesn't matter, Tomura said. We're taking the trigger and leaving. Whether or not you live to see us leave is up to you. Like hell, the blonde spat, and the third man wearing the burlap sack leaped into action. His mouth opened wider than any human should be able to manage, and Spinner stepped forward with a comically massive blade fashioned out of rope and many smaller blades. Spinner swung at the burlap-clad man, but the strange man chomped down on the sword and bit a massive chunk out of it, disrupting the integrity of the bindings and causing it to fall apart. The man took advantage and leaped for the walking gecko, but Tomura casually intervened with a palm to the man's head, instantly reducing him to bloody dust. Before the other 2 could react, another wave of blue fire slammed into them, blasting them away from the rest of the trigger. Tomura then calmly placed his hand on the ground, and everything between him and the edge of the property was laid to waste. The concrete ground ruptured and collapsed in on itself as decay quickly spread. Any untouched structures were soon leveled, and any and all stragglers attempting to flee the scene were decayed along with them. The only survivors of the attack were himself, his 2 companions, and 1 crate full of trigger. Tomura moseyed toward the crate and grabbed a handful of the untouched drag before nodding to the other 2. What do we need trigger for, Tomura? Spinner asked as he and Dabi stepped forward to grab handfuls of their own. Our primary target is going to fight back, he answered. Hard. This is just a little insurance policy to complete the mission. Think of it as a simple last resort. When he was satisfied with the haul of their own, he turned away from the destruction they caused and pulled out his phone to call their ride. Kurogyri, get us out of here. As you wish, Tomura. With that, a portal opened in front of them, and the 3 vacated the scene before any heroes or law enforcement could investigate the ruckus. Izuku stumbled away from one of the open gyms while blanketed in pink fire. Mirko had not gone easy on him in the slightest, not that he was really expecting her to or even wanted her to. As painful as the spars were, he wouldn't trade them for anything. Not only did he get to fight the friggin' rabbit hero herself, he also got to explore the limits of his power on a person who could take it. His mother taught him how to fight and how to dodge, but Mirko was teaching him how to safely cut loose. The brief thought of his mother brought up another reason he enjoyed the spar: his need to release some of the anger that had been festering within him since finals. A lot of it still remained, more than he was really comfortable with acknowledging, but every little bit spent was a great thing in his book, and Mirko was very willing to draw it out of him if it gave her a greater fight. He'd have to do something nice for her the next time she popped up unannounced. In the meantime, Mirko left with Ryukyu in her words, "do grown-up sheet," so he was left to gingerly wander back to the showcase and try to find May and Melissa. He used the opportunity to take in even more of the sights, and he was really grateful to All Might for extending the invitation to him. The way people used their quirks in public so unconsciously was still very jarring to observe. He couldn't help but feel self-conscious when he walked out of the gym with his pink flames still actively healing him, but the fact that no one spared it a glance was so strange and sort of liberating? Maybe that wasn't the best word to use, all things considered. Midoriya, a familiar voice called out to him, and he turned to see a costumed Iida racing toward him with gusto. "Oh, Iida. I'm glad to see you," Izuku remarked with a smile. "It's good to see you here as well, my friend," Iida responded when he reached him. "I suspected that you would be here given the language Principal Nizu used when he met with us." Izuku nodded, and then something occurred to him. "Where's your brother?" "He's staying at our hotel for the day," he explained. "It's part of our cover. He'll remain out of sight until tomorrow to give the illusion that his procedure was today." "Ah, that makes sense," Izuku replied. "Is anyone else from our class here?" "Surprisingly, yes," Iida answered. "I was just on my way back to them, actually. Come along." David Shield studied the readings appearing on screen from Toshinori's physical assessment. The downward trend in his friend's quirk factor was concerning, but it at least remained a steady decline and hadn't taken a drastic downturn thus far. He wasn't sure how long that would last, though. "Your quirk levels are still on the decline, Toshi. I know your injury was bad, but it shouldn't be hamstringing you this badly," he said while turning to the emaciated man. "I guess hero work degrades your body with age," Toshinori sheepishly coughed. "Quirk factors don't just disappear, though," David insisted. "It's almost as if your quirk was somehow gifted to you as a teenager, and it's finally petering out as your body deteriorates from your injury." Toshinori was sweating bullets at the supposition, but David only sighed and closed his eyes. "No, that would be preposterous. Quirks don't work that way. It has to be something else that's affecting you, but I'm not yet sure what that would even be." Toshinori breathed a sigh of relief at dodging that bullet, but David's mind remained unsettled. At the rate of his decline, All Might would only have so much time left to be an active pro. He already limited his time doing hero work as it stood, but he'd eventually be forced to completely retire in the not-so-distant future. The symbol of peace was the one thing keeping Japan's crime rate at 6% when other nations sported up to 20%, and that important fixture was in danger of disappearing entirely. David would not let that happen. He could not let that happen. This only emboldened his belief that he had to do something to prevent a potentially catastrophic future where All Might was gone. His quirk-boosting headgear would be just the thing All Might needed to continue preserving society. If his bosses wouldn't approve of its production, then he'd sure get it out there in spite of them. He didn't like having to stage a villain attack to do it, but it was for the greater good. It's not like he hired actual villains to do the deed, it was all going to be staged and no one would actually get hurt. Besides, Murphy's Law was only a writing convention, not a scientific principle. Everything was going to be fine. "Oh, there you are." Melissa called out to the approaching Izuku and Iida. "I met some of your classmates." True to her word, Izuku and Iida wandered up to an outdoor cafe table seating Melissa, Ochako, Jiro, and an exhausted Kaminari and Mineta in waitstaff attire. Izuku was surprised to see so many of his classmates present. It felt rather inexplicable for them all to be on the island, but whatever. Ochako was the first to greet them, appearing in front of Izuku in a flash with a box in hand. "Happy early birthday," she shouted and handed him the box with pizzazz. "Since the actual date falls during our training camp, I figured I'd just give it to you now while I had the chance." The others in attendance watched curiously as Izuku slowly accepted the box and opened it, and they were even more curious when their class rep's eyes widened. "What do you think it is?" Mineta whispered to Kaminari. "Maybe a stash of CC pics," Kaminari joked to the shorter boy, and the two snickered until both were smacked across the head with Jiro's jacks. Izuku, meanwhile, pulled out the item in question, a silvery scarf with subtle hints of color. "It's, an iridescent scarf," she sheepishly began to explain. "It's fireproof and is woven with materials that will change color when reacting to heat. Put it on and fire up your quirk." Izuku dutifully did as he was instructed and wrapped the scarf around his neck, silently noting that it complemented the iridescent metal of his gauntlets and leg bracers rather well. When he ignited his quirk, the scarf went up in a myriad of colors alongside him, and Izuku marveled at the sight. I saved up and commissioned it from a support company that does custom orders, Ochako continued with a light blush. I figured it would be a good accessory to go with your colorful motif dash. She didn't get to finish before she was brought into a tight hug by her friend, who had thankfully killed his flames by then, and she happily returned the gesture. Thank you, Ochako, Izuku said sincerely. Had I known you'd be here, I would have gotten you something too. That's not how birthday presents work, and you know that, she giggled, and Izuku merely shrugged. Wait, how can something be fireproof and still react to heat? Kaminari questioned. The science behind it is really beyond me, Ochako sheepishly admitted. It's entirely contradictory, Izuku thought to himself with a chuckle. Then again, I also wouldn't be able to explain Mr. Aizawa's capture scarf or people with spray bottle nozzles for heads. Rule of cool, I guess. You all received invitations to the expo? Izuku asked the group, changing the subject. We came with Yamamo, Jiro answered. Her dad's one of the shareholders for a few of the expo sponsors, so she got a few plus ones, and we thunderdomed for them. Oh, cool, Izuku replied. Then it occurred to him that the girl in question wasn't present at the table. Where is she? She jerked her thumb behind them to another table, and the first person he spotted was Mei closely analyzing Yaoyorozu's costume with a notebook in hand. He also saw Shoto sitting at the table, strangely enough. Shoto's here too? He asked, and Jiro nodded. He said his dad got an invite but had important business, so he came in his place, she replied with a shrug. Kirishima and Bakugo are here too, but they're off somewhere doing who knows what. Izuku nodded and took note of the two engaging in conversation without paying anything else any mind whatsoever, Mei included. They seem close, he observed. Been that way since finals, Jiro nodded with a smirk. She gets all flustered when I ask about it and won't elaborate. Izuku hummed, and a small smile formed at the sight of the two. Good to know. It's getting late, Iida spoke up. We should return to our hotel rooms to prepare for the expo reception tonight. We are all representing UA, so we shall go together. The group, Shoto and Yaoyorozu included, took that as their cue to disperse and prepare, and Melissa and Izuku wrangled Mei away from her scheming. What were you up to with Yaoyorozu's costume? Izuku asked her. Getting that shelf off of her back first and foremost, Mei replied. One awkward landing and she's crippled. Izuku winced at the thought, as she was completely accurate in her assessment. Anything else? Replacing the chemistry dictionary she carries on that shelf with a digital index, probably over a piece of eyewear of some kind. Still working out the specifics. We can draw something up in my lab before we get ready for the reception if you guys want, Melissa offered, and the words just barely left her mouth before a rabid Mei was tugging her away. What are we waiting for? Let's go, she excitedly declared, somehow leading the taller girl in the correct direction. Izuku amusedly shook his head and hurried along to catch up with the deceptively fast girl. Upon reaching the I-Island Academy campus, they headed directly to Melissa's own personal research and development lab. The two UA students were floored when they laid eyes on it, but for different reasons. Izuku was in awe of the fact that she was afforded her own lab to study and create in, whereas Mei was salivating at the thought of being able to tinker and experiment without power loader tossing her out for causing too many explosions in a 30-minute span. While the two were looking around, Izuku took stock of the full shelf of trophies and awards that Melissa had. The grind never stops for you, does it? Not a chance, she laughed. Gotta stay ahead if I want to be a hero. Wait, like a pro? Izuku asked, and she shook her head. Nah, I gave up on that dream a while ago, she replied. Don't have a quirk after all. Oh, Izuku muttered, mildly taken aback by the information. He didn't know what to say to that, and glancing over to Mei only showed that she was gleefully looking over some schematics that Melissa had been working on for various projects. You don't have to sound so sorrowful, Melissa joked in response. It's not a disability. Izuku internally scolded himself for reacting in the way that he did, even inadvertently. He faced her and sent her a genuine smile. No, it absolutely isn't. She returned his smile, and then her smile became a mischievous smirk. Besides, quirkless is just a word when you're a genius and decently wealthy. Izuku definitely had to concede that point. Even if I can't be a hero in the traditional sense, she continued, I can still save lives, just indirectly via quirk research and support equipment, like my dad. She looked over to a framed photo she had of her as a toddler on her father's shoulders. Even without a powerful quirk, he still does so much good for so many people with his work. You really look up to him, Izuku commented fondly. Melissa nodded with a smile. He's my hero. I want to be just like him and protect the world through science. Speaking of... She beckoned the two into a side room of the lab that stored a plethora of devices. Once both were inside, she retrieved a small chip from her pocket. Remember the pogo stick? When they nodded, she let it unfold and expand once again into the functional pogo stick. I will never get tired of seeing that, May muttered. Well, it was sort of a proof of concept for my magnum opus, Melissa admitted with a smirk before opening a drawer and retrieving a set of boxes. Then she opened a larger drawer near the floor and pulled out a larger case. She opened the smaller boxes and retrieved 2 red, metallic wristbands before locking them onto her wrists. Upon activation, the wristbands unfolded and expanded in the same fashion as the pogo stick to form a pair of gauntlets over her hands and forearms. Holy shit, Izuku remarked, and May's eyes were practically glimmering. She then opened the larger case to show a sleek, metallic pair of shoes and what appeared to be a metallic bandolier, both the same color as the gauntlets. She slipped the metal footwear over her regular shoes, and they expanded as well into a set of boots that covered up to her knees. When she put on the bandolier, it expanded to become a chest piece that fits snugly over her. The 2 UA students watched in various states of awe as she grabbed a round, flat disc and a helmet that covered all but her face. She placed the helmet on and then applied the disc into a groove in the chest piece before activating it, and the disc began to glow. All at once, the individual pieces expanded again and almost linked together, forming a fully functional power suit. A transparent, protective mask slid over her face, and she gave the 2 a triumphant grin. Ain't she a beaut? She smugly presented herself. 2 things happened next. First, May and Izuku flew into a frenzy of analysis on the suit with Izuku's hair erupting with white flames. The 2 bombarded her with questions ranging from how the suit was powered, what features it came with, if it could fly, if it blew things up, etc. Then, a jolt of pain shot through Izuku's head, and he promptly blacked out and dropped to the floor like a sack of potatoes. Inko stepped through the door of their apartment with a sigh. The meeting with Nizu and Endeavor had gone well enough, but calling it emotionally draining would have been a gross understatement. She never would have expected the flame hero to admit his wrongdoings on his own volition, nor would she have ever expected him to agree to go public with it. Granted, had the HPSC not threatened him, he probably wouldn't have, but she reasoned that progress was progress. Regardless, it was a lot to think about, so she would rather table it now that she was home again. She was grateful that the big 3 happened to be on campus for a training session after the meeting concluded, as a spar was exactly what she needed. She really adored those 3, especially Togata's unflinching positivity and Heido's boundless curiosity. She'd have to do something about Amajiki's confidence, though. He was a really sweet boy. She moved her mind elsewhere before she could go off on another mental tangent, and she entered her living room and plopped onto her couch, not even bothering to remove her costume just yet. Her son was hopefully having fun on his trip to I-Island, and she was exhausted, so she'd take advantage of being home alone and melt into her couch for a bit. She turned on the TV and exhaled the day away, slightly turning her head to the wall where their family photos and her Chinese evergreen plant rested. That's when she noticed it. It was very subtle, and most people likely would have missed it entirely, but something about the red leaves in her plant felt off. The tension in her body returned, and she got up to inspect the plant a little closer. Her paranoia had been honed and sharpened into a blade, and she made sure to pass that paranoia onto her son, and she knew where everything in her home was just in case she needed to use her quirk on an intruder, So when something was amiss about something in her home while her son wasn't around to have touched anything, it was time to be on edge. A closer inspection of the plant confirmed her suspicions. Nestled rather inconspicuously among the red leaves of the plant was something that was decidedly not a leaf. She gently picked it up between her index finger and thumb and held it up to her face. It was a feather, a lone red feather. Only one person had feathers like that, and it was the current number 3 pro hero, Hawks. It was also an open secret that he was trained by and worked directly for the Hero Public Safety Commission as part of their program to create the perfect little minions. Exactly how long had the feather been there? She noticed it quickly enough when she glanced in the plant's direction, but that didn't necessarily mean that it hadn't escaped her notice previously. It could have been there for who knows how long without her realizing it, and this could have just been the first time she paid attention to it. That wasn't even the most important question either. Why was it here? Clearly, he had been inside her home, but why leave the feather? Was it a warning in a similar vein to Endeavor's? If so, why try to hide it amongst red leaves? Why leave a warning at all if it wasn't meant to be seen? Logically, it probably wasn't a warning. She wasn't Endeavor. They wouldn't feel the need to give her any advance warning if they had any intentions of taking action against her or her son. So, the more likely option was that Hawk's feathers did more than just fly and pierce things. Being remote explosives felt a tad far-fetched, so maybe they could also be used for surveillance? That was more plausible and would be more along the lines of the Commission's MO. Maybe he could hear through the feathers, and he placed the feather there to pick up on their conversations? Regardless of how they were going about it, the irrefutable fact was that Hawks was in her home, meaning the Commission was in her home. They were using the number 3 hero to surveil her family without their knowledge. That was absolutely FNG not going to fly. She placed the feather back in the plant to not tip Hawks off that she knew about it, and she immediately texted Nizu. There were now 2 heroes in the top 10 on her kill list. Izuku groaned and groggily opened his eyes to see the concerned faces of Mei and Melissa above him. "You okay, Muscles?" Mei asked as she and Melissa helped him sit up. "Yeah," Izuku groaned, "my head just went a little haywire just now. Not sure why." "Your hair combusted when you saw the suit," Melissa commented with worry still in her voice. "The fire was white. Is that normal?" Izuku's eyes briefly widened at the revelation. "It's part of my quirk. It's pretty much an intelligence buff, but it strains my brain after using it for too long." He frowned, thinking back to the day at the mall when he got a mild headache from briefly using the flames after his talk with Tomura Shigaraki. Or, at least, it should have only done so after using it for too long. It can sometimes activate on its own when I'm excitedly curious, but it hasn't put me down that quickly in years. "How often do you use it?" Mei asked. "Admittedly, not very often anymore," Izuku sheepishly admitted. "I haven't really had a reason to, and after I nearly liquefied my brain during the cavalry battle at the sports festival, I tried to keep away from it." "Well, there you go," Mei nodded. "Quirks are like muscles. If you don't use them, you lose them." "But for it to degrade that quickly is odd," Melissa mused. "It shouldn't revert so drastically after only a few months of disuse. I'd offer to run some tests on your body, but I'm not sure we have time before the reception tonight." "We can get around to that tomorrow or some other time before the expo is over," Izuku agreed. "We should get ready for the reception." "The guards are taken care of, boss," spoke a man with shoulder-length, dull pink hair into a walkie-talkie as a closet full of bound and gagged guards was shut. "Everyone is in position." "Excellent," replied a gruff voice from the other end. "Keep them bound but don't kill them. No sense in blowing our true cover too soon. Let's move." Little did they know that they were already down a member. Disposed of in a shipping container in Gate 66 was the bloody body of one of Wolfram's own men, stripped of his clothes and riddled with large, circular puncture wounds. The uniform and mask he was wearing were currently being donned by someone else entirely. Izuku and Mei entered the lobby after the designated meeting time that Iida had declared, much to the taller boy's chagrin. They weren't the only ones either, as just about everyone was tardy for one reason or another. One person who was on time was Mineta, and his gaze instantly traveled to Mei beside Izuku, or, more accurately, the dress she was wearing that did wonders in showing off her particularly bountiful assets in Mineta's esteemed opinion. Fortunately for him, Mei hadn't noticed him staring. Unfortunately for him, Izuku had. An almost paralyzing chill ran up the diminutive boy's spine, and his gaze shifted over to the boy beside her. His eyes were met with a slitted, heterochromatic pair surrounded by small, blue flames adorning the face of his class rep. Then, they were gone and his eyes were back to their typical green, almost as if nothing was ever amiss in the first place. The point had certainly gotten across, though. He would behave or there would be consequences. He was lucky enough to not receive any official consequences after the stunt in the locker room as it was. He would like to believe that his fellow guys didn't want to sell him down the river for it. In actuality, however, the possibility of Jiro getting expelled for potentially committing attempted murder on Mineta had Iida not blocked the hole with his hand, and the fact that Izuku healed Iida's hand, anyway, kept them from saying anything, and they told him as much. Mineta would be lying if he said that losing the respect of most of his classmates, provided he had much to begin with, didn't make him feel pretty terrible. Meanwhile, Izuku was satisfied with his classmate averting his gaze. Mei had confided in him on the way to the reception that she never got dressed up in anything more formal than a school uniform, and doing so for a fancy reception was a peculiar experience. She even remarked about not having any pockets to hold the multi-tool she took with her everywhere in case of emergency tinkering, so she just stuffed it under her goggles. Izuku wasn't going to allow his dangerously horny classmate to make her more uncomfortable than she already was. Once everyone had arrived to the lobby of the building, however, an alert blared across the island. "Thank you for inviting me, it's truly a pleasure to be here." All Might said on stage to the collection of heroes, engineers, Quirk scientists, and shareholders attending the reception. Just then, the screen behind All Might switched from the I-Expo graphic to a warning signal. Across the island, an automated announcement was made informing the populace of a bomb being discovered and that the island was going into high alert. It was a strange occurrence for those who lived on the island, as that wasn't the typical protocol for bomb threats. Those who didn't were surprised and alarmed, but they followed along with the given instructions. Well, almost everyone. A bomb? Mirko mused quizzically while she and Ryukyu were heading back to their hotel. Sounds serious, Ryukyu replied as the security sentries entered the streets in full force. Ryukyu looked over to her friend, and she did not like the gleam in her eyes, nor did she like the feral grin that came over her. "Let's go find it." "Not a chance, Rumi. Come on, we're pros. What else do we do in this situation? Let the obscenely high-tech security measures do their jobs on the obscenely high-tech island. But they're not nearly as fast as we are, and they definitely don't look as strong. Say the bomb is stowed away in a populated area and civilians need to be rescued. Who better than us two to assist?" Ryukyu begrudgingly could not argue against that. "I just know I'm going to regret going along with this," Ryukyu sighed. "Awesome. I'm calling in backup." Mirko cheered while pulling out her phone. "Wait, what?" Ryukyu choked out. "Who?" "You'll see," she snickered as she called her newest favorite sparring partner. Hello. Little Green. Do you know how to defuse a bomb?" "Why would I know how to do that, Mirko? But you could at least cover it with your orange barriers to mitigate any explosions or protect anyone in the blast zone, right?" "Theoretically, yeah." "Great. Keep your location on, we'll come find you." "Wait, what?" "I'm Dash." Izuku put away his phone with a slightly disconcerted expression, but he put that aside for the moment and focused on the shitshow before him. He was crouching beside Jiro, who had one of her jacks plugged into the floor to hear what was going on down in the ballroom. What she picked up only filled her with dread. A group of villains took over the tower and put the island on lockdown. Jiro relayed to him with the rest of the group listening in. They have the security drones holding civilians hostage, and they subdued all of the pros in the room, including All Might. Everyone tensed at that, the idea of All Might being subdued by anyone filling them all with dread as well. "What do they want?" Izuku asked. "I'm not sure," Jiro answered. "The leader didn't say. He did send Professor Shield and another researcher off with one of his flunkies, though, so they're probably after something specific. Maybe an invention? Or research, Izuku mused with a frown, and Melissa's eyes widened. The villains could be after any number of things regarding her father's research, but it was also very possible that they were after whatever he had been pouring his time and energy into recently that he wouldn't even give her too many details about. This was bad. We have to do something, Melissa nearly pleaded. My dad's in danger. We cannot act against these villains, it would be too dangerous, Iida spoke up. I must agree, Yaoyorozu added with a downcast sigh. We don't have our hero licenses, yet. We can't fight them. That hasn't stopped us before, Shoto rebutted, and Iida stiffened at the reminder. Is it really okay for us to just do nothing? A brief, albeit tense silence fell over the group, and Ochako could only look at the pensive faces of her classmates. Then, she looked to Izuku glaring a hole down at the villains in the ballroom. One look at his face showed her a burning determination to help people in need that she was so familiar with. However, behind that fiery longing was a contained fury that she wasn't so familiar with. You're going to do something about it with or without us, aren't you, Izuku? She asked him. Pretty much, he responded without looking back up at them. There are people down there who need help, and we're in a position to do that. We're heroes, license or not, this is what we do. You want to go down there and fight those villains? Mineta cried. Have you learned nothing from the USJ? Immediately as the words left his mouth, he flinched and regretted saying them. The USJ was a horrifying experience for everyone in the class, but everyone had it at differing degrees, none more so than Izuku. Mineta wasn't forced to kill a villain at the USJ, and he hoped he would never find himself in that situation like his classmate had. Izuku, meanwhile, didn't immediately respond, and Mineta was worried that he had seriously crossed a line. Then, Izuku finally spoke. No, I haven't forgotten. I think about it every night, actually. Mineta felt even worse until he finally turned to look at them with a smirk. That's the appealing thing, though, Izuku continued. You all don't have to fight them. You just have to find the security system of the tower and deactivate it. That's easier said than done, dude, Kaminari replied. How would we even find it in order to do that? I know where it is, Melissa spoke up, drawing their attention. It's on the top floor of the tower. If these villains were able to activate the highest security measures, then they were more than likely able to disable the authenticators and passcodes. We could restart the system if we get up there, we'll just have to stay off their radar along the way. Sure, but how do we do that without being discovered? Joas. If they haven't discovered us yet, they probably don't know how the system properly functions, May supplied, and Melissa nodded. I'm in, Ochako declared. I won't sit around and do nothing when we could all be doing something to help. I'm in as well, Shoto added, and the dominoes fell until everyone was in agreement to make the journey. Then, something his green-haired friend said earlier stood out to him, and he turned to address him. Midoriya, what did you mean when you said, you all? You all go on ahead, Izuku confirmed. I'm not particularly interested in doing Die Hard today. Die Hard? Seriously? Jiro questioned with a hint of annoyance. It's my mom's favorite pre-Quirk Christmas movie, Izuku shrugged. Die Hard isn't a Christmas movie, dude, Jiro responded in a manner that was somehow deadpan and incredulous simultaneously. Yes, it is, he defended. No, it's not, Melissa spoke up. Yes, it is, Melissa. Does it take place during Christmas? Yes, but that doesn't dash. Is the fact that it takes place during Christmas integral to the plot? Yes, but dash. Then how is it not a Christmas movie? It embodies nothing about the spirit of Christmas. Jiro refuted. What's more Christian than taking down terrorists? Izuku rebutted, and Jiro's right eye began to twitch. There truly must be a better time for this discussion, Iida exasperatedly cut in. The arguing teens paused at their friend's words, and they each deflated. Iida's right, Izuku sighed before fixing the apparent ringleader with a hard glare. I'll keep this cockwaffle busy while you guys deactivate the security measures. If he can sick the security drones on civilians with a command, then I'll destroy his earpiece and his ability to give any commands, making your trek up to the top floor a lot less precarious. You're going all alone? Both Ochako and Jiro questioned with worry. I've been needing to vent some frustrations lately, and this a-hole kindly volunteered himself for the job, was all Izuku responded with before leaping into action. Jiro wanted to protest, but she decided it was better to let her class rep do his thing. The kid was ridiculously powerful, and she inadvertently caught a bit of the conversation between him and Bakugo right after finals. She didn't have any context, but she could glean that someone Izuku knew and cared about was in some kind of distress, and if that was the case, she totally understood needing to blow off some steam. She silently wished him luck and headed off toward the others, tugging Ochako along with her when she stood in place as her best friend left to fight. Izuku, meanwhile, lit his arms up in purple flames after hopping over the rail and into the ballroom. While in the air, he prepared himself to send out a wave of purple vines to rip the guns out of the grasps of the henchmen with his left arm, all the while his hair went up in white flames and the rest of his body went up in yellow. The two flames mingled on his head, and time seemingly slowed down just like at the sports festival. While his left arm was primed to strike at the henchman, he positioned his right arm toward the ringleader and pointed his index finger at the man's head, making completely sure that he had the perfect angle. When his head began to hurt again, he cut the flames, and his perception of time returned to normal. It all happened in an instant. A wave of thin, purple flames shot out of his left arm and snaked around the guns while an even thinner purple flame shot out of his right index finger and stabbed into Wolfram's left ear, destroying the communicator entirely without harming him too badly. The moment he landed, his body was bathed in yellow once more, and he shot throughout the room like a pinball to knock out each of the newly weaponless henchmen. Wolfram just barely caught on to what was happening before the yellow blur shot in his direction, but he didn't have enough time to do anything before a golden fist slammed into his face and shattered his mask. While the mask helped mitigate some of the impact, Wolfram was still blasted across the room with a loud crash. "Young Midoriya!" All Might shouted in surprise and alarm. The other bound heroes were alarmed as well, but they all noticed that Izuku had eliminated almost every threat in the room with a single attack. They still couldn't move, but the hostages were no longer at gunpoint. Speaking of hostages, Wolfram was beyond sad that some little upstart fuckwit had decided to be a hero. He was incensed, however, that the little sheet practically succeeded by wasting his gunmen in a literal flash. He wouldn't let that stand, and he would rub the kid's stupidity in his face by ordering civilians to be slaughtered just before he killed the brat. There was one problem with that, though. What the F happened to my communicator? He seethed when he felt the destroyed earpiece. He then thought back to the strange, brief feeling of something shoving into his left ear, and he snarled at the teen. "Was that your punk but doing too?" "Might have been. What cha gonna do about it, Beach?" He had spent way too much time sparring with Mirko. "Young Midoriya!" All Might shouted again, this time more aghast at the vulgar taunt than in surprise or worry about his presence. "Don't worry, I killed his communicator," Izuku assured without taking his eyes off of Wolfram. "He's not giving any orders to anyone anymore, and the rest of us are making our way to the top floor to shut off the hijacked security system." His voice took on a much darker edge. "As of right now, he's stuck on an island with me, and I've got a lot of shit I need to work through." "You'll have plenty of time to work through it in hell, boy," Wolfram growled before All Might could respond. "And you'll be able to give me a tour when I meet you there," Izuku replied in a frigid tone that contrasted the green flames that engulfed him. Wolfram snarled, and a thick pillar made of metal burst from the wall behind him and shot at Izuku, but the boy merely punched it and darted forward, practically carving through it with his arm on his way to beat the dog's hit out of Wolfram. The man in question, absolutely gobsmacked by the feat, was helpless when the boy reached him and backhanded him through one of the newly reinforced windows, and Izuku darted out of the building after him. The room was left in silence after the display as everyone processed what they had just witnessed. A teen, likely a hero student, had just defused a hostage situation and neutralized part of the perpetrator's control over the situation in an instant, not to mention his vicious display of strength and speed shortly thereafter. Then, there was the fact that FNG All Might seem to be familiar with him. Each of the pro's thoughts could be summed up in one sentence. "That's a bad motherfucker right there," one of the bound pros casually remarked. "Right? And he's so young," Another added, and the tension previously engulfing the room appeared to vanish as conversation flitted about and the hostages searched for things to restrain the unconscious henchman with. All Might laid on the floor in his bindings while fighting to maintain his buff form and not blow his cover. All the while, he couldn't help but agree with the sentiments of the other pros. So young indeed. After being batted out of the building, Wolfram crash-landed on a nearby roof with an unforgiving skid. Unfortunately for him, Izuku was following closely behind him, and he looked to be gearing up for a vicious punch that Wolfram wanted absolutely nothing to do with. The man sent a wave of pillars at him from the metal of the building he was standing on, and Izuku merely bounded through and around the wave with such ease that chipped away at the confidence he initially had about killing the boy. He poured his energy into his quirk and shot even more pillars at Izuku, but the teen wasn't deterred in the slightest and dodged, blocked, and smashed through the oncoming metal like a bat out of hell. Wolfram was only afforded a half-second once Izuku landed to ponder the decisions that led him to this moment before the hardest punch he had ever received slammed into his gut and practically blasted him off of the roof entirely. There was no further reprieve, as Izuku chased after him and unloaded a flurry of blows onto the man while he was still in flight, ending with a stiff kick to his ribs that shot him down towards the concrete of the street. Unfortunately for Wolfram, he would not be saved by the loving embrace of death today. Long before he could hit the ground, he was wrapped up in purple flames and flung back into the air towards another roof. Izuku, anchoring himself to the side of a building with purple spikes in one hand and holding onto Wolfram in the other, spun the man around like a lasso and slammed him to the roof of the newest building. Then, he altered the properties of the spikes to make them elastic enough for him to slingshot himself into the air and rolling into a series of flips that ended with him coming down with an axe kick. Luna Inferno, he bellowed with his leg shining a positively venomous malachite, driving it down into the prone man with such force that it drove him through the roof and into the top floor of the building. Wolfram truly did not know what horrendous evils he perpetrated in a previous life to earn him a mauling such as this from a feral teenager. Had he not activated the secret muscle augmentation quirk he received from All for One, he almost certainly would have been in the medical ward of a prison for months. He turned his head in the rubble to look at the boy, and one glance into his eyes introduced him to a well of raging fury at a level that he had only last seen in his father when he broke into the man's liquor cabinet and broke both of his arms, falling down the stairs, in the aftermath. He could even swear that there were prominent flickers of black filling up the boy's green, hate-filled gaze. Izuku, on the other hand, wasn't even seeing Wolfram as he glared down at him. All he saw was the piece of trash that hurt his mother and the bureaucratic collection of filth that covered for him and so many other pieces of trash. He would savor every second of the retribution he'd unleash upon them. He'd watch them burn with a smile. You don't F with a Shimura, after all. Wolfram, on the other hand, refused to be a casualty of whatever baggage this freak of nature needed to resolve. He capitalized on the momentary pause the boy seemed to take to savor the punishment he was inflicting, and he leaped to his feet to snatch the boy by the face with his muscle augmentation still active, and he threw him back out of the building as hard as he could. Izuku wasn't expecting such a sudden feat of strength from him, and he cursed himself for forgetting where he was and letting his emotions get the better of him. He regained his bearings and landed on yet another roof, but before he could resolve to not make that mistake again, Wolfram landed right in front of him and punched him with such force that it almost felt as though he was battling Mirko again. It wasn't nearly as hard as the punches from the Nomu at the USJ, but it was more than enough to send him careening across the roof and nearly sliding off the edge of it. You like it? Wolfram mocked with a smirk. It's something special I got from All for One. I was saving it for if I had to kill the symbol of peace, but you're no ordinary boy. If he said anything after that, Izuku didn't hear it. The only thing bouncing through his ears was, it's something special I got from All for One. This man got a quirk from All for One. This man had associated with All for One. Now, not only was he seeing his mother's old teacher and the HPSC, he was seeing All for One, the blight on humanity that forced his grandmother to give up his mother and uncle before ruthlessly killing her. Something within him snapped. Upsilon IJL are EVR Gammajan you. As Wolfram took a few more steps toward the boy, A wave of unbearable heat blasted at him mere milliseconds before Izuku erupted in a tower of black fire. Wolfram had to shield his face from the sight. The flames were a bottomless abyss that was simultaneously blinding. He looked away from the utter contradiction for a brief moment before his survival instincts kicked in, and he dropped to put up a thick wall of metal that blocked the pitch-black inferno sent at him. Wolfram would have moved back to attack, but he was transfixed by the way the metal wall started to melt under the heat. Only then did he notice just how ridiculously hot the area had become, and he scrambled away to safety, but the heat was unyielding no matter how far he went. One chance glance at the teen struck him with a sight he'd remember for the rest of his life. The previously clothed teen was standing in a pit of black fire that incinerated everything in sight. Blood cascaded down his form from his quickly burning skin, creating a haunting mixture of dark red and pitch black that was punctuated with glowing green eyes holding nothing but the purest of malice the man had ever seen. Wolfram hadn't felt true fear in a very long time, but his breaths certainly got a little heavier in that moment. Then, the quickly fleeting pain resulting from his nerves being cooked alive snapped Izuku out of his stupor, and he snapped back to reality with a gasp. The black flames died out, and Izuku fell to his knees. He looked down at his bloody hands in horror. His skin was absolutely ravaged. He had forgotten everything around him, and that was a costly mistake as Wolfram slammed a fist into his face and sent him crashing into the empty street. His already raw skin was ruined even further, but before he could move a muscle he was wrapped in pipes from the sewer system and trapped in place. Wolfram quickly made his way to the boy with purpose. The kid was scarily powerful as it was, but that display with the black fire was way too frightening to mess around with. He needed to kill this kid, and he needed to do it quickly. Izuku didn't even register the man's approach. Truthfully, he wasn't registering anything at all. He had lost control, and he tore his body apart as a result. The blackness that he had been avoiding for so many months had nearly consumed him in a single moment. He only just barely had the wherewithal to pull himself out of it. He just barely made out a large shape hovering above him before his vision returned to focus, and he was met with the sight of Wolfram's boot poised to stomp his cranium into the pavement. However, something slammed into the man before he could finish him off, and he was sent careening into metal plating covering a nearby building. Izuku craned his head to see Mirko standing protectively over him, looking as if she was ready to maul anything and everything that approached him. Then she turned her furious, red gaze down at him, and her eyes narrowed upon taking in his bloody form. She kneeled down and gave him the most comforting face she could, which for a set-off Mirko was only a slightly less threatening glare. "Did he do this to you?" she asked in a soft tone that wildly contradicted the furious expression she wore. Izuku neither responded nor nodded since the man technically hadn't been the culprit, but Mirko was convinced enough to return an utterly murderous gaze back onto the man who was pulling himself out of the metal of the building. Only then did Izuku notice the massive dragon that was Ryukyu hovering dangerously above the man. Meanwhile, Wolfram had briefly made it back to his feet before bending over to hack up a glob of blood. He had never been kicked that hard in his life. First, he had to deal with the angry teenager who could carve through metal and his abdomen with a punch, and now he had to deal with an even angrier-looking woman with rabbit ears that could probably shatter his entire skeleton at once with a single kick regardless of his muscle augmentation. Then, there was the elephant in the room, or, rather, the dragon in the air above him. The worst part was that he didn't even have the FING Quirk amplifier that he had gone to all this trouble to steal in the first place. The whole plan was truly a shitshow and a half. He just hoped that Swordkill or anyone else could retrieve it and escape, because it didn't look like he would. He was dragged out of his musings by a vicious kick to the sternum from the rabbit hero, launching him into the awaiting claw of the dragoon hero, only to immediately be slammed into the pavement and pinned under the weight of her claws. He used the strength gifted to him by the supervillain to slowly pry the dragon's hand off of him, but a Luna fall from Mirko slammed him back to the ground with another glob of blood escaping his mouth. With his hands pinned to the ground, he sent a wave of metal pillars up to attack and knock the dragon woman off of him, but they only offered a second's reprieve before she tore through them. At that point, Wolfram was exhausted. He could only sigh and resign himself to the butt-whooping he was sure to receive. And what an butt-whooping it was! Izuku watched the man be viciously torn apart by the two pro-heroines. Somewhere between Mirko kicking him up into the air towards Ryukyu only for her to whack him back to the ground with her tail and the two women juggling the man amongst each other like a hacky sack, Izuku felt stable enough to bathe himself in his pink flames. He knew that healing his burns would take quite a while, just as they had when small patches of black flames snuck into his green flames at the USJ, so he sighed and got comfortable in his little nook in the street while the two women eviscerated the villain and his quirk did its job as best as it could. He hoped that the others were doing okay. The others were, in fact, not doing okay. The group had split up in increments to deal with the various threats they encountered, from wandering villains to a legion of security sentries. Eventually, it came down to May and Melissa, and they were hurrying through the halls and nearing the top floor until they were nearly sliced in half by a furious man with pink hair. "You little FA gremlins have caused us way too much trouble," the man growled. "Bad enough the boss has been offline for 20 minutes, now you fuckheads are ruining Dash." His rant was cut short when a strange-looking red pogo stick entered his vision before unconsciousness took him. Standing over him was May with the pogo stick in hand, having just whacked the man in the head with it after dislodging its chip state from one of the straps of her dress. Melissa looked at her with a mixture of shock, gratitude, and mild annoyance. Noticing the other girl's stare, May shrugged. "I snagged it while Izuku was passed out. I'd apologize, but I know you'd do the same." Right, I would," Melissa said with a smirk. "Let's keep going, we're almost there." The two inventors hurried along with their goal very nearly in sight, traveling down the last few sets of hallways until they passed a massive vault room. Melissa wouldn't have stopped, but she heard the familiar voices of her father and his lead researcher, Samuel. "I've unlocked it, block 1147. David called to Samuel. "Wonderful." Samuel responded and quickly ran to the newly appearing locked box. Opening it up, he gleefully retrieved a case and presented it to David. "We did it, Professor. Finally, I've got it back," he breathed out while gazing at his magnum opus. "All that research and they just took it from me. But now I have it back in my hands. Our plan worked perfectly, and it looks like the villains are holding things down," Samuel said with a nod to the masked man standing off to the side that skirted them up to the vault. "Papa," Melissa muttered in shock, and it got the attention of the three men in the room who turned to see her standing beside an equally shocked May. "Melissa," he said in growing horror. "What are you doing up here?" "Is what he said true?" she questioned in a low, disbelieving tone. "Did you plan all of this? Just to steal something?" David did not respond, nor did the other two men beside him. "Answer me," she cried. "Is it true?" More silence was the only response she got. David shamefully looked to the ground, and Samuel looked at anything but the girl in front of them. "Please, say something." "Yes, it's true," her father finally answered, and she had to fight back a horrified sob. "The professor is only trying to get back what was stolen from him," Samuel hurried to explain. "This device can amplify quirks." "So, it's Trigger but in helmet form?" May questioned with narrowed eyes. No, Samuel denied. "Unlike Drags, this could magnify a person's quirk without doing any damage to their body or brain. But our sponsors confiscated the prototype and our research data, and they demanded that we kill the project. They feared that something as revolutionary as this would upheave superhuman society, so the governments of multiple nations pressured your father to abandon the project to avoid widespread chaos. That's why we did this." "You pulled the strings on this attack from the beginning?" Melissa choked out with May's fists tightening behind her. "But why would you do this?" "I had to dash. You put so many lives in danger." "For what?" "I had to save All Might." Melissa was struck silent at that, as she had no idea what All Might had to do with any of this. May, however, had her narrowed gaze on the masked man standing off to the side. He hadn't spoken or moved a muscle the entire time, but he didn't look relaxed. She zoomed in on him and could see the subtle signs in his posture that he was tense, as if he was waiting to strike. She didn't quite believe that the people attacking the expo were entirely actors. "All Might's quirk is disappearing, Melissa," her father pleaded. "If he uses this device, he'll be back to his old self." No, he'll be even greater. The symbol of peace would never dim. He could keep saving people just like he always has, and society wouldn't crumble in his absence. He took the case from Samuel and manically clutched it to his chest. Please, just let me get this. Device to All Might. I don't care what punishment I receive after that. Throw me in prison, strip me of my accolades, just let me save All Might. Yeah, about that, the masked henchman finally spoke up, garnering the attention of the room as he removed his helmet. What was revealed underneath was chin length, crimson hair and 2 violet eyes lazily observing the group. Then, a golden chain with a pointed tip shot out of the man's midsection and stabbed through David's bicep, forcing him to drop the case with a cry of pain. Another chain shot out of him to catch the case and bring it over to him, and the redhead took the case into his grasp. What are you doing? Samuel shouted. You're actors. You're not really stealing the device. The man gave Samuel a dry chuckle before 3 more chains lashed out faster than anyone could react and pierced the rotund man through his chest, much to the growing horror of David and Melissa. That's the funny thing about all of this. The man began as he retracted the chains and Samuel fell to the ground with a thud. The guys you hired weren't actually actors. They were planning on stealing the device from the start. What they were going to do with it, I have no idea, but it doesn't matter now because I'm not even one of the guys you hired. The way the man spoke so casually about it all while his partner and friend was bleeding out beside him unnerved David to his core. It almost prevented him from standing up to confront him. Almost. You son of a beach, David growled, but before he could take another step, a final chain lashed out and stabbed him in the thigh, sending him to the ground to the tune of his daughter's screams. I missed your femoral artery, the redhead informed in the same casual manner. Stand down, Shield. You've outlived your usefulness, so don't push your luck any further than you already have with this whole stunt. Whether or not your daughter becomes an orphan tonight doesn't really matter to me one way or the other. With that, he turned and walked away from the 2 bleeding men. Melissa, tears cascading down her cheeks from the sight, made to rush to her father's side while the man was passing by, but she felt May's hand lock tightly around her wrist to keep her in place. When she looked down at the girl, she saw May glaring dangerously at the approaching assailant, but she wasn't moving a muscle. The man in question watched on in mild amusement as he casually strolled by the 2 girls. Smart. You do have quite the brain on you, Miss Hatsome. May did not flinch even a millimeter when he revealed that he knew her name, only keeping her glare on him and her grip on the trembling Melissa. The man seemed to find that equally amusing and worthy of his respect, and he continued on with a light chuckle. By the way, he spoke as he was leaving the room, if you want to disable the security system, no one is manning the control center. You won't find me by the time the pros are free anyway. He turned his head to give them one last look, and the mirth dancing about his violet eyes put the 2 even further on edge than anything up to that point. For your sake you won't. With that, the man turned the corner and strolled away. Melissa released the sob she was holding in, and she hurried over to her father. Papa! She choked out to the bleeding man below her. He attempted to offer her a smile in an attempt to reassure her, but it came out as nothing more than a pained grimace. Hey, May said, placing a hand on her shoulder, I got this. Take down the security system. Save the building. I'll save your dad. Melissa looked at her through teary eyes, and May nodded to reassure her that they could both do it. Melissa nodded in return, and she hurried out of the vault. May quickly removed the multi-tool from under her goggles and used one of the blades to cut strips from the bottom of her dress to fashion tourniquets for his thigh and arm. You have medic training? David asked the girl as she worked, and she shrugged. My mom was an EMT before she FE'd off to join a cult. David did not respond to that, and May did not elaborate any further. When she was finished applying them, she looked to the larger man, but he was dangerously pale. Samuel, how is he? David asked her, fearing the worst from the brief alarm that showed on her face before she got a hold of it. It's not good, she replied before placing 2 fingers to his jugular, and her expression became solemn. No pulse, she informed him, and David placed his head in his hands, letting loose a wail of grief into them. This is all my fault. David despaired in the floor beside his friend's body, tears pouring down his face. I went along with this foolish scheme and The man continued his pained wailing, both at the loss of his friend and the loss of all of their hard work. May wasn't going to lie to him by assuring him otherwise, so she kept quiet. I-Island's security system is now operating in normal mode. At the announcement, the redhead casually wandered through the newly opened security doors and down the emergency stairwell. Along the way, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone before calling in to report the success of his mission. Skeptic, this is Kusari. The job is complete. Excellent work as always, Kusari. The Grand Commander will be pleased with your results. Now, hurry back to Japan before the League starts asking questions. Understood. Mirko and Ryukyu stood over the positively mangled body of Wolfram. He was very much alive, but breathing without pain would be next to impossible for him for the foreseeable future. Izuku, having freed himself of his metal bindings and healed his body enough to stop the bleeding and walk without too much trouble, meandered over to the heroine duo and peered down at the unconscious man. You all right, kid? Mirko asked him with a level of concern that he didn't even know she was capable of. Yeah, he muttered with a nod. What happened before we got here? Ryukyu asked him. I don't think he was capable of doing that level of damage to you. Those were really bad burns. They still kind of are. He didn't do it, Izuku admitted with a sigh. I lost control of my quirk. Mirko frowned at that. But aren't you practically fireproof? Only mostly, he simply responded. Mirko wanted to press the subject, but Ryukyu grabbed her shoulder to encourage her not to. Izuku didn't appear to want to discuss the specifics right that moment, so she reluctantly relented. Ha! Came a boisterous laugh from above, and the familiar red, white, yellow, and blue figure of the symbol of peace landed before them. I am late, Mirko interrupted. You are late. The three of us already took care of it. 3, was the simultaneous thought of Izuku and Ryukyu, and they turned to look at her. What? She asked. The kids softened him up big time before we got here. The two of us just did cleanup duty, even if there was a pretty big mess to clean up. That wasn't how Izuku would describe what happened whatsoever, but he would be lying if he said the acknowledgement didn't nearly make him choke up, even if it came in the most backhanded, Mirko way possible. Ryukyu only nodded in assent and sent the boy a proud smile, which only made it more difficult for him to keep the happy tears in. All Might, too, was a bit struck by the declaration. Watching the rabbit hero take the boy into a headlock and ruffle his hair with her fist while he gingerly tried to escape her grasp and the dragoon. Hero watched amusedly beside them filled the man's heart with something akin to satisfaction. Such youth. He mused to himself upon remembering young Midoriya's grand entrance to the ballroom and handling of the hostage situation. He turned a considering gaze to the two women with him, and his sentiments only strengthened. While they had a decade on the young man, it was nowhere near the 4 decades he had on him. The next generation appeared to be in good hands, but would they be enough to combat a threat as dangerous as All for One? On the same token, would a threat as great as All for One ever pop up again? Overhaul was sitting at his desk parsing through the data he gathered from the experimental trials of the latest batch of quirk erasing bullets they had been able to produce with Ares blood. This batch had proven more promising than any previous batches, eliminating a quirk for an average of 12 hours. That was up from the max of 6 hours that he had been able to achieve previously. Things were progressing rather well in his opinion. Hopefully, with further experimentation, he could finally pin down a formula to achieve the permanent quirk factor elimination he was searching for. A diseased world finally cleansed of the sickness that was quirks would be within his grasp. Sir? A nervous man stood in the doorway of Overhaul's office. Ordinarily, no one, especially not anyone of any rank below that of the 8 bullets, would ever address the man in his office without knocking first. However, ordinarily, the door would also be closed for them to knock if they needed an audience with him. When the masked Yakuza boss looked at him but did not speak, the nervous man took that as a cue to state his business and go. The Hall of Trigger you sent out Setsuno, Hojo, and Tabe to collect never came in, the man began to explain, but his boss' continued silence unnerved him even further. So we sent out a search party to check up on them and the man trailed off, now sweating bullets at having to deliver the news to Overhaul. The fact that the man hadn't spoken or made a move even once since he arrived to speak to him wasn't helping matters. The abandoned factory they were producing in was completely leveled. The man finally was able to finish. There was dust and blue fire everywhere, and the cops and pro heroes were already on scene. No sign or word from anyone in the family, and the trigger was already confiscated by the cops. The man only soldiered on at the continued silence from Overhaul. The early news coverage didn't say anything about a hero fight or trigger bust, so we assumed that it was a rival group or maybe some opportunistic villain's dash. The man did not get to finish as Overhaul practically teleported from behind his desk to right in front of him and splattered the man across the floor and walls outside of his office. Overhaul maintained his blank gaze as he stared down at the mess of gore that used to be his henchman. "You didn't knock," he reprimanded out loud to the very, very dead underling before walking back into his office with a command to anyone in earshot to clean up the mess. "So, it appears someone is waging war with the shy Hasaikai," Overhaul muttered as he sat back down in his chair. "Dust and blue fire, huh? How annoying." Inko sat back down on her couch, substantially more exhausted than she was earlier. She had finished her conversation with Nizu about her discovery of Hawk's Feather, and the Chimera had spent 15 minutes talking her down from hunting the wing hero down and liberating him of his kneecaps. They couldn't afford to be so rash. The Commission had clearly made a move against them, and they couldn't be certain as to when. They were already planning a strike against the Commission with Endeavor's situation, but as of right now, the Midoriya home was pretty much compromised. Fortunately, Nizu already had plans for the construction of dormitories for UA students that lived too far to comfortably travel and had to move or get an apartment closer to the school. He'd have Cementos expedite its construction in order to get the Midoriya family to a more secure environment. Meanwhile, they would continue planning, gathering allies, and putting pieces in place for the downfall of the HPSC. Then they could liberate Hawks of his kneecaps. For the time being, Inko was both stressed and exhausted, and she just wanted to see her son, so she opted to video call him. He picked up after a few rings, and Inko was greeted with the sight of her son's bandaged face sporting a very sheepish smile. "Hey, Mom." Inko was only mildly alarmed by her son's clear injuries. He was tough, and he could heal himself if necessary, but what the hell happened to put him in that state? "Honey, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine," he assured. "I just got a little banged up dealing with Murphy's Law." Her brow furrowed. What exactly happened? She watched her son nervously scratch the back of his head, so she already knew that she wouldn't like the answer. Hee, funny story. "Hold that thought," she interrupted before casting her Chinese evergreen a glance and standing up from the couch. "It's a little stuffy in here, so I'm gonna step outside for some air." She idly noticed her son giving her a curious look, and she knew that he wasn't going to like the news one bit when she told him. She wouldn't worry him while he was on his trip. "Okay, what happened?" she asked after shutting her front door and walking away from the apartment. Well, the I-Expo was attacked by villains." Inko stopped in her tracks and fixed her son with a look of concern. "Excuse me?" "Some guys hijacked the island's security system and tried to hold everyone hostage while they stole some really valuable tech and research." "Tried? I may have intervened." Inko gave him a flat look. "Izuku." All of the pros were trapped and restrained, even All Might. They literally couldn't do anything without risking innocent lives. We were in a position to help without putting lives in danger, so we did that. "We?" "Me, Ochako, a few others from my class, May Hatsum from the sports festival, and Melissa Shield. In other words, no one with a license," she sighed. "People are free to use their quirks as they please on I-Island, provided it isn't for criminal activity," Izuku responded. "From what I understand after the police spoke with me a little while ago, vigilantism isn't technically criminalized on the island, particularly since there isn't ever any crime for regular people to stop." "So, you skidded by on a technicality once again," she chuckled. "I suppose." Her son chuckled along with her. It helped that Mirko and Ryukyu showed up at the end for a Deus Ex Heroine. They beat that guy into the ground. Inko frowned. Was that guy in question the one who did all this to you? Oh no, Izuku hastily assured. These injuries are all self-inflicted. Inko stared blankly at the screen, and her son began to sweat under her gaze. He coughed and cleared his throat, deciding to explain further. I sort of lost control of my quirk. He muttered. How? She pressed. A new color, Izuku answered before briefly looking away from the screen to hide his shame. A bad one. Inko, of course, picked up on that movement, and she frowned in concern. Sweetie. I'm okay though. Izuku quickly spoke up to move on from the topic. Just need some more time with my healing flames and then I'll be good as new. What's going on back home? How's everything going? Inko wasn't fooled by the attempt to change the subject, and it worried her even more. However, she would let it rest for the moment and allow Izuku to enjoy the rest of his trip. She could press for more information when he got back home. With that in mind, the answers to the questions he asked would worry him should she respond truthfully. She knew that he wouldn't react very well to the news that the HPSC was attempting to surveil them. Everything's fine, she finally answered. You're okay, so I'm okay. Inko could see in Izuku's eyes that he caught the way she dodged the question, and she internally cursed how sharp the boy was. She was relieved that he didn't press the issue either, though, and he only offered her a bandaged smile. What's the time difference between Japan and I-Island? Inko asked, half in an effort to change the subject again and half out of pure curiosity. Honestly, Izuku began with a hum. No idea. I don't even know where in the Pacific we even are right now. This whole island is powered by plot. Don't think about it too hard. I'll try not to, she replied with a snort. I'll leave you to get some rest. You need it. I love you, Mom. I love you too, Izuku. Are you serious? I missed all of that. Tensei Iida was beside himself. When the island's security protocol had lifted and foot traffic was allowed once more, Tensei considered leaving the hotel to check on his brother. However, keeping up his cover was important to keep certain bureaucrats from asking unwanted questions, so he stayed in his room and was mildly reassured by the texts he received from his brother when the island's cell reception finally returned. Only when Tenya returned and informed him of what actually happened did he understand the true enormity of the situation. Needless to say, he was rather nettled. Do not despair, elder brother. Tenya tried to placate him. We defeated the evildoers, and everyone made it out safe and mostly unharmed. No, I figured that much, Tensei waved off. I'm upset that I was cooped up in a hotel room with no TV or internet while there was prime villain but to be kicked out there. Do you know how long it's been since I kicked a strong villain after a recipro burst? Tenya stood with an utterly incredulous expression before he sighed and his eye began to twitch. As tactless as ever, elder brother. You know it, Tensei chuckled before sitting on the bed. How's Midoriya? Tenya's expression became slightly solemn, surprising the older Iida hero. He sustained numerous injuries in his battle with the leader of the villains. He assured us that they were self-inflicted after he lost control of his quirk and that he could heal them himself, though. Wow, that's rough, Tensei remarked with a frown. He seemed to have really fine control over his fire from what I've seen. I wonder what happened to make it slip. I wonder that as well, Tenya agreed. I can't imagine what could have pushed him so far, and he was very hesitant to reveal many details. Well, I suppose we can just be glad that he alongside everyone else made it out all right, Tensei sighed before turning a smile back towards his younger brother. Now, tell me about these villains and how far you kicked them. Izuku had taken his mother's advice and gotten more rest. The burns incurred from the black flames were healing incredibly slowly, just as he expected they would, and the constant stamina drain of having his pink flames continuously active would probably kill him at some point if he didn't rest and eat intermittently. Several times he awoke to see Ochako sitting beside him, usually with food, despite his assurances that he was fine. That final instance of him waking up wouldn't be so pleasant, however. Enough time had passed for daylight to be breaking through the window of his hospital room, so he knew that it was at least the next day and the I-Expo had officially begun. Sitting next to his bed wasn't Ochako, though. It was May, but she was busy napping as well. He chuckled and snapped his fingers in front of her face to wake her, jolting her awake with all the spastic glory that only she could provide. When she finally laid eyes on him, he could see relief and genuine happiness on her face. "Human Torch, you're awake," she cheered. "That's a new one," Izuku laughed. "How's the expo been?" Mei's face quickly lost its levity, and she became pensive. "The expo is mostly proceeding on as planned with a few exceptions." "You're making it sound like there's a lot more to this than just the villain attack," Izuku cautiously probed. "David's shield was arrested," Mei replied. "What?" Izuku exclaimed, practically hopping out of his hospital bed. "But what the hell happened while I was out?" "The villain attack was an inside job," Mei began to explain, and Izuku's eyes nearly shot out of his skull. "Apparently, the professor and his partner hired a squad of actors to stage a heist so that they could retrieve a powerful device and research that their bosses forced them to scrap." "Are you serious?" Izuku asked incredulously, and she nodded. "What device could possibly be worth attempting something so comically stupid?" "A device that amplifies quirks," Mei responded, and Izuku went pale. "It's basically Trigger without any of the harmful side effects. He wanted to extend All Might's time as the symbol of peace. It was a whole thing." Izuku sat back onto his bed and preemptively massaged his temples for the headache he could already feel coming. He just knew that he would be incredibly annoyed by whatever outcome resulted from this mess. "The problem was that the actors weren't actually actors," Mei continued, and Izuku felt his headache gaining strength. "They were real villains who had every intention of stealing the invention, and they were legitimately holding the island hostage to accomplish that." "So, Professor Shield and Mr. Abraham were arrested for conspiracy and attempted theft, then?" Izuku hazarded a guess. "Not exactly," Mei hesitantly denied, and Izuku did not like where this was going. "I only know because I was with Melissa when it happened, but one of the guys was only masquerading as a hired villain. I don't know if he was working alone or if he was colluding with another party, but he attacked Shield and Abraham and then left with the device." She went silent for a long moment before she hesitantly spoke again. "Abraham didn't make it. Shield accepted responsibility for it, as well as for the device being stolen." Oh dear," Izuku lowly remarked. He was truly at a loss for words. The shit show had become a sheet motion picture. "And the expo is still going on?" Mei's face screwed into one of disgust as she nodded. It was likely a financially motivated decision given just how many important and wealthy institutions either attend, fund, or have some sort of stake in the expo. "I don't have any actual details on that, though. Again, I only know as much as I do because I was with Melissa when it all happened, and we were questioned together. I can only speculate beyond that." "So, a man is dead," Izuku slowly uttered, "and one of the island's premier scientists and inventors is held responsible, but the show must go on in spite of the scandal in the interest of not losing money?" "Like I said, no actual details on that," Mei answered with a tired sigh. "We're pretty much on the same page though." The two sat in silence for a lengthy minute and marinated in the insidious implications. Sheet motion picture truly did not even begin to cover the situation after all. "The man who did it," she quietly continued while fixing Izuku with a look of concern, "he knew my name. He knew exactly who I was. That certainly took the boy by surprise." "What did he look like?" "He had straight, red hair and violet eyes, and he was kind of tall, but everyone is tall to me," Mei answered. Izuku's eyes hardened at the description. It couldn't possibly be the same person from the mall, could it? He needed to be absolutely sure. Did he have a lackadaisical yet entirely too threatening air about him? Izuku pressed. "Yes, very much so," Mei nodded. "Sheet, it is the same guy. Just who the hell is he?" He put that out of his mind to think about later. "How's Melissa taking it?" Mei silently mulled the question over for a moment. "She's handling it as best as anyone could in her situation. All Might has stayed by her side, so that's probably helping." "Where is she?" he asked. "She sequestered herself in her lab at the academy," Mei answered. "That's actually why I'm here. She gave me her ID to come in and out of the building, so I thought it would be better to come get you once you were discharged." Your interpersonal skills are substantially better than mine, so you'd be better suited for comforting duty than me. You give yourself too little credit, you know, Izuku remarked even though she wasn't wrong in the slightest. Mei just shrugged. I know where my strengths lie. I suppose inventing and improving support tech is easier than dealing with the inherent volatility of human emotions, the greenhead mused while laying back into his bed. That, she nodded, and babies tend not to disappoint you. If they do, it's because you probably did something wrong. People, on the other hand, just try to make you believe that's the case. That was a much more cynical outlook than he would have expected from her. He considered probing further for more insight into that, but one of the doctors that was monitoring his condition entered the room. It wasn't long before he was officially discharged and on his way to the I-Island Academy to check on Melissa. When the two arrived to her personal lab, they found her hunched over her table and entrenched in one of the gauntlets of the crimson power suit she had created. She didn't look up at them when they entered, only throwing up a haphazard wave before returning to her work. Izuku idly noted that All Might wasn't in the room with her, meaning he probably left to get food or something. When the two approached her, Izuku got a better look at the haggard girl. Her hair was a mess, and that was even discounting the few clumps of it that were strewn about the floor of the lab. Her eyes were red and had more bags than Yaoyorozu after a particularly fruitful trip to the mall, but they were still laser-focused on the gauntlet she was working on. Mei and Izuku threw a glance towards each other, and they silently sat down across from her while she worked. Without a word, Melissa slid a set of schematics and notes over to Mei, and Izuku noticed that her knuckles were bruised. As Mei put on her goggles and grabbed the other gauntlet, Izuku looked around the room, and his eyes quickly landed on the bits of broken glass on the floor. Beside them was the smashed remains of the frame that held the photo of Melissa and David. He turned back to the blonde and noticed that every so often, her hands would twitch while she was working, and her subtle flinches whenever they did told him that she was in pain. He reached over with his palms bathed in gentle, pink fire, and he hovered them over her own. She paused but didn't look up, allowing him to use his healing flames to mend her bruised knuckles and restore her hands to an unblemished state. When he was finished and retracted his hands, she did not return to working on the gauntlet, instead sitting in choked silence. Tears started to trail down her cheeks, but she swiftly wiped them away. She paused once again when she felt a hand on her shoulder, though, and she finally brought her watery gaze up from the table to see a kind, warm pair of green eyes staring back at her. She turned her head slightly, and Mei had removed her goggles and was also giving her a reassuring look. Melissa gave the two a small, genuine smile, and she slid another copy of the schematics and her notes to Izuku. White flame bloomed in Izuku's hair while he looked them over, and the three silently worked on the gauntlets together. Nary a word was uttered among them, but nothing needed to be said. In that moment, a solid understanding blossomed between the three. Baby-making could bring anyone together through the toughest of times. Overhaul was a businessman, but more than that, however, he was a man of science. As such, the superpowered society entrenched in sickness that resulted from the development of quirks was inherently incongruent with how he believed the world should function. With that in mind, he could still find it in himself to do business with the diseased in the interest of practicality. To Overhaul, the ends always justified the means. If he needed to manufacture the very compound that boosted the sickness he sought to destroy in order to artificially inflate demand for a counter to that drag, he would do so and then capitalize on that demand maliciously. If he needed to continually tear apart and reassemble a 6-year-old girl in order to create that counter, he would gladly do so. It was all for a world free of the disease of quirks, ruled over by the Yakuza, of course. All of that being said, it would come as a surprise to no one that Overhaul did not take encroachments on his operations lightly, especially at a time where the development of his cure to the sickness of quirks was drawing ever so near. A group of filthy degenerates attacking one of his trigger operations was unfortunate enough, but under normal circumstances, he could just have some of his men locate them and deal swift justice without him having to spend any of his own energy on it. This was not a normal occasion. Not only was the trigger operation attacked, but a third of the 8 bullets were killed in the process. Finding downtrodden saps that he could manipulate into pledging loyalty to him while also being competent enough to be useful was rather annoying, but they could inevitably be replaced. However, the insult of attacking the shy Hasaikai so brazenly could not be overlooked, and retribution would be had. So, what was Overhaul to do? Well, on such deserving occasions, he'd opt to make an appearance among the degenerates in question himself, upon which he'd personally slaughter each and every single one of them. Then he'd reassemble one of them to get the message across to never cross the shy Hasaikai again, hopefully spreading the word to the rest of the roaches skittering about the criminal underworld. Let it be known that Overhaul was a firm believer in every action garnering an unequal and excessive reaction unless there was potential business to be done, but no such business would be done here. As he calmly sat at his desk and continued comparing his findings from the newest batch of his Quirk eliminator from the last one, the young man had already sent his hounds out to sniff out any and every bit of information they could find on the lead they had as to the identities of their attackers. Blue flames and dust seemed like long shots at first glance given the unfathomable quantity of quirks in Japan's monstrous population, but he wasn't the youngest Yakuza boss in Japan's criminal underworld for no reason. With his very expansive network of informants, many of which would likely have to be persuaded to cooperate, he was certain that he could suss out a man that wielded blue flames and a man who could render entire buildings to rubble. Those quirks, repugnant infections they may have been, were exceptionally powerful, and anyone casually boasting that kind of power would not be able to hide from Overhaul forever. No one could. The next few days came and went, and the I-Expo reached its final day. Izuku had wanted to forego the festivities and stay with Melissa, but she insisted that he shouldn't deprive himself of the experience for her sake. He tried to fight her on it, but she was vehement that while she greatly appreciated his concern and would consider him a great friend without question despite only meeting him that week, she wasn't a damsel in distress, nor was she a fragile, porcelain doll that needed to be handled with the utmost care. He stood his ground, though, knowing exactly the toll being alone with your thoughts could take on someone after any length of time. Needless to say, the back and forth got a little heated, and tempers, mostly Melissa's given her already tenuous emotional state, flared when neither party backed down. Fortunately, cooler heads would ultimately prevail, and they eventually came to a compromise in which Izuku would split his time between the expo and hanging out with her so long as he brought her food whenever he returned. Izuku would also explain away the black eye he had by saying Mirko tagged him during another impromptu spar. Meanwhile, David Shield's name was dragged through the mud over the course of the week. There were a litany of angles he was getting attacked from in the coverage of the scandal. In one angle, he was painted as the orchestrator of a terrorist attack with the goal of stealing dangerous technology out of anger of having his work shut down for the greater good. In another, he was displayed as a scorned, mad scientist attempting to take his ball and go home after ruining the I-Expo, and the expo continuing on in spite of his failed attempt was just a refusal to bend to villainy. Not a lot was reported on what was actually stolen, and the reporting left it very ambiguous as to whether anything was stolen at all. It made sense to Izuku if what Mei said was true. That Quirk amplifier likely wasn't ever supposed to see the light of day in the first place, and advertising that a villain was able to infiltrate and escape I-Island with it would be the worst look imaginable. Just as well, it would indubitably spur a massive manhunt for the person/group in possession of it by people on both sides of the law. When it was time to leave the island, Izuku and Mei found themselves on All Might's private jet once again, though it was without All Might this time. He had chosen to stay behind to continue shielding Melissa from the scandal and help sort out where exactly things went from there. At least, that's what he told them he was sticking around for. Izuku had his suspicions, but he let it be, especially after the almost tearful goodbye he and Mei shared with Melissa. The flight back home was a lot more subdued than the initial trip to I-Island. Most people would be much less excited to leave I-Island than to go, and that was partially the case for Izuku and Mei, but they were also understandably exhausted from all of the hullabaloo that they had to endure. It was certainly a trip to be remembered, both for all of the right and wrong reasons. "Hey, Izuku?" Mei addressed him from her seat across the aisle from his own, drawing his attention from the window. "Thanks for inviting me to this trip. Venturing to I-Island was a dream come true, despite everything that happened while we were there." "You were the first person I thought of aside from my mom," Izuku replied with a smile, and then he took on a thoughtful expression. I don't think I've ever heard you call me by my first name, though. Makes me feel special. You've already been calling me May for a while now, so I figured I'd at least return the favor, May replied with a shrug and smile of her own. I've never had many friends, and I think I can confidently say that you occupy the top spot in that regard. That admission truly warmed the greenhead's heart, particularly since he knew that she didn't often get sentimental about much of anything. He was really lucky to have been able to make such great friends in his short time at UA thus far. Plus, I made a ton of connections with support companies the world over, and I also now have a wealth of ideas for all the super cute babies I can make. May continued with a manic grin, her more familiar gremlin behavior taking over once again. Izuku couldn't fight the fond chuckle at her antics. She really was one of a kind in so many ways. He'd make DM sure that Hatsum Industries took off by hook or by crook, and he'd have her along with him on his hero journey every step of the way. Ridestro stood in his office in Daika, fondly gazing out of the window at the glorious city as he was wont to do. They were inching closer towards their ultimate goal with each passing day. Recruits and sympathizers were funneling in weekly as senseless villain attacks on civilians became more prevalent, and their already established forces were growing more competent by the day under Geaton's heavy-handed instruction. The inevitable liberation of society was near, and it was clearer than ever. Not since his days as a gnome in his youth had he felt such clarity. A knock came from the other side of his door, and he smiled. That was the signal that his lieutenants had all arrived at the conference room, and the meeting he called for was finally upon him. Striding out of his office and down the hall to the room in question, he opened the door and saw his most trusted comrades sitting in their seats at the conference table. Curious, Skeptic, Trumpet, Geaton, and Kusari were all in attendance, and Ridestro took his seat at the head of the table. I trust you all know why this meeting was called, Ridestro began, and each lieutenant nodded, having at the very least a rough idea of what had recently transpired at I-Island. Excellent. Kusari, showcase the device. The redhead complied and retrieved a large case from under the table, opening it for everyone to view. This is David Shield's Quirk amplifier that is supposedly able to massively boost the capabilities of one's meta ability without the harmful consequences usually seen in artificial enhancers, such as Trigger. Okay, we have the device. Geaton spoke up from under his hood in his soft voice that betrayed the survival of the fittest Sigma grind set he touted. What exactly do we do with it? What exactly can we do with it? Asked Trumpet, the MLA's inside man in the political world of Japan as the leader of the Hearts and Minds Party. It's certainly a powerful tool, but it's only one. We can do nothing without the accompanying research that went into developing it, Skeptic spoke up. Unfortunately, that research was confiscated when the project was shut down upon pressure from several governments, Japan's included. So, in other words, you have it, Curious surmised with a deadpan expression, knowing how dramatic her comrade could be when flaunting his skills and intelligence. Of course I do, Skeptic scoffed. Getting into their systems and obtaining the information was only slightly more tedious than slipping past UAs. Numerous firewalls unnoticed. So, we have both the device and the instructions on how to develop it, meaning we could potentially reverse engineer this thing, Trumpet surmised. And mass produce it, Ridestro finished with a dark smile. The pieces began to fall into place for the other occupants of the table. If they were able to crack the code on a risk-free Quirk amplifier, they could outfit their entire army with them and develop a nigh unstoppable legion of super soldiers. No one would be able to stand in the way of liberation, not any heroes, not any governments, and not any standing armies or self-defense forces. Hell, not even a surprise collaboration between the symbol of peace and the symbol of evil would be able to stop them. The liberation of society truly was near. Came a low grunt from within the thick parka of Geaton. Something the matter, Geaton? Ridestro asked. I don't usually agree with the use of artificial enhancements on principle, Geaton calmly explained. It runs against our ideology of wielding our own power as we should and dominating with our own strength. The room was engulfed in a thoughtful silence at the surprisingly insightful take from the hooded man. Kusari, having long since abandoned his lazy masquerade for such an important meeting, set his sharp gaze onto their Grand Commander as he mulled over Giton's thoughts. The older man's eyes were closed, and he was slowly nodding, as if he had come to a grand realization through nirvana. "You are not incorrect in your assessment, Giton," Ridestro began, and he had the rapt attention of his lieutenants. "The mission of our movement is the liberation of our natural gifts, and the proper cultivation of our natural gifts into powerful, efficient weapons so that we aren't reliant on filth such as trigger is one of our keystones. However, in our hands, this device is more than just a shortcut to power or a tool akin to steroids. It's a symbol." After taking a moment to ensure that he had everyone's undivided attention, he continued. "This device is a showcase of our potential should society unleash itself of its shackles and allow its inhabitants to live freely and wield their abilities as they should, as is their right. This device will show us what society could be if only we would allow it to be, what it should be if only we are successful in our righteous endeavors. It potentially may not happen in our lifetimes, but such is the nature of revolution. Change does not happen overnight. Utopia takes time to achieve, and utopia is exactly what we will liberate our society towards, as is Destro's will." "Based," Giton replied with a nod, and he, alongside the other lieutenants, placed their right hands in the liberation sign with their thumbs on their foreheads and their index finger pointed to the sky. "Based indeed," Ridestro said with his dark, self-assured smile. "How long will it take us to actually reverse engineer this?" Curious asked, living up to her codename. "Unfortunately, it will likely take quite some time, though much less time than it would take without the accompanying research," Kusari chose to answer. "However, time is on our side in this situation." "How so?" she questioned, and Kusari smirked. "Let's say, hypothetically dash." "Please keep this one brief," Trumpet interrupted pleadingly, and the others all nodded alongside him. "Whatever," Kusari huffed indignantly. "Anyway, suppose I was fingered as the guy who killed one of the developers of that device and walked away with it. The first thing they will investigate is my connection to the League of Villains, so the heat will already be directed elsewhere." His smirk returned with an even more vindictive edge. "What's more is that they will eventually stumble upon the League's connection to All for One, assuming they haven't already. He's enough of a high-priority threat as it stands, but the very idea of the symbol of evil hiding away in the shadows with a device that amplifies quirks is cataclysmic enough to warrant hero society mobilizing in full to eliminate him. All of their attention will be on ridding the world of the quirk thief and what remains of his empire, and none of it will be on us," Ridestro added on to Kusari's line of thinking, and the redhead nodded. "They'll be so focused on killing each other while we're left to work in peace, and whoever comes out of that will be helpless to defend against us once we are prepared to strike." Ridestro let the moment breathe so that the weight of the misdirection set in for the other lieutenants, and they were all cognizant of the implications. Kusari, in particular, was very pleased with himself. Assuring a reliable red herring for the heroes while the MLA gathered their strength was a commendable feat, and he would revel in his self-congratulatory high for as far as it would take him. Ridestro smiled and gave his lieutenants a final look over. "Until that time comes, everyone, continue your work," Ridestro commanded. "We are making excellent progress towards the ideal society, and we can only go even further up from here. You all are dismissed." A few short days of rest for both his mind and body was all Izuku was afforded before he would be back on the move. Classes 1A and 1B were outside of UA and weathering the last-minute lectures about their training camp that Aizawa and Vlad King were giving them, respectively. When they were finished, his classmates fell into excited chatter about what their training camp would have in store for them, and he could certainly understand their anticipation, but he was content with very little excitement for the foreseeable future. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he noticed the pair of floating arms making their way toward him in his periphery. Knowing exactly who they belonged to, he didn't feel the need to do anything to stop their advance, and the hands snapped around his neck and lightly squeezed while shaking him. "You little bee," the voice of his fellow green head growled from beside him, and he turned to send a smile to the floating head glaring at him. Her face then took on a very exaggerated look of hurt and betrayal. "You met Godzilla and lorded it over me, how could you?" she asked in an equally exaggerated tone. "I thought we were the best of bosom buddies, Midoriya." Green-haired royalty is supposed to stick together, not undercut each other. Izuku could barely fight his laughter while reaching into his bag and retrieving a notebook. He flipped to the page with Godzilla's signature on it, and he held it up for her to read. Upon seeing that it was actually an autograph made out to her specifically, her eyes widened, and her arms went slack. She slowly grasped the notebook and held it with such reverence that anyone watching would swear he had handed her the location of the Fountain of Youth. "You are forgiven, Lord Midoriya," Tokage eventually said with her sharp-toothed grin. "Glad to hear it, Lady Tokage," he replied with a laugh. "That's Tyranokage to you, minion," she corrected with a playfully haughty tone. "My mistake, Your Highness," he placated with his hands up in mock surrender. "Come on guys, the buses are here." Kendo shouted to her class, and Tokage took that signal to flick Izuku in the temple and fly away with the notebook in hand. Izuku amusedly shook his head and walked toward his class bus. He did notice Mineta staring at him with the same look of reverence he had several times in the past, and he would finally admit that it was starting to weird him out a little bit. The mind of the shorter boy, meanwhile, was in the midst of a complete whirlwind. At the center of his thoughts was his class rep, Izuku Midoriya. He would consider the absurdly powerful teen a friend, and he hoped that the feeling was mutual, but he couldn't really be sure these days. He never really could be sure with anyone, if he was being honest with himself. Making friends wasn't as much of a struggle for him as allowing himself to believe that they were genuine and not secretly looking down on him behind his back, metaphorically speaking, of course. Everyone looked down on him physically on account of his diminutive stature. That, in and of itself, was also kind of the problem. Sure, people were never cruel or particularly unfair to him, but they were often dismissive of his dreams of becoming a pro-hero. His small size and odd mutation quirk were biological hurdles for being respected, as most would immediately write him off to be the GG character that was good for little more than comic relief and occasional slapstick humor. His admittedly overzealous appreciation for the fairer SEC didn't exactly help matters, either. It hurt to see the rest of his class think less of him in real time after the locker room fiasco. He knew that he went too far. It was a gross invasion of privacy that got another classmate hurt in his stead when he should have just had some DMN self-control. Now, not only was he a short, weird-looking nerd with shoddy social skills, he was a creep on top of that. He just wanted to be cool. He wanted to be respected. He wanted people to finally look at him as anything more than a quick laugh. He wanted people to feel reassured in his presence, not repulsed or apathetic. He wanted to be like Midoriya. Ever since the day he met Midoriya at the entrance exam where the taller boy jumped in front of a robot attack to protect him and then collaborated with him to take down the remaining swarm, he was constantly reminded of the kind of person he wished he could be. He watched the greenhead practically stumble into being obliviously surrounded by female friends, the respect of his classmates and pro-heroes across the nation, and even a strangely devoted following of people online that talk about him on hero forums. Mineta was even browsing through the dumb rumors about Endeavor being a bottom when people springboarded the conversation to Midoriya and his fire quirk. What the hell was even the correlation there? They weren't even halfway through their first year, and he was already everything Mineta ever wanted to be. He was strong, likable, heroic, ridiculously smart, and above all else, he was respected. Mineta truly just wanted to be respected. "Hey, grapist. Get the F on the goddamn bus before I squeeze you into juice." Bakugo shouted out of the window of his seat at the only 1A student to have yet to board. "Language, Bakugo." Iida could be heard shouting from inside. Class 1A exited the bus after about an hour of travel. Most had assumed that they were just making a rest stop to stretch their limbs and go to the bathroom, but upon being faced with an empty lot, save for a single black car, overlooking the wilderness and no bus carrying 1B in sight, confusion and suspicion began to spread amongst them. "You guys don't actually think we stopped here just for you to stretch your legs, do you?" Aizawa spoke up, gaining everyone's attention. Before anyone could respond, both the driver and front passenger doors of the black car opened, and two figures stepped out of the vehicle. "Your feline fantasies are here. Say meow." One figure, Mandalay, began in her red cat meets magical girl-themed costume. "Perfectly cute and cat-like girls. You can call us the The other figure, Pixie Bob, continued in a blue version of the other's costume. Wild, wild pussycats, they emphatically declared together while posing amidst a silent, mostly confused Class 1A and a young boy behind them who looked like he wanted to be literally anywhere else. "Oh, Uravity!" Pixie Bob called out while making her way to Ochako after spotting her. "How have you been since the internship?" "I've been doing all right," she answered with a smile. "It's great to see you all again." Pixie Bob smiled, and then she smirked and bent to whisper to Ochako conspiratorially. "So, how's the manhunt? You've got quite a few lookers in your class. Better snatch 'em up before their eyes wander to a spry, young woman such as myself." "Young is a bit of a stretch," Ochako mused internally, not wanting to upset the woman. "Long time, no see, Eraser," Mandalay greeted the tired teacher with a smile. "That it has," he nodded before addressing his class. "These are two of the pros you'll be working with at the summer training camp. Uraraka, you interned with them, so you're already familiar. The rest of you, say hello. We own this whole stretch of land out there," Mandalay stated after all of the pleasantries, gesturing out to the surrounding forest. "Everything the light touches is part of our kingdom. The summer camp you're staying at is way down there at the base of the mountain." "Wait, then why did we stop all the way out here?" Toru questioned. "I'm afraid we both know the answer to that," Sue dryly replied. "Nah, that can't be right," Sato nervously chuckled before looking over to Ochako. "Right, Uraraka? They're just messing around, right?" Ochako did not respond, and she was sweating bullets from having come to the same conclusion and thinking about the week she spent in the beast's forest. "Right, back on the bus then," Ciro nodded, taking her silence as all the confirmation he needed to get the hell out of Dodge. The rest of the class quickly followed suit and rushed back towards the bus, but Pixie Bob landed in front of them, cutting off their salvation. "The current time is 9:30 in the morning. If you're fast about it, you might make it there by noon," Mandalay declared with an entirely too joyful tone in the class opinion. Just then, Pixie Bob used her quirk to rupture the dirt they were all standing on and created a landslide down the cliff's edge. "Kiddies who don't make it there by 12:30 don't get any lunch," Mandalay called out to the collection of dirty and rather annoyed students at the base of the cliff. "Good news, though, since this is private property, you can use your quirks however you want. You've got 3 full hours to make it through. It should be plenty of time, provided you can survive the beast's forest. Good luck." Mandalay turned around and strolled back towards Aizawa leaning against the bus while Pixie Bob happily created and remotely controlled an army of dirt monsters for the class to fight through. "Don't you think you've got them on a pretty crazy schedule, Eraser?" Mandalay asked her scraggly friend. "Yeah, that's the idea," he nodded. "We're hoping to get an entire second semester's worth of knowledge in them here. That's going to take an intense amount of work, but the rewards will be worth it." "I'll say," came a young voice from around the corner of the bus, catching the two pros off guard. Poking their heads around the corner to investigate showed Izuku casually leaning against the other side of the bus, and he gave them a lazy wave when he looked at them. "Sup, Midoriya?" Aizawa questioned in utter confusion that was shared by Mandalay. "Why aren't you with your classmates? More importantly, how did you get by me without me noticing?" "I figured out what was up the minute we got off the bus," Izuku remarked with a shrug. "For how I got past you, well, you know who trained me." Mandalay wasn't sure how to react to the green-haired teen. She landed somewhere between incredulous and impressed. Aizawa, on the other hand, was just kicking himself for not expecting something along these lines from his student. "Well, I'll be on the bus if you need me," Izuku nonchalantly informed and turned around to leave, but he quickly found himself ensnared in his teacher's capture scarf and lifted off of the ground. He could practically feel the glowing, red glare fixed onto his back to ensure he couldn't escape. It was worth a shot, he sighed in resignation as Aizawa carried him to the edge and yeeted him down into the woods with his classmates. "Demon problem child," Aizawa lowly grumbled, but both Mandalay and Pixie Bob could hear the fondness buried under the scuff. "Who trained him?" Mandalay questioned, now incredibly curious about the boy. Pixie Bob was also curious if for no other reason than the kid already being pretty entertaining. "Heh, you wouldn't believe me if I told you," Aizawa answered with a smirk. Meanwhile, Class 1B had the luxury of riding on their bus directly to camp, completely oblivious to the hell their sibling class was enduring. The 20 students calmly and leisurely conversed amongst each other as the initial excitement for the trip died down over the hour since they left UA. One of those students was Yui Kodai, sitting silently and gazing out of the window while Tokage was beside her engaged in a rather spirited debate with their blonde friend in the seat behind them, Pony Tsunatori. Yui was only half listening, just following the conversation enough to know that it was about anime but not enough to jump in and contribute at all. Instead, she was content with blankly gazing out of the window and enjoying the calm of the moving landscape as they slowly made their way to their temporary home for the duration of their training camp. She loved window seats. She really loved window seats. As much as her classmates affectionately called her a Kaderi, she could become a Yandra in milliseconds if window seats were involved. She was taken away from her window watching when her lizardy friend tapped her shoulder. "Yo, Yui, settle a debate for us?" the greenhead asked, and Yui nodded. "Awesome. All right, say you're fighting that old villain no one has ever been able to catch, Truck-kun, and he gets a lucky shot on you. But check this out, instead of dying, you get ice-skied into a new world, but you're no longer human. Would you rather end up as a spider or a slime?" Yui took a moment to consider the question, and she placed her chin in her hand in a similar manner to her other green-haired friend while she thought it over. "Spider," she answered simply, much to the chagrin of the reptile fanatic and the glee of the class weeb. "Told you, Setsuna," Pony said with a victorious grin. "Ugh, why not the slime?" she groused to Yui. "I want to shoot webs," she replied just as simply. "See," Pony remarked once more to the greenhead. "It's exactly as I said, beaches love Spider-Man." Yui nodded before returning to her window watching. Setsuna huffed but conceded nonetheless. The mention of Spider-Man brought her to another thought, though. "Yo, Pony, you've been in Japan for a few years now, right?" When Pony nodded, she continued. "Now that you're settled in, how different is it here than in America?" Pony hummed and thought over the question. "Well, America is definitely a lot more open about quirks and quirk use than Japan. Quirk laws are a lot more stringent here. In America, you could just use your tail or even sprout a tree root from your gut to carry your groceries, and no one would really bat an eye. That isn't the case in Japan. Over here, you need a permit to do much of anything with your quirk as well as a license for hero work." "You don't need a license for hero work in America?" curiously questioned 1B's mushroom girl, Kinoko Komori, sitting beside her. "No, you do," Pony answered. "You just don't necessarily need a permit to use your quirk on the job so long as you're licensed for whatever job that is. Quirk use is kinda tied to freedom of expression in America, and that's a whole political can of worms over there. Nothing is ever agreed on when constitutional rights are brought up." "Not gonna lie, that sounds a little freeing," Setsuna sighed. "I guess," Pony mused. "It's not always a good thing though. Vigilantism is a lot harder to pin down over there. Unlicensed hero work is one thing, but using your quirk in self-defense or the defense of others in public won't get you arrested or fined." She paused, and her hand went to her chin in thought. Unbeknownst to her, several of her classmates had begun listening to the interesting conversation. "Actually, you might get a fine, but it'll probably only be for disorderly conduct if you're being reckless about it." "Still doesn't sound so bad," Setsuna mused. Pony shrugged. "It leads some people to do stupid and irresponsible things more often than they should that end up getting themselves and others hurt. It all just comes down to cultural differences, though." One of the students listening intently to the conversation was the beastly intellectual, Jiroda Shishida. His attention was captured when Pony explained the stark differences in philosophy regarding quirks between America and Japan, and his attention was only stoked even further when she revealed how much more laissez-faire both the law and public perception was with quirks in the West. It made him curse just how needlessly restrictive Japanese society was in many regards, quirks being chief among them. How he wished he could throw his posh, well-mannered upbringing aside and embrace his beastly urges without the sort of public scrutiny given to heroes like Hound Dog and Shishido. Liberation will be upon Japan soon enough, he mused to himself. On the subject of cultural differences, Pony continued with a slight frown. I've noticed that people with heteromorphic mutations are treated a bit differently here than over there. Personal experience? Setsuna asked with a frown of her own. A little bit, she nodded in response. It might just be because heavy mutations are a lot more visible in America. There are a ton of mutant pride movements that people are mostly fine with, but there isn't a lot of that over here. While the two friends discussed the differences between Japan and America, for better and for worse, Shishido wasn't the only classmate listening. Shirhai Kuwaro was conveniently seated right behind the object of his affections, Komori, so he had also caught the conversation by proximity. However, the pitch-black-skinned teen was in deep thought for very different reasons than Shishida. The portion of the conversation about mutant discrimination in Japan stuck with him. He thought about his older cousin and the tragedy that was her life, if he could indulge in being theatric for a moment. She had a hereditary mutation that was mostly independent of her quirk, but a mutation was a mutation nonetheless, especially in the rural area she lived in, since those were notoriously less tolerant of mutations than urban areas. Combine that with the fact that her quirk was very similar to his own, and you get a disgruntled mutant with a villainous quirk fighting back against vicious bigotry. It was only a matter of time before something really bad happened, and when it did, she ran away from home. He hadn't heard anything about her since then. His parents didn't often like to talk about her, but he refused to just forget. She was his cousin, and he had fond memories of hanging out with her when they were younger. He even chose his hero name, Vantablack, to pay homage to her memory. He'd find her one day, wherever she was. Many hours later, 1B had long since made it to the camp and had gotten settled in. 1A, however, was not so fortunate. After 8 hours of trekking through the beast's forest and fighting through scores of giant, ferocious dirt monsters, the absolutely haggard class dragged themselves out of the tree line and fell to the ground at the feet of Pixie Bob, Mandalay, and Aizawa. That took longer than expected, Mandalay mused with a smile. You said it would take 3 hours. Ciro whined while laying bonelessly on the dirt. I guess I estimated it based on how long it would take us. Mandalay sheepishly, but not very apologetically, responded. I thought it would take even longer. Pixie Bob piped up in excitement. You kids did much better against my dirt monsters than I thought you would. You guys were seriously great. She focused her gaze on Izuku, Iida, Bakugo, and Shoto in particular and practically purred. Especially the 4 of you. It seems you've had quite a bit of experience already. She liked her lips, and Izuku felt a shiver run up his spine. I call dibs on these kittens. I'll groom them myself, she called out while leaping forward to harass the boys in question. You really ought to be on a list, Aizawa internally sighed, her antics reminding him way too much of Nemuri when she was feeling especially eager to mess with her students. Back in Mizudafu, Inko felt a disturbance in the force. Her instincts were telling her that her baby was being harassed by a harlot, but when she snapped her gaze away from the cards in her hand, Midnight was still sitting to her left at the table they and 3 others were at. She narrowed her gaze at the younger woman, and Midnight began to sweat. Why, you okay over there, Inko? She hesitantly asked the woman that was bearing a threatening aura. Someone is getting too fresh with my son, she answered. I can feel it. The 2 other occupants of the poker table, 13 and Recovery Girl, both snorted in amusement. Ladies' night was already off to an entertaining start. When Izuku had managed to free himself from Pixie Bob's attention by ensuring Bakugo made the ultimate sacrifice in his stead, against his will, of course, he noticed the young boy who had been silently glaring at them ever since they got off the bus that morning. Who's that? He asked Mandalay while pointing at the child in question. Oh, this little guy's my cousin's son who lives with us now, she answered. Don't be shy, Koda, say hi to everyone. You'll be around them for the next week. Koda remained silent and continued glaring at them all. Izuku stepped forward to the boy to greet him face to face. Hey there, my name is Midoriya, he kindly began while bending down and extending his hand to the younger boy. I'm from the UA High Heroics course. It's nice to meet you. Koda still didn't respond, and he instead winded up and threw as hard of a punch as he could to Izuku's groin. However, he was taken aback when Izuku calmly and effortlessly caught the punch with his other hand, his smile not dropping for a single moment. "Kota!" Mandalay shouted in mortified panic, but she stopped in her tracks when Izuku spoke. "You telegraphed your punch a little too much," Izuku commented, smile still not wavering. "The best nutshots are like lightning, so a quick jab is the best way to go. Let me show you." Izuku, much to the confusion of Kota and the incredulity of everyone watching, proceeded to demonstrate several quick jabs for the boy and encouraged him to emulate the technique. Kota, not really knowing what to do, just absent-mindedly acquiesced and threw several sloppy jabs at the air in front of him. Only when Izuku manually adjusted the boy's form to help him with the follow-throw of the punch to avoid him hurting himself did Kota snap back to reality, and he threw a much better jab. "There you go, just like that," Izuku encouraged, and Kota begrudgingly accepted the praise and threw a few more jabs. "Is that Emi's form?" Mandalay asked Aizawa, commenting on how reminiscent Izuku's footwork and striking was of Ms. Joke. "Yep," Aizawa dryly answered before addressing his exhausted students. "Enough playing around. Get your stuff off the bus." Izuku nodded to his teacher and turned back to Kota. "You're starting to get the hang of it. Just keep working on it and you'll have a certifiable nutcracker in no time. When your opponent isn't expecting anything, don't give them anything to expect." Kota turned his glare onto Izuku, but it had considerably less heat to it than it did previously. "Whatever," he muttered before walking away. After a veritable feast for dinner, since it would be the only time the students wouldn't have to cook for themselves, 1A found themselves enjoying the hot springs afforded to them. One boy, meanwhile, wasn't enjoying the relaxing soak as much as he could have been. Mineta was stuck between a rock and a hard place. On the other side of a mere wooden wall was a glorious wonderland literally ripped from his wildest fantasies. The temptation to manifest destiny was ever so alluring. However, a quick glance to the other side of the onsen showed the unblinking eyes of his class rep locked onto him. He nervously met the other boy's unsettling, green gaze, and the two stared at each other amidst the light chatter of their classmates. Mineta turned back towards the wall, vaguely hearing the conversations of the girls on the other side, and he turned back to look at Izuku once again, but he was gone. Surprised, Mineta looked around for where their class rep disappeared to, but he was nowhere in sight. That was until he looked down at the water, and he clearly saw two bright, slitted eyes, one yellow and one green, piercing right through him from under the surface. He gasped and shuffled back against the wall of the pool, drawing the attention of some of the others. "You okay, dude?" Kaminari asked him. Mineta glanced back at the water, but the face was gone. When he looked back to the other side of the spring, Izuku was back in his original spot as if he had never moved, and no one else appeared to have noticed if he did. "Yeah, just thought I saw something," Mineta mumbled. "You know," Kirishima began with a thoughtful expression, "I kinda would have expected you to have tried something stupid like climbing the wall over to the girls' side by now." Yeah, that would be pretty on brand for you," Siro agreed, and several others chuckled at the thought. Mineta forced himself to chuckle along with them, but it was hollower than he would have liked. "I guess I can't exactly fault you for that." The rest of the time in the onsen went without incident, but Mineta was silent for the majority of it. It had been abundantly clear to him that the bulk of his classmates were expecting him to misbehave in the proximity of their bathing female classmates. Even Midoriya had been silently keeping a tight watch on him the entire time, black magic fuckery and all. As much as he would concede that he deserved it, it bothered him like nobody's business. He had solidified his place as the troublesome comic relief, and that wasn't something that he was going to accept. When everyone had left the onsen, gotten dressed, and started heading back to the cabins, Mineta made up his mind. He sought out the one person at the center of it all, marching right up to the fluffy mop of green hair before the other boy could enter the cabin. "Midoriya, can we talk?" he asked him. Izuku looked down at his classmate, immediately taking note of the resolute face of the shorter boy. "Sure," he acquiesced, and the two walked a decent distance away from the cabin and out of earshot of everyone but Shoji should he be listening. When they felt they were far enough, Izuku stopped and leaned against a tree before motioning for Mineta to begin. Mineta took a deep breath and swallowed his reservations completely. Teach me your ways, Midoriya. The two stood in silence for a brief moment while Izuku confusedly regarded him with a quirked eyebrow. What? Teach me how to be cool, he squeaked out, all of the nerve he summoned up to speak to Izuku quickly evaporating. Izuku merely bemusedly scratched his head before chuckling. I'm a hero nerd who mutters when he gets excited and writes down information about quirks into notebooks. I'm certain there are others you could go to for advice about being cool before me. You don't get it, Mineta muttered, struggling to meet Izuku's gaze. People like you. People respect you. Our classmates look to you for guidance, even when they don't need it. They just value your opinion. Everything you say carries weight to people, not even just in our class, but in other classes and even the general public. You had the freaking crowd in the palm of your hand more than once during the sports festival. Mineta was growing frustrated with himself the more he spoke. He was just gushing about Izuku in a manner that seemed like a perverse mixture of jealousy and hero worship. He violently shook his head to refocus his thoughts. All the while, Izuku meandered over to a nearby log. What's this really about? Izuku asked and sat down on the log to be at eye level with Mineta. Mineta noticed that there wasn't any derision, annoyance, or judgment in his voice, just curiosity and concern. He opened his eyes and finally met his friend's gaze. You're strong, you're heroic, you're practically adored, and you're respected. I want to be that. I want to be like you, Mineta finally admitted. He looked away again, fully expecting laughter or contempt, but none came. When he opened his eyes again, he only saw Izuku looking back at him with the same concern but with a bit more understanding alongside it. The genuine longing to help that Mineta saw in Izuku's eyes emboldened him to speak again. I know I can't be strong like you or Endeavor or All Might. I don't want a one-to-one transformation into you. I just want to be respected. I don't want to be laughed at or be the butt of everyone's jokes. I want people to feel safe in my presence when I'm a hero like they already do in yours. Mineta sighed, and Izuku could hear the weariness in the boy's voice. I just want people to take my dreams seriously for once. Izuku's silence remained as Mineta finished speaking. He reached over and patted a spot next to him on the log, and Mineta hesitated a moment before sitting down. I'm gonna level with you, Izuku began, holding Mineta's rapt attention. You're already working at a deficit with your stature and appearance. It's challenging to respect someone that I could probably punt 100 meters into the woods. Tell me how you really feel, Mineta grumbled. With that said, Izuku continued, you've already carved out a decent lane for yourself as it is. Getting into UA at all is no small feat, and getting into the hero course is another thing entirely. You've managed to stick around this long throughout all the villain attacks, extra shenanigans, and threats of expulsion from Mr. Aizawa. I'd say you're doing well enough in overcoming that deficit. Then why is it still so hard to be taken seriously? Mineta questioned. You're a pervert and a bit of a coward, Izuku bluntly answered. When Mineta's face screwed into a frown, Izuku raised an eyebrow. Did you want me to lie to you? But Kaminari's a pervert too. Mineta defended. Yeah, but he's normal-sized and conventionally attractive, despite being a bit of a dunce. He can get away with a lot more than you could, or maybe it's more accurate to say that you can get away with a lot less than he could, Izuku responded, and he placed a hand up to silence Mineta's interruption. Yeah, I know, it isn't fair, and it SCKS, but that is the reality of your situation should you choose to make being a pervert such a fundamental aspect of your personality. Mineta looked down with a contemplative frown, knowing that Izuku wasn't wrong about anything he had set up to that point. The good thing is that it's the easier of the two to fix, Izuku spoke again, drawing Mineta's attention. The other issue is a little trickier to address. Being a coward, huh? Mineta sardonically mused before sighing in defeat. You're not wrong about me being one. You're not always one. You've come through when it mattered most. You just need to make that more of an expectation and less of a fortunate occurrence. What do you mean? What I mean is that if you want respect, you need to be less of this, Izuku said while broadly gesturing to Mineta with his hand, and more of the guy I teamed up with at the entrance exam and the USJ. Be more like the guy who had my back and I had his in the life and death fight against the Nomu. Be more like the guy who guarded Tsu with his life when she went down. Mineta stared at Izuku with bright eyes, soaking in everything the green head said to him. Things were beginning to click. Being respected was possible, and he was already fighting that uphill battle to do it. He had just been putting up hurdles in his path that were even taller than himself. That would change from here on out. I want to be respected, Mineta firmly declared. I'm going to be respected. I'm going to be better than I am right now. Put your hand over your heart and say it with your chest, Izuku encouraged, and Mineta placed his right hand over a spot on the right side of his chest. That's not your heart, Izuku confusedly noted. No, it is, Mineta replied. I have isolated dextrocardia, so my heart faces the right side of my chest instead of the left. Fascinating, Izuku mumbled before shaking himself out of it and refocusing on the topic at hand. Speak it into existence and then become it. Use this training camp to start being that goddamn hero that you've always dreamed of becoming. Be the man that's deserving of respect. You bet your butt I will, he declared while popping up from the log and pumping his fist in the air. He thanked the taller boy profusely for the talk and turned to head back to the cabin, but he stopped when another thought occurred to him. Hey, Midoriya, he began, turning back to face the other boy. Are we friends? Izuku raised an eyebrow at the question. Were you under the impression that we weren't? Mineta smiled, and it was one of the first genuine, non-lecherous or devious smiles Izuku had seen from the boy. I'm glad to hear it. With that, he scampered back off to the cabin, newly invigorated with single-minded determination to prove himself to be the hero he always dreamed of being. Izuku, meanwhile, exhaled and relaxed on the log until he heard the light rustle of foliage on the forest floor. You did a good job with that, came the gruff voice of his perpetually tired homeroom teacher as he stepped out from behind one of the trees. How long have you been listening? Izuku questioned, wondering exactly when the man had popped up and why he hadn't noticed his arrival when he did. I heard the whole thing, he dryly answered, and he smirked at Izuku's incredulous expression. You're good, but I'm still a pro. Guess we're 1-1 then, Izuku joked. I wonder who will get the tiebreaker. Don't get cocky, the teacher warned. You slipped by me once, it won't happen again. I will gladly accept the challenge. Good. Get to the cabin and get to sleep. Training camp starts in earnest at the crack of dawn. Indeed, training camp did begin at the crack of dawn. 1A sluggishly trudged to a clearing in their P uniforms only to immediately snap to attention when Aizawa addressed them. Today, we begin your training to improve your strength, he began. Our goal is to exponentially increase your skills so that you'll have no trouble receiving a provisional license when the time comes. This will allow you to face the ever-festering dangers lurking in the darkness without any legal issue. Aizawa pulled out a softball and tossed it to Bakugo. Give that a throw for me. Bakugo nodded and rotated his shoulder before doing as he was instructed with a magnificent boom. 709.6 meters, Aizawa read, and Bakugo smirked. It's an improvement from the 705.2 meters you started with at the fitness test, I guess, he finished, and Bakugo's eyes went wide, as did the eyes of most of the class at the minimal improvement. You've had a single semester at UA, and you've all definitely improved after your experiences, but for most of you, those improvements have been limited to mental acuity and technical skill. Your quirks haven't fundamentally grown much stronger since the beginning, though. Aizawa's eye twitched when he saw Izuku begin to raise his hand. Like I said, most of you. Izuku's hand fell back down, and Aizawa gave his students a positively vile grin. We'll be training you into the ground and making your quirks as powerful as can be before the week is out. It'll be the most grueling training you've ever gone through, so you'd better hope you survive. 1A collectively paled, and they just hoped that another bond of shared suffering could be forged from the coming torture and added to their already plentiful collection. Izuku, Aizawa, and Pixie Bob stood a good distance away from the others, tipping Izuku off that his training would both require a lot of space and likely get a little hectic. Seeing the mildly threatening grin Pixie Bob was sporting only confirmed his suspicions. Your quirk is incredibly multifaceted, so it wouldn't be feasible nor make sense to focus on several things at once and expect to make decent progress on any one thing, Aizawa began. With that in mind, you'll be focusing on the one aspect that I've noticed you've been neglecting the most, and that's the pyrokinetic nature of your quirk. Izuku's eyes widened at that, but he said nothing and allowed his teacher to continue. From what I've been able to see, you fight like an amalgamation of everyone who has trained or sparred with you in some fashion or another. Joke told me about the sparring you did with Mirko, and your mother mentioned that you gained inspiration from and sparred with Gran Torino. Is that the extent of it? Upon Izuku's nod of confirmation, Aizawa continued. That's all well and good, especially when developing your own unique fighting style, but one thing stands out between all four of those people. None of them have fire quirks of their own, so they can't show you how to properly wield one. Hence, you've been slacking on using your base flames as the weapon they are in lieu of the other flames. Since I don't have a fire quirk and Todoroki is busy, you'll be playing around with your base flames and getting a better feel for ranged combat. And that's where I come in. Pixie Bob cheered as multiple dirt monsters of various sizes rose from the ground around them. You'll be blasting these babies with all the firepower you've got, but you can't use anything else. Exactly, Aizawa confirmed. No green, red, yellow, orange, purple, or pink. Just your kaleidoscopic fire. Izuku nodded and activated his quirk, bathing himself in the colorful blaze. I'll leave you to it, he said before strolling away to greet the incoming 1B. You ready? Pixie Bob asked the boy who had instinctively lowered into a fighting stance. Give me everything you've got, Izuku replied with a determined nod. You'll regret that, she purred before the dirt monsters attacked and converged onto him. Izuku's eyes briefly glowed a bright green as the flames of his quirk flared, and he sent a wave of colorful fire at a group of the smaller, faster dirt monsters. Predictably, they quickly crumbled at the attack, but even more were nearly upon him. He swung his other arm back to send a larger wave of fire at the newest group, and he dodged to the left to avoid a hit from one of the larger monsters. They were slower than the others, but he doubted they would go down as easily. After engulfing his hands with fire, he peppered another wave of the swarming little creatures with a spatter of fireballs before they could overwhelm him, quickly pivoting to blast an approaching giant in the face with a heavier wave of fire to subdue it. Just as he expected, it didn't go down right away, and even more giants were approaching from his flanks. He dodged another strike from the beast in front of him and quickly scaled the monster until he sat atop its head, much to the amusement of Pixie Bob on the ground. Izuku stabbed his hands into the monster and unleashed another wave of fire directly within it, taking it down with an inhuman wail as colorful fire shot out of its mouth and eye holes. Izuku did not stop for a moment, though, as he launched back into the fray to tangle with the other hulking dirt monsters. He concentrated a blast of fire on his palm before igniting and shooting it out, mimicking one of Bakugo's explosions on a much weaker scale to stun the beast while he backhanded a smaller creature that tried to sneak up on him with his other arm. Returning to the stunned beast, he shoved his arms into its snout and unleashed another large wave of fire directly within the creature to disperse it. It was at that moment, with his arms outstretched, that he noticed something peculiar. There was a slit going down his forearm starting a little past his wrist, and he could fairly see wisps of smoke wafting out of it. An inspection of his other arm showed an identical slit with smoke seeping out of it as well. He really wished he had Melissa run a scan on his body when they had the chance. Never take your eyes off your opponent. Pixie Bob shouted as a swarm of smaller creatures surrounded him and made to strike. Almost immediately, Izuku hunched and stretched his arms out to either side before spinning in place, unleashing the full breadth of his base flames, all the while in a visually stunning, rotating pillar of fire that swiftly eliminated the attacking horde. When he began to slow down, he wreathed his right arm in flames and slammed it into a final giant, unleashing another explosion into it all the while before he hit it with a final wave of fire to dispel it. Very nicely done, kitten, Pixie Bob commented with a small applause. Barring that one distraction, you handled yourself really well. Now, time for the second wave. Izuku exhaled a bit of smoke before re-entering a fighting stance. Bring it. After a long day of grueling training, the 40 exhausted students were tasked with cooking their own dinner, to which they were given curry to make. Only Iida realized that it was another part of their training, as rescuing civilians encompassed catering to their physical and emotional needs, so cooking a decent meal from scratch while exhausted would go a long way in that regard. Izuku didn't really get the logic, but he went along with it, nonetheless. When the food was cooked and most were scarfing it down like there was no tomorrow, Mandalay was calling out for Kota to come eat, but he was nowhere in sight. Taking notice, Izuku made a plate for him and told the pro that he'd follow the boy's footsteps and bring him the food, to which she was grateful for. It didn't take very long for Izuku to track him down, but he was curious as to why the boy came up to a cliff overlooking the forest. "Hey, you ran off without eating," Izuku said, startling the boy. "Mandalay was worried about you." Kota scowled at the intrusion of the hero student in his secret hideout. "Not hungry. Get lost." As he said that, the boy's stomach growled in protest, nullifying his rebuke of the food and causing Izuku to chuckle. "The stomach never lies," Izuku quipped, much to Kota's rising agitation. "I brought you some curry." "I don't want it," he refused again. "How did you even find this place?" "Oh, I followed your footsteps," Izuku sheepishly admitted. "Sorry if I'm intruding on a special place you use to retreat from everything." That took Kota off guard. His young brain thought having a special hideout was novel to him, and he didn't think others were familiar with the concept. "You have a hideout too?" "Well, not exactly," Izuku began with a scratch to the back of his head. "I didn't have a hideout or retreat per se, but I did have my mom to comfort me whenever I was feeling down or inadequate." This was not the right thing to say, as Kota immediately tensed and his face twisted into one of anger. Izuku, not noticing, continued on. "Granted, her training was often what made me feel down and inadequate, but she was still always there to dash." "Shut up!" Kota shouted, and Izuku was taken aback by the outburst. "First, you bunch of idiots come up here to practice with your stupid quirks for your stupid dreams. Stupid names like hero or villain, to just show off your powers and kill each other. And now you're just here to brag about having parents to care about you. It must be freaking nice." Izuku was floored by the outburst, and he immediately realized that he accidentally hit a sore spot with the mention of his mother. He tried to apologize for upsetting him, but Kota was having none of it. "Get out of here," the boy yelled with tears streaming down his face. "Go away with your stupid dreams and alive parents. I hope they're ready for when you die and leave them all alone." Izuku froze when the last sentence was uttered, and even Kota realized that he might have crossed a line, but he didn't back down and kept his furious, tearful glare on the teen. Izuku blankly looked down at the plate of curry, and he placed the plate down onto the ground in front of him. "I'm sorry," he softly spoke before turning and vacating the area, leaving Kota alone with the plate of food. "But I hate this. It's so not cute." Toga whined while fitting her mask on. "It was engineered for the black market from what I hear." The somewhat robotic voice of Mustard came from his gas mask. "You should be more concerned about whether they work, not if they look pretty. I've heard that Detonarat makes support equipment to sell on the black market for villains and vigilantes so that they can field test them." Spinner spoke up as he approached the convening group. "Don't believe everything you read on the internet," was the swift rebuke of another arrival, Kusari. "How much longer are we waiting?" "Till everyone gets here," Dabi smoothly answered, and he saw the approaching forms of Magna, Muscular, and Moonfish. "That makes 8 of us. We're just waiting on 2 more and the science project." "I can't wait to see the worthy duo for myself," Spinner just about gushed. "I can't wait to kill some stuck-up UA kids," Mustard gleefully added. "I'm with Shorty, I just want to break someone," Muscular growled from behind his mask and cloak. "Let me loose already. I'm already pumped up." "Mia-it." Moonfish growled in excitement. "Shut your mouths, you murderous psychopaths," Dabi dismissed. "Pot, meat kettle?" Magna snorted. "We wait until everyone gets here before we strike," Dabi continued, ignoring the jab from Magna. "Then, we rip their precious sense of peace away from them and show them whose hands their lives are truly resting within." Toga, despite the discomfort of her new gear, was excited for the events to come. She'd get to see her Izuku again, and she could make him all cute and bloody again. And then he could help her, finally rescuing her from the excruciating pain of existence or killing her so that she couldn't hurt anyone else. Wait, what? She didn't want to die. She did. She wanted to live freely for once. She wanted to enjoy life without restrictions or judgment. She couldn't do that if she was dead. And that was for the best. No, she'll find Izuku and spread her love to him, and they'll live happily ever after. End her suffering. The boot camp that was their training continued on through the next day, and it was just as grueling as the day prior. Izuku was again faced with taking on an army of dirt creatures using only his base flames, but he was also tasked with blasting and evading projectiles that were lobbed at him by Reiko Yanagi and her Quirk. On top of that, the projectiles would periodically balloon in size just as they were about to hit him or shrink in order to pepper him with hits and distract him from defending against another attack. He knew it was courtesy of Yui, as she sent him a thumbs up ever so often as encouragement to continue defending. The long day eventually came to an end, and after everyone ate, the Pussycats moved everyone into a wondrous test of courage between the classes, well, everyone excluding those who failed their finals and required remedial lessons. The 5 from 1A and Monoma were spirited away to an empty classroom to have their lessons in lieu of participating in the game. When the rules were explained, 1A was divided into pairs, but the odd number of students left Izuku without a partner. He didn't particularly mind, as that meant that he could spend more time brainstorming on how he would manage to sneak up on Mr. Aizawa in order to win the tiebreaker. Just as well, now that he was sitting and not preoccupied with training, he could also think about his interaction with Kota the night prior. He hadn't seen the boy all day, so he assumed that he spent it alone at his hideout. He could gather from his outburst that Kota didn't have his parents anymore, and his clear disdain for heroes and them leaving the people that care about them didn't paint a pretty picture. He hoped the boy was okay. Suffering alone wasn't healthy and could become really self-destructive if left unchecked. His mother was very clear with him about that. He sat quietly against a tree while waiting for his turn to go, but in the distance, he noticed a plume of smoke lifting into the night sky. Pixie Bob sniffed the air and mentioned a foul smell coming from the direction of the smoke. Some of the students were speculating about the cause of it, but their musings were cut short when Pixie Bob emitted a pink glow and was yoinked into the tree line. Izuku's alarm grew when a figure stepped out of the trees with a large block firmly planted onto Pixie Bob's skull. Whatever one-liner the villain said went ignored by Izuku as he hopped to his feet, his mind only on one thing: Kota. The kid was alone somewhere in the forest, and he didn't wait for any orders or provocation to dart into the forest in search of him. Tiger and Mandalay could take on the villains, and his classmates were more than capable of handling themselves if worst came to worst. He trusted them with everything he had. Kota, on the other hand, would not be able to defend himself against a villain attack, and he was liable to do something stupid in his state of mind. Izuku would find him. He'd make DM sure of it. Meanwhile, Magna and Spinner theatrically stepped into the clearing to address the assembled hero students and one half of the Pussycats. "How are you all this evening, UA High School?" Spinner began his grandiose speech to his captive audience. "We are the Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains. How long have you been prepping this speech?" Magna joked. "Too dim and long." Spinner cackled, then his eyes landed on Iida amongst the group of students. "You there? I recognize you. You're the one self-righteous brat that attacked Stain and Hosu. Where's the worthy duo? I want to meet them." The practically frothing Gecko Man weirded out both the heroes present and Magna beside him. "Enough of this," the enraged Tiger shouted. "You criminals are just followers of a dogmatic murderer like Stain. That woman beneath you is a hero who's saved countless lives and is giving her all to push these young heroes to reach their full potential. She's looking for a mate but is otherwise content with her life." Tiger's tone progressively transformed into a feral growl as he spoke, and it was reaching its apex. "What gives you the right to cut such a happy life short? Didn't anyone ever tell you that it's not a hero's job to be happy?" Spinner maniacally argued back. "Humanity is for civilians. Heroes are supposed to be above that. This isn't some fantasy world from a comic, you maniac." Tiger shot back. "That's not how real life works." "Oh, I'll show you how life really works, you fake." Spinner spat, drawing two swords from their sheaths on his back. He had initially wanted to repair his giant sword after it was damaged against those Yakuza weirdos, but Tomura smacked him across the head and told him to stop being difficult and just use regular swords. "Tiger, I've informed everyone of the situation," Mandalay quickly reported. "Trust the safety of the other students to Ragdoll. You and I will stay here and hold them back while the students return to camp. Class rep, you're in charge on the way there. Do not engage anyone, you got it?" There was no response, and Mandalay turned her gaze back to the students in irritation, but the person she was looking for was nowhere to be found. "Midoriya?" Iida frantically looked around for his friend and class rep. Where did he go? Did anyone see him leave? Was he taken? That possibility put Mandalay even further on edge. "Sheet. Iida, you're in charge. Get everyone back to camp." Iida was hesitant to leave without knowing the whereabouts of his friend, but he shakily nodded and complied, nonetheless. Kota looked out at the scene. It wasn't pretty. Blue fires raged across the forest that was already blanketed by a strange, pink fog. Kota had no idea what was happening, but it didn't look good, and as much as he resented living with 4 pro heroes, he still couldn't help but worry about their safety, especially Mandalay's. "Well, would you look at that?" An unfamiliar voice came from behind him, accompanied by heavy footsteps. Kota turned to see a massive man in a cloak and blank mask approaching him. "I came up here to scout for a nice vantage point, and here I find someone who isn't on our list," he continued, the joy dripping from his voice in a manner that made the young boy sick. "How fantastic! I get to play around a little bit before it's back to business." Kota was petrified in the presence of the obvious villain, and the villain seemed to realize and revel in it if his increasingly dark chuckling was any indication. "By the way, I like that hat," the man said before lifting up his mask to expose a horrifyingly familiar face to Kota. "I'll trade you for this dumbass mask they gave me." Standing before Kota with an insane grin and fake left eye was Muscular, the villain who slaughtered his parents. Muscle fibers began to grow en masse over his already beefy arms as he stalked toward the positively terrified boy. Kota wanted to run. He wanted so badly to get as far away from the man as possible, but he just couldn't move. His fight-or-flight response had clearly abandoned flight and opted for the third option, freezing in its stead. Strangely, though, fighting hadn't been abandoned completely. As Kota watched the hulking serial killer approach him, he felt palpable fear, but he also felt anger. In fact, he felt more anger in this single moment than he had ever felt in his short life. The man who took his parents away from him was standing right in front of him, looking to do the same to him. He wouldn't have that. Kota growled through tears. "You killed my parents." Muscular stopped his advance and gazed at the boy quizzically. "You're gonna have to be a little more specific than that, kid." "Water hose. You killed them?" Kota shouted, now enraged that his parents were purely numbers to the man who killed them. Muscular stood in visible thought for a moment, periodically gazing down at the boy as if he was trying to match a face. Then, a light bulb shined above his head, and he remembered the duo. "Oh, those two. I remember, now. That was a fun day." He turned his gaze back to a positively apoplectic Kota and shrugged. "For what it's worth, I don't hold any hard feelings over my eye. I was doing what I wanted to by killing people, and your parents were just doing what they wanted to by trying to stop me. It just so happened that my longing was stronger than theirs. It's nobody's fault." That was Kota's breaking point, and like lightning, the boy threw a jab faster than Muscular could track. A simple jab at the air in front of him wouldn't ordinarily accomplish anything, but the jet of water that shot out of his fist and slammed into Muscular's crotch certainly did. The wail of pain that escaped Muscular's lips was music to the boy's ears. He reveled in the agony the man was experiencing, and he capitalized on the moment by throwing more jabs with water jetting out of them, smacking into various places on the crouching Muscular and doing even more damage. Muscular, meanwhile, felt like he got shot in the D by a beanbag gun, and then he felt like he was being pelted by them even further. It was truly pissing him off. "Enough!" he shouted, and Kota felt all of the confidence and catharsis he had just been reveling in vanish in an instant. "I'll tear you apart, you little, come rag." Muscular launched toward the boy, intent on pulverizing him into a fine mist, but a flash of yellow entered his vision before a foot slammed into the left side of his face. Kota was then spirited away by the yellow flash and placed on the other side of the cliff nearest to the path to take him back down the mountain. The boy looked up at the figure who saved him, and he saw Izuku standing over him in a golden blanket of fire. He didn't know if the utter contempt on the teen's face as he stared down Muscular was comforting or frightening. "Oh wow, ain't this convenient," Muscular mused. "Our target just shows up right in front of me." "You piece of sheet," Izuku spat, ignoring whatever the man had said. "Your voices carry on this mountain. I heard everything. You murdered this boy's parents and then have the effing nerve to say that you hold no hard feelings and that it wasn't anyone's fault." "Heh, you seem to feel pretty strongly about it," Muscular said with a vicious grin. "Tell you what, the little sheet over there set me off, so I'm gonna go all out from the start. If you're feeling so froggy, then jump." He tore off his cloak as his muscles began to bulge even more, and his body eventually ballooned in musculature and burst through the tank top he was wearing. Kota was petrified at the sight once again, but Izuku's gaze only narrowed. "Kota," he addressed the boy with steel in his voice, making the boy jump in fright. "I can't ask you to head back to camp. It'll be too dangerous with the villains running around. I need you to get a good distance away from this peak and stay out of sight, though. I'll find you when I've put him down." "Why, you're insane," Kota cried. "You can't fight him. You'll die." "It isn't a matter of whether or not I can do it," Izuku simply replied. "As a hero, it's my job to risk my life to turn promises into reality in order to help people who need saving. I'm here now, and I'm going to protect you to my dying breath if necessary. That's what heroes do." "No!" Kota cried, but he was quickly ensnared by a thin, purple flame and tossed away from the immediate area. "Enough chit-chat. Show me your blood." Muscular cackled as he bounded toward Izuku with a grotesquely muscled arm ready to strike. Less than a second after Izuku tossed Kota out of the line of fire, Muscular was on him with a fist ready to take the teen's head off. An orange barrier flickered into existence between them at the last second, but Muscular punched right through it, and Izuku barely had enough time to flash out of there and create some distance. Muscular did not let up, but Izuku was more than prepared, yellow flames flickering into green to meet the muscly fist. The shockwave that resulted when Muscular's fist collided with Izuku's shook Kota to his core, and he, against Izuku's direct orders, climbed up a rock formation to get a view of the battle. When he got there, he saw Izuku, burning a deep emerald with flecks of black interspersed across his body, meeting the villain's strike for strike. It was almost mesmerizing for the boy. He had never seen such power on display, not even from Tiger, and that was the strongest guy he knew. However, while it looked like an even matchup from Kota's inexperienced eye, it was far from even in actuality. Izuku was meeting Muscular's deadly flurry with a furious burst of his own, but he was pushing his green flames to their limit just to match the man's power, and each time he did, he felt the pain reverberate up his arms to a greater degree than the last. He wouldn't be able to keep it up forever, especially with the villain's seemingly insane durability if the way he would practically eat the punches Izuku landed was any indication. It was time to SW's things up before he overexerted way too early into the fight. Muscular must have caught onto Izuku's decision to pivot to something else, as his smile grew even more vicious, and he increased the intensity of his barrage. Izuku disengaged and flashed out of the way of a powerful punch that shattered the ground he was just standing on. Once he was far enough away, his quirk returned to its base form, and he blasted a strong wave of his vibrant fire at the villain. Muscular grinned and stood still, electing to take the flames head-on. That put Izuku on edge, and for good reason, as Muscular stepped out of the blaze with burns that were vanishing. Upon close inspection, Izuku noticed that the muscle fibers that were burned were quickly being covered by more layers of muscle. "You think I haven't been training in case I ever get to fight Endeavor, kid?" Muscular cackled before cracking his neck and launching at Izuku once again. "That shitty light show is way too weak to do anything to me." Backpedaling once again to avoid the newest charge, Izuku let violet fire engulf him before he sent a swarm of tendrils at Muscular with the goal of restraining him long enough to knock him out with the greenest right hook he would be able to muster. However, barely a moment after the vine-like flames ensnared him, Muscular snapped out of his bindings with his raw strength and sent a mocking smile to the teen. "I hope that's not all you got, kid," he challenged before dashing for him once again. Izuku cursed and pulled green flames to his legs as an orange platform formed in front of him, and he used it as a springboard to launch himself into the air directly above Muscular as the villain smashed right through the horizontal platform. The momentary distraction was all he needed to rain down purple spikes at the villain, stabbing into the fibers of his muscles and even breaking through some sinew. Muscular snapped his head up to face Izuku with a wild, rabid grin while he was seemingly locked in place, and he spotted a final spike headed straight for his face. Fortunately for Muscular, and unfortunately for Izuku, he ripped his right arm out of the spikes that were trapping him and grabbed the oncoming missile before it could hit its mark. "Trying to take my good eye out?" he commented with a hearty laugh as he yanked Izuku down to him with the spike. "You raggedy beach!" The beach was punctuated with a bone-shattering punch to Izuku's face that sent him careening into the wall with a loud crash. Koda was now becoming worried for Izuku. Muscular had turned the tide of the fight and was now putting the teen in a bad situation. Before he could do something stupid like calling out to Izuku and revealing his position, though, the teen dragged himself out of the crater and sent the most defiant glare that Koda had ever seen to the bloodthirsty villain. "You punch like a beach," Izuku spat, along with some blood, in a manner that made Mirko's ears twitch in her living room. "Hell yeah. I knew you'd be tough, but this is incredible." Muscular practically cackled, and he threw himself back at Izuku once more. Izuku, meanwhile, ignited a bright crimson when the fiend approached. It didn't slow the man's charge, but that was okay. If his base flames weren't enough, he'd just turn up the heat. The man would learn not to play with fire one way or another. Izuku narrowly dodged another devastating swing and responded by slamming his palm into the man's freakish chest while funneling as much of his red flames as he could into his palm, unleashing a hellish, red inferno onto the villain. He kept the red flames going to ensure he burned through the thick layers of muscle until there was nothing left to burn, but a thick, bloody arm snatched him by the skull and tossed him into the air to backhand him back into the wall. Like a demon walking right out of the fires of hell was a burned and bloody Muscular sporting the same unhinged grin. The sight was grotesque. Blood poured down the man's burned and blackened muscle fibers, many of which were hanging off of him and swaying in the breeze. Even so, he was still standing and had more than enough muscle left on him to fight as viciously as he liked. "So much blood. You really are something. I have no idea what the boss wants with you, but we need to do this again if you're still alive afterward." More muscle fibers began to sprout to cover up the ones that were burned to a bloody mess or otherwise damaged, but the act was taxing and ultimately finite, and Muscular knew it. He stomped up to the battered teen that was trying to pry himself from the stone, and he yanked him out of the wall and dropped him to the ground like a discarded toy. "All right, kid, it's been fun, but I've still got a job to do. Go F yourself." Izuku spat, alongside more blood, at the villain, and he was rewarded with the man grabbing him by the throat and holding him off of the ground in a chokehold to alleviate the boy of the shackles of consciousness. "That's the spirit, defiant to the end," Muscular laughed. "I love it." His laughter was cut short when a jet of water slammed into the back of his head, and he turned an aggravated eye to who he knew the offender to be. Izuku, meanwhile, went completely pale. "You must be really eager to die, brat." Muscular growled, but Koda stood his ground. "Let him go." Koda screamed through tears. "Why are you still here?" Izuku strangled out as best as he could. "I won't let him hero die." Koda nearly bawled. "He won't, but you will, and he'll get to watch." Muscular growled as he made to approach the boy with plans of beating him to death while forcing Izuku's eyes open to witness the entire thing. Time just about slowed down for Izuku as the weight of the situation set in. He was in no position to fight off Muscular and keep Koda alive at the same time, at least not as he was right now. Fortunately, he wasn't yet out of options. He had more left in the tank, but it would require him to funnel 100% of his quirk's power, and that would certainly break him in his weakened state, not dissimilar to the way it did at the sports festival. Still, there was no way in hell that he'd let this monster touch Kota. If he had to break his body into millions of pieces to take him down, that's exactly what he'd do. With that decided, he reached into his quirk and fished for every single color he could grab, including the blue and black flames for good measure. Melding them together the same way he did in his battle with Shoto, he attempted to combine the powers of his flames into one unified burst of strength. Then, it all snapped into place, and Izuku felt both the heat and the power rushing through his veins. His kaleidoscopic fire ignited around him in Muscular's grasp, but the flames were substantially more intense than normal. Muscular was taken by surprise by the sudden heat, but the fist that slammed into his face and launched him away was an even greater surprise. The punch was so hard, in fact, that it broke his nose, knocked a few teeth loose, and sent him sailing over a bewildered Kota and smashing into the wall. This was it. Second gear was in his grasp once again, and the power felt absolutely incredible. Faster than lightning, a purple tendril snapped out and yanked Kota away from the battlefield and far behind him before the boy even knew what was happening. Muscular pulled himself out of the wall and stared at Izuku in shock, and that shock soon turned to excitement. "You're just full of surprises, huh? I gotta thank you, kid. This is the most fun fight I've ever had." Muscular exclaimed with glee. Izuku's only response was to flare his flames and unleash the full breadth of his power, igniting a massive pillar of mosaic inferno for the entire forest to see. The slits in his forearms that he had noticed the day prior were open and venting both smoke and even more fire. The threatening, green glow of his eyes was like a challenge to the villain, and he met it head-on with as much force as he could while Izuku did the same. The two met once more, flurries of fists duking it out once again like they had earlier, but the story was very different this time around. Muscular was having quite a bit of trouble keeping up. Not only was Izuku much faster than he was previously, but he was hitting even harder, and once Muscular felt his own fist being smacked away, the fight was no longer within his grasp. Izuku pounded into the villain's body with shot after unforgiving shot. Body blows transitioned into stiff hooks to the side of the head. Wild swings from Muscular were deftly dodged and met with crushing kicks to his still recuperating muscle fibers. The man was at the teen's mercy, as if he were slowing down time and predicting the man's attacks, then returning them with exponentially more crushing force. Muscular wasn't exactly off the mark with that assessment, as Izuku was maliciously abusing the fusion of white and yellow flames within second gear to read the man like a children's book. A dodged overhead punch resulted in an elbow to the man's good eye and a stomp to his knee, and, try as he might, there was nothing the man could do to stop it. He certainly did keep trying, though, as he threw a desperation punch that Izuku practically vanished out of the way off, reappearing in the air beside his head and twisting into a hard kick to the noggin that sent him back into the wall. Meanwhile, Kota couldn't be any more beside himself. He had just been tearfully watching Izuku do nothing but survive against Muscular, and now he was tearfully watching the teen open up the freshest can of whoop butt he had ever witnessed in his 5 years of existence. He didn't know what to do besides excitedly root the boy on to take down the monster that had slain his parents. Muscular, on the other hand, was not feeling nearly as excited. The fight had started out fun, but now that he was losing, it wasn't fun anymore. He reached for his pocket to grab the trigger that Shigaraki handed to them all in case they needed help taking down this demon teenager in particular, and now, Muscular knew exactly why. But he couldn't get a hold of anything before he was ensnared by purple tendrils. He tried to snap out of them like the last ones, but these wouldn't budge. Before he could move another muscle, he was yanked out of the crater and lifted into the air before being slammed face-first into the ground. That action was repeated 3 more times, each slam being stronger than the last, before he was flung off of the edge of the cliff entirely. He was still bound, though, so he didn't fall to his death at the forest floor, but he wished he had when Izuku used the centripetal force to slam the man back into the wall on the other side of the clifftop. The tendrils finally unbound, but Muscular was afforded no time to shake the stars out of his vision as the tendrils became elastic with spiked tips that anchored into the ground and wall on either side of him, and Izuku bungeed himself right to the man with a monstrous dropkick to his face. Muscular, barely hanging onto consciousness, grabbed a hold of a handful of trigger vials and stabbed them into his thigh outside of Izuku's notice. Izuku, meanwhile, sought to finish the villain off and leveled a hard punch to his face that, boosted by a burst of fire from the vent in his arm, drove the man deeper into the wall. Another boosted punch followed, and then another came after that. Finally, Izuku poured his energy into one final strike that would put the villain down for the count, slamming his fist into Muscular's chest and unleashing an explosion of heat and vibrant color that bathed the teen in a victorious mosaic with an even more victorious war cry. The villain laid motionless in the wall with a vacant expression, and Izuku stumbled away from him as his flames finally dispersed. He fell to the ground in an exhausted heap, and Kota picked his jaw up from the ground to rush over to his side. The exhausted yet victorious grin the teen sported through closed eyes brought even more tears to his own. "You did it," Kota choked out. "You actually won. I told you." Izuku breathed out with one eye open to gaze at Kota. "It was never a matter of whether or not I could. I was going to protect you, because that's what heroes do." And the dam broke. Kota was actively bawling at Izuku's side while the teen was giving his best attempt at comforting shoulder pats with the little energy he still had. It didn't help that everything in his body was sorer than he had ever felt, but it wasn't so bad that he couldn't sluggishly move around if necessary. What really surprised him, though, was that he didn't feel anything to be broken, and his heart wasn't giving him fits. Pushing his quirk past its limits under normal circumstances was dangerous because of the damage he'd do to his body. So he expected second gear to compound that exponentially, but that wasn't the case for whatever reason. He'd really have to investigate. A groan from the crater that Muscular was implanted in snapped both of their attention to the now twitching villain. Izuku immediately sat up, despite his body's protests, and put himself between Kota and the violently convulsing villain. Izuku went alight again when the man pulled himself out of the crater, but his flames were nowhere near second gear, and that showed when the villain ruthlessly punched him across the clifftop, sending the teen bouncing along like a skipped rock. Kota had legitimately said himself. Muscular was back on his feet and his muscle fibers were squirming and undulating in a sickening manner. Meanwhile, the man's eyes were wide and unfocused, and he was drooling, indicating that the man was as far from conscious as a villain hopped up on way too much trigger could be while still functional. He was acting on pure instinct, and that spelled doom for the frozen child. Izuku wasn't fast enough to do anything. He could barely move in any meaningful way as it was. He was left helpless as Muscular snatched Kota within his grasp and snapped the boy's neck without any fanfare, subsequently tossing the boy's body at Izuku with no concern to speak of. Izuku fell back to the ground with Kota's limp body in his arms. His eyes were wide and locked on the lifeless form of the boy he promised to protect. He couldn't protect him. He failed him. Kota was dead, and Muscular killed him. Muscular killed Kota's parents, and then he killed Kota. Izuku was supposed to protect him, and he failed. Izuku failed. Izuku failed and Muscular killed him. Izuku failed and Muscular killed him. Izuku killed him. Izuku killed him. Heklidicham, Heklidim, Heklidi. Him, Hekidicham. Muserlldi. An explosion of black fire engulfed the green head, quickly knocking Kota's body aside and out of the line of fire as he stood. Izuku was bathed in black flames that burned hotter than hell itself. Not that the villain running on pure adrenaline and quirk boosters could actually notice. However, his eyes burned with a quantity of pure hatred that pinned even the absent-minded Muscular in place for a moment. The moment passed, though, and the man began his slow stumble towards the imminent danger before him. That stumble became a steady trek, and that trek soon became a gallop with intent to kill. Izuku held his bleeding arms up and pointed his palms at the approaching monster. Burn! With one simple word uttered, Izuku unleashed a wave of pitch-black fire at Muscular and engulfed the man in the blaze. He tried to fight through it, but that battle only lasted seconds before he fell to the ground in a defeated heap, the ungodly heat of the flames quickly burning through his muscle fibers and eating away at the man's actual body with extreme prejudice. Izuku watched the life leave the mostly vacant gaze of the villain as he was overtaken by the black fire. A few long seconds passed as Muscular's body was reduced to nothingness, and the black flames that had long since destroyed Izuku's shirt and were eating away at Izuku's skin finally died out. He stared down at the pile of quickly evaporating blood, sinew, muscle fibers, and mostly ash that was once a human, a storm of competing emotions raging within himself all the while. He turned his gaze back to the body of Koda, and he put all of those thoughts aside before slowly approaching where the boy lay. He knelt and gazed down at him with a morose combination of shame and regret. He reached out to touch him, but the bloody state of his hands and arms gave him pause. Soft, pink fire bloomed on his burns, doing what they could to keep them from bleeding over the boy for what he had to do. He reached for the boy's neck, and he shared the pink flames with the body to reset the damage Muscular did. When Koda's spinal cord was realigned, Izuku felt the exhaustion begin to overtake him. The corners of his vision were darkening, but he fought through it. The job wasn't finished, and he wouldn't allow himself to die until it was. With a heavy sigh, Izuku's hands became engulfed in the sapphire flames of the Shinigami, and he held them over Koda's body. Immediately, he felt the cold, overbearing presence of death hanging over him, but he ignored it and soldiered on. The job wasn't finished. He placed his hands onto Koda's body and spread the blue fire across the 5-year-old, hoping to accelerate the process. He had never done this before and hoped to never have to in the first place, and he'd hopefully never have to do it again. Whether that be because he wouldn't need to or because he was dead, it didn't really matter to him. He ignored the invasive chill that overcame his body as he worked. He ignored the almost human-sounding whispers in his ears that were so frighteningly deep within the uncanny valley. He pointedly ignored the specter that he could just feel watching over his shoulder with its horrifying grin. After 10 seconds of maintaining the sapphire flames amidst the coldest sweat he had ever experienced and his vision nearly leaving him entirely, he felt it. It was faint, but he felt the boy's heartbeat. He killed the flames and lifted his hands off of him, and as if on cue, Koda sat up with a deep gasp and frantically looked around. When his gaze settled on the awful-looking form of Izuku, his breath hitched. Izuku sent him a soft smile that he hoped looked less frightening than he imagined a smile from a horribly burned man would. "Welcome back to the land of the living, Koda," was all he could manage before darkness took him. Mineta was afraid. Actually, afraid didn't even begin to cover the extent of the pure terror he felt deep in his bones. He and Ojiro were partnered up for the test of courage and going through the forest when the League of Villains struck. They were far enough away from the plume of knockout gas to not be affected, but that didn't mean they were safe. They could see the pink miasma in the distance as well as hear a ferocious roar reverberate through the trees from the opposite direction. The announcement from Mandalay only confirmed the short boy's fears that the super-secret location of their training camp had been compromised. Mineta and Ojiro were prepared to follow instructions and make a beeline back to camp, but before the two could make it very far, Ojiro grabbed Mineta by the arm and yanked him out of the way of a chain that pierced the ground the boy was just occupying. "Good instincts, Tail," came the aloof, somewhat mocking praise of a man stepping into view. Mineta was nearly shaking in fear when the tall, lanky form of a redhead wearing a red leather jacket presented itself to them. "Either of you happen to know where Midoriya is?" the man asked rather dully with an equally bored gaze to match. As if Mineta couldn't feel any more petrified. Not only had villains attacked their camp, but they were hunting down his friend, his newly confirmed friend that inspired him to start being a better man. This was bad. "I take it your silence means that you don't know," the man drawled just as unenthusiastically. "We're not selling him out," Ojiro growled from beside him and entered a fighting stance, his tail ready to strike and defend against any attack the man would levy at them. Kusari sighed. "It'd be a lot cooler if you did." Ojiro remained resolute, but Mineta was having a crisis. His fear was warring with the newfound drive to improve that Midoriya helped him discover. He didn't want to engage with the villain at all, especially against direct orders from Mandalay to fall back, but he also knew that the villain wouldn't just let them go if they went to the trouble of attacking their isolated training camp, and he for DMN sure wouldn't sell Midoriya out to them. Mineta took a shaky breath, and a look of determination set in on his face as he reached for the ball on his head. Kusari only shook his head in a show of disappointment. though he was secretly amused at the display from the two students. "Ah, well, I suppose we can do this the hard way," Kusari shrugged just before Ojiro went on the offensive, but the teen had to change course on a dime to evade the lightning-fast chains that shot out of the man's body. Mineta used that moment to throw a barrage of his sticky ball at him, but each one was stabbed out of the air by the redhead's chains with little to no fuss. Mineta wouldn't be deterred, though, and he kept at it to hopefully overwhelm the man and eventually catch him slipping. Meanwhile, the tailed blonde attempted another rush attack from Kusari's blind spot, but he quickly realized that the man had no such thing when he was caught by a chain that struck at him faster than he could react. The chain wrapped around his tail and slammed him to the ground with a sickening thud, all the while another bevy of chains struck at the frantically dodging Mineta, who was bouncing between the discarded ball to evade the pointed chains. Unfortunately, he couldn't evade them forever. He was inevitably nicked in the side by a chain, and the chains themselves appeared to momentarily pause and then become even more voracious when the boy's blood was drawn. Evasion was impossible from that point on, and Mineta quickly found himself ensnared and slammed into a tree. "I really only need one of you alive to get the information I need," Kusari said in a tone so devoid of concern that it sent chills down Mineta's spine. The man's bored, violet gaze flickered to Ojiro as he was struggling to get back to his feet after having the wind knocked out of him, and a chain shot out of his back and wrapped around the boy's neck. Mineta tried to get up to intervene, but another chain shot out of the man and stabbed into Mineta's leg. "You stay right there," Kusari ordered against the pained screams of the boy, and his eyes returned to the blonde that he was currently strangling with his quirk. "A little more of this should make you more suggestible to tell me what I want to know." Kusari was expecting the boy to do one of two things: remain defiant and succumb to asphyxiation, or give in to his longing to live and reveal the whereabouts of his classmate. Either option was fine by him, as he'd just move on to the shorter boy if this one died. What he wasn't expecting was for the blonde to release his grip from the chain around his neck to plant the tip of his thumb onto his forehead and stick his index finger in the air. Kusari's eyes went wide at the very familiar gesture, and he immediately dispersed the chain and dropped the boy to the ground. Ojiro hacked up a storm as the oxygen was finally returning to him. He gazed up at the man who was holding the same gesture to his own forehead, and the blonde nodded in confirmation. "You're MLA too?" Kusari nodded before narrowing his eyes. "I didn't think there were any spies within UA." "I'm not official, but my parents are loyal to the cause," Ojiro hastily clarified upon the man's narrowed gaze before he returned to massaging his throat. "I was desperate, so I took a shot in the dark to see if you might have been a comrade." Kusari coldly stared at him while he internally assessed if he should just kill the boy there and then. If he was telling the truth, there wouldn't be any need, and the MLA could worm itself into the premier hero school in the nation. If he was lying to save his life, then he chose a very strange and specific lie to use, and there wouldn't be any way that he'd know their salute. "You took a rather lucky shot," Kusari finally spoke, and Ojiro lost much of the tension in his body when he saw the man somewhat relax. "Please, don't blow my cover," Ojiro requested while continuing to massage his throat. "A little late for that," Kusari chuckled darkly while motioning to the wide-eyed Mineta. The boy was utterly gobsmacked from his spot against the tree. Ojiro was a spy? He was working with villains? Was he the reason the villains found their camp? So many questions were running through his mind at the insane development. "I'll take care of him," Kusari said when Ojiro gasped at the possibility of his cover being blown. "Him knowing about me is more dangerous than him knowing about you." Mineta didn't have any more time to think before a chain fired out of the man's stomach and stabbed him in the chest. Kusari made sure to hit him just far enough on the left side of his chest to ensure he impaled the boy's heart and minimized his chances of survival. The look of shock and horror on the boy's face coupled with the blood dribbling down his chin almost drew a smile to the redhead's face, and he lifted the boy into the air with the chain and launched him deeper into the forest. Even if that wound doesn't kill him immediately, he won't live for very long after that landing, Kusari noted before turning to Ojiro. "His death might complicate things at UA, but it won't be enough to compromise you." Ojiro shakily nodded, rather blindsided at having witnessed the man kill his classmate right in front of him. Kusari continued staring at him, though, and his blank, violet gaze was even more unnerving to him. Before he could say a word, a chain shot out of the man and wrapped around his neck once again, lifting him off the ground as he squeezed. For the sake of appearances, it's probably better if you were roughed up and unconscious, Kusari observed in an equally blank, pragmatic tone. Ojiro struggled against the chain around his neck, but more chains sprouted and wrapped around his arms, legs, and tail to completely restrain him. Don't make this any harder, recruit. As he said that, chains crept out of his upper arms and wrapped around his forearms and fists. Let's hope you. He slammed a chain-covered fist into Ojiro's kidney. Don't become. He slammed his other fist into Ojiro's other kidney. A liability. He punctuated the last words with a hard punch to the boy's ribs, and the teen was barely hanging on to consciousness by a thread. Because we'll see each other again if you do, he finished before performing the salute with a smirk. Welcome to the fold, tail. When the boy had finally lost consciousness, he dropped him to the ground like a sack of potatoes. As he turned to leave, a vibrant pillar of colorful fire ignited on a cliff top in the distance, capturing Kusari's attention. Huh, that's a call to action if I've ever seen one, the man commented. Guess we know where the target is. He placed a finger on the radio in his ear to call out to the rest of the Vanguard Action Squad and alert them of the development. Our target spotted on the nearest peak. I don't know who's up there with him, but he's definitely fighting. Who's closest to that location? I'll be on stage momentarily, was the flamboyant response he received from who he knew had to be Mr. Compress. Right, sure. Mineta crashed into the cold, unforgiving forest floor, and he immediately heard and felt a snap upon landing. A silent scream ripped from his throat as he rolled onto his back. He bit back the pain as much as he could in order to drag himself to the base of a tree and prop his back against it. Sitting against the tree, he struggled to gather his thoughts so that he could assess his situation. His left arm was broken, and there was a hole in his chest. That wasn't great. Luckily, the villain stabbed him where he assumed his heart would be, and he had no way of knowing about Mineta's dextrocardia. He had a punctured lung for his troubles, but the boy would live, for now. There was something much more important than his health to worry about, anyway. Midoriya was the villain's target. He needed to tell someone. He needed to find help and stop their plans or rescue him if need be. He needed to move. With a wet cough, he struggled to his feet and stumbled away from the direction of the gas and towards where he heard the roar coming from. Noise meant activity, and activity meant his classmates or even 1B were present. He would help his friend if it was the last thing he did. His stumbles soon picked up the pace and became a jog, and that jog soon broke into a run. Mineta pointedly ignored the excruciating pain in both his arm and his chest as he pressed on. However, a massive, shadowy claw swiped down at him, but he was pulled to safety at the very last moment by a bleeding Shoji. He was about to speak, but Shoji shushed him, and they hid in a bush while the raging beast moved on elsewhere. What's going on? Mineta whispered. We were ambushed by villains, and Dark Shadow went wild in the darkness, despite how hard Tokoyami was trying to suppress them, Shoji whispered back, and then he took note of the shorter boy's injuries with alarm. What happened to you? Ojiro's a spy, Mineta coughed. The villains are after Midoriya. We need to find him. Wait, what? Shoji whisper shouted. What do you mean Ojiro's a spy? And Midoriya? No time to explain. We have to find help and get to Midoriya before the villains do. Mineta urged a little too loudly, bringing Dark Shadow's attention to their spot. Shoji dodged in the nick of time to avoid being smashed by the rampaging sentient Quirk, and he hid behind a new tree while Tokoyami pleaded with them to leave him behind and save their own lives. We'll need to get past Dark Shadow before we can do anything, Shoji whispered. They have a weakness to light, so if we can get them back to camp or to a fire, we could contain them. You're not in any condition to find Midoriya on your own, but I can't just leave a suffering friend behind. I'm willing to distract Dark Shadow for you to run dash. I'm not leaving you behind, Mineta declared. We can do both. Shoji looked back at Mineta for a moment, and then he nodded. All right, got a plan. Mineta furiously brainstormed anything they could do to deal with Dark Shadow. It ultimately just amounted to thinking about what Midoriya would do in this situation. Honestly, he'd probably just punch Dark Shadow really hard and then flare his quirk to subdue him, neither of which were applicable to their current situation. However, that didn't mean they couldn't also use their quirks to their advantage. Can you use your dupli arms to spawn an eye to look over the trees without being noticed? Mineta asked. I can try. What am I looking for? Any signs of activity or battle. We could use Dark Shadow to take down villains while adding to our group, and maybe one of them could shine some light on Dark Shadow and Tokoyami. That's a bit of a leap of faith, but it's the best we've got. Shoji grew an eye socket from one of his arms and slowly snaked it up the tree trunk outside of Dark Shadow's notice until it was sufficiently high enough to see above the trees. He looked around and quickly spotted the activity they were looking for. Do you see anything? Mineta asked. Yeah, a ton of ice. Shoji answered. And is that teeth? Ice? That means Todoroki's over there. He has fire. Mineta spoke but slammed his hand over his mouth when Dark Shadow swiped at them again. Fortunately, Shoji was faster. Alright, we know where to go, so how do we get past Dark Shadow? Shoji questioned. Mineta looked him right in the eyes with the utmost seriousness as he spoke. How far can you punt me? What? I need you to punt me as hard as you can. Why the hell do you want me to punt you? Because you're super strong, and I can use the momentum from the kick to bounce on my sticky ball and stay ahead of him much easier than you could by running. Now, we can keep whisper shouting about this, or we can save Tokoyami and Midoriya. There was a brief yet very tense silence, and Shoji eventually spoke up. I'm not at all comfortable with this, but you have to promise me that you'll survive dash. I will bite your webbing until you punt me, Shoji. Mineta shouted, and Dark Shadow attacked once again. Shoji dodged by a hair, and his hand was now forced. He dropped the smaller teen and kicked him into the air as hard as he could before jumping out of the way to narrowly dodge Dark Shadow once again. Over here, bird brain. Mineta shouted to get the quirk's attention, and the bestial roar told him that he succeeded. With little time, he used his one good arm to start pelting the ground with his sticky ball and bounced along the path with a rampaging monster trailing behind him and a frantic Shoji sprinting behind them. The chaotic chase was on, and the diminutive boy bobbed and weaved through trees and bushes with the grace of a squirrel on cane while the monster in pursuit of him smashed through anything and everything in their path. Mineta continued to ignore the pain that was shooting through the entire left side of his body at this point. His pain was irrelevant. People needed saving. The trio eventually plowed through the forest far enough to reach the battle, and Mineta bounced right off the path and out of the way of an errant tooth blade that would have skewered him. Dark Shadow, meanwhile, locked onto a new target and just about annihilated the straitjacket-clad villain post-haste. Todoroki! Fire! Mineta screamed. Once the pieces came together and he realized that Dark Shadow was out of control, Todoroki sprung into action with his left side ablaze. Bakugo, who had been paired with him for the test of courage and would not be outdone, jumped in alongside him, and the two fired their quirks on either side of the sentient quirk to create a flash of light bright enough to end their rampage. Once Dark Shadow was subdued and back inside Tokoyami, the boy fell to his knees in tearful regret about losing control and nearly killing his friends. Mineta, on the other hand, fell to the ground in a heap, as the adrenaline was finally wearing off. Shoji hurried to pick him up and return him to his place on the taller boy's back. The hell happened to him? Bakugo questioned, pointing to the pale and bleeding Mineta. Shoji was about to answer, but Mineta spoke first. Doesn't matter. Midoriya's their target. Gotta save him. This information surprised the three other boys, and while the group began to speculate what exactly the villains wanted with him, something in Bakugo began to stir. The nerd can take care of himself, he muttered, drawing the attention of the others that became incredulity when his words sank in. Are you saying we should just leave him? Todoroki asked in an icy tone. That's not what I mean, Bakugo growled before his gaze fell to the ground. Out of everyone in the class, he's the strongest, the most capable. If anyone could take on a squad of villains by themselves, it's him. The group was silent at the uncommon moment of candor from the generally cantankerous blonde. The problem is that he knows it too, Bakugo continued. He'll take on insurmountable odds just for the possibility that he'd be helping someone. He was always like that. The group could vaguely hear him mutter, even before he left, before he continued much more loudly. So, that's why we go and make sure that dumbass nerd doesn't get in over his head. Upon the blonde's declaration, the assembled boys' resolve solidified. They would hunt down their class rep and kick any and all villain but that stood in their way, and absolutely nothing would stop them. Well, there was one thing actually. Where do we even begin to look? Tokoyami asked. Maybe he went back to camp to hold down the fort while our teachers and the pussycats fought the villains, Shoji supplied. Nah, he wouldn't stick around in one place while anyone else was out there with villains around, Bakugo responded. He's somewhere in these woods. An eruption of pure blackness caught their attention, and they looked towards a cliff top in the distance to see a massive, unsettlingly black flame burning a void into the night sky. There's no revelry in that darkness, Tokoyami muttered. Is that? Todoroki began, just as unsettled as the others. Yeah, that's him, Bakugo confirmed with a cold sweat, recognizing that blackness and the overwhelming feeling of danger that came with it from when it was directed at him as merely a spark in Izuku's eye. He said, "We need to get there now." Without another word, the group shot off in the direction of the black flames just as they appeared to die down, but that wouldn't stop their charge. They would get to Izuku before anyone else did. Ochako was not having a good time. She and Tsu were together in the forest for the test of courage that had gone horribly wrong when the League of Villains showed up. Then, a crazy blonde with messy buns and a freaky respirator popped up from the ether and started lobbing knives around at them, and she wouldn't stop talking about blood and wanting to be friends with them, as if friendship involved cutting and drinking the blood of each other. To make matters even worse, they were explicitly told by Mandalay not to fight at any point, so they were stuck attempting to retreat while the crazy girl ravenously hunted them down and cut them off at every opportunity, both figuratively and literally. In other words, if they were really not going to fight, then they were miles up Sheet Creek without a paddle. By the sixth time the girl miraculously appeared in front of them with absurd speed and slashed at Tsu's tongue with a knife, it became very clear that they didn't really have a choice in the matter. They'd have to fight. This is such a fun game of tag, but I'm really running out of time, Toga lamented with a pout, and she grabbed one of the suction ends attached to her tank. I'll get my fill and move on, but we'll have to play again another time so I can get you cuties all bloody. You are depraved, Ochako spat as they narrowly dodged another charge and swipe from Toga. Ochako tried to get her hands on her to slam and pin her to the ground, but the girl seemingly had some level of precognition and sidestepped every attempt she made. One such instance resulted in Ochako overcommitting and losing balance when her attempt failed again, and Toga capitalized by lunging at her, ready to draw her blood. Fortunately, Ochako was yanked out of danger by Tsu's tongue at the last possible moment, and the frog girl deposited her friend a safe distance away from their attacker. "You're a lifesaver, Tsu," Ochako called out and received a relieved croak in return. "Tsu? That's so cute. I think I'll call you that too," Toga declared as she lunged for the girl in question. "Don't you effing dare." Tsu hotly rebuked the use of her nickname by the villain, leaping backward to evade the attack but still ending up pinned to a tree by her long hair with a knife. Toga crept up to the pinned girl and practically salivated over the blood on her from the various cuts she had given her. Ochako was having absolutely none of it, however, and she rushed to defend her friend from the literally bloodthirsty villain. Toga struck a knife out to stab Ochako as she approached, but the brunette pivoted out of her line of sight and snatched a hold of her arm before breaking it at the elbow and sweeping the girl's legs out from under her in one swift motion, being sure to bring the girl's head down to the ground with a thud to ensure she was incapacitated. It was a brutal move that she picked up in her training with Inko for the sports festival, one that she was told was a tried and true method of disabling a particularly spirited criminal with a weapon that couldn't be taken with attraction of small objects. It was a move that she promised not to use on any fellow students, but enthusiastic villains with weapons were fair game. "That was amazing, Ochako," Tsu complimented from her position on the tree. On the ground, Toga had her bell rung from the impact, barely even registering the fact that her arm was broken. She was still conscious, but her mind was incredibly foggy, and so clear at the same time. She could see, truly see for once. For however brief of a moment it would be, she could see beyond the haze of blood and finally touch reality once more. She could breathe in and feel this dreadful existence for what it truly was instead of the twisted fantasy her carnal urges sought to create. She could stop this once and for all before her bloodlust took over and warped her mind beyond repair once again. With Ochako still sitting over her and pressing her to the ground, Toga reached for the knife strapped to her thigh with her good arm and made to stab herself in the neck to put an end to her rampage and her suffering, but her wrist was caught and pinned to the ground by Ochako. "What the hell are you doing?" she incredulously shouted at the girl under her. "No. Please, just let me die while I can still help it," Toga pleaded, tears pooling in her eyes as she struggled against Ochako's grasp to no avail. She could feel her lucidity slipping away again. She didn't want to be locked back in the void of her mind. She didn't want to be a prisoner in her own body anymore. She didn't want any longer to suffer from the horrible results of pretending her way into a cell of her own creation. She needed help. Ochako was severely taken aback by the utter anguish in her tone, and she watched the thoughts running through her mind be written clearly across her face. The panic, fear, disgust, and undeniable pain were plain to see, and she didn't like a single second of it. The girl was crying out for help, and Ochako heard it loud and clear. Before the brunette could think any further, she was wrapped up in Tsu's tongue and yanked away from Toga just in time for two chains to pierce the ground on either side of the blonde. "Toga, Compress has collected Midoriya," Kusari informed as he stepped into view, alarming Ochako and Tsu. "Time to rendezvous with the others." Please, just leave me," the girl sniffled as Kusari wrapped her up in his chains. "No can do, can't leave a comrade behind," Kusari denied, but his thoughts were far less compassionate. "Your story would make you an excellent martyr for the cause once Curious gets her hands on you. It would be a waste to lose you now." "What have you all done with Izuku?" Ochako demanded. Kusari barely spared the two girls a glance before the group of boys searching for Izuku entered the clearing as well. "No time for this," Kusari grunted, and he moved his palm out for a chain to shoot out of it and wrap around a tree branch, pulling himself off the ground and flinging himself into the trees to escape. Before the confused group of boys could say anything, Ochako bounded in his direction after him with Tsu not far behind her. "They have Izuku. We need to catch him," she shouted behind her, and the group immediately followed suit behind them. Kusari was bounding from tree to tree with pinpoint accuracy, his chains working in overdrive to keep launching him forward with the despondent Toga in his grasp. His trek back to the group was proceeding smoothly at first, but that didn't last. His attention was grasped by the sounds of small explosions behind him, and he glanced back to see a furious blonde propelling himself after him. "Where the hell do you think you're going, you BCD?" Bakugo shouted as he pushed to catch up with the fleeing redhead. Kusari cursed and tried to move even faster, but the blonde was persistent, maneuvering around the trees like it was child's play. Kusari spawned a few chains from his hip to wrap around his leg, and he briefly turned around to meet the angry blonde with a hard kick to the face that sent him rocketing back to the ground. He vaguely noted a long tongue catching the boy before he saw the massive glacier plowing directly through his path, and he just barely sprouted a bevy of chains from his back to evade the attack. He was about to pivot and return to his mad dash, but a sentient, bird-like shadow tried to swipe at him. Gritting his teeth in annoyance, he wrapped his hands in chains and struck them against each other as hard and as fast as he could to create a small spark. It was successful, as Dark Shadow wavered in surprise for a moment, and that was all the time he needed to pierce the Quirk with several more chains and send them retreating back to Tokoyami. "These kids are really annoying," Kusari growled before he resumed his trek at twice the speed, and the pursuing students redoubled their efforts to catch him. "Shodi," a weak, gravelly voice called from the tall boy's back. He turned around to see the even paler Mineta looking at him through half-lidded eyes. "Mineta, save your strength dash," Shoji began, but he was interrupted by the short boy. "Throw me," he requested. "What?" "Just do it," he urged. "Hard as you can. Trust me." Shoji was once again hesitant to comply, especially in Mineta's condition, but they were quickly running out of options and could use a Hail Mary. He swallowed his reservations and trusted the boy's plan once again, taking him into his grasp and launching him at the retreating redhead with as much strength as his 6 arms could muster. Dabi and Twice approached the rendezvous point after the fire user recalled the Nomu they had brought along with them. There was a brief moment where he was certain he saw someone hiding in a bush, but he dismissed it and carried on with Twice. That was exceptionally fortunate for the student in said bush, Aoyama, who had been a complete emotional wreck since the attack began. The attack was his fault in the first place, after all. When Dabi and Twice arrived at the rendezvous point, they were joined by a hobbling, clearly distressed Mr. Compress. "The hell happened to you?" Dabi asked the hobbling man. "A child punched me in the D-dash." Mr. Compress shouted. Twice winced. "Oof, that's gotta smart. You probably deserved it." "Midoriya?" Dabi asked with a raised eyebrow. "No, a younger sprout," he answered before retrieving a marble and tossing it to the ground. When it shattered, it revealed a terrified Kota scooting backward away from the villains. "Whatever," Dabi shook his head. "You have our target, so let's get out of here already. Kurogiri, it's time to give us a lift." Within moments, the misty man in question appeared and opened a portal for the 3 to leave through. Spinner and Magna have already been retrieved. Just as he said that, Kusari landed in the clearing and tossed Toga into Twice's arms before turning back to face the direction he came. Within moments, a purple missile shot from the trees and slammed into Kusari's chest, barreling the two into Mr. Compress and knocking the orb containing Izuku out of his coat. The orb shattered, revealing a prone, badly burned Izuku. In that moment, the group of pursuers blasted into the clearing just as the Nomu returned on the other end, and all hell broke loose. Kusari tossed Mineta away and leaped for Izuku's prone form, but he was shoulder-tackled by Shoji and sent careening into the portal. However, before Shoji could grab Izuku, the Nomu slammed into him and tried to hack him with a chainsaw that it spawned from its arm, but a massive explosion courtesy of Bakugo sent it away and through another open portal. "I got him!" Bakugo shouted to the others as he hefted Izuku's badly burned form onto his shoulders, and only then did he notice how awful the boy's injuries were. It shocked and infuriated him more than he could fathom. "I don't think so," Dabi interrupted with a blast of his own blue flames, not particularly caring if their target was hurt even more than he already was. He turned to see the youngest Todoroki child trying his damnedest to capture Twice and Compress with the help of the bird and frog kids, and he smirked. It would be so easy to kill him right then, but it wouldn't mean as much if Endeavor wasn't there to witness it and die alongside him. Bakugo, meanwhile, was dusting himself off from the attack and frantically looking for Izuku, and he caught the sight of Dabi hoisting the teen on his shoulder and strolling towards the portal. He would not have that for a second, and neither would Ochako, who charged at the man at the same time, both teens dead set on rescuing Izuku from their clutches. Unfortunately, Kusari chose that moment to poke back through the portal and shoot chains in their directions to hinder their advance, successfully cutting into the two in places and slowing them down just enough for Dabi to make it through the portal with Izuku in his grasp. Bakugo and Ochako frantically continued their relentless pursuit, fully intent on entering the portal themselves and stepping right into the lion's den if need be, and a last-second explosion to propel Bakugo forward, snatching Ochako with him along the way, accomplished just that. The two flew right through the portal just as it vanished, smashing into the counter on the other side and effectively reducing Dabi and Kusari to bowling pins. Tomura looked up from his handheld console and turned a bemused gaze to the scene from his seat at the bar, and it was only quick thinking from Kurogiri by opening a portal underneath them that saved their base from being compromised. Ochako caught a glimpse of a wall stocked with bottles of alcohol and the still unresponsive form of Izuku beside her before the darkness of the warp gate engulfed her, and the two pursuing teens were unceremoniously deposited back in the clearing with their classmates. When the two regained their bearings, the magnitude of what had just happened crashed onto them like a meteorite. The clearing was dead silent. Everyone was speechless. Even Bakugo was at a loss for words. They had him. He was right there. He was within their grasp, and all they had to do was take him and run. But they failed. The silence was ended when a guttural cry of anguish ripped itself from Ochako's throat and filled the clearing with her wails of despair. Moments later, an emotional, profanity-laden rant from Bakugo joined the noise. Izuku was gone. Nizu took a sip of his tea as he went over the final preparations for Endeavor's coming press conference. He wasn't so much concerned about the details of the conference itself, as Endeavor and his PR team could handle that. It was the aftermath and the many ripples that would result from it that had Nizu's attention. Endeavor coming clean was as much a calculated attack on the HPSC as it was a man confessing his sins to the public. The revelation that the number 2 hero was abusing his family was not going to sit well with the public whose protection was his responsibility, and much of that resulting outrage could be focused and redirected to the so-called Public Safety Commission that had a hand in covering it up. He would need Toshinori to be present for that, though, which was why he was waiting so fervently for his return from I-Island. If anyone could successfully navigate and redirect the public's anger and mistrust from being projected at pro-heroes at large to just the bureaucracy that governed them, it was All Might. His attention was diverted to his phone when he received a call from Aizawa. That was strange. What reason would the man have to call him at such an hour during their training camp? He took another sip of his tea before answering the phone. Aizawa, it's good to hear from you, he chirped with a smile that anyone in the room with him would instantly be wary of. I trust you have a reason to call at such an ungodly hour. Nizu sat and listened to Aizawa speak, and his smile slowly faded. Soon, the cup of tea fell out of his slackened paws and spilled all over his desk. By the time Aizawa finished speaking, Nizu was legitimately snarling. He didn't bother hanging up the phone before unleashing a vicious, animalistic screech that reverberated throughout the entire building. He swiped the cup off of the desk, and it shattered against the wall as the chimera left his seat in a frothing fury. His fur was standing up and his absurdly sharp teeth that he usually did his best to hide were bared. It was time to kill all for one. If the rest of the League of Villains were to perish in the crossfire, well, accidents happened in their line of work. He briefly calmed himself from his feral rage, summoning the composure necessary to reach for the phone and make another call. When the man he sought answered the phone, Nizu did not mince words. All Might, you have 6 hours to get your butt back to Japan. But the flight is 8 hours, sir. Then you'd better get moving. What's the emergency, sir? The League of Villains attacked our training camp. Young Izuku was captured. There was a brief, incredibly tense silence on the line, and then Nizu heard what sounded like a puff accompanying a furious growl. Understood. Nizu hung up and slammed the phone to his desk. This was not good. It was not good at all. He took a deep breath and furiously ran through what he knew of the situation so he could determine how to proceed. His students weren't unharmed but were all mostly safe with the exception of Mineta, who was apparently in critical condition. There were 2 villains apprehended and 1 villain dead, burned to ashes. That left 2 possible culprits, and while he wouldn't necessarily put it past Todoroki to kill if absolutely necessary, the fire was apparently black and hotter than anything anyone had ever encountered. No, this was not good. It was not good at all. Another villain death was not what that boy needed, neither for his mental health nor his public image. Detractors would smell blood in the water and go into a frenzy to pick him apart. The commission themselves might even try to take a pound of flesh. He needed to do damage control and quickly. Even more pressingly, he needed to find Izuku. If All for One got his hands on Izuku's quirk, he also still needed to inform Inko of what happened. For the first time in his life, Nizu wished that the humans who had experimented on him had simply killed him before he could escape. To say that Shota Aizawa was having a bad night would be like saying Earth was round or that taxation was theft. His students had been attacked on his watch, and having several other pro-heroes on scene didn't help the outcome at all. It was a targeted, focused attack from the villains that was infinitely better planned than the USJ assault. These villains knew what they were doing, and they succeeded in their goal. Midoriya was taken, and so was Ragdoll. There was no guarantee that Ragdoll was even still alive given the amount of blood that was left at her last known location. More than anything else, his students were put in danger. They were training to be heroes, and he was hard on them to strengthen their resolve and prepare them for the horrors of the profession when they finally went pro, but that didn't mean they were ready to be exposed to those horrors so soon. They were heroes in training, but they were still just kids. Just like he was when Oboro was killed. No, there was no use ruminating over another failure of his. He already had this one to deal with. He sighed and leaned on the wall of the camp's main building while the students who weren't en route to the hospital gathered and comforted each other. Mr. Aizawa? He heard someone address him, and he took in the tall, roughed-up form of Shoji approaching with bandages around one of his appendages. Shoji, he acknowledged the boy. What do you need? Do you know if Mineta will be all right? He asked, an almost imperceptible tremble in his voice that made the teacher's heart clench. It doesn't look good as of right now, Aizawa lowly began after a brief silence. However, going by your recount of events earlier, Mineta's a fighter. He'll pull through, I'm sure of it. He truly hoped the boy did. That eased the tension in Shoji's shoulders, if only a little bit. The boy looked as if he wanted to say something but didn't quite know how to phrase it, so Aizawa let him gather his likely tumultuous thoughts. There was something that Mineta said. Shoji finally spoke, his volume now lower than it was previously. I didn't want to bring it up in front of everyone else in case others were listening, but I need to tell you about it. What is it? Aizawa questioned, now a bit on edge. Shoji grew an eye from one of his unharmed limbs and looked around to ensure that no one was eavesdropping before he spoke. He said that Ojiro was a spy. Aizawa's brain stalled at those words. He literally could not process what he had just heard for several seconds, and when he finally did, his eyes narrowed dangerously into slits. Excuse me? Aizawa finally responded in a low growl that demanded answers. When I asked him about his injuries, that's what he said. I didn't get a chance to press about it. I wish I had. He was dead set on rescuing Midoriya, so our focus was elsewhere, Shoji morosely explained. Aizawa sighed and calmed himself. No, you did good. Mineta will pull through, and we will find Midoriya. I will promise you that. Thank you for letting me know. I'll handle it from here. Shoji nodded and Aizawa placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Everything will be fine. Go back to the others. You all need each other now more than ever. When the boy departed and returned to his classmates, Aizawa groaned. As if things couldn't get any more complicated. Ojiro was among those who were sent to the hospital, so he couldn't pull him and interrogate him on the spot, which was probably for the best given his mood. He'd have to make another call to Nizu, but he was very hesitant to call the animal again after that earlier display. Then there was the matter of Koda. The young boy was safely back in Mandalay's care, but he was clearly traumatized. Apparently, the battle between Midoriya and Muscular, why did it have to be him of all people, was so intense that it spurred a quirk awakening for his student that allowed him to absolutely pummel the villain into the ground. That was frightening enough on its own, but what made it even more distressing was his description of events after Muscular had seemingly gone down the first time. The man had risen from defeat as if he were a zombie, maybe under the influence of a secondary quirk, or potentially trigger, upon which Koda said that he grabbed the boy by the neck and jerked, and then he felt nothing. He didn't see anything either. It was just a black void according to him. Then, it was over as quickly as it began and he felt fine, but Midoriya was bleeding and badly burned. However, it was Midoriya's final words that stuck with Koda. Welcome back to the land of the living. Koda didn't know what that meant and was still trying to make sense of everything that had happened, but he wasn't likely to anytime soon. Those words Aizawa did not want to think about the implications of that statement, nor would that statement ever see the light of day for Midoriya's sake if he had his way. It only made finding him an even higher priority than it already was. A few days had passed since the attack at the training camp, and many of the students who were sent to a nearby hospital were still admitted. One of those students was the unconscious, heavily bandaged Mineta hooked up to machines to assist with his breathing. The boy needed emergency surgery to address his collapsed lung and broken arm as well as the blood loss. He was currently stable, fortunately, but he would likely remain in the hospital for some time. That was enough to ease Shoji's mind significantly, and he spent much of his time sitting by Mineta's bedside when he could. Admittedly, he didn't think much of the boy when they met and still hadn't up to that point. He was smart and crafty, but he was also an unashamed lecher, which may have put his craftiness in a less ideal light now that he thought about it. He'd agree that Midoriya phrased it the best in their little talk. He knew that he shouldn't have eavesdropped, but his curiosity got the better of him. He was pleasantly surprised with what he heard, but he opted to wait and let the boy's actions speak for him. Well, they certainly did a few nights later. He'd generally call himself a decent judge of character, so he was happy to be proven wrong in this instance. He'd also say he was a rather forgiving person. Having a heavy mutation like his, he sorta had to be, otherwise he'd run the risk of succumbing to hatred and losing himself. He was glad that he had classmates and friends to depend on and make his life worth living. It may have been a bit melodramatic, but it was nice to confirm that he wasn't alone any longer after many of the darker moments he had experienced in his life before UA. And yes, he very much considered Mineta a friend. He didn't see that changing anytime soon. 1A had been through quite a lot already, but this event, should everyone make it out alright, would likely solidify a bond that would take something rather earth-shattering to dismantle, such as the possibility of one of them being a traitor. He would keep a few pairs of eyes on Ojiro. In the room across the hall was nothing but chaos. Setsuna Tokage was doing her very best to calm down the raging monster before her, and it was taking all of her strength to mollify said raging monster when she came across a clip of some dime a dozen talking head badmouthing their friend. For context, the news about the attack on training camp spread and quickly garnered a ton of media attention. If that was the end of it, Setsuna would have been grateful. However, life wasn't so gracious. The real issue was that Izuku Midoriya had been kidnapped, and that, too, garnered a ton of media attention. For whatever reason, a lot of people had quite a bit to say about the situation beyond the optics of a hero student being kidnapped by villains. It was so odd that pundits had so many takes about her friends specifically in reference to being around villains, both positive and negative. She knew he was somewhat famous, but the way his FING kidnapping was becoming sensationalized to all hell seriously bothered her. Yui Kodai, on the other hand, was handling the situation significantly worse. Setsuna, fortunately or not, was knocked unconscious by Mustard's gas attack, so she was indisposed for the whole situation. Yui, on the other hand, was able to get a gas mask from Yaoyorozu and stayed conscious for the whole ordeal. However, she didn't truly think that she made use of the advantage. The girl did everything she could to find and protect her unconscious classmates, but, unlike Kendo, Tetsu, and Aways, she didn't see any direct combat. Someone who undoubtedly did see direct combat, however, was Izuku. She knew he had once she saw the brilliant beacon of colorful fire shining above the camp. In that moment, gazing at the display of the boy's quirk and vaguely feeling some of the power radiating from it, she knew that he was trying to call out to and reassure each and every one of the students on the forest floor. She could feel him telling her and everyone else that everything was going to be okay. But it wasn't okay. People were hurt, Izuku was gone, and some people were laying the blame on both UA for not protecting its students and Izuku for being a villain sympathizer, whatever the F that meant. The fact that one of her friends was kidnapped by villains who were trying to kill them and then some pompous a-hole with a shitty toupee could get on live TV to blatantly spout lies about him nearly made Yui punch through the hospital room's TV. Just because he wanted to help people who society left behind didn't make him a goddamn villain sympathizer. Setsuna agreed and didn't exactly blame her for her outburst, but destroying the TV was a bill they didn't need. "I can't stomach this," Yui growled, the sight of the scowl on her normally stoic face so alien to her green-haired friend. "Izuku is out there somewhere probably being tortured or worse, and here we are sitting around with our thumbs up our buttes waiting for something to happen. I refuse to do that again." She knew it was irrational, as keeping her classmates safe was every bit as heroic as fighting the villains directly, but she couldn't help but get down on herself for not doing more. Maybe she could have assisted Kendo and Tetsu against the villains spreading the gas, taking him down more quickly and giving more time to potentially prevent Izuku's capture. She didn't even know he was their target, but she still should have been able to do something right? The way Yui began to shake was starting to alarm Setsuna. She quickly closed the distance and wrapped the girl in a hug. It was clear that the weight of the situation was hitting the normally unflappable girl hard, and it was drawing out an expressive side of her that she wouldn't normally display so openly. Adjacently, this might have been the most Setsuna had ever heard Yui speak in one sitting. It was almost unsettling. "We have to do something," Yui spoke when she had begun to calm down. "We have to find him." We have to rescue him. I'm going to rescue him. Setsuna pulled away and locked gazes with her friend. The resolve brimming in her cerulean eyes met the incredulity and worry in Setsuna's dark green pair. This is insane, Setsuna stressed. Have you actually thought about this? I'm going with or without you, Setsuna, Yui firmly declared. Izuku was her first friend at UA. Making friends was always difficult for her due to her generally reserved nature and rather stoic disposition. People were either intimidated, put off, or just stared at her for whatever reason. Izuku, meanwhile, readily accepted her with all of her eccentricities, and it didn't even take very many words from either party to forge a swift and strong bond. She'd forever appreciate him for that, and she wouldn't see him in danger if there was anything at all that she could do about it. I know and I'm in, make no mistake, Setsuna assured. I just need to know that you've thought about this for longer than 30 seconds. Would it matter if I had? My decision wouldn't have changed. I figured, Setsuna sighed. Still, a plan is necessary if we want to have a hope in hell of finding him. Where would we even begin to look? Away said that he assisted Yaoyorozu in putting a tracker on the creature the villains brought with them. Yui responded, and Setsuna picked up on where she was going. We can start there. You really think she'd help? Setsuna asked. It's worth a shot, Yui shrugged. The green head nodded and gave her friend a serious look. We can't tell anyone in our class about this. Itsuka would strangle us with her big butt hands. We'd probably deserve it. Still doesn't change my decision. Doing stupid things for the right reasons, eh? What the hell is it with you green heads and never letting me live that down? This means you're going to have Yaoyorozu make another receiver for you, doesn't it? Iida asked the trio of Ochako, Bakugo, and Shoto in front of him while the rest of minus a few, Toru and Jiro were still unconscious, and Ojiro and Aoyama were MIA, watched on in tense silence. Funnily enough, they were in Yaoyorozu's room, and she was awake and watching the interaction in silence as well. What if it does? Shoto asked. Did Hosu mean nothing to you? Iida followed up with a growl. Did it mean nothing to you? Shoto calmly challenged back. Iida clenched his teeth and tightened his fists. We should listen to what All Might said and leave this to the professionals. This isn't the time for us to get involved and potentially make things worse. That. Bakugo growled, stepping forward to stare Iida down. I had him. He was in my grasp and all we had to do was run, and we still lost him. I'm not giving up that Tifa easily. We were in their lair, Iida, Ochako pleaded while motioning with her hands. We were this close to rescuing him. We can't just give up when we know where he is possibly being held. But Iida began, but Ochako cut him off with fire in her eyes. I am not standing by while my best friend is rotting in the hands of villains. I refuse. He'd do the same for us. He has done the same for us, Shoto added, twisting the knife even further into Iida. Besides, the villains who attacked the camp were trying to kill some of us, but they took Midoriya alive. What we don't know is what they want with him and how long they'll let him live. That unsettling thread sparked a back and forth between various members of 1A that ultimately went in circles and only served to frustrate Bakugo even more than anyone thought possible. Listen, Tsu spoke up, cutting through the squabbling and gaining the attention of the room. We're all shocked that Izuku was taken from us, but we have to be rational about this. It doesn't matter how noble our intentions are, we couldn't call ourselves heroes if we went out and intentionally broke the law to try to find the bad guys. We'd be vigilantes at best. The room went silent at that. No one could refute the point, and it was definitely something important to consider. I'm fine with that, Shoto said rather frankly. Or maybe not. So am I, Kirishima added, getting surprised looks from several of his classmates, Mina and Bakugo especially. Look, all I know is that my friends were in danger at camp, and I stood by and did nothing. Our class rep would fall on his sword for each one of us in this room without a second thought. If I didn't do the same for him when it was in my power despite what the law says, how could I call myself a man? For whatever it's worth, Midoriya's mother was with All Might and the detective when I made the receiver for them. Yaoyorozu chose to speak up, gaining everyone's attention. How was she, surprisingly, It was Bakugo that asked in a subdued tone that took most of the class aback. "This frightening," she answered with a shudder. She was very kind to me and was absurdly supportive when I tried to apologize to her for not having more than just a simple tracker to help the search, but she seemed ready to burn the world down to find her son. I see where he gets it from. Sensei is scary when she wants to be, Ochako muttered, and even Bakugo couldn't help but internally agree. My point is that I wouldn't put it past her to hunt Midoriya's kidnappers down and dismantle them herself to get her son back, she continued, and everyone was paying rapt attention. However, she shouldn't have to come out of retirement to do that. Aren't we the next generation of pro-heroes? Shouldn't it be our job to handle these situations and not rely on our predecessors? The room again went silent as her words sank in, and after a brief pause, Yaoyorozu continued. Even All Might has been slowing down recently. He tries to hide it, but it's obvious to anyone that pays attention. All Might isn't going to be around forever, and at some point, the next generation will have to pick up the slack in his absence. That's why, even if it's vigilantism, I'll make another receiver and join you in rescuing Midoriya. Bakugo's feral grin finally showed itself, and it was joined by a toothy grin from Kirishima and a grateful smile from Ochako. Besides, had it been anyone else in this room in his position, we wouldn't be having this discussion in the first place. Midoriya would have already left, Yaoyorozu finished as she created the newest receiver. Anyone else joining us? Shoto asked the room, and they all were surprised when the door to the hospital room slid open. "We're in," said an entering Setsuna Tokage with Yui Kodai following in step. Setsuna's head was floating and pressing up against the door before it returned to her neck, indicating that she was eavesdropping on the impromptu meeting. Naturally, many in 1A were very confused at the surprise guests as well as their declaration of wanting to join the search effort. "Excuse me, but what business do you have with Midoriya?" Iida asked the two new arrivals. "Midoriya's FANG rad," Setsuna bluntly replied. "If you're all planning to save him, we'll be joining you. Makes things easier." "If they're in, then I'm in too," Kaminari stated. "Same here," Mina added. "Let's go rescue our rainbow comet." "Count me in," Shoji quickly spoke up. "Dark Shadow and I are joining the hunt as well," Tokoyami added. "I'll go, Ribbit," Sue stated, catching Ochako's attention. "Sue," she asked, the real question going unspoken. "I just wanted to be sure that we were all on the same page about it being vigilantism," she explained. "I was going to tag along regardless. Izuku's my friend, and I still owe him for the USJ." Ochako nodded with a smile, then she turned to the remaining person in her group of close friends. "Iida." Iida sighed with his head down before meeting Ochako's gaze. "I will go, if only to ensure that everyone remains safe and unharmed as we rescue our friend." Just like that, the dominoes fell, and everyone in the room was in agreement to search for their captured classmate and friend. Even the usually silent and diffident Koda was on board with rescuing him, moved by the vice rep's impassioned plea to grow into the shoes All Might would eventually leave behind. The 16 students were in agreement. They would move that night. Izuku had been floating listlessly for the duration of his time in the void. He was aware, but he couldn't move much for whatever reason. He could merely gaze around at the blue fire below him, bringing the only color to the blank darkness of the realm he had been inhabiting. He could piece together where he was and why he was there, but it was different than the last time he entered Matatabi's domain when his blue flames manifested for the first time. Back then, he was on solid ground with the other vestiges and merely navigated around the blue flames. This time, the ground was blanketed with them, and if he wasn't already becoming used to the chill of death whenever the blue flames sprouted, he'd be shivering. "Hello again," the unfortunately familiar voice of the feline Shinigami rang in his ears. Izuku couldn't physically see Matatabi anywhere around him despite hearing their voice. "You won't see me this time," the Reaper answered as if it already knew what he was thinking. "I do. I can hear your thoughts, remember?" "Right." Izuku didn't have privacy anywhere. "Exactly," Matatabi confirmed, and Izuku could just hear the Cheshire grin without even having to see it. "To address your earlier concerns, this is the same realm that you visited previously. I can transform my domain as I please. I just found it fitting if you felt as if you were floating in limbo given the circumstances of your presence. So, an actual death god was screwing with him for sheets and giggles? In so many words, yes. Fantastic. He just wanted to know if he had swapped his life for Koda's and be done with this interaction already. Oh no, you don't get off that easily. Unfortunately, the young one's soul had only freshly arrived here when you used my fire, so you didn't reach too far to retrieve it. That means I don't get to torture and feast upon your essence just yet, but your time will come, rest assured. It just means that you're stuck with me even longer before I get to have my fun. Absolutely marvelous. This was precisely the splendid wake-up call he needed after that equally wondrous brush with Muscular. All right, Muscular. Yes, Muscular indeed, Matatabi cackled. I really should thank you for delivering me another soul in such bombastic fashion. You really have a flair for the dramatic. You can attempt to rationalize it however you want, but you cannot hide the truth from me. Killing the sludge villain may have been a genuine accident, but there was nothing accidental about Muscular. Stop it. You wanted him to suffer. You wanted him to burn. Please stop. You let the rage and hatred that you keep running away from consume you to get vengeance for the boy, and it felt good. Izuku wanted to cry. He wanted to scream. Matatabi wasn't the slightest bit wrong, and that was the worst part. He wanted out of this false limbo and away from this torture by any means. If Izuku could kill himself right then for no other reason than to free himself of limbo and get this time spent with Matatabi over with more quickly, he would do so without a second thought. He had no idea how long he had been there and had no longing whatsoever to stay any longer. Based on your filthy, mortal concept of time, you've been out for a few days. As I said previously, restoring a life will put you down for a PRD of time and leave you at the mercy of your foes. As for when you can leave, well, you can do so at any time. I'm not holding you hostage here after all. What? You have always been free to go. It was merely a matter of waking up. The boy needed no further prompting. Izuku awoke with a start just in time to be smacked across the face by a man standing over him. The hand was warm and largely purple? No, his skin was just profoundly burned and held together with staples. The man had black hair and piercing, turquoise eyes that were entirely too familiar for Izuku to be comfortable with. Well, look at that, Sleeping Beauty's finally joined us, the man called out, his tone drier than the Sahara. Good, maybe you'll finally stop slapping him to get him to wake up, another voice responded, and Izuku recognized this one. Just as he figured, Tomura Shigaraki stepped into view, appearing beside the other man. It was then that Izuku finally took a look around. He was in a bar with 9 others, and manning the bar was the Warp Gate villain from the US. Looking past him, he saw a man in a black, full-body costume and another man wearing a mask, top hat, and trench coat that he did not recognize. The others in the room, however, he did recognize. The 2 villains that showed up and attacked the Pussycats were present. The Gecko Man in the Stain cosplay was practically frothing at the sight of him for some reason, and so was the blonde girl that followed and attacked him in the alley that one night. The way her eyes lit up when she saw he was awake startled him, and he wasn't prepared for her to shove her way past everyone to appear at his side and hug him through his restraints. Oh, right, he was restrained to a chair, and he apparently had heavy-duty quirk-suppressant cuffs on. That was fantastic. Down, Toga, Tomura commanded, and she whined. I don't wanna, she petulantly denied. A faint part of her felt so safe in his presence, and she didn't even know why, but her currently addled mind chalked it up to loving how cute he looked all bloody. As such, she snuggled up to him even closer. The action caused some friction in the bandages that were apparently covering his arms. Seriously, what the F happened to him in the time he was out? And a bit of blood began to bleed through. Toga stilled at the sight, and her pupils dilated. Before Tomura could snatch her off of him, she swiped her thumb over the blood and shoved it into her mouth, seemingly entering a state of bliss while she esgee her thumb. Well, her addiction clearly hasn't gotten any better, Izuku thought to himself. I hope her mental state hasn't also degraded. When Tomura finally pried Toga away, Izuku looked down at the bandages that were not only on his arms but also on his face. He no doubt had serious burns underneath, but he couldn't ascertain why the League would seek to patch him up. Looking past his condition, he refocused on being restrained to a chair and the quirk suppressant cuffs he was trapped in. He internally sighed. He could probably overload these and escape them if he really tried, but the amount of energy it would take to do so versus the amount that he had wouldn't make the attempt worth it. That was the funny thing about quirk suppressant cuffs. The name was literal, as they only suppressed the wearer's ability to use their quirk efficiently rather than nullifying it entirely. Technology just hadn't yet gotten to the point where a person's quirk factor could be substantially pacified without the aid of a suitable meta-quirk. They, predictably, worked much better on emitters and transformation quirks than on mutations, as it was hard to dull innate strength without even more heavy restraints or tranquilizers. It's why they were typically only used during transport of criminals and why Tartarus forewent using them on prisoners entirely in favor of much more efficient methods of dissuading quirk use, though he didn't know exactly what those measures were. Niza didn't have that information, unfortunately. He idly wondered where whoever sold it to them on the black market even scored them, and it also finally occurred to him that Nizu had a pair. Why the hell did he just casually have a pair of those to use for Izuku's initial training/schooling? He was slapped, literally, out of his musings by the burned man who was shooting him an annoyed glare. "Quit your FNG muttering," he growled. "It's annoying." Izuku met the man's turquoise glare with a tired glare of his own before spitting in the man's face, rousing a bout of scandalized laughter from a few in the bar. Izuku may have been sitting in the belly of the beast, but that certainly did not mean he would be food. Dabi, surprisingly, didn't retaliate. In fact, he just smirked. Should have expected that. I guess even the beacon in the darkness has his limits. Muscular's absence is proof enough of that. And just like that, Izuku's mood got even worse. From attempting to rescue Koda from Muscular and watching the boy die in front of him to being driven mad by a death god for days on end about his descent into blood-for-blood justice, Izuku was just so physically and mentally exhausted. He did not have the patience, the will, or the longing to deal with some patchwork dickhead needling him, but the lessons he learned in his time with Ms. Joke came back to him. She told him in no uncertain terms that some people would go out of their way to get under his skin and make him compromise his principles just for the moral victory. He couldn't let this a-hole have that victory over him. He wouldn't give in to his anger again. What? Nothing to say? Dabi continued his attempts to rile Izuku up. Am I too far in the darkness to receive a helping hand? Am I too broken and soiled to sing Kumbaya with? Muscular was, apparently, and I'm willing to bet that most others in this room with blood on their hands are too. Izuku continued to meet the man's glare head-on, not backing down for a moment. The silence that followed was exceedingly tense enough for Tomura to nearly decide to step in. He didn't get the chance, though. Those eyes look very familiar. Izuku finally spoke, catching Dabi and the others off guard with the random deviation, but the way Dabi's eyes narrowed dangerously told Izuku that he successfully struck a nerve and snatched the upper hand of the interaction. Your skin is really burned, and your hands are smoking, so I gather you have some sort of fire quirk, but your body can't handle it, Izuku observed with a mocking tone. Really makes you wonder. Blue fire ignited in Dabi's palms, and Tomura finally stepped in before things could escalate. Enough. You've had your fun, Dabi. We have actual business to get to. Turquoise and green remained in their glare-off for another 10 seconds. Then, Dabi scoffed and walked away, taking a seat on the far end of the bar. Tomura sighed and pulled up a chair, placing it directly in front of Izuku and sitting down to look him in the eye. Nothing was said for another long moment. The other occupants of the room remained silent in the meantime, most of them curious as to the significance of this end goal for their leader. He gave them the boy as the target for their invasion of the camp, but he never actually explained why he wanted the boy so badly. I told you not to take too long with your decision, cousin, Tomura said to him. Almost everyone's eyes widened at that revelation. Even Kurojire's menacingly shaped patches of yellow widened, as he was completely unaware of this bit of information. Unseen, All for One was also listening, and he was particularly unsettled. He never gave Tomura that information, and the fact that he had it and was actively using it was concerning. It would make his plans for the young boy more bothersome. Back at the bar, The only person whose eyes did not increase in size was Izuku, and Tomura picked up on that. "You don't seem all that surprised," Tomura commented. "I had a hunch," Izuku admitted. "A while back, I learned that I even had an uncle in the first place. Apparently, he died in a Quirk-related mishap, as did the rest of his family. They were all reduced to dust. It happened about 15 years ago, and you look to be about in your early 20s or so. That would be in line with a possible Quirk manifestation." Tomura smirked and chuckled dryly. "Figured you were a smart kid." Izuku shrugged. "It was pretty improbable, but it wasn't totally impossible, so I didn't rule it out. I had other matters occupying my mind, though." "Like the offer, I hope," Tomura addressed again. Izuku stared at the beady, red eyes of Tomura through his pale, disheveled hair. "Did you offer me a place in the League of Villains just because we're related?" That caused another wave of surprise to overcome the bar's occupants, and a range of reactions resulted therein. Spinner just about beamed at the idea of getting to pick the brain of one of Stain's own chosen ones. Toga was also beaming, as she could have him around all the time to share her love with and put her out of her misery. Dabi was already reconsidering if the League could truly help him see his ambitions become a reality, but he opted to remain silent and keep watching the situation develop. The others in the room had less of a stake in the revelation, as Twice and Mr. Compress weren't too invested in Izuku one way or the other. Magna, however, kept a close eye on him, as any teenager capable of fighting and killing someone like Muscular was inherently a threat. If he wasn't explicitly on their side, and as a hero brat he wouldn't be, it would be better for everyone in the long run if he was just dead. While the rest of the League had their own individual thoughts on the situation, Tomura leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers. "I won't lie and say that it didn't play a part," Tomura hummed. "There was a lot more to it, though. When I hunted you down at the mall, I didn't know if at the end of that conversation whether I was going to kill you or not. When I found out that you were related to them, to me, and the fact that you want to be a hero like her." The sheer venom he laced those words with could even be tasted by all for one through the screen. "I needed to know if you were like all the others," Tomura finally ground out. "I needed to know if you were a waste like all those other heroes propping up this broken society." Tomura's dark smirk returned. "And you weren't. You're different. You see the world for what it is rather than what's most comfortable for you to accept, and you actually want to fix it in your own way, just like the rest of us here. That conviction of yours to save those lost in the darkness that have been abandoned by our superhuman society might actually be worth something. It just might be worth preserving." "You're serious about this," Izuku said after a lengthy pause, almost asking for final confirmation. "As a heart attack," Tomura nodded. "And before you say that you want to be a hero, I'll remind you that you don't need to be a hero to help people. You certainly don't need to be a hero to help the people who really need it the most. Hell, you may not even come into contact with those people at all if you're a hero." "You really want me to join you," Izuku observed. "I just don't like seeing wasted potential in a world that could use so much more of it," Tomura replied with a shrug. "If that means I have to steer my cousin away from heroics, sue me." Interrupted a somewhat nervous Spinner. He was just as blindsided at the reveal of them being cousins as everyone else, and he didn't really want to intrude on his friend's first meeting with a long-lost family member, but he felt that he had something to contribute with the direction the conversation was going. "What is it, Spinner?" Tomura asked, mildly annoyed at the interruption of his sales pitch. "He's a true hero, one of the only real ones out there. In a world populated by filth masquerading as paragons, he and Endeavor's son were directly acknowledged by Stain." Spinner spoke a little louder now. Dabi's scowl darkened even further at the mention of Endeavor and his bizardy of a golden child. "What's your point?" Tomura asked. "Well, wouldn't it be better if he stayed in the hero system and drained the swamp from the inside? Wouldn't that make for a better system if people like him were leading the charge?" Spinner proposed. "What makes you think draining the swamp would even be feasible without massive systemic change or a complete societal upheaval?" "It's why we're all here in the first place," Tomura responded. "What the hell even makes him a true hero?" Dabi spat. He had more than enough of this absurd felleting of the dime a dozen hero brat. "He's just a reskin of the same trash we always see, just with more convincing lip service. He spouts that idealistic nonsense about reaching out to the downtrodden and being a source of light for those lost in the darkness, yet he's not above killing those who bask in the darkness when it's convenient. Or does Mr. Compress have to remind you all of the pile of ashes and muscle fibers he found the brat unconscious beside? Mr. Compress shuddered at the reminder of the grisly scene he happened upon moments before a child struck him below the belt. Spinner gritted his teeth, but he couldn't refute the point. He does raise a valid point, Tomura remarked after turning back to Izuku. This is the second instance of you killing someone when facing the League. It's a bit incongruent with your mission statement. Of course, Izuku knew the elephant in the room would have to be addressed at some point, and it appeared Dabi would be the most insistent about it. The BSTRD was really working his last nerve. Whatever. If they wanted an honest answer, they'd get just that. He was just too tired to carefully mince words anymore. If you're hemming and hawing around asking if I regret killing him, I don't. The frankness of the admission took them all aback. None of them were expecting him to just come right out and say it. Not very heroic of you, Tomura remarked, though it was difficult to tell if he was even truly bothered by the loss of Muscular in the first place. Izuku chuckled, but it was sardonic at best and lacked any mirth. Yeah, well, I'm not a paragon, Tomura, and I never claimed or wanted to be one. I'm not All Might. I'm not a symbol of peace or a harbinger of righteous justice. I just want to help people. A 5-year-old's life was in danger, and I did anything and everything to protect him. He didn't add that he had actually failed to protect Koda and had only reduced Muscular to ash after the fact. It didn't matter anymore. Understandable, Tomura mused. Still, you have to be aware that not everyone wants to be helped, and not everyone can be saved. Hell, if redemption even truly exists, there are many who are so far beyond it that they are practically in another galaxy. The least I can do is try to understand them, then, Izuku shrugged. Cold comfort before killing them off? It shouldn't have to come to that. And yet, here we are. Izuku gritted his teeth, and a lengthy exhale escaped his nostrils. Indeed, here we are. Tomura sighed. Well, Stain was at least right about one thing. You're not a fake, even if the reality of our society is already beating you down. Your realism is why you're worth keeping around. Izuku only offered the man a non-committal grunt in return. That's enough, Tomura, came a voice from the monitor in the room with them, and Tomura's entire body went rigid. Our time may be limited. Kurogiri, bring the boy to me. Izuku was confused at the new voice. He wasn't familiar with it, and it didn't sound like it came from any of the 8 people in the room. Wait, weren't there 9 others in the room with him? Why had he only been keeping track of 8 the whole time? It was then that he finally noticed the figure that had been silently sitting and observing in a rather inconspicuous booth. Green eyes landed on a curtain of red hair and met an assessing pair of violet. Izuku's blood ran cold, and the man sent him a small, eerie smile. The man from the mall was a member of the League the whole time. Not only that, but he was also presumably the one who killed Mr. Abraham and stole Professor Shield's invention. Did this mean that the League was in possession of the device? More importantly, he wasn't the one who spoke. If none of the 9 people in the room were the one who addressed Tomura, then that left only one possibility. While Izuku was internally navigating the storm surge of thoughts, Tomura went silent upon all for one's order, and Kurogiri looked towards the young man in genuine concern. He had tried his best to stay out of the man's clearly festering resentment for their sensei and benefactor, and it generally accomplished the job of not stirring the pot. However, Kurogiri could just feel it in his non-bones that all for one interrupting a conversation that Tomura had clearly been looking forward to having with the hero student would not end positively. No, Tomura growled out, and Kurogiri took a few preemptive steps back merely as a precaution. My cousin and I are having great conversation, and we were not finished. He's not going anywhere. To most of the room's occupants, there was a brief but prudent silence after Tomura's blatant disobedience against whoever was speaking through the screen. The silence was not at all brief to Kurogiri. It was an eternity standing on pins and needles while waiting on the inevitable suffocating aura of their sensei to take root. I said that's enough, Tomura. All for one insisted with a measure of authority entering his tone to leave no further debate. And I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing, sensei. He's staying right here. The sheer audacity from his intended successor would have been commendable to the centuries-old supervillain were it not hindering his acquisition of One for All. Izuku suddenly began spewing a thick, black liquid from his mouth that soon overtook him and the chair he was strapped in entirely before completely vanishing. Ordering Kurogiri to send him the boy was merely a formality, as he was going to take him with or without Tomura's consent. The seething coming from the young man told him that he still knew more than anyone what the pecking order was. Remember your place, Tomura Shigaraki, lest I see fit to remind you of it personally. The chair was deposited back to the ground with a clank, and Izuku quickly looked around to familiarize himself with his surroundings. He wished he hadn't, as one of the first things he saw was a series of tubs with exposed brains poking out of them that he recognized to be Nomu. Laying on a gurney beside the tubs was a discarded woman with long, green hair in who he instantly recognized to be Ragdoll. Turning his gaze to the other person in the room with him brought him face to face with the one man Nizu had explicitly warned him about. It was the man who All Might had devoted his life to destroying. It was the man who drove his grandmother to give up her children for their safety, pretty much setting the events of his and Tomura's lives into motion in the first place. In front of him stood All for One in a well-tailored suit and an intricate mask that had several tubes at the base appearing to act as a respirator. He looked every bit as imposing as Izuku imagined in his dreams of avenging his family. Izuku Midoriya, or shall I say Izuku Shimura? The man began with an unseen smile. In any event, I've been waiting quite some time to meet you in person, and I'm glad we could finally have this moment together. I can't exactly say the feeling is mutual, Izuku spat. Oh, I imagine it wouldn't be. All Might had undoubtedly informed you of me when he realized his failure. I'm sure he assumed for the longest time that he succeeded in killing me too, didn't he? I guess? Why ask me and not him? You're the newest wielder, of course. Why wouldn't he inform you of me? Oh, so that's what this was about. FING stellar. Izuku released the most long-suffering sigh he had ever experienced and leveled the man before him with the driest stare he could muster. Right now, he was positively over everything and couldn't summon the will to entertain the supervillain's superfluous machinations. Unbeknownst to either of them, the audio from the room was still on, so the rest of the league back at the bar was hearing everything. You genuinely believe I possess One for All? Izuku asked in a tone reminiscent of dipping saltine crackers in gravel. Oh, there's no need to hide it from me, the man assured with a chuckle. I will admit that your attempts to lead people off your trail by publicly denying your longing to be the symbol of peace was rather inspired. I doubt the blonde oaf came up with something like that. It's so dash. Dude, please just hurry this along, Izuku interrupted, taking the man aback. I'm really not in the mood to listen to a long-winded monologue, and I know that's exactly where this is headed. All for One was genuinely surprised at the audacity of the boy. The Shimura blood must have been feeling feisty today. No matter, he'd still have his fun and break the boy, though the way he was so dismissive of him was truthfully irritating. He was the symbol of evil, damn it. He commanded fear and subservience from everyone, bar none. Maybe if this brat knew exactly the embodiment of evil he was in the presence of, he'd shape up. Were you interested in comics as a young boy? The supervillain asked, blatantly ignoring his request for brevity. Oh my sheet, you're really going ahead with this, the teen muttered in defeat. When I was a young boy, my little brother and I adored the Captain Hero series, he continued, skipping past the teen's comment. However, he loved reading about the heroic escapades of the titular character, whereas I was a much more refined individual who found greater interest in his foil, the Demon King. He was a substantially more engaging character. If your plan this whole time was to bore me to death, I swear to God dash. As I was saying, All for One heatedly silenced the interruption. The Demon King's appeal was much greater than that of the infallible Gary Stu that was Captain Hero. Unfortunately, I could only stomach reading up to Volume 3 before the utterly cliched resolutions between hero and villain were too contrived and binary to look past. It was clear that nuance wasn't the author's strong suit. "Neither is brevity yours," Izuku muttered before he was stabbed in the leg by a black tendril with red, cracked lines cascading over it. He looked up to the man and saw him recall the tendril back to his finger, and he could feel the man glaring at him through the mask, despite the man not actually having any eyes to glare with. Izuku had to fight off a smirk at the thought that he was getting under the man's skin. After that point, All for One curtly continued when it became clear that the boy wouldn't interrupt him again for the moment. "I made it my duty to become a true demon king in my own right and bring about a proper world of pain and suffering for the masses. And wouldn't you know it, it was the dawn of quirks at the time, and I developed the perfect ability to accomplish that dream." All for One grinned under the mask as he recounted his rise to power, capitalizing on the chaos caused by the emergence of superpowers by stealing a wealth of powerful abilities and then unifying thousands under his command via taking and gifting quirks to those who felt burdened by them and those who desperately wanted them, respectively. He gleefully spun the yarn of his destruction of hundreds of thousands of lives purely because he could without a hint of regret, and he even saw fit to emphasize how even with his vast empire's stranglehold over Japan, it just wasn't complete without the vaunted quirk of his own creation that rested with his foolishly misguided brother. All the while, Izuku was growing increasingly agitated. In every thought or dream he had of finally meeting All for One and destroying him for the pain he caused Grandma Nana and so many others, he imagined he'd be pouring with uncontrollable fury and using every ounce of his power to annihilate the scourge standing before him. Right now, though, with the very man literally in front of him, he just felt annoyed. All for One's presence did nothing but annoy him. Maybe it was the absurdly stupid origin story, maybe it was how grandiose he was trying to make himself seem, or maybe it was just the utterly long-winded monologue Izuku specifically wanted to avoid. Whatever the case, Izuku was well past his breaking point with everything he had experienced in the last few days. "Are you even paying attention, you disrespectful little sheet?" All for One actually shouted at him, drawing him out of his deeply frustrated musings. "Not even kind of," Izuku readily admitted, and he was grabbed and ripped out of his bindings by the apoplectic supervillain. The man roughly tossed the teen across the large room, sending him crashing and skidding along the concrete before impacting the tubs containing the Nomu. He bit back the pain and defiantly sat up, and his eyes landed on the form of Ragdoll. Quickly, he shuffled over and inspected the hero, and he was relieved to see movement in her chest, indicating that she was still breathing. "You always were a mouthy miscreant, Yoichi," All for One darkly intoned as he stalked closer to Izuku. "The time spent in isolation was for your benefit. It was supposed to fix you. Alas, I suppose your will is almost as strong as mine after all this time." What the hell is he waffling about now? Izuku thought in total confusion before his brain finally broke, and he slumped. "No, I'm done with this. I'm well and truly over all of this. This is not worth anyone's time." "Excuse me?" All for One paused his advance and asked. He could have sworn he heard someone try to imply that the All for One wasn't worth someone's time. The glare he received from the teen was the picture of pure exhaustion given form. "Your whole origin was that you read comics as a kid and empathized with the villain," the teen began in a tone bereft of any real energy. "So, in essence, you're just one amongst a sea of people on message boards, I guess? We live in a society? I don't really know what you want me to say to that." Before All for One could even begin to retort, Izuku stood up and pressed on. "In fact, the only real difference between you and a shitposter on 2channel is that you actually have the power to make your shitposts a reality. I mean, when they decide to listen to their intrusive thoughts, they just end up dipping their chicken nuggets in warm milk, so I guess you've got them beat in that regard. I am the goddamn symbol of evil, boy dash. I mean sure, but what does that really mean in the grand scheme?" Izuku swiftly interrupted. "By your own admission, you had an entire empire of cronies in the underworld at your beck and call, and yet, you still spent nearly 2 centuries chasing after a quirk you could never have and killing those who did have it purely because they had it. It wouldn't have mattered to you if they actually opposed you or not. They simply had what you couldn't, and that just wouldn't stand." Izuku fixed the man with the most bored glare he had ever received since Yoichi, derisive green eyes and all. Congratulations, you're a generational hater, I guess. That's not particularly world-shattering or even that novel of a motive for a supposed supervillain. Hell, the entire premise of your villainy was literally already done in a comic, down to referring to yourself as a demon lord or whatever the hell it was. All for One felt hypertrophy begin to take form in his right arm in preparation to wring the boy's neck. He would not be talked down to by some upstart child, least of all a descendant of Ifeanji Nana Shimura. What made it even more infuriating was that he could swear the image of Yoichi was being superimposed over the boy. Izuku, however, was not finished. From where I'm standing, you're an old man desperately clinging to times long past whose most heinous crime he's ever been guilty of is deriding without a license. Back at the bar, several jaws were on the floor. The League had been listening the entire time, because All for One had apparently neglected to cut his end of the audio. Shocked did not even begin to cover the collective reaction to Izuku's casual dismissal of and vicious dressing down of the greatest supervillain this side of the planet had ever seen. None were more astonished than Tomura and Kurogiri, who could not fathom the idea of their sensei behaving like a petulant child at points in the conversation and then being treated like one with complete prejudice. You know, Toga was the one to pick her jaw up from the floor first. I think Izuku let Dabi off easy. Very, twice agreed, and Dabi merely huffed and returned to the drink Kurogiri made him sometime after Izuku was warped away. How the hell does that kid find breathes that fit with ball that big? Magna asked incredulously, voicing the thoughts of most others in the room. That origin story was so incredibly underwhelming, Spinner muttered, and Tomura silently agreed. Kusari, meanwhile, was eyeing Tomura curiously. It was looking as if there was already dissent between All for One and his chosen puppet for the League of Villains. He idly wondered if that dissent extended any further to the remnants of All for One's empire that hadn't already been toppled by All Might. Either way, a possible civil war just made getting All for One and his influence off the board before the MLA moved much simpler. Izuku and All for One stood in silence after the boy finished. All for One hadn't moved a muscle since the final comment, and it didn't even seem like he was mentally present with Izuku at that moment. He couldn't really tell with the man wearing the mask. What he could determine, though, was that the League had been listening to the entire interaction since he could hear the chatter coming from a large monitor in the corner of the large room. Most of it was positive, he determined. He didn't hear Tomura speak, but the man all but told All for One to F off before he was warped away, so he could gather that Tomura was probably sharing their sentiments. That was good. It meant that it was possible to turn Tomura against All for One entirely. He needed to get out of this situation alive before that could even happen, though. You know, I was going to take my time and torture you, All for One began in a blank tone. I was going to have a little fun with finally regaining my property and let you live in agony for a little while longer before I inevitably killed you. His next words came out with such venom that a golden lancehead snake would be proud. However, you have SCKD all of the fun out of this, you insolent hobknocker. I'm going to break your mind, take my quirk, and kill you just to get you out of my sight. Izuku instinctively tried to activate his yellow flames to avoid the flying mountain of a man that smashed into him, but he could feel nothing but a light tug at his quirk due to the heavy-duty cuffs still being on him and his already PSS poor level of energy. All for One roughly snatched his head into his palm and grinned, and then the world went black for both of them. All for One found himself in a peculiar void, one very much unlike the void he had caught glimpses of when attempting to reclaim One for All from the previous users. That void was foggy but generally empty. The void he was in currently had no fog, only small, blue fires spattering the ground around him. The flames didn't burn him upon close investigation. In fact, he felt no warmth at all from them. They were very cold in a way that unsettled him, and he couldn't quite figure out why. How curious! What was even stranger was the lack of One for All in the void. He couldn't sense it at all. On the outside, he chalked it up to the cuffs sufficiently suppressing it within the boy, but that constraint shouldn't apply when he was inside the quirk itself. What in blazes was going on? Nanashir Shigaraki. All for One stilled at the utterance of his given name. Absolutely no one was supposed to have that information. It was literally lost to time, he made quite sure of it. He slowly turned around to see where the smooth, threatening, almost ethereal voice was coming from, and the sight that met him made him feel small in a way that not even Gigantomachia could accomplish. Standing before him was a giant cat emanating an aura that could only be described as concentrated death. The cat's elegant, white robes and red prayer beads immediately clued All for One in on what he was facing, but the absolutely dreadful Cheshire grin beaming below the glowing green and yellow slitted eyes confirmed his hunch. Shinigami. All for One breathed out. Got it in one, they practically purred. I'd say you have no idea how long I've been waiting for this day, but you should know perfectly well given you've been dodging death for all that time. It seems your luck finally ran out. No, you will not erase me. All for One shakily shouted in protest while attempting to backpedal, but the sapphire flames were bending to the will of the Shinigami and ignited to such an intensity that they towered over him. Everyone's time comes eventually, Matatabi darkly chuckled, their toothy grin growing even more malicious. When they took a step forward, All for One took one back and fell into the towering blue inferno, and he immediately scrambled out of it in hysterics, having been inundated with millennia of the darkest, most obscure horrors in existence within mere seconds. There's also the little detail of you acting above your station, Matatabi spoke again, their slitted pupils narrowing even further as they hungrily gazed upon All for One. Quirks are intrinsically tied to one's soul, so stealing a quirk is tantamount to stealing a soul fragment. Matatabi could feel the man coming to the realization he was guided to, and if their grin could grow even more threatening, it did. One of their two, flowing tails raised, revealing a massive tanto wrapped within. You've amassed quite the collection of quirks in your day, but no one collects souls except for me. All for One was frozen in place when the tail holding the tanto swung down and the blade cut right through him, but there was no blood. Instead, All for One felt a plethora of strings within his very being be cut, and an explosion of ghostly figures shot out of him and began pouring into the void. The apparitions were flying out en masse where the massive cat was taking great pleasure devouring them. All for One, feeling himself becoming more and more empty, fought almost helplessly to stop the spillage and retain his quirks, but it was a losing battle. He had to cut his losses and leave. However, that was proving to be very difficult. The blue flames were beginning to coil themselves around him to prevent him from leaving the Shinigami's clutches, but he fought even harder to sever the connection with the boy's quirk and rip himself away from him. Only after losing over 80% of his quirks did he finally manage to sever the connection and escape the void. Back in the physical world, All for One quickly shoved the boy away and put some distance between the two. He could already feel the emptiness within, and a quick diagnostic confirmed it. He was down to less than a fifth of his quirk supply. He felt completely and utterly violated, but even worse than that, he felt positively helpless. For the last 200 years, All for One could have accurately claimed that he had never known true fear. Looking at the green-haired boy laying on the ground ahead of him, he could no longer make that claim. That boy was dangerous. He needed to die, powerful quirk be damned. Izuku, meanwhile, was on the verge of passing out once again. When All for One forced his way into his quirk, Matatabi took the reins and overloaded his body with the sapphire flames, effectively zapping him of the dregs of energy he even had left. He could just barely hold on, though, and doing so allowed him to see the disheveled All for One frantically pacing around him as well as hear the commotion coming from the bar through the monitor. That commotion gained All for One's attention as well, and the furious shout of, "Where is my son?" jolted Izuku with a pseudo-adrenaline shot. "Mom!" Izuku called out in the monitor's direction. "Izuku/young Midoriya," he heard his mother and All Might shout simultaneously. All for One began to chuckle. This was excellent, he could kill 3 birds with 1 stone. His arsenal was dangerously depleted, but he could make do with what he had, and he fortunately still had warping. This could work. Just then, the massive boot of MT Lady stomped into the building, destroying the monitor and creating an entrance for Best Jeanist, Tiger, and Gang Orca with an army of SWAT behind them to spring in and subdue the Nomus before they could be called upon. All for One had no intentions of letting that happen, however, and he warped the Nomus away while firing a powerful blast of air at the new arrivals with air cannon that he was luckily still in possession of. All for One then turned to Izuku. "Congratulations, young man, you, your mother, and all might get to die together tonight." He turned back to the frazzled group of heroes and officers. "Allow me to relieve some anger on this refuse, first." Ojiro quietly entered the dark hospital room of his classmate. He did a cursory survey of the shadowy room before his eyes settled on the form of the boy in the hospital bed ahead of him. He really did not want to do this. He did not want to have blood on his hands. However, his classmate had miraculously survived being stabbed through the heart, and he could not risk having his cover exposed when the boy woke up. So, with a heavy heart, Ojiro decided that Mineta wouldn't wake up. As he fought through his trepidation and approached the still unconscious boy, Ojiro couldn't help but remark how radically different of an experience it was to watch someone be killed than to be an active participant in someone's death, especially if it was the same person. His gloved hands were trembling as he reached for the boy's face. He really didn't want to do this, but he had to. It was the only way. There were a few ways he could go about it. He could pinch the boy's nostrils shut and cover his mouth to cut off his airways, but he didn't want to have to look Mineta in the face while he was doing it, as that may break his will to go through with it at all. He could just smother him with a pillow, as he wouldn't have to look anyone in the eye while it was happening, but it still felt too involved for the tailed boy's tastes. He did also bring a syringe and a bottle of antifreeze to inject into the boys. For drip, but something told him that just wasn't a great idea. Smothering it was, then. With a heavy sigh, Ojiro began reaching for the unconscious boy's pillow, but he was violently accosted by a white scarf wrapping around him and pinning his tail to his back. His heart dropped when out from the shadows of the room stepped his homeroom teacher, who was sending him the coldest glare he had ever received. "I truly didn't want to believe it," the man growled, and Ojiro knew he was F-ed. "I come back from the press conference with a bad feeling in my gut, and here you are trying to finish your classmate off to protect your already compromised cover." "I can explain." Ojiro hastily began to speak before he was cut off by Aizawa. "Don't bother, you've been under surveillance since you got here," he growled, and several policemen entered the room. "What the hell even was your plan? There are cameras all over this hospital. Were you going to smother him and then jump out of the window to go on the run? Or did you legitimately think you could get away with such a hastily slapped-together murder scheme?" Ojiro was as white as a sheet of paper. His cover was officially blown, and he needed to get out of there and back home to warn his parents before the redhead from the attack came sniffing around. He'd have to fight his way out. Aizawa, reading the thoughts written across the boy's face, nipped those thoughts in the bud by slamming the boy into the wall headfirst, knocking him out. "By the way, you're expelled," Aizawa deadpanned to the unconscious teen. "That was a little rough, don't you think?" one of the cops asked the teacher. "I don't care, he tried to hurt my student," Aizawa spat. "Hurry up and cuff him, then get him out of my sight." The police acquiesced and slapped a pair of cuffs onto the unconscious boy's wrists before wrapping him in chains to prevent his tail from moving while he was restrained. Once done, they carried him out of the room and left the scruffy teacher alone with his other student. Aizawa felt nothing but exhaustion when he sighed. That was one issue taken care of, so now he just had to figure out how not to worry about Midoriya. The press conference Nizu held alongside himself and Vlad King as the teachers on duty during the attack was a complete and utter shitshow. There were plenty of reporters there to lambast UA and hunt for soundbites and quotes to take out of context. That was fine, as that was expected given the situation. What was less fine, however, was the handful of people that tried to paint his student as a villain sympathizer in a roundabout way of attacking UA's credibility to create proper heroes. Thankfully, no one asked about Muscular. He supposed that the details about him hadn't been released to the public, and he hoped that it stayed that way, but he wouldn't hold his breath. That said, one other thing unsettled him. Among the sea of reporters was a woman with light blue skin and lilac hair. Abnormalities like that weren't really noteworthy in their world of quirks, but the way that she sat the entire time with an eerie smile on her face and stared directly into his principal's eyes was very noteworthy. She didn't ask any questions or even stand up at any point to be noticed. She just silently smiled at Nizu, never breaking her gaze at him for the duration of the press conference. He knew his boss was well aware of it if it unsettled him without even being the one the smile was directed at. He recognized the woman as the same reporter that interviewed Midoriya the day of the break-in, so the fact that she had nothing to say was way too odd for Aizawa to overlook. There was no use agonizing over it any further. Midoriya's rescue was in the hands of several pros and the police, now. Mineta, Jiro, and Hagakure were safe and accounted for, and Yaoyorozu had apparently been discharged earlier that day. He could merely hope for the best and pray that Verdant wouldn't catch too much flack for slaughtering the League of Villains. The League of Villains were nothing short of flabbergasted at the ballsy display from their captive. When Kurogiri realized that the audio to All for One's location was still on, he was initially going to inform him, but one look from Tomura stayed his hand, so they all became an audience to a teenager tearing the most powerful supervillain in the history of Japan, potentially the world, a new a-hole. Once Tomura got over his shock, a warmth set into his very being. It wasn't the delicious sensation of vindication, though that was certainly present beside it. No, this warmth was wholly unfamiliar to him. The closest thing he could liken it to was a strange feeling of pride in the hero brat. Was this familial pride? Was that even a thing? He admittedly never felt much for his family other than fear, resentment, or outright hatred, though he had to wonder how much of that hatred was even his own at this point. He'd really have to sit down and sort out his mental and emotional turmoil away from his sensei at some point. The words of Stain about figuring out who he even was still rang in his mind. "Pizza, Kamino store," came a voice from outside of the bar's entrance following a knock. All activity in the room ceased. Tomura eyed the door with a heavy mixture of confusion and suspicion before his gaze snapped towards his reptilian comrade. "Spinner, I swear, if you ordered pizza?" "It wasn't me this time, I promise." Spinner frantically insisted. Tomura turned back to the door just in time for All Might to smash through the wall as only All Might could. Before any of the League could react, they were each wrapped up in wood bindings, courtesy of Kamui Wood's lacquered chain prison. As Dabi sneered and made to burn the roots constricting him, the small, yellow blur that was Gran Torino entered and kicked the consciousness right out of him. Just then, the entire area was flooded with an oppressive aura of malice. It was as if a cloud composed of the purest of rage fell right on top of everyone in the building, villain or otherwise. The door to the building was kicked open, and in stepped a green-haired woman sporting the darkest gaze that Tomura had ever seen on anyone currently alive. She calmly walked right past a sweating Edgeshot and a very frazzled squad of armed cops that were waiting behind the door, and it became clear to everyone in the room where that vicious miasma was coming from. The sheer aura of violence that she was emanating was greater than even Stain's, and when those venomous chips of jade set their sights onto Tomura, he was launched back to a time in his life that he desperately wanted to forget. Her unholy stare dissected him for everything he was worth, and the unmatched feeling of danger wafting about her dim near made him retreat into a fetal position to get away from his father. Not even in All Might's presence did he feel like such a child, and he was effing All Might. Speaking of All Might, he was both impressed and absolutely terrified at the display, and the embers of One for All seemed to be in agreement. The villains were physically bound, but even if they weren't, he doubted that they would be able to operate very well, if at all, with this sort of pressure bearing down on them. It was very clear that Inko Midoriya was no longer present, but Verdant certainly was. "Where is my son?" the wrathful mother asked Tomura with a false calmness that didn't even attempt to hide the imminent danger that would befall everyone in the room should he answer. Unfortunately, Magna opted to try for a wrong answer. "I see where the kid gets his mean streak from Dash," she started to joke before an instant pressure hit her chest, and she could swear that a phantom hand was tugging directly at her heart and trying to pull it out of her body entirely despite her wooden bindings. She looked up to see Verdant with her palm extended to her and her fingers curling as if to grab something from the air. One interesting thing about the human body is that our parts generally come in pairs. Verdant began in a clinical tone that gave everyone in the room a chill, villain or otherwise. That, however, does not include our hearts, as we only get one of those. So, unless you want to see yours in the flesh, you'll cut the sheet and answer my goddamn question. Where is my son? Mom? the congregation heard a teenage boy shout from a monitor on the wall. "Izuku?" she shouted back at the monitor, rational thought already beginning to leave her at the possibility of recovering her child. All Might had apparently called out to him as well and took the initiative to place a firm hand on her shoulder to keep her grounded in the situation at hand. Then, a loud rumbling came from the monitor before the connection cut out completely. The duo's eyes widened, and very soon afterward, black sludge materialized in the air within the bar, sending an army of gnomes to their location. Within the chaos, the members of the League of Villains started regurgitating the same sludge and were quickly engulfed before disappearing right out of the rescue team's clutches. The situation was now frantic, as the assembled pros and police were left to deal with the army of gnomes that were attacking them and the surrounding area. All Might and Gran Torino were certain that All for One was finally showing himself with this gesture. The Nomu were supposed to be neutralized by the other squad, but that clearly wasn't the case, so it was all too likely that the supervillain intervened. All Might needed to get there, and he needed to get there ASAP. Verdant, meanwhile, was nothing short of livid. She was under no illusions that her son wasn't in the clutches of the Quirk thief if the League themselves weren't in possession of him. Since the Nomu were supposed to be at the other base, it meant that All for One had dispatched of them and was likely holding her son hostage personally. She needed to get there and get her baby to safety. Before All Might could leave the scene, the woman hopped onto his back, already knowing where he was headed. "Verdant?" he asked incredulously. "Let's go, we don't have time to waste," she responded. When he hesitated, she leveled a murderous scowl at him. "My baby boy is in danger, and if I have to tear All for One apart by his atoms to rescue him, then not even you are going to stop me, All Might." All Might, against his better judgment, nodded and vacated the scene. Under any other circumstance, he would have refused, as he couldn't guarantee her safety in a battle against his greatest nemesis. However, he trusted her ability to take care of herself as much as he trusted Torino's, and she could easily get young Midoriya out of harm's way and leave. It had nothing to do with the fact that her wrath reminded him way too much of being scolded by his late sensei. That had absolutely nothing to do with it at all, and if anyone said otherwise, he'd deny it. All for One was nettled. The consequences of that infernal brat's Quirk robbing him of a significant portion of his power were greater than he had initially anticipated. It shouldn't have taken more than a few seconds to dispose of the filth before him if he chose not to indulge in a monologue, but it was going on 1 minute and 15 seconds, and Best Jeanist was still standing, albeit with a lot of difficulty. It was infuriating having to strain much harder to free himself of the man's thread bindings and having to aim his blasts with air cannon much more precisely because they just didn't have the destructive power they once did. Kinetic booster was gone. Strength enhancer was gone. Impact recoil was gone. Multiplier, hypertrophy, spear-like bones, and hard flame fan were all gone as well. He was lucky to retain spring-like limbs to pair with air cannon so that he could retain even a fraction of the offensive potency he once held with his air blasts, but this predicament was quickly becoming the bane of his existence. Izuku Midoriya wouldn't just die. All for One would strangle the life out of his mother while the boy was helpless to do anything but watch, and then he'd dismember the boy in front of All Might before beating the blonde buffoon to death with the boy's limbs. It was the least he could do for the little hellion stealing his property like a degenerate. When All for One finally managed to puncture a hole through the man's abdomen shortly after he rescued the other incapacitated heroes from harm's way, he noticed the object of his hatred scurrying out of the hole with Ragdoll in his grasp. A black tendril shot out of the man's finger and stabbed the fleeing teen in the back of the leg, cutting his adrenaline-fueled escape attempt short. Izuku quickly tossed Ragdoll away from the building as well as he could given his restraints toward the groaning tiger just ahead of him, and she landed on her teammate with a thud that knocked the wind out of him even further. "And just where in the hell do you think you're going, you downtrodden wretch?" the symbol of evil growled as he dragged the cuffed teen back to his side with rivet stab. "You don't get to escape your fate so easily. Your death will be no less horrific than your grandmother's, I shall guarantee it. What is your fixation with her, you FNG weirdo?" Izuku hissed, but he only received another stab in response, this time to his other leg. Immediately afterward, several globs of black sludge materialized in the air around them, and the League of Villains was deposited onto the ground with them. Tomura shook the cobwebs out of his head before glaring venomously at All for One. The glare, much like most things from Tomura, went ignored. "Tomura, you have failed again," All for One began, and Tomura felt himself begin to burn white-hot internally. "But that is okay, as you're still learning. Even through all of the hiccups and persistent teenage rebellion, you will still become the new symbol of evil that this world needs. Of that I am sure." Tomura did not respond, only beginning to shake in his position on the ground. That, too, went ignored by his sensei, particularly in favor of something coming in hot on their location. "Ah, he's finally here," All for One mused with a gleeful smile. "Kurogyri, get Tomura and his friends away from here. I have a legacy to exterminate." Kurogyri hesitantly nodded and opened a warp gate, but Tomura did not move. Instead, the man looked to the green-haired teen gritting his teeth in pain near him. "No, leave him here, Tomura," All for One immediately chastised. "He dies with All Might tonight." Before Tomura could even think of rebutting, All Might appeared on scene and leveled a monstrous punch onto All for One. All for One caught the punch, or more accurately, he attempted to catch the punch, but he could neither match nor negate the force of the attack and was sent smashing through several buildings. "It's time to end this, All for One," All Might mightily declared. "Once and for all." The swift response was an equally monstrous blast of air directed back at All Might that completely leveled the surrounding area. The blast knocked away not only the League of Villains, the downed heroes, and Izuku, but it crumbled the warehouse and exposed a frantic collection of teenagers before they were blanketed in rubble. That was admittedly an odd sight for the man, but he immediately brushed it off for more important matters. All for One was now very nettled. The loss of impact recoil was already being felt, as that punch practically tore through his left arm and reduced it to a fine mist. He thanked his lucky stars that the putrid feline wasn't able to steal super regeneration from him. He could at least regrow the arm, though it would regrettably be sleeveless. It was all inconsequential, anyway. Even with his diminished capacity, he would liberate the blonde buffoon of his entrails and grind the Midoriya family's bones to dust in front of him. Said Midoriya teen, meanwhile, was ignoring the fated clash between the two symbols in favor of struggling to get back to his feet. That burst of adrenaline he gained from hearing his mother's voice had run out, and he was back to fighting off unconsciousness with every fiber of his being. It took all of the willpower he could scrape from the deepest pits of his soul to finally make it to his feet, and what greeted him was the hazy sight of the league surrounding him. More specifically, Spinner and the two masked men from the bar were approaching him, and he could just barely make out whatever they were saying to each other. "Are you sure this is a good idea? I am 100% behind you. I don't care what the big boss wants. Tomura is my friend, and he wants Midoriya alive. I'm loyal to Tomura and Stain, not some weirdo in a suit. I sincerely hope this doesn't backfire. Mr. Compress was interrupted when a green blur burst onto the scene and slammed their boot into his face, knocking him away from Izuku and stopping the other two in their tracks before landing protectively in front of Izuku. That green blur was none other than an incensed Verdant. "Take one step closer to my son, and I will end you," she hissed to the startled villains, projecting an even more violent aura than she had at the bar that got the attention of the remaining members of the league. Spinner and Twice were momentarily rooted in place before the snarling parent, but Magna was not, and she figured that it was as good a time as any to delete the hero brat before he became a real problem in the future. Taking the opportunity to blitz the teen while his mother's back was turned, she hoisted her giant magnet above her head to bash the teen in the skull and paint the concrete with his brain matter. One thing Verdant was not lacking in, however, was situational awareness. She heard the rough scuffle of Magna's approach and immediately spun around, pushing Izuku out of the way while she intercepted the attack with a stiff kick to Magna's head that dazed her long enough for a boot to her chest to plant her back to the ground. Verdant then dropped to the ground herself to duck the swipe from Spinner's sword and swept his legs out from under him in a single motion, sending him to the ground in a heap only for the woman to flip the attacking Twice right onto him. She popped back up to her feet right in time to narrowly dodge a spike-tipped chain that struck at her like a pit viper. She bent, twisted, and contorted her body in ridiculous ways in between backflips and handsprings in an effort to evade the following barrage of chains while simultaneously making sure to never stray too far from her son, but it was clear that the redhead sending the wave of iron death at her was trying to accomplish that very thing. Eventually, she got fed up and caught one of the chains in her grasp, momentarily startling the man before he appeared to consciously disperse that chain into links. It succeeded in keeping her focus on him long enough for Mr. Compress approach from behind, fully intent on sealing her away in a marble. However, Mr. Compress was not anticipating a wall of ice to slam into him, harshly batting him away just as an all-too-familiar, screaming ash blonde flew into view and unleashed hell upon Kusari with a glorious explosion. "Katsuki!" Verdant incredulously shouted. "Don't worry about Izuku, we got him." Bakugo responded before he blasted out of the way of another barrage of chains that would have skewered him. "Kick these extras buttes, auntie." She couldn't help the wicked grin that came over her as Bakugo sent another explosion at Kusari for good measure before leaving her to it. As if the earlier magnificent explosion was the signal, the cavalry arrived in full force. Izuku watched as a flock of birds flew in from who knows where to harass the recovering Mr. Compress. Meanwhile, he faintly noticed a powerful electric shock and meters of tape in his periphery where Spinner and Twice were situated. He was brought back to focus by two hands on his cheeks, and he found a pair of golden, cat-like eyes boring into his own. It took a few moments for his gassed brain to register her as the girl from the alley, and when he did so, he stared into her wide, focused eyes that were bereft of the twisted bloodlust he had seen earlier. "Run," was all she said before she transformed into him right before his eyes, and she took off from the scene while wearing his face. Izuku had no time to think about that before he felt two slender arms hook under his armpits and carry him away from the scene. When it registered that he was flying, he looked up to see another head of long, green hair above him attached to a flying upper body. "Tokage?" Izuku questioned as his vision finally began to fade. "You know it," she smirked, but even in his exhaustion, he could still hear the worry in her voice. "You're safe now?" Back on the ground, Magna had just regained her bearings from her brief tussle with Verdant, and the first thing she saw was Midoriya bolting past her and somehow free of his cuffs. She hurried to her feet and rushed after him to prevent his escape, eventually tackling him to the ground and grabbing a firm hold of his hair. "You're not going anywhere, kid," she smugly denied before the hair in her hand began to dissolve into goop. Utterly bemused, she held up the boy's head to find that it was actually Toga in disguise. Before she could react, a barrage of enlarged grains of sand crashed into her and sent her tumbling away from the de-transformed girl. She growled and got back up to wring the girl's neck for screwing around as well as the neck of whoever attacked her. Unfortunately for her, twin shouts of "Release!" echoed from a distance away, and Magna found herself slamming headfirst into an 18-wheeler that practically spawned from thin air and fell from the sky right in her path, allowing consciousness to forsake her. Ochako and Yui were both pleasantly surprised that their impromptu combo move worked out so well. Toga, meanwhile, seized the moment and ran away as fast as she could. Ochako looked to the retreating blonde and immediately thought back to the cry for help she saw in the girl's eyes in the forest, but when she called out for her to wait, Toga was already long gone. Before she could dwell on it any further, Tsu landed beside them with Tokage's floating lower body in tow. "We got him, Ribbit. It's time to go," Tsu informed the duo as her tongue wrapped around Ochako's waist while Tokage's legs sat on Yui's shoulders, and the group quickly departed. They were followed by a massive dark shadow carrying Tokoyami and the injured pro-heroes on their back with Bakugo blasting off behind them to guard against any potential villain attacks. Tomura watched the entire fracas play out from his spot on the ground where All for One had left him, not moving an inch or saying a word all the while. The white-hot rage that was coursing through his veins was begging to be unleashed, and the horrible itching began to creep back up on him for the first time since he unlocked his memories. However, it wasn't directed at any of the hero brats that came for his cousin or even at the sister of the man he hated more than life itself. A loud crash brought his attention to the space behind him, and he watched as All for One was sent careening through another set of buildings by the symbol of peace, only this time his suit was in much worse shape than it was when the League had arrived. His red eyes narrowed, and he turned to the misty villain beside him who still had a warp gate open. He eyed the man for a considerable amount of time as All for One got back up and shouted more taunts at All Might just to receive another Texas smash in the background. Kurogiri's bright, yellow eyes gazed back at him in their silent stare-off amidst the continued sounds of All for One getting smacked around by his archenemy. "Where do you stand, Kurogiri?" he finally asked his longtime companion. The silence between the two was heavier than any pressure Verdant could exert onto them. Both men ignored the arrival of Gran Torino to plant a bulbous boot into Kusari's face before he could successfully ensnare Verdant in a web of chains, just as they ignored the unconvincingly unbothered taunts of All for One following All Might's furious smashes. Kurogiri knew exactly what the man was asking him, and he quite literally did not know how to answer. He was created to serve All for One, but his given directive was explicitly to assist Tomura in his endeavors the best he could. It didn't help matters that he wasn't a mindless SLV like the other Nomu. He maintained conscious thought and personal agency in order to better serve and guide the young man as he developed. He was as much a guardian in a paternal sense as he was a guardian in a literal sense. He technically could not disobey either one, but it was Tomura's best interests at stake, and the flickering vestige of humanity haunting his programming like a specter had grown quite fond of the young lad over the years. "I am with you," Kurogiri finally spoke. Tomura nodded, the ghost of a smile showcasing itself on his face. That was all he needed. "Grab who you can. I have something to take care of, and then we're leaving." Tomura didn't wait for the man to acquiesce before he turned and walked with purpose toward the area where the greatest ruckus was being caused. Along his path, he wandered into the battle between Kusari and his aunt. He'd really have to get used to acknowledging that, plus the flying dwarf. At some point, Kusari had managed to wrap them both in chains, but a flex of Verdant's hand brought the redhead down to the ground and clutching his kidney. He fought through the pain and shot a lone chain at her to pierce her skull, but the chain was intercepted and crumbled to dust by the newly arriving Tomura. Tomura set the red-hot pinpricks of his gaze onto the man. "Cut the sheet and pick up Dabi. We're leaving." Kusari returned his stare, but the undercover operative's gaze was quizzical rather than perturbed. He eventually just shrugged and dispersed the chains wrapped around Verdant and Torino as he returned to his feet, then he slid his hands into his pockets and casually meandered away toward the unconscious Dabi. Before Verdant or Torino could intervene, Tomura turned to them and put his hand up to stop them. "Your son escaped," he began before eyeing the woman carefully. "I'm going to trust that you're a better parent than your brother so that my cousin doesn't turn out like him, or All Might." With that, he turned around and picked up the pace toward the battle between All Might and All for One, leaving Torino in a state of utter confusion and Verdant in a mixture of bemusement and shock as the pieces quickly came together. That shock steadily transformed into fury so cold that Torino caught a chill by proximity. Meanwhile, All for One was not having a great time, though he would never admit it, not even to himself. He couldn't. He could never come out and say that his archenemy was pummeling him like a worn speed bag at a gym. It would mean that he wasn't as powerful as he assured himself to be even after his run-in with a divine cat, and that would transitively mean that he was wrong. That was impossible, as he was never wrong about anything. His plans always went according to his meticulous design, and if they didn't, it was because he calculated for that margin of error and had backup plans set in place. He was a genius among geniuses. He was the most powerful man alive, bar none. He was the symbol of evil. He was not getting smashed into the pavement by a dollar store captain hero. "You've gotten weaker in your old age, All Might." All for One spat, alongside some blood, to maintain his collected front. "You should talk," All Might sneered. "You're barely using a fraction of the power you wielded in our last encounter. Did your stolen quirks abandon you, fiend?" It took everything in the supervillain to keep it together at that wisecrack. He would kill this buffoon, and he would eradicate the last line of Shimura's not already under his thumb, both that woman and her BSRD of a child. Wait, where was the child? All for One scanned the area for any sign of the boy's heat signature, but it was nowhere to be found. What he did find, however, was Tomura approaching the battle with purpose and an unreadable expression. All Might, on the other hand, was tense and ready to move at a moment's notice in case the young villain was there to provide backup. "Tomura Shigaraki, where is the boy?" the supervillain growled. "He escaped," Tomura answered simply. All for One was momentarily silent, and he deeply sighed to mask the near aneurysm he was having. "So, another failure, and I should not be so surprised. You still are not ready." "Yeah, about that." Tomura began before closing the distance between himself and All for One in the blink of an eye and slamming his hand on the man's chest while he was too taken aback at the sudden treachery to react in time. He quickly used super regeneration to combat the presumed slow decay, but he didn't account for Tomura's decay to be exponentially faster than it should have been. He was left pushing super regeneration into maximum overdrive just to keep his entire midsection from crumbling in seconds should his focus lapse for even a moment. "What have you done, Tomura Shigaraki?" All for One desperately shouted in a mixture of alarm and betrayal. "Tomura Shigaraki doesn't exist," he coldly responded with enough venom to kill 50 men. "He's as dead as Tenko Shimura. As dead as you are." All Might froze at the mention of the Shimura name, and that's when Verdant and Gran Torino joined the fray. "No, no, no." All for One began almost pleadingly before his tone immediately soured. "You filthy, ungrateful wretch. I plucked you off the street when you had nothing and no one would dare sully themselves with you. You were nothing when I found you, and you've amounted to even less since then. You were supposed to carry the legacy of evil. You just wanted to make me into another you," Tomura scoffed, and his dismissiveness set the supervillain off once more. "I'm nobody's DMN vanity project. I am whoever the hell I want to be, and I'll do whatever the hell I want to do. You can do it in hell with your grandmother, your aunt, and your botched apton of a cousin," the supervillain snarled before readying whatever quirks he could cobble together to kill his wayward vessel. However, Tomura merely turned around and leisurely strolled away from him as if he was a negligible threat of equally negligible importance. He walked away as if All for One, the All for One, was nothing to him anymore. Such impetuous disregard could only be met with impetuous retaliation, and the man roared in fury through his mask before moving to attack the treacherous whelp. However, a hard punch to what was left of his face sent him rocketing backward. The impact felt like a toned-down punch from All Might, but the fist wasn't nearly as meaty. He peered up to view the culprit, and before him stood Verdant, her fury wafting off of her and bearing down on the area like a thick smog. If he didn't know any better, he'd remark that Nana Shimura was back in front of him, eyes blazing and one for all poised to annihilate him. It was truly a pity that this would end the same way it had back then. "It's true, isn't it?" she hissed to the recovering villain. "That boy is Kotaro's child, isn't he?" All for One couldn't help but give them a sinister grin, though it went unseen due to the mask. In response, Verdant practically flickered in front of him and punched him right in his chest where he was actively combating the decay, and it not only rocketed him away once more, it also allowed the decay to spread even further throughout his upper body, forcing him to strain even harder to literally keep himself together. Tomura took that moment to step into the warp gate that opened up beside him and vacated the area, leaving All for One to his fate. "Oh, hear you say it," she hollered, a faint, green glow radiating from her form. "Your anger is misplaced," All for One practically chortled. "Kotaro was the one who abused his child into psychopathy. I was merely there to reap the spoils." All for One paused and hummed while the collective rage of the three heroes grew even further. "With that said, I suppose I can grant you that he would never have been in a situation to create that monster had I not killed his father and forced his mother to give him up in order to protect him from me. Maybe the old adage from before the dawn of quirks is true that the real culprit of generational trauma is the friends we made along the W-. This time, he was interrupted by 3 different fists clobbering him. One from All Might to the face, one from Verdant to the sternum, and one from Gran Torino to his abdomen. The triple impact slammed him to the ground and practically cratered him under the force of their combined attack. As All for One lay beaten and nearly crumbling at the feet of his nemesis, the breadth of his defeat finally began to sink in. He watched as All Might readied a final United States of Smash to finish the facial reconstructive surgery that he began half a decade prior, And in that moment, with Verdant and Gran Torino glaring daggers at him on either side, he knew that his goose was cooked. There was no way for him to survive this encounter. Well, not in his current vessel, anyway. "I leave Plan B to you, Shigaraki," was one of his final thoughts as All Might's fist followed its trajectory to his face. Plan B would work. He would be back in a new vessel and regain his lost collection. He would return with a vengeance beyond anyone's darkest nightmares. He would not disappear. He was the symbol of evil. Smash! All Might furiously bellowed, cutting off the desperate delusions of a man poised to be forgotten by history with a mountainous United States of smash. The impact pancaked All for One's head entirely and reduced his mask to smithereens while the decay made quick work of the rest of his body. Before their very eyes, the demon lord that terrorized the nation for nearly 2 centuries was reduced to a pile of blood-red dust. The 3 living heroes that were arguably the most directly affected by All for One's reign of terror stared down at the pile of nothingness in silence, each feeling something profoundly different. Once the adrenaline started to wear off and All Might could feel his body screaming at him to deflate, All Might was at a loss for words. He was having such immense difficulty processing the idea that he had just defeated All for One for good. All for One was dead right before his eyes. He had done it. He had finally and officially defeated his ultimate evil and avenged his sensei. He had assistance, certainly, but still. Gran Torino near felt like crying. Hell, he couldn't even attempt to stop the lone tear that broke through and trailed down his wrinkled cheek. 40 years of grief, 40 years of agonizing, and 40 years of preparation for this very day. Here it finally was, justice for Nana. Verdant, meanwhile, simply spat on the dust that was once All for One. "Rest in peace, motherfucker." That shattered whatever atmosphere was developing like an errant baseball through a window, and Torino couldn't help but fall into a fit of tearful laughter. All Might found a smile forming onto his face as well, and he hoisted his left arm with his fist pointed to the sky, almost as if he had a sixth sense for the cameras that were pointed at him from the news helicopters above. Across Japan, the populace rejoiced at another triumph for their symbol of peace. Kurogiri closely watched the young man he had placed his complete loyalty behind as he exhaled the events of the night away. He had warped the League, those of which he could recover, to another abandoned building far outside of Yokohama where those that were still conscious were doing their best to recover from the brief, surprise assault of the hero students. Everyone was accounted for except for Toga. Unfortunately, she was nowhere in sight when he went to collect her, so she was still at large. At the center of the sentient Nomu's thoughts was his ward and newly committed leader. The young man drew his line in the sand in rather spectacular fashion. It may have untold consequences later on, as Dr. Shigaraki was fanatically loyal to All for One and would certainly not take treachery lying down. He could only hope the young man was ready for that eventuality, but for now he was allowed to sit and process the new direction his life had just taken. "It is done," Kurogiri said to him, and the young man took a moment to let the weight of what he had done finally sink in before he nodded. "Yeah, it is," he responded. "What shall I call you?" Kurogiri questioned. He took an even longer moment this time, likely in deliberation of how he would identify himself outside of All for One's influence. For now, just Tomura. Shigaraki wasn't real, and Tenko Shimura is dead. Kurogiri nodded. "How do you feel, Tomura?" Tomura closed his eyes and inhaled for a solid 5 seconds, and then he smiled. Free. Yuga Aoyama was navigating through a whirlwind of emotions to varying degrees of success. He had spent the last few days suffocating under tremendous guilt for causing his classmates to get hurt and abducted, and it was so bad that he wouldn't dare face any of them by visiting the hospital. He didn't deserve to see any of them after what he was forced to do. He wouldn't sully the same air as them with his presence after he sold them up the river to All for One. Then, the very man who had been haunting his family's nightmares for so long was on TV doing battle with All Might himself. For the first time in years, Aoyama felt a flicker of hope in anything at all. He didn't have to put on his flamboyant facade to outright cheer when All Might punched the man through several buildings. His parents joined him at some point due to the noise, and they watched alongside him, each member of the family on the edge of their seats all the while. The tears they were shedding when it became clear that All Might more than had the upper hand were sugary sweet, and the outright gasps that left their throats when one of the villains turned on All for One and gave the heroes the opportunity to put him down for good were a cacophony of sanguinity. It was happening before their very eyes. The root of their torment for so long was being erased on live TV. One United States of Smash later, and their nightmare was finally over. Needless to say, the Aoyama household was inundated with sobbing and joyful embraces. For the first time in years, Yuga genuinely smiled. The man who was holding their lives in his twisted hands was gone. The man who preyed on his parents' desperation and held them at gunpoint forever after was no more. They were finally free, until they weren't. It didn't take long after his mother left their living room to start on a celebratory feast, and his father left to retrieve something from his study for 2 explosions to shake the large house's foundation. Yuga didn't even get a chance to investigate before he started regurgitating black sludge against his will, and the sludge quickly swallowed him up and vanished without a trace. Izuku awoke in a void once more. However, he was back on solid ground this time as opposed to floating in space. The blue flames surrounding him merely served to flood him with irritation. He was getting really sick of this, and he had no interest in whatever mind games the Shinigami wanted to play with him. "Fret not this time, child, I have no longing to torment you during this meeting," the voice of Matatabi echoed from behind him. He turned to face the massive deity that towered over him even when it was sitting, and he was surprised by the absence of the threatening grin that he had become accustomed to. The death god had a calmness to them that almost put him on edge. "You're a wise boy," the Shinigami complimented with a nod. "Why did you bring me here?" Izuku finally asked aloud, remaining incredibly wary of the situation. "It is time to explain a few more things about your quirk in regards to our connection," Matatabi answered with a tilt of their head. Izuku wasn't expecting that. He had honestly forgotten that there was more to his blue flames that Matatabi wasn't telling him. He didn't see himself using those aspects much, anyway, as the real possibility of death should he make even the slightest screw-up was way too large. Then consider yourself lucky that you met the threshold for situational application completely by accident thanks to the attempted intrusion by Shigaraki. Matatabi responded to his thoughts with the return of their sharp-toothed grin. "Right, that intrusion," Izuku began with a furrowed brow. "I remember All for One putting his hand on my head, and then there was a tug before everything faded to black. Then I was back in the base with All for One freaking out in front of me. What happened during those lost minutes?" "Shigaraki forced himself into your quirk in order to steal the one he sought," the death god answered, their grin only widening. "However, he found no stockpiler quirk of the sort, only me. Do I even want to know what you did to him?" Izuku hesitantly ventured, not at all eased by the Shinigami's deep, menacing chuckle. "I finally feasted on the souls he had stolen," they happily declared. "Wait, souls? I thought he stole quirks?" Izuku questioned in alarm, but Matatabi raised one of their tails to put the boy at ease. "Quirks, as you know them, are intrinsically tied to one's soul. Just as I told him, stealing a quirk is tantamount to stealing a fragment of a person's soul. See for yourself." With their other tail, Matatabi deposited a glowing, humanoid figure in front of him. It was a woman, and her form was light green and largely wispy, as if she was a projection or simply a construct rather than a fully realized person. When Izuku examined her more closely, the familiarity of the figure finally hit him. Is this Ragdoll?" Izuku questioned in greater alarm than before. "It appears Shigaraki made off with Shiratoko's quirk," Matatabi hummed. "She is not dead, so I cannot preemptively feast on her soul, even if only a fragment. She exists here as what you humans have taken to calling vestiges." Izuku had been struggling to wrap his brain around the current situation, but the mention of Ragdoll as a vestige made things clearer. "So, All for One stole her quirk, and now she's just here? She's like the vestiges within One for All." Matatabi hummed once more, their pristine robes billowing in a non-existent breeze. "Not quite. For all intents and purposes, her quirk is here, among many others. Our connection gives you greater influence over life and death such that you can reunite a soul with its physical body. Therefore, should you longing it so, you could reunite a soul fragment with its living host, effectively returning their quirk to them. Izuku mused as everything began to come together. How many fragments are here? Quite a few, the Shinigami answered, and with a fan of one of its tails, nearly a dozen other vestiges rose from the sapphire flames around Izuku. He was surrounded by wispy figures of all different colors and sizes. Most were adults, but there were a few that looked to be very young children. The thought that all for one stole quirks from preschool children and likely did it with a smile made him queasy, but there was something else that he needed to know. Why are you helping me all of a sudden? Izuku asked the massive cat with as much frankness as he could manage. You literally torment me for sport and have said in the past that not helping me would just kill me sooner, which is what you want. So, why do all of this now? Matatabi's Cheshire grin didn't unsettle Izuku as much as it did initially. Perhaps he was just used to it, but he didn't waver when the divine being stared him down for what felt like hours after the question. Finally, they spoke. You hand-delivered me the man who had not only been cheating death for several lifetimes but had also been playing the part of the Reaper for just as long. In the process, I got a veritable feast of soul fragments that had been evading me for centuries. Incomplete souls are not nearly as satisfying to devour, so it was nice to have the remaining pieces after so long. Consider this as me throwing you a bone out of gratitude. Oh. Izuku stammered. You're welcome, I guess. Izuku stood amongst the flames, not knowing what to do with his hands in the presence of a thankful deity that was usually malevolent at the best of times. The deity in question did not speak, clearly content with allowing the awkward silence to drag. Eventually, Izuku remembered from his previous visit that he could leave the realm whenever he wished, and that was fantastic, as any longer in silence with the death god would probably kill him. Before you leave, there is one other thing you should be aware of. Matatabi spoke up in response to Izuku's thoughts, and the teen immediately picked up on the tone being less ambivalent and a touch graver than it previously was. Shigaraki was killed shortly after you lost consciousness, but I did not receive all of his soul. Silence hung over the two once more, but this one was tense, rather than awkward. Izuku's green eyes stared into Matatabi's green and yellow with the utmost intensity. What do you mean by that? Izuku asked, his tone deadly serious. The quirk that came with Shigaraki's soul contained no further traces of it, Matatabi answered. It is most likely a copy, meaning his original quirk containing that vestige is still at large. So, there's a chance that all for one could return, Izuku muttered with a darkening expression. I cannot say for certain, Matatabi admitted. It is only his original quirk that still remains, so the possibility exists that his vestige could take over another vessel should it be implanted into another being. There also exists the likelihood that his quirk never finds its way into another vessel. Whichever way it goes, I truly loathe loose ends, so I'm tasking you with disposing of him. If you find the man, kill him. If you find the quirk, engulf it in my flames, and I will handle the rest. Understood, Izuku readily accepted their request. Excellent, Matatabi purred with their wicked grin returning. Now out. Izuku was no longer in the void. Instead, when he opened his eyes, he was met with the familiar white ceiling and walls of a hospital room. Hey hell, trade one torment for another, Izuku muttered aloud. Language, mister, gently reprimanded a familiar voice from his bedside, and warmth immediately flooded him. Mom, he asked while turning to face her, and his mother wrapped him in a tight, loving embrace. Oh, Izuku! She practically choked out, holding him close as if he would disappear again. The tears started to pool for Izuku as well, and he completed the hug with equal fervor. Mother and son bawled into each other, both completely ignoring the two men and Chimera standing silently out of the way of their reunion. I'm so glad that you're safe, she whispered through her sobs, and her son could only nod through his own tears. Inko instinctively ran her hand through the wild, green curls atop her son's cranium, and he practically regressed into the crying 5-year-old from when it all began at her ministrations. This kept up for several more minutes until the two finally broke the embrace and turned to the others in the room with them, revealing Nizu, an out-of-costume Gran Torino, and a deflated Toshinori. It is good to see you safe once again, Izuku, Nizu remarked with a genuine smile, and the others nodded in agreement. You usually call me young Izuku, the teen joked with the animal, and Nizu sighed. I was informed of everything that transpired at training camp, Nizu responded, his tone more downcast. It would not be suitable to call you young Izuku anymore. You've been forced to grow far too soon. Izuku's face also fell at the reminder, and his mother drew him into another hug. It isn't your fault, sweetie, she gently assured him, and he merely sighed and nodded. With that said, Nizu continued, your actions both at camp and far beyond have been nothing short of the gold standard of heroism, and many people would agree. He motioned a paw to the other side of Izuku's bed, and Izuku was met with a bedside table drowning in cards, well wishes, and even a plate of fruit with a bouquet of flowers from the pussycats. Izuku blue-screened at the sheer quantity of it all, much to the amusement of the adults. Your classmates were worried about you, whippersnapper, Torino spoke up with a smirk. I probably don't have to remind you that they mounted a vigilante expedition just to rescue you. As dumb as it may have been, it was at least successful. Izuku nodded dumbly. He vaguely remembered being carried away from the League of Villains by Tokage before he blacked out. He'd have to sit down and analyze the event later once the fog in his brain had cleared. Still, though, Izuku began while gazing at the table, lingering in the flowers with the pussycats in mind. That's quite a lot. If you think that's enough, your mother had to pry young Uraraka away from your bedside and force her to eat, Toshinori chuckled. She couldn't force her to leave, though. She's still asleep out in the hallway. Izuku was already overwhelmed with the love he was receiving, and that bit of information merely piled on. He internally made a promise to himself to take the scarf she got him for his birthday everywhere he went. Right as the four adults had exited the room, Ochako bounded inside and attached herself to him for a solid 15 minutes. After assuring her that he was okay and didn't need another ankle monitor installed, the two dug into the plate of fruit he got and chatted about anything and everything as if nothing had happened. They sorted through the cards he got, and they were unsurprisingly from most of his classmates. He wasn't surprised to see a few from Yui and Tokage either, but the card from Melissa's shield perplexed him beyond comprehension. How the hell did she learn about the event and get a card to Japan from I-Island so quickly? Beyond even that, his gaze kept periodically flickering to the bouquet of flowers on the table from the pussycats. The idea of a vestige of ragdoll, among others, existing within his quirk made him feel icky. He couldn't use her quirk, but he still had it resting inside of him after it had been violently taken from her by a murderous kleptomaniac with main character syndrome. That bothered him. Eventually, he was able to convince her to go home after another hour, and he spent the following few hours napping to regain his stamina and allowing his pink flames to slowly treat the remaining damage his black fire did to him. His attention was captured by a knock at the door, however, and he was nothing short of surprised at the identity of his newest visitor. Mandalay? Izuku questioned. It was always strange seeing pro-heroes in casual clothes. Hello, Midoriya, she greeted him with a warm smile. They told me that you finally woke up. That stumped Izuku once again. You were waiting on me to wake up? Of course I was, she happily confirmed. So was Koda, though he'd never admit it. How is he holding up? Izuku asked, the implication that Koda was safe and back with the pussycats bringing him a smile. He's doing wonderfully thanks to you. You've had a profound effect on him, that's part of why I'm here. Before Izuku could question any further, the woman dropped into a deep bow at his bedside. Izuku had just stopped thinking that his surprise could peak by this point. Thank you so much, she began with her forehead to the ground. You saved his life and changed it at the same time. That monster would have torn him apart if it weren't for you. I'm forever in your debt. Izuku took a moment to gather his thoughts before he spoke. You don't have to thank me, truly. I was just doing the right thing. He was in danger, so I protected him. You didn't just protect him, Mandalay insisted as she stood back up. You transformed his entire philosophy towards heroics. Izuku blinked. I did. Mandalay nodded with a sad smile. You may or may not already know about his situation, but his parents were water hose, and they were killed by Muscular when he was barely 3 years old. He'd spent the last few years hearing everyone tell him how noble their sacrifices were, as if it was a good thing that they were gone in the place of innocence. Dying while protecting the public is the most honorable death a hero could have, but how could anyone expect a child that young to grasp that when he loses his own parents? Mandalay sighed and took a seat beside the bed. Meanwhile, Izuku remained silent and allowed her to take a breather. All he could reason was that his pro-hero parents left him, and people were congratulating them for it, Mandalay continued. He hated everything related to heroics afterward, and he only tolerated us because he had to. Then he met you. She gave him one of the warmest smiles Izuku had ever received from anyone besides his mother. You fought and bled for him. You put your life on the line to protect him from the same monster that took his parents. I think he finally understands what their sacrifice really meant, and it's thanks to you. Izuku was trying and failing to keep his blush contained at the off-duty hero's praise. Like I said, I was just doing the right thing. Mandalay snickered at the boy steadily getting flustered, and she patted him on the shoulder to put him at ease. Then her smile dimmed, and she regarded him seriously. Now, the other thing I came to tell you, Muscular. Izuku's back straightened, and his blush vanished. He matched her serious countenance with one of his own and waited for her to continue. Some people will call you a bad person for doing it, she carefully spoke, watching his facial expressions as she did so. Others will think less of you for it. A lot of people will hold it over your head for the entirety of your career. Brown eyes were locked onto green, and she leaned in just a bit to emphasize what she was going to say. I am not one of those people. You did the right thing and the world is better for it. If ever you need me for anything at all, no matter what it is, I will be there. Of all the things Izuku was expecting from her, be it sympathy, empathy, assurances that there wasn't any other way, or even a stern reprimand, unabashed understanding and gratitude were certainly not among them. Granted, Muscular killed her cousin, so maybe she just had less inclination to scold the boy who exacted roundabout vengeance. It really wasn't worth thinking about, if he was being honest. What was done was done. Her soft smile returned, and she patted his shoulder once again. I'm glad you're safe, Midoriya. You'll be a wonderful pro when you graduate because you're a wonderful hero already. Thank you, Mandalay, Izuku responded with a smile of his own before his eyes widened. Oh, is Ragdoll at this hospital by any chance? Yes, actually, she answered, though she wasn't sure why he'd be asking. I visited her before I came to you. Why? This is going to be very hard to believe, but I believe you 100%, kitten. Ragdoll was exceptionally easier to convince than Mandalay had been. The idea that someone could steal and give quirks as they pleased was hard enough to fathom, but Ragdoll's newfound quirkless status was proof enough. However, the thought that a teenager's quirk was such unmitigated bullshit that it gave him a connection to the FING Shinigami and allowed him to raise the recently dead and reunite fragmented souls was way too much to accept. It did put the thing Koda said about, welcome back to the land of the living, into a new light for Mandalay though. Are you sure you're okay to try this, Tomoko? Mandalay asked the excitable woman. I don't want you to get your hopes up in case this doesn't work. Izuku felt like he should have been offended by that comment, but even he had to agree. Her concerns were valid. Wielding his blue fire for anything other than talking to ghosts and occasionally scaring his classmates was still very unfamiliar territory for him. I'm positive, Shino, she answered with a determined expression. I believe in him and I want to try it. The worst that can happen is that it doesn't work and nothing changes. That definitely wasn't the worst that could happen to either of them if this failed, but Izuku appreciated her optimism, nonetheless. All right, she sighed, and she turned to Izuku. If she trusts you with this, then so will I. Izuku nodded and took a deep breath before approaching Ragdoll's bed. Blue flames bloomed in his palms, and he carefully extended them toward the pro. He inched toward her little by little as the blue fire intensified, and the flames steadily reached out and began to cover Ragdoll like a blanket. Soon, she was engulfed in the blue fire, but she wasn't showing any signs of discomfort. It kinda tickles, she remarked, eliciting a snort from her longtime friend and nearly causing Izuku to break his concentration. Despite the near hiccup, Izuku remained locked in and kept at it until he felt a light tug coming from Ragdoll's direction, but she hadn't moved an inch. Reasoning that her soul was reaching out for its missing piece, he decided to empower the sensation by intensifying the flames even further. Almost immediately, that tug became a violent yank, ripping an ethereal presence out of Izuku and shooting into the curious woman, snapping the teen's concentration entirely. Izuku just barely caught himself from falling over while Ragdoll gasped in shock. "Tomoko, what happened?" Mandalay hurried to her side in a panic. "I feel whole again," Ragdoll breathed out with increasingly widening eyes. "I can sense everyone again. Ryuko and Yoara are still in the food court. The nurse for this room is taking a smoke break near the ICU. And there's a man masturbating in the bathroom down the hall." "Holy shit," Mandalay remarked after a brief moment of shock. "It effing worked. Why in the F would you know that?" Izuku internally screamed at the last observation until he found himself being glomped by the newly requirked hero. Thank you, kitten." Ragdoll beamed in gratitude before her expression became determined on a dime. "I swear on my 4 remaining lives that I will protect you from Pixie Bob." There was entirely too much to unpack from that statement, so Izuku just left it alone and nodded his thanks.